Chapter 16-18. Big Brother Qin Xiao, you are really experienced. You have learned battle tactics so quickly. However, I won't let you get past me so easily. After Qin Xiao got past the person from the blue team, a familiar figure immediately appeared in front of Qin Xiao. It was none other than Xiao Dao. After Xiao Dao spoke these words, he also began to treat the situation seriously. He stood in front of Qin Xiao and swiftly moved. Under this rapid speed, he formed an invisible wall. This kind of movement was very good. Xiao Dao used his body to form a wall. If he wanted to get past this wall, he would have to collide head-on with Xiao Dao. Qin Xiao knew a little about Xiao Dao's strength. He had already reached the limit of the ruler realm. He was just one step away from the universe grade, and he wasn't far from it. Furthermore, Xiao Dao's technique was very good. He was stronger than the person from the blue team. Therefore, it wouldn't be easy for Qin Xiao to get past him. His speed is not bad. His movement is not bad. Since he wants to use a wall to block me, I will give it a try. After pondering for a while, Qin Xiao directly launched the first round of attacks at Xiao Dao, directly rushing toward Xiao Dao. Qin Xiao rushed over at full speed. He was like a wolf riding on a rampage. With a sharp edge, he turned into a sharp blade and fiercely stabbed over. Boom! Qin Xiao slammed into the wall formed by Xiao Dao. When the two powerful forces collided, Xiao Dao's body also erupted with a powerful force as he blocked Qin Xiao's attack. The two of them collided with each other with all their strength. It was like two celestial bodies colliding, causing a powerful explosion of energy. Although Qin Xiao had pushed Xiao Dao back a few steps, he had also taken a few steps back. In the end, he still hadn't gained the upper hand. In terms of strength, Xiao Dao wasn't any weaker than him. It seemed like forceful tactics wouldn't work. He simply couldn't break through Xiao Dao's defense. Since he couldn't force his way through, he could only find a flaw in Xiao Dao's defense. Where was the flaw? After retreating, Qin Xiao wasn't in a hurry to make his move. Instead, he was looking for Xiao Dao's weakness. No matter how strong a wall was, it shouldn't be invulnerable. These are just tactics. Since they were tactics, there must be a way to break them. Qin Xiao was trying to find a way to break them. Speed was not invulnerable. Make use of every opportunity. Qin Xiao's heart stirred, and he immediately had a countermeasure. With a countermeasure, Qin Xiao didn't hesitate and immediately rushed over. Hee, Big Brother Qin Xiao, you won't be able to break through. Even though I'm not that strong, I've been playing Kuju for so many years. This is my best move. Xiao Dao was rather confident in himself. This was the move he was most proud of. Is that so? Qin Xiao's lips curled into a faint smile. When she rushed in front of Xiao Dao, she suddenly stabbed him like a needle. It was like a needle, but also like a knife. It carried a sense of sharpness as it pierced through a gap in the wall. Before Xiao Dao could react, Qin Xiao had already broken through his defense and directly passed through. How'd I pass through? After passing through, Xiao Dao was still in a daze. He was confused and tried hard to recall what had happened just now. He didn't have time to react at all. She passed through with a whoosh. Moreover, how could the defense wall that he was so proud of suddenly be silently torn apart? After Qin Xiao passed through, she didn't stop and continued to rush forward. Xiao Dao, although your defense wall seems to be invulnerable, it's still not enough. But no matter how fast you are, there is still a gap in time. Even if the time is short, if the gap between the two can be grasped accurately, then you can pass through. So, I grasped the gap in time and naturally passed through smoothly. Qin Xiao said to Xiao Dao behind him. Upon hearing Qin Xiao's words, Xiao Dao was relieved. So, that was how it was. However, after thinking about it carefully, grasping the gap in time was definitely a very, very difficult thing to do. He really admired Big Brother Qin Xiao for being able to do it. Just thinking about it made him feel that it was amazing. It was indeed very difficult to achieve this. Most ordinary universe grades wouldn't be able to do it. However, Qin Xiao was a first step heavenly venerate. Although his strength wasn't there anymore, he still had a discerning eye. With this discerning eye, he would be able to grasp the opportunity very well. Then, with another burst of energy, it naturally produced such a miraculous effect, directly piercing through it. After breaking through 2 consecutive defenses, Qin Shao had already entered the core circle and joined the battle for the ball. There were only about 10 people in the core circle. Both sides only had 5 people here. Now that Qin Shao had joined, Team Red had 6 people. Haha, good job, brother Qin Shao. You learn really fast. Wild gave Qin Shao a look of approval as he fought fiercely over there. It was obvious that Qin Xiao's performance was very good to be able to receive Wild's praise. In this 6 versus 1 situation, Team Red had a slight advantage in terms of numbers. The ball was still in Team Blue's hands. The ball was passed around among the 5 of them. Their coordination was very good, ensuring that the ball wouldn't be snatched away by Team Red. They still maintained an offensive posture. Brother Qin Shao, when the opportunity arises, cooperate with me and strive to snatch the ball. Only then will we have the initiative. Wild suddenly transmitted a message to Qin Shao. Qin Shao immediately understood. Okay, I understand. However, if they wanted to cooperate, they also had to pay attention to strategy. They definitely couldn't be too obvious. Everyone was smart and had good eyesight. Once their performance was too obvious, they would definitely be seen through by their opponents. Therefore, the use of strategy must be fully prepared and all the ideas must be well thought out. Only in this way can good results be achieved. Qin Shao rushed to the man in Team Blue who was controlling the ball. One of Team Red's members was attacking that man. Now that Qin Shao had joined, it was a 2 versus 1 situation. The man in Team Red glanced at Qin Shao and nodded to Qin Shao. Qin Shao also responded tacitly. It seemed that the 2 of them had cooperated before. They had a tacit understanding. One glance was enough to be able to understand what the other was thinking. When the man in Team Blue saw the 2 of them besieging him, he naturally didn't dare to be careless. He immediately became alert. He moved quickly with the ball in his hand. He had to get rid of the 2 people besieging him. He couldn't fall into their trap. Once he fell into their trap, he would be in danger. Therefore, the best way now was to move quickly and widen the distance as soon as possible. However, it was naturally difficult to widen the distance. After all, this area was so big. There were other people besides Qin Shao and Qin Shao. If he entered other areas, the others would immediately replace him. It was naturally impossible to completely avoid Qin Shao and Qin Shao in a small area. Soon, the man from the blue team had nowhere to run. He was about to fall into the trap of Qin Shao and Su Xiaolan. At this time, the man in Team Blue had no other choice. At this time, there was no way out. He could only pass the ball to his teammates. I've been waiting for this moment. Seeing that the man in Team Blue was forced to pass the ball, Qin Shao smiled in his heart. He had been waiting for the man to pass the ball for a long time. Qin Shao was also prepared for a surprise. When a man in Team Blue was about to pass the ball, Qin Shao directly rushed in a direction. As if he knew in advance where the ball was going, Qin Shao rushed over before the ball left the man in Team Blue's foot. Therefore, after the ball was kicked out and passed to his teammates, Qin Shao was 1 step ahead and intercepted it in advance. When Qin Shao kicked out, the man from the blue team saw that Qin Shao had accurately predicted the trajectory of his kick and went out to block it in advance. His expression suddenly changed. Oh no, stop him quickly. The man in Team Blue couldn't help but shout. At this time, he wanted to withdraw his foot, but it was already too late. The ball had already flown out. He kicked with a strong force, so the ball would fly out very fast. It was so fast that no one could catch up with it. Therefore, it was naturally impossible for him to catch up with it now. He could only ask his teammates for help, hoping that they could snatch the ball. However, it was too late. Qin Shao was already halfway there. The ball flew directly towards him, but was stopped by him. Qin Shao jumped up and blocked the ball with his body. At this time, a man in Team Blue rushed towards Qin Shao. The ball was originally going to be passed to him, but it was intercepted by Qin Shao. At this time, the man in Team Blue naturally wanted to snatch the ball back. However, Qin Shao was already prepared. After blocking the ball, he quickly kicked it back to the man in Team Red, who was closest to him. He acted as a wall and blocked the man in Team Blue's attack, not giving him a chance to snatch the ball back. Qin Shao passed the ball quickly and accurately, and it soon reached the feet of Team Red. Everyone applauded when they saw this scene. The members of the red team also cheered excitedly. They didn't expect that the ball would be snatched by Qin Xiao, who was playing for the first time. He had made a great contribution. Aha, too cool, too cool. Brother Qin Xiao, this ball is too awesome. Well done. Haha, Brother Qin Xiao, you don't look like someone who has never played before. Looking at you, I think you are an expert. Well done. The ball is in our hands so quickly. Today we will definitely win. Now it's our turn to attack. Ho ho ho. Wu Donglu and Ah Man also praised Qin Xiao. It was indeed a good move. The surrounding crowd also started discussing animatedly. They were all full of praise for Qin Xiao's earlier move. It was not an easy task to accurately determine the direction of the ball. Accurately determining, accurately attacking, and accurately intercepting the ball was really not an easy task. Only experts like Wu Donglu and Ah Man could do it. But today, Qin Xiao did it. A person who played Kuju for the first time did it. Just thinking about it made one feel that it was somewhat inconceivable. Qin Xiao had just broken through 2 layers of defense and finally put on a beautiful performance to snatch the ball. This was simply a good performance. This wonderful performance naturally won a lot of praise and applause. Even the people in Team Blue couldn't help but admire him. Brother Qin Xiao, you are really good. I feel like I have been deceived by you. Xiao Dao looked at Qin Xiao in a daze. Qin Xiao shook his head and smiled. I didn't deceive you. I really haven't played before. It really is my first time playing. Cough. Your first time playing and you're already so good. I feel like if you play a few more times, you will become the main force, Xiao Dao said. Chapter 1619. Kuju was indeed a very fun game. Not only was the game fun, but the passion and fighting spirit that were aroused in the game could also be used to improve oneself. However, for Qin Xiao, the fun of Kuju was that he soon discovered that it was actually beneficial to the recovery of his injuries. After a round of Kuju, Qin Xiao would be so tired that he would collapse, and his divine power would be almost depleted. Under such circumstances, eating food to replenish one's divine power was a process of cultivation. Qin Xiao discovered that the recovery speed of his injuries was much faster after consuming a huge amount of his divine power. The stimulation of passion could also speed up the recovery of his injuries. Originally, it was very difficult to recover from a huge injury to one's vitality. It would take a lot of time to slowly recover. This discovery made Qin Xiao ecstatic. In this way, the recovery time could be reduced by at least half. Therefore, Qin Xiao also fell in love with Kuju. Qin Xiao liked to play Kuju, and in addition to her rapid progress, her skills improved very quickly, so she quickly became a part of everyone. The people of the Xinhua clan were really easy to get along with. Everyone was like a family, as close as brothers. No matter how intense the competition was, it wouldn't affect their feelings for each other. It wouldn't stop them from getting angry. Everyone wasn't competing for the victory or defeat, but for the fun that came along with this exciting competition. The true meaning of the competition was to reap rewards and improve oneself from this kind of fun. And obviously, the Xinhua clan's people had played this role to the fullest. Qin Zhao's skills were pretty good, and he quickly became the main force. As his injuries recovered, his strength also recovered to the universe grade level. After reaching the universe grade, he quickly became the main force of this level. This formed a virtuous cycle that allowed Qin Xiao to get along well with many people of the Xinhua clan. Unknowingly, Qin Xiao seemed to have completely assimilated into the Xinhua clan. This feeling was really good, as if he had integrated into a new family. Qin Xiao quickly recovered from his injuries amidst the joy. This really made him feel happy and harmonious. Lai King and the clan master of the Xinhua clan had sent over a huge amount of treasures and medicinal pellets. With these things, the speed at which Qin Xiao recovered from his injuries was also much faster. Although his speed had increased a lot, it was impossible for him to fully recover his heavenly venerate strength in a short period of time. He would need some time to recover. His divine body was recovering, and so was his heart force. Heart force was Qin Zhao's trump card. However, Qin Xiao wouldn't use heart force in the competition. That would be cheating. The Kuju competition was not held every day. Basically, it was held only once a year, and Qin Xiao would participate in it. Knowing that Qin Xiao was hot-blooded, Qin Shao played Kuju. Everyone was used to calling Qin Shao along. In a blink of an eye, 10,000 years had passed. After 10,000 years of recuperation, he had recovered about 30%. At this speed, he would be almost fully recovered in another 10,000 years. Once he was fully recovered, Qin Shao would prepare to leave this place and look for a stage that belonged to him. No matter how warm, homely, and peaceful this place was, it was not what Qin Shao wanted. Most importantly, there were still many things waiting for Qin Shao to do, so he couldn't stay here forever. Big brother Qin Shao, brother Dong Lu, and the others asked you to play Kuju again. Today, a few experts came and asked you to support them. Xiao Dao ran over and said excitedly to Qin Shao. But today, Qin Shao shook his head uncharacteristically and said to Xiao Dao, "No, I won't be playing today. I played too often in the past 10,000 years. The effect is good, but it gets weaker and weaker as time goes on. Now, the effect is basically not that great. So, I want to focus more on recovering. I made some progress in closed-door cultivation recently, so I want to continue." Haha, you don't want to play? Then forget it. If you don't want to play, then I won't play either. My skills are not that good. I'll only be tortured if I play. Xiao Dao didn't care. It's fine if you don't want to play. Qin Shao nodded and said, "All right, Xiao Dao, is there any place in your Xianhua clan where I can train? Or maybe, can I join your Xianhua clan's hunting team and go hunting in the mountains?" A place to train? Hunting team? Xiao Dao looked at Qin Shao confusedly. He didn't understand the meaning of Qin Zhao's words. "I feel that Kuju doesn't have much effect on my recovery, so I want to try other ways. If I stay in the house to recuperate, I won't be able to recover quickly. So, I'm thinking that if I go hunting, it might be able to help me recover quickly. Hunting can bring me more tension and excitement. I can use more of my martial power. It can stimulate my strength, improve myself in danger, and stimulate my potential so as to achieve the goal of faster recovery. Previously, when I played Kuju, it should be the same, so now I want to give it a try." Qin Shao said. Xiao Dao was relieved, but Xiao Dao also frowned slightly. He said with a troubled expression, "Big brother Qin Shao, hunting is indeed a very dangerous thing. Our Xianhua clan also has very strict requirements for hunting. To be able to join the hunting team, it is a great honor. It is a symbol of strength. The most excellent and experienced people of our clan must have all joined the hunting team. Because they're the guardian gods of our clan, they're the strength that allows our clan to survive. They are the heroes of our clan. It is not easy to join the hunting team. You have to go through many tests. Our Xianhua clan already has more than 10 million people, but the hunting team is pitifully small. There are only 100,000 people, which is a ratio of 1%. Out of 100 clansmen, only one person can become a member of the hunting team. You can imagine how difficult it is." Qin Shao frowned slightly and asked, "Do you think that I am qualified to join the hunting team with my strength?" This. Xiao Dao hesitated for a moment. He looked at Qin Shao and said with a troubled expression, "Big brother Qin Shao, I really don't know. I have never experienced the tests of the hunting team, so I don't know how difficult it is or what kind of strength is required. However, many universe-grade cultivators in our clan have not been able to become a member of the hunting team. So, I think it is not that easy to become a member of the hunting team. Of course, big brother Qin Shao, you are a first step heavenly venerate. Although your strength has not recovered, it should be possible to become a member of the hunting team, right?" But Xiao Dao did not continue. However, Qin Shao understood what he wanted to say. "You want to say that I am not a member of the Xianhua clan and that the hunting team of the Xianhua clan has no precedent of accepting outsiders, right?" Qin Shao said. Xiao Dao nodded awkwardly and said, "Big brother Qin Shao, please don't mind me. I'm not good with words. If I have offended you in any way, please don't take it to heart. I was just saying it casually." Qin Shao smiled and patted Xiao Dao's shoulder. "Why would I? You are right. That is indeed the case. However, you can help me ask and see if I can join. It is not convenient for me to look for your patriarch personally because of this. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be any problems. I am completely willing to join." "Okay, big brother Qin Shao. I will help you ask big brother Lai Wang. It will be fine as long as he agrees. Most of the time, Big Brother Lai Wang is the one who leads the hunting team. Xiao Dao nodded and promised. In fact, Xiao Dao felt that there was no problem with Qin Xiao. However, the matters of the clan were not decided by him. He was only a puny sovereign and did not have any say in the clan. This matter still required the Lai King's approval. By the way, Big Brother Qin Xiao, you asked about the training grounds. Our clan has two, right? Do you want to go? Xiao Dao asked again. Qin Xiao's interest was immediately piqued. He said, yes, if it is possible, of course I would like to take a look. No matter what, it is good to try. I feel that it might stimulate me and speed up my recovery. Xiao Dao thought for a moment and said, it is not a big deal, although it is true that we have never opened it to outsiders. But, Big Brother Qin Xiao, you are an exception. I believe there will be no problems. How about this, Big Brother Qin Xiao? I will bring you there to ask if it is possible. I think there is no problem, but the decision is not up to me. I can only bring you there to ask. Okay, I understand. Then I will have to trouble you. Qin Xiao nodded and smiled. And so, Qin Xiao followed Xiao Dao out. On the way, Xiao Dao began to introduce, Big Brother Qin Xiao, we are heading east. It is the inheritance ground left behind by the ancestors of our clan. It is also known as the ancestral tomb. Many of our Xi and Hua clan's ancestor spirits are buried there. Some of them even left their inheritances there before they died. After countless years of accumulation, there are many inheritances there. There are inheritances, cultivation insights, cultivation techniques, and secret arts. It is also one of the sacred cultivation grounds of our clan. I have often gone there to cultivate. It is indeed a good place. With the help of the ancestors' inheritances, one can avoid many detours. However, Big Brother Qin Xiao, the ancestor spirits buried there are all universe-grade and half-step heavenly venerates. There are no heavenly venerates. Therefore, I don't know how much help it will be to you, Big Brother Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao said, let's wait and see. Although I am a heavenly venerate, I am still only a universe grade. Perhaps it will be of some help to me. What about the other place? Tell me about it. Xiao Dao continued. As for the other place, it's north. There's a 10,000 beast forest there. Tens of thousands of demonic beasts are imprisoned there. That place is for the people of our clan to go in and train. There are many ferocious demonic beasts imprisoned there. They were all captured by the people of our clan. They have been imprisoned for a long time, so they are naturally very violent. Those who enter will naturally attack crazily to achieve the effect of experience. 10,000 beast forest? Qin Xiao couldn't help but frown slightly. That doesn't sound like a big deal, right? It is no different from going out to hunt for demonic beasts, right? Haha. There's a big difference, Xiao Dao said with a smile. Author Cruel Death. Chapter 16:20. Is there a big difference? Qin Xiao looked at Xiao Dao in confusion. Xiao Dao nodded and said, yes, Big Brother Qin Xiao, there is a big difference. Firstly, the mountains outside are too dangerous. Monster beasts roam the wilderness. We don't know what kind of dangers there are. Our Xi Hua clan's hunters often die in the mountains. Hunting in the mountains is risking their lives. That's why hunters are also brave warriors. They are heroes who are prepared to sacrifice themselves for our Xi Hua clan. The outside is too dangerous. Without strength, hunting in the mountains is equivalent to courting death. Qin Xiao nodded. He was aware of this situation. The Xi Hua clan's people were still too weak. Therefore, leaving the clan's land would naturally become very dangerous. Qin Xiao had always heard of the dangers outside. Although he had never left, he could imagine it. Only the members of the hunting corps can leave the clan. This is also a rule passed down in our Xi Hua clan since ancient times. Others are not allowed to leave the clan's land. The outside world is very dangerous. There were some clansmen who disregarded the rules and left the clan's land to see the outside world. However, most of them never returned. Those who were lucky enough to come back alive were half dead. After more and more examples, our Xi Hua clan's people no longer dared to leave the clan's land. Therefore, in order to cultivate our ordinary clansmen, our ancestors created the myriad beast forest. They spent a lot of effort to capture some monster beasts from the outside world and locked them in the myriad beast forest. However, it is extremely difficult to capture those vicious beasts alive. Our ancestors sacrificed a lot of lives and blood, accumulating it from generation to create the current myriad beast forest. Therefore, the monster beasts in the myriad beast forest are also very precious. We also set a rule in the myriad beast forest. All clansmen are not allowed to kill the monsters in the myriad beast forest. In exchange for the monsters in the myriad beast forest, all the monsters are not allowed to kill our clansmen. This way, we can guarantee that the monsters will not die and also guarantee that our clansmen will not be sacrificed in the myriad beast forest. Qin Shao curled her lips and said, "But if that's the case, the effect of the experience will be much worse. If you went in with the belief that there was no danger to your life, then you would be fearless and unrestrained. In any case, I won't die no matter what." True experience requires the sharpening of life and death. In fact, Qin Shao didn't like this kind of situation. He preferred the sharpness of unknown danger and the passion of life and death. Only in this way could his potential be maximized. Without a trace of danger, the effect would definitely not be very good. This was also Qin Zhao's experience. Xiao Dao also nodded and said, "Yes, Big Brother Qin Shao is right. Without the test of life and death, the effect would indeed be a little worse. But this is also something that can't be helped. If the rules are relaxed, then the monsters in the myriad beast forest will probably die very quickly. Big Brother Qin Shao, you also know the situation of our Xianhua clan. Just the problem of satisfying the rations of our entire clan is a huge problem. If too many monsters die, then we simply won't have the ability to replenish them. Over time, the myriad beast forest will also be destroyed. So, this is also a method that can't be helped. Moreover, actually, there are still many clansmen who prefer this method. After all, not every clansman has the passion to fight and fight without fear of sacrifice. With this layer of protection, they will have more confidence to explore the myriad beast forest. When they have the strength, they can also join the hunting corps and really go out to fight. With these layers of selection, it's actually not too bad." Qin Shao thought for a while and also felt relieved. Yes, that's right. Most of your Xianhua clan's clansmen are still very comfortable and don't have too many ambitions. An ordinary life, a happy life. Every day is filled with laughter and laughter. If you have time, cultivate and play, it's actually quite good. Big Brother Qin Shao, please don't laugh at us for having big breasts and no ambitions." Xiao Dao smiled and said. Qin Shao shook his head and said, "How can that be? Everyone has their own ambitions. Everyone has the right to choose their own path. No one can interfere with them. Everyone's understanding of happiness is different, the pursuit is different, and the satisfaction is also different. The most important thing is to be happy. Actually, thinking about it, I should be the one envious of your lives. Living like this is too hard, too tiring, floating and sinking in endless dangers. To be able to live happily like this for a universe era is actually a very happy thing. At least it's something that can make others envious." Xiao Dao looked at Qin Shao and seemed to be in deep thought. After a long time, he smacked his lips and said, "But Big Brother Qin Shao, actually I also want to live forever, as long as the immortal realms, immortal and indestructible like the clan leader, to be able to live forever." The dream of immortality was probably also the dream of countless people. A universe era, although it seemed to be a long time, there would always be an end. The fear of death was not something that everyone could face calmly. Work hard. As long as you are willing, it is the greatest motivation. This is your dream. Persevere in your dream, then you will definitely gain something. I remember that I heard a very interesting sentence in A Mustard World. It goes like this: people should still have dreams. What if it comes true? As long as you want to become a heavenly venerable, then you will have the motivation to move forward. You will definitely gain something. Qin Shao patted Xiao Dao's shoulder and encouraged him. But how to put it? Xiao Dao's talent and potential did seem to be a little lacking. Moreover, Xiao Dao was indeed not hardworking enough. Compared to Qin Shao before him, he was a far cry. Perhaps due to the influence of the clan's aura, Xiao Dao's personality was actually a little lazy, he was also inclined to be plain, without any desires. There was nothing to compete for. Without pressure, without motivation, he would be less hardworking. Without strong talent and potential, and without much effort, it would naturally be difficult to become strong. And this situation was common in the Xianhua clan. It was a painful illness. Perhaps it was a habit that had been formed all along, a kind of atmosphere, a clan characteristic that was difficult to change. In the unworldly peach garden, everyone could live a stable and peaceful life. There was no danger, and naturally they would not have any thoughts. His life would be plain and ordinary, and that would be his entire life. Big Brother Qin Xiao is right. In front of you, I am very ashamed. Following by Big Brother Qin Xiao's side, I have also learned a lot. I have always admired Big Brother Qin Xiao. To be able to walk out of the universe, you are indeed extraordinary. I can't compare to you in all aspects. So, in the future, I have to learn more from Big Brother Qin Xiao. I may not have realized it before, but after Big Brother Qin Xiao told me so much, I have truly realized where some problems lie. Big Brother Qin Xiao, you are the guiding light on my path in life. Xiao Dao nodded heavily and said with a serious face. Qin Xiao smiled and said, "Don't make me sound so great. In fact, you still have to walk the path of life by yourself. What I can tell you is just some of my experience. But how to walk the path, it is still up to you." Xiao Dao nodded in understanding. In fact, he was still aware of this principle. However, there were some things that he knew, but it was not so simple to do. Knowing was knowing, doing was doing, they could not be said together. The path of life was a path of learning, a path of growth. It was always learning, always growing. Many of the principles of life could only be understood over a long period of time. Only after experiencing it would it be more thorough. Although Qin Xiao did not live for long. After all, he had walked step by step from a humble background to the strong he was now. So he had experienced a lot, and naturally appeared very mature. In terms of age, Qin Xiao was actually not as old as Xiao Dao. But in front of Qin Xiao, Xiao Dao seemed very immature, like a child who had not grown up. After all, he had been living in the Xianhua clan, a secluded environment, and only knew about the outside world from the words of the elders in the clan. He had not experienced it personally. Well, don't think about it. Let's go. Take me to the ancestral burial ground. Qin Xiao patted Xiao Dao and said. Xiao Dao came back to his senses and cast aside the distracting thoughts in his mind. He smiled at Qin Xiao and said, "Let's go, Big Brother Qin Xiao. I will take you to the ancestral burial ground first. I also think that you should go there first." Big Brother Qin Xiao might not be very interested in the 10,000 Beast Forest. Furthermore, Big Brother Qin Xiao has the strength of a heavenly venerate. The 10,000 Beast Forest is filled with universe-grade demonic beasts, so it might not have much of an effect on you, Big Brother Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao smiled and said, "That might not be the case. I'm only a universe grade now. Perhaps I can find some opportunities in the 10,000 Beast Forest. Let's not talk about it for now. Let's go to the ancestral burial ground first." Xiao Dao led Qin Xiao to the ancestral burial ground very quickly. The atmosphere here was indeed different from other places. As soon as they arrived, they felt a cold and gloomy aura rushing towards them. It was cold and gloomy. It was especially gloomy and had a strange feeling. The air was also filled with a dense aura of death and spiritual resentment. The ancestral burial ground was where many of the Xianhua clan's ancestors were buried. Hence, it was normal for the spiritual resentment to be dense. The eerie atmosphere was located in the middle of a huge mountain peak. The light was blocked by the huge mountain peak, making this place unusually gloomy. There was no light at all. The gloomy aura was very strong. Most people would feel an inexplicable sense of fear when they came here. Xiao Dao also seemed a little nervous. He was clearly not used to this place, and an inexplicable fear welled up in his heart. Fortunately, Qin Xiao was by Xiao Dao's side, which gave Xiao Dao a lot of strength. There was a 9-story pagoda at the entrance. This pagoda was black in color and had a very strange shape. It exuded a sinister and gloomy aura that blended with the aura here, making it seem even more eerie. The pagoda didn't have a door, but there was no light coming from inside. It was dark and gloomy, which made people feel very strange. However, Qin Shao wasn't afraid. He walked in resolutely. As soon as he entered the pagoda, he felt a cold and gloomy aura sweep over him. It was like a sudden heavy blow. Qin Shao was a heavenly venerate after all, so he was naturally able to face such a situation calmly. His gaze landed on a corner where an old man was sitting cross-legged. Chapter 16:21. This was a universe grade, an extremely powerful one. Qin Shao could sense a dangerous aura emanating from the old man. Fortunately, Qin Shao was a heavenly venerate, so he didn't feel anything in the face of such an aura. If his cultivation level had been lower, such an aura would have been enough to make him feel a trace of fear. Grandpa Huzong. Xiao Dao was clearly a little afraid of the black-robed old man in front of him. He seemed a little nervous as he called out respectfully. His expression was cautious, but it was obvious that he was in awe. The black-robed old man raised his head and looked coldly at Xiao Dao before glancing at Qin Shao. When his gaze landed on Qin Shao, it turned colder. The black-robed old man didn't seem to be as friendly as the other clansmen towards an outsider like Qin Shao. Grandpa Huzong, it's like this. Big brother Qin Shao wants to go to the ancestral burial ground to cultivate. Can he go in? Xiao Dao asked carefully. The black-robed old man's cold voice sounded as he said in a deep voice, "The ancestral burial ground is an important place of our Jianghua clan. It's a forbidden area. There's no precedent of it being open to outsiders." In other words, he wasn't allowed to enter? Qin Shao also thought that the possibility of entering was quite high, but he didn't expect to be rejected. However, strictly speaking, it was normal. After all, it was the ancestral burial ground. The ancestors of the Xianhua clan were all buried there. Naturally, it was an important and forbidden area of the Xianhua clan. It was normal for outsiders to not be allowed to enter. However, after staying in the Xianhua clan for more than 10,000 years, Qin Shao felt that he had completely integrated into the Xianhua clan. He already felt that he was a part of the clan. Although Qin Shao didn't want to join the Xianhua clan, Qin Shao did treat the Xianhua clan as his home. Everyone got along very well. The people of the Xianhua clan were very friendly. They didn't refuse to share many things with Qin Shao. Therefore, Qin Shao had a preconceived notion that entering the ancestral burial ground wouldn't be a problem. It was just some inheritance of the Xianhua clan's ancestors. It shouldn't be something precious. However, it seemed that he had been too naive. Grandpa Huzong. It's like this. Xiao Dao was worried that the black-robed old man might not know about Qin Zhao's background, so he explained to him in detail about Qin Zhao's situation. He also mentioned that the clan master allowed Qin Shao to recuperate in the Xianhua clan. In other words, Qin Shao was an honored guest left behind by the clan master, and Qin Shao was actually a heavenly venerable, but he was injured in an accident and was currently recuperating in the Xianhua clan. He brought up Qin Zhao's situation and the fact that he was the patriarch. He wanted the black-robed old man to change his opinion of Qin Shao and make him loosen his mouth. However, the black-robed old man didn't pay attention to him. After taking a deep look at Qin Shao, he suddenly said, "Let's go. Outsiders are not allowed to enter the ancestral burial ground." Xiao Dao was stunned when he heard the black-robed old man asking him to leave. He thought that there wouldn't be any problem, but he didn't expect that it wouldn't work. Xiao Dao looked at Qin Shao awkwardly. He had made a promise just now. Qin Shao, on the other hand, was calm. He smiled faintly and said, "It's fine. Forget it. Let's go." Xiao Dao hesitated for a moment. There was no other way now. He could only leave first and think of another way later. Grandpa Huzong, we'll take our leave first, Xiao Dao said and left with Qin Shao. When they were outside, Xiao Dao was still unwilling to give up. He said, "Big brother Qin Shao, why don't you wait for me here first? I'll go find a clan master first. The clan master has always been kind and benevolent. I think he'll agree to let you enter the ancestral burial ground. Actually, I don't think it's a big deal. I believe that some of the things in our clan won't be able to catch Big Brother Qin Zhao's eyes. Big brother Qin Xiao won't covet our things. Qin Xiao smiled and waved his hand. He said, Xiao Dao, I appreciate your kindness, but there's no need. I don't have any strong desires. Since it's inconvenient, there's no need to force it. It's not a big deal. Forget it. Let's go take a look at the myriad beast forest. If it still doesn't work, then I'll go into the mountains to hunt. Actually, what I want the most right now is to go into the mountains to hunt. That's what I need the most. Everything else doesn't matter. It'll be good if I can get it, but it doesn't matter if I don't. I can understand these things very well. Don't think too much about it. This. Xiao Dao hesitated. He really wanted to help Qin Xiao. Xiao Dao was a very warm-hearted person. Qin Xiao approved of this kind of character. Let's go. Take me to the myriad beast forest. Qin Xiao patted Xiao Dao, telling him not to think too much. Xiao Dao shook his head. There was no other way. This was the only way. You two go in. But just as the two of them were about to leave for the myriad beast forest, the voice of the black-robed old man suddenly came from the tower. Qin Xiao and Xiao Dao stopped in their tracks. The two of them looked at each other. Xiao Dao looked at Qin Xiao in confusion. What's going on? Did the black-robed old man suddenly change his mind? That's not very possible. The black-robed old man was obviously a very stubborn person. He wouldn't change his mind so easily. If that's the case, then there's only one possibility. That is, someone made him change his mind. In the entire Xinhua clan, the only person who could make him change his mind was probably the clan leader. No matter what the reason was, he changed his mind. Ha, big brother Qin Xiao. It seems like we don't have to go to the myriad beast forest anymore. That's great. Xiao Dao was stunned for a while before he finally regained his senses and said with a smile. The two of them returned to the tower. When they saw the black-robed old man, Xiao Dao thanked him profusely. Qin Xiao also clasped his fists and bowed. He said, Thank you, Senior. Senior? When the black-robed old man heard Qin Xiao calling him Senior, he frowned deeply. He looked at Qin Xiao with a strange expression. Qin Xiao smiled and said, Yes, are you not qualified to be my senior? Although my strength has decreased greatly, my eyesight hasn't decreased by much. If I'm not wrong, Senior has lived for an era. You're nearing the end of your life. I've lived for so long, but I'm still far away from an era. So, it's only right for me to call you Senior. In this world, seniority was determined by strength. The stronger one was, the higher the status. It was rare to see seniority based on age. Qin Xiao wasn't a member of the Xinhua clan, so he didn't need to be treated according to seniority. Qin Xiao was a celestial venerable. Logically speaking, he could put on airs in front of the black-robed old man. However, Qin Xiao didn't. Not only did he not, but he also politely called him senior. This situation naturally surprised the black-robed old man, which was why he asked this question. It's indeed rare for a young man to have such a senior. Not bad. The black-robed old man, Hu Zong, nodded. His attitude toward Qin Xiao had obviously changed greatly. There was a hint of praise in his tone. Respect was mutual. You had to show respect to others first before you could gain their sincere respect. Sometimes, respect that was earned with strength was a little empty. You two go in. Hu Zong waved his hand, and a passage appeared in front of Qin Xiao and Xiao Dao. After bidding farewell to Hu Zong, Qin Xiao and Xiao Dao walked toward the ancestral burial ground. After passing through the black tunnel, the two of them entered the ancestral burial ground. The moment they entered, they felt an extremely sinister aura pounce on their faces, causing little Dao to involuntarily shiver. The ancestral burial ground was built in the belly of a huge mountain. The belly of the huge mountain was completely controlled and empty, forming a huge burial ground. What appeared in front of Qin Xiao were tombs. Each tomb occupied an area of about 100 feet. At a glance, the densely packed tombs were like stars in the sky. There were too many to count. At a glance, one couldn't see the end of it. There was a stone tablet in front of each tomb. These stone tablets contained the lifetime of cultivation and comprehension of that ancestor, as well as the lifetime of inheritance left behind in them. Although these people had died, they were still alive in this way and continued to bring blessings to the descendants of the Xinhua clan. However, those buried here were only universe-grade existences. The inheritance was indeed a little small. This was the only way for the Xinhua clan. Big Brother Qin Shao. This is the ancestral burial ground. Countless ancestor spirits have been buried here since the founding of the Xinhua clan. Even I don't know how many ancestor spirits have been buried here. No one is seriously counted. Moreover, there will be more ancestor spirits buried here every once in a while. The number will continue to increase. Xiao Dao was still a little sad as he looked at these ancestor spirits. He was even more in awe. Qin Shao glanced around and said, "Everyone will be buried here after they die." Xiao Dao shook his head and said, "Big Brother Qin Shao, of course that's impossible. If everyone is buried here, how many people have been buried over the endless years? To what extent would the ancestral burial ground need to be expanded?" Qin Shao smiled. He also felt that it was impossible. If that was the case, it would be far from enough to expand the ancestral burial ground by 10,000 times. The Xinhua clan's inheritance had been passed down for thousands of universe epochs. Even if there was only one generation in each universe epoch, there would still be thousands of generations. The Xinhua clan's clansmen would also exceed 10 million. If that was the case, the number of clansmen born in history would also be a very large number. However, the ancestral burial ground before them was obviously not that big, and there weren't that many ancestor spirits buried here. Xiao Dao continued to explain, "Big Brother Qin Shao, the ancestral burial ground is the sacred place of our Xinhua clan's ancestors. It's a glorious place. It's not that easy to be buried in the ancestral burial ground. There are a few conditions that must be fulfilled. The first condition is that one must be a hunter of the hunting corps. This is the basic condition. Only by fulfilling this condition can one be buried in the ancestral burial ground. In addition to this condition, one must die naturally in the clan and leave behind an inheritance before being buried in the ancestral burial ground. For example, some hunters who died in battle outside naturally can't be buried in the ancestral burial ground. These people will be buried in the Ardent Heroes Garden, where some of the heroes of our clan will be buried. As for the others, they won't be buried. They will be turned into ashes and returned to nature." Qin Shao nodded. Only then did he feel relieved. It was more or less what he had expected. The ancestral spirits buried in the ancestral burial ground were probably in the millions or even tens of millions. This was the accumulation of the Xinhua clan over the endless years. It was a precious wealth that could bring blessings to the future generations. Qin Shao walked towards the nearest tomb. In front of the tomb, there was a lifelike statue. Beside the statue was a stone tablet. On the stone tablet, there was a written record. Chapter 16:22. Little Knife. This ancestor has been dead for less than 10 million years. He's only lived for an era. He really died young. After reading the information recorded on the stele, Qin Shao said to Little Knife. Little Knife nodded and said with nostalgia, "That's right, Qin Shao. I still have some impression of this ancestor. He had been severely injured during a hunt and was unable to recover. Therefore, he had left behind this inheritance before he died. His life was great, and his death was glorious. His deeds were touching. He was an ancestor that our people respected." Qin Shao stood behind the statue of the ancestor spirit and bowed. Then he came before the stele and sent his consciousness into it. Soon, Qin Shao's consciousness entered a world of consciousness. A figure appeared in front of Qin Shao. It was the ancestor spirit called Tut. Clang! Tut held a mace that was more than 6 feet long and smashed it down. Qin Shao could feel the great power contained within. "My weapon is the mace. I'm good at killing enemies with strength. I walk the immortal path with strength." As Tute spoke, he brandished the weapon in his hand. He demonstrated all the comprehension he had gained from his cultivation, as well as his understanding of the cultivation method he had cultivated. Perhaps 100 people would have 100 different understandings of the same cultivation method. Qin Shao listened carefully to Tut's every word and analyzed it. At the same time, he watched Tut demonstrate his cultivation method and moves. He also used his heart to feel and experience. This was the immortal realm. Naturally, all native beings walked the immortal path. In the Great Thousand World, The 8 sacred realms corresponded to the 8 paths of cultivation. What Qin Shao had come into contact with so far were only the great path of cultivation, the path of sword cultivation, the path of heart strength, and the path of true meaning of power. Not only had Qin Shao come into contact with them, but he had also cultivated all 4 of them at the same time. It sounded like there was too much to chew on. The immortal path was the 5th path of cultivation that Qin Shao had come into contact with. As such, my cultivation has completely come to a standstill. Before my injuries are completely healed, I won't be able to continue cultivating. I can cultivate the true meaning of strength and the Tao of sword cultivation, but I lack the guidance of cultivation methods for these 2 Taos. If I rely on myself to explore, it will be too difficult. Moreover, in the celestial realm, there are no predetermined conditions. Therefore, it is extremely difficult to cultivate. My Grand Tao and Heart Force have both been severely damaged. For now, there's no way for me to cultivate. Qin Zhao's strongest point was the cultivation of the Great Path. His Heart Force had also broken through to the level of a celestial master. These 2 paths of cultivation were actually quite smooth. The true meaning of strength and the Tao of sword cultivation had long been stagnant. Without the guidance of cultivation methods and good conditions for cultivation, Qin Shao did not feel at ease to pursue the 2 paths of cultivation. Recuperating was not something that could be done in a short period of time. Although according to the current situation, it would take tens of thousands of years to heal completely, this was only in theory. In reality, whether or not this was the case was still unknown. Right now, Qin Shao needed to find some new stimulation to stimulate him and hasten his recovery. Although it said that too much can't be chewed, it doesn't mean that I can't try other paths of cultivation. Giving it a try doesn't mean that I have to walk down every path. My most important path is still the path of Grand Tao cultivation. Next should be Heart Force. I should continue to walk down these 2 paths of cultivation. The most important thing to focus on is the path of Grand Tao cultivation. As for Heart Force, I will only cultivate it when I have plenty of energy. However, the higher you go on the path of cultivation, the more difficult it is. The more you can't rely on time to gain something. The further you go, the more likely it is that you won't be able to advance even half a step for tens of thousands or even millions of universe epochs. Often, when it comes to this, you need to comprehend by analogy. You need to be flexible and try to walk other paths. However, once you really reach the end of one path and die, I don't think that trying other paths will have good results. If you want to walk down a path, you should walk it earlier. Only then will the results be better. Once I really reach a dead end on one path and come to a standstill, I'm afraid that trying other paths will become very difficult. Since I've been given this opportunity, why don't I try the path of Immortal Tao? I'm in the Immortal Domain now, and I'm afraid I'll stay in the Immortal Domain for a long time in the future. The environment here is more suitable for cultivation on the path of Immortal Tao. Any other path of cultivation would be greatly suppressed here. Now that I'm trapped in the depths of the Southern Wasteland, it won't be that easy to go to Middle-earth. In the Immortal Domain, it's probably very difficult to walk the path of Grand Tao or Heart Force. Why don't I change now and try the path of Immortal Tao first? In fact, Qin Shao had this idea before, but he had never really put it into action. However, now that he was in the ancestral burial ground, Qin Zhao's idea was reignited. After thinking about it carefully, Qin Shao felt that it wasn't a bad idea and he could give it a try. Immortal Tao. Qin Shao had stayed in the Xianhua clan for more than 10,000 years. He had interacted with so many people and played hundreds of games of Kuju. He had been immersed in the Immortal Tao for so long, so naturally, he had learned a lot. Now, he was able to understand Tut's heritage more directly and explain the Immortal Tao. Naturally, Qin Zhao's understanding was deeper. With regards to the Immortal Tao, Qin Shao also had many new understandings, and new inspirations. Qin Shao was a celestial venerable after all. The 8 paths of cultivation were different, but their realms were actually the same. Qin Shao had reached the celestial venerable level. If he wanted to cultivate the Immortal Tao, He wouldn't be like an ordinary mortal starting to cultivate the immortal Tao. Qin Shao could easily control the ordinary level. What Qin Shao needed now was to develop to a higher level. Are there immortals in the world? What is an immortal? What is the Tao? Why is there an immortal Tao? What exactly is an immortal? Immortal might be a wisp of mortal dust. Immortal might be an obsession. Immortal might be the lofty aspirations of a lofty building. Immortal is a power that transcends the mortal world. Immortal is the righteous energy of heaven and earth. The immortal Tao is a righteous Tao, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, the essence of the sun and moon, and the will of the immortals are all for me to use. Immortal has to go through the 3 calamities and 9 disasters. Immortal is a will. It is ever-changing and ever-changing. Qin Shao comprehended the tombstones in the ancestral burial ground one by one. Qin Zhao's understanding of immortal deepened, and he gained more insights. Immortal was a kind of will. Immortal cultivation was a thought. This Tao was completely different from the great Tao, heart force, true intent of power, and sword cultivation Tao. There wasn't even a trace of similarity. I've been seeking immortality all my life, but I've only reached the universe grade on the immortal path. I haven't even set foot on the true immortal path, so how can I seek immortality? The heavenly venerate realm is just the true beginning of the immortal path. It's really exciting. Everyone below the heavenly venerate is an ant. How cruel is this reality? How bloody is this reality? I've spent my entire life trying to break it and become a heavenly venerate. However, I haven't been able to do it until my death. My immortal path has ended. Alas, what a pity, what a pity. I don't blame anyone. It's just that I haven't worked hard enough. That's why I've ended up like this. I've left all alone. I can't seek immortality or the Tao. How lamentable is this? My immortal path has ended. If there is reincarnation, if there's a next life, I will definitely seek immortality again. I will seek the Tao again, I will shock this world again, and I will leave behind a startling sight. Where is the immortal path? These were the words left behind by an ancestor from several hundred epochs ago. From these words, Qin Shao could sense the ancestor's burning desire for the immortal Tao, and the last words he uttered before his death. However, it was all too late. Nothing could be changed before one's death. He left with sadness, loneliness, regret, and unwillingness. He left behind these words to warn the future generations to work hard in their cultivation. However, not many people would listen to his warning. The logic was simple, but it was very difficult to achieve. Everyone below the heavenly venerate is an ant. This is indeed a very cruel reality. Fortunately, I'm a heavenly venerate now, so I don't have such worries. However, Master, Big Brother Desolate Land, Big Brother Baichuan, and the others have such troubles. If they continue to stay in the sacred realm and can't become heavenly venerates within a universe epoch, their path will be cut off. Right now, I still don't know where they are. I wonder if they are safe and sound. Qin Shao shook his head. This matter was a spiritual wound in his heart. He couldn't mention it too much, or it would only make him feel worse. Rumble. Suddenly, a loud, thunderous sound came from the sky. Dark clouds suddenly gathered in the sky. Purple lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled in the sky. It was as if monster beasts were stirring up trouble inside, causing the sky to change color. This phenomenon loomed over Qin Zhao's head. The demonic light that descended enveloped Qin Shao and completely enveloped Qin Shao. It was obvious that this phenomenon was directed at Qin Shao, imprisoning Qin Shao within. A phenomenon descending from the heavens. This is the first disaster. This means that Big Brother Qin Shao has made a breakthrough in the immortal Tao and is about to reach the Tao integration realm. Xiao Dao was slightly taken aback when he saw this phenomenon. This phenomenon was clearly the scene of the first calamity. There was a saying in the immortal Tao that there were 3 disasters and 9 tribulations. Before becoming a heavenly venerate, every immortal Tao cultivator had to go through these 12 disasters and tribulations. This was the punishment of the heavens. After passing it, one would undergo a metamorphosis. From the Tao integration realm to the sovereign realm to the universe realm. There were 3 major realms and 12 minor stages. Each minor stage corresponded to a disaster and a tribulation. After going through it, one would undergo a complete metamorphosis and step into the heavenly venerate realm. For example, a person from the Exyanhua clan would go through the first disaster when he was born. After successfully passing the first disaster, he would be considered a Tao integration realm cultivator. Newborns could basically survive the first disaster without any problems. This wasn't something to be afraid of. Therefore, after coming back to his senses, Xiao Dao's face was full of joy. He was truly happy for Qin Xiao. He didn't expect that Qin Xiao would make a breakthrough in the immortal Tao so quickly. It was indeed amazing. Xiao Dao was full of admiration. How long had it been? It had only been a few years since he entered the ancestral burial ground. It was indeed a little unbelievable that he could make such a huge breakthrough so quickly. He had entered the ancestral burial ground many times, but he didn't gain much each time. Chapter 16:23. The first calamity is here. A smile appeared on Qin Zhao's face. In the face of the first calamity, he was not afraid at all. Instead, he was excited. This was something that he had been pursuing. He had been comprehending and cultivating for so many years, and now he had finally achieved his first result. After the baptism of the first calamity, he would succeed in the unification of Tao and officially step into the threshold of the immortal path. However, the realm below the celestial venerable was just a threshold. The real immortal path generally began with the celestial venerable. The realm below the celestial venerable was just a process of searching and laying the foundation. Only when one became a celestial venerable could one truly become an immortal and truly begin to seek the Tao. To seek the Tao, one must first become an immortal. Boom! Boom! The first calamity had arrived. Bolts of purple lightning roared down from the sky like huge electric snakes, surging towards Qin Xiao. There were 9 huge electric snakes, each of them tens of thousands of feet long. They descended and formed a huge cage, completely enveloping Qin Xiao. The huge electric snake was filled with terrifying energy, and all of it smashed onto Qin Xiao's body. This was the power of the heavenly way, the power of the immortal realm, the will of the immortal realm, the law of the heavens, and the punishment of heaven. The punishment of heaven came with the law and the immortal pressure. The powerful and terrible power surged into Qin Zhao's body and launched a terrible attack on Qin Zhao's body, will, soul, and state of mind. This was an all-encompassing test. If there was a single weakness, then there was a chance that he would not be able to pass the first calamity. The 3 calamities and 9 tribulations. If one could not pass any one of them, at best, one's cultivation path would be cut off. At worst, one would die. At the same time, the descent of the immortal pressure and the law of the heavenly way allowed Qin Xiao to be completely immersed in it and have a better understanding. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. In such a calamity, if one grasped it well, there would be a great improvement. The descent of the law of the immortal path allowed Qin Xiao to peek at the law more directly. Qin Xiao himself was a celestial venerable, so the laws that he could peek in were definitely more advantageous than others. The test of the first disaster was naturally nothing to him. It wouldn't cause him any harm at all, so he could easily overcome it. Immersed in the immortal Tao laws, Qin Xiao became incomparably hungry. He gained many new insights. These were not small gains. Normally, it would be extremely difficult to obtain such a harvest. But now, with the help of the immortal Tao, it was much easier. Unfortunately, the good times did not last long, and the first calamity ended very quickly. The strange phenomenon disappeared, and the world returned to tranquility. Qin Xiao had also undergone a slight transformation. However, because he was a celestial venerable, such a transformation was difficult to manifest on his body. Time is really short. If I can immerse myself in the laws of the immortal Tao for a long time, I'm confident that I can reach the heavenly exalt stage within 10 million years. Qin Xiao curled his lips, still feeling a little unsatisfied. Reaching the heavenly exalt stage within 10 million years? Who knew how many geniuses would be scared to death if word got out? Becoming a heavenly exalt in 10 million years? Not to mention the Exionhua clan, it would probably be difficult to find such a person in the entire southern wilderness. However, Qin Shao had such confidence. After all, on the path of great Tao cultivation and the path of heart force cultivation, Qin Shao had only used a few million years to become a heavenly exalt. It had not even taken more than 5 million years. Therefore, Qin Shao said that it would take 10 million years, which was a conservative and low-key way of saying it. If he was really given such an opportunity, perhaps the time would really be shorter. However, this was just a fantasy. Naturally, it was impossible. This kind of law of the immortal Tao would only descend during the 3 calamities and 9 tribulations. Of course, Qin Shao was just thinking about it. Soon, he cast away these distracting thoughts. This time, he had broken through to the pinnacle of the first step of the Tao integration realm. He had accumulated a lot of experience. One more step, and he would be at the second step of the Tao integration realm. Aha, big brother Qin Shao, congratulations. You've succeeded in the Tao integration so quickly. I'm impressed. Xiao Dao walked over with a smile. Qin Shao smiled and joked. What's there to be impressed about? You guys went through the first calamity the moment you were born and succeeded in the Tao integration. Compared to you guys, I'm still far behind. Ahem, Xiao Dao laughed dryly and said, Big brother Qin Shao, don't joke around. Don't you know our situation? Big brother Qin Shao, you've transformed from nothing to something. Anyway, I'm very impressed. Haha, all right, I'll stop joking with you. I'll continue to cultivate. Qin Shao smiled and said. Xiao Dao nodded and retreated to the side. He had been comprehending and cultivating all this time. However, his harvest was far less than Qin Zhao's. Xiao Dao's comprehension and cultivation over the years had not improved much. He was now a 4th-step ruler. It was too difficult for him to break through to the universe grade. This was a huge hurdle. How could it be easy to cross it? After breaking through to the Tao integration realm, Qin Shao was now preparing to cultivate immortal techniques in addition to comprehending the immortal Tao. Qin Shao had also roughly summarized the immortal techniques that the Exionhua clan had passed down. There weren't many immortal techniques passed down. In total, there were only a dozen or so immortal techniques. However, most of these immortal techniques were relatively ordinary. They were suitable for ordinary Tao integration sovereigns and might not be very effective for universe grades. There were only 3 immortal techniques that were really effective for heavenly venerates and below. Above the immortal techniques were the heavenly immortal techniques. The heavenly immortal techniques could be cultivated to the heavenly venerate level. Heavenly venerates could also cultivate these techniques. According to Qin Zhao's understanding of the heavenly immortal techniques, the Exionhua clan did have one. However, the heavenly immortal technique had not been passed down in the ancestral burial ground. Clearly, this was a secret technique that was not passed down. Perhaps only the clan leader was in control of it. Most likely, those who had not reached the 3rd step or 4th step universe grade were not even qualified to come in contact with it. It was very normal that it had not been passed down in the ancestral burial ground. Qin Zhao's current immortal Tao was still very weak. Naturally, he would not think about the heavenly immortal technique. There were 3 decent immortal techniques that were enough for Qin Shao to cultivate and comprehend. The first technique was called the immortal rope technique. It used immortal power as a rope, intent as a force, and Tao as a foundation to trap and lock up others. Once trapped by the immortal rope, the other party would not be able to move and would be at the mercy of the other party. The immortal rope could trap the immortal energy of others as well as their souls. If one were to cultivate it to a high level, it would be quite a powerful technique. Once trapped, there would be no way to resist. Such an immortal technique was rather novel. It was indeed something new for Qin Shao. He had not come into contact with it before. The cultivation of the immortal Tao was indeed very different from other cultivation paths. This kind of immortal technique was like a divine ability. It had a unique ability. The immortal rope technique is not bad. It does not give the enemy a chance to make a move. It can directly trap and lock up the enemy. It can be a surprise attack in exchange for victory at the smallest cost. However, the immortal rope technique also has its flaws. It must be able to lock the other party within a single move. If the first move fails, it will be more difficult to use it again. In a head-on battle, the immortal rope technique seems a little flashy and impractical. The immortal rope technique can be used as a surprise attack. It has a good effect when used when needed. However, the immortal rope technique is mainly an auxiliary technique. It can't be used as a direct attack. It is still lacking in this aspect. The second technique was called the beast transformation technique. It used immortal power to transform oneself into a ferocious beast. If cultivated to a high level, one could even pass off the false as the real thing and achieve a magical effect. As for the beast transformation technique, it was mainly an immortal technique for hunting. It could be used to great effect during the hunt. The beast transformation technique was also the most popular immortal technique of the Exyanhua clan. It was especially useful during the hunt. It was a great help. Using immortal power to transform one's body into a demonic beast. The transformation technique is not a big deal. In the primordial universe, as long as one is a god, they can use the transformation technique. It could take on a myriad of forms. It could transform into anything. It could be a speck of dust, it could be a mountain, it can be a river, it can be a sword, and so on. However, this is the immortal realm. Under the restraints of the immortal Tao laws, anyone below the celestial venerable level is an ant. It is very difficult for anyone below the celestial venerable level to have any tricks up their sleeves. This immortal technique allows one to transform into a demonic beast. It is indeed quite unique. However, this immortal technique can only transform into a demonic beast. It can't transform into anything else. Speaking of which, there are still some limitations. If this immortal technique was not used for hunting, its effect would be much worse. This immortal technique was born for hunting. Qin Shao was not very interested in it. After all, he could not possibly go hunting for a long time. Even if he did go hunting, he would go with the purpose of gaining experience. He would not go hunting for the sake of hunting. If he did not go hunting, this immortal technique would not be very useful. The third technique was called the startling sword technique. This immortal technique was more normal. It was also Qin Zhao's favorite immortal technique among the three. Swordsmanship had always been Qin Zhao's favorite category. Although the startling sword technique was an immortal technique, it was still mainly based on the sword. Although it was fundamentally different from the sword Dao laws and the sword cultivation Dao, there were still many similarities. It would be easier for him to practice it. Moreover, compared to the immortal rope technique and the illusory beast technique, the startling sword technique was more normal. It did not have any special abilities, but it could be suitable for anyone and any occasion. After comparing these three techniques, Qin Shao quickly made a decision. If I cultivate, I should focus on the startling sword technique and then cultivate the immortal rope technique. If these two immortal techniques are combined, it should be quite effective. As for the illusory beast technique, there is no need for that. Cultivating two immortal techniques at the same time is already very tiring. If there is another one, it will be fatal. But speaking of which, the startling sword technique and the immortal rope technique are relatively ordinary. They are not considered excellent immortal techniques. Qin Shao curled his lips. But at this time, there was nothing to be picky about. For the Exyanhua clan, these three immortal techniques were the most important immortal techniques of the clan. But in Qin Zhao's eyes, they were indeed much worse. This could not be helped. After all, Qin Shao was a first-step celestial venerable. Moreover, he had obtained a few powerful techniques from his master, Old Man Lu Ha. So naturally, he felt this way. Chapter 16:24. When he was in the primordial universe, Qin Shao had also cultivated a sword-type cultivation technique called the graceful sword. The cultivation technique also had the word graceful in it, but the path they took was completely different. The essence of the Tao was also completely different. Although they were fundamentally different, there were actually many similarities that could be cited. The so-called graceful was to be graceful with immortal chi and graceful with one's will. Graceful was the heavens, and graceful was the immortal. What moved was this Tao. It was a kind of control and application of the immortal Tao. To Qin Shao, this immortal art was not particularly unfathomable. After all, Qin Zhao's vision was there. Even if it was something completely different in nature, he could at least see some of it. The higher one stood, the higher one's starting point, and the greater one's vision. Therefore, if he looked again, he would naturally look at it with a different state of mind. If his state of mind was high enough, he would not find it difficult to look at it. Moreover, the fleeting sword art was not a very profound immortal art. In addition, there were some similarities between the swords, so it was much easier for Qin Shao to understand it. For Qin Shao, the biggest obstacle was his own immortal Tao realm. He was only at the first step of the Tao integration realm. It was difficult to use other things to make up for the weakness in his cultivation level. It was like a huge hole. If he wanted to cultivate this immortal technique successfully, he had to raise his cultivation level. Sword techniques were nothing more than moves and styles. The sword technique itself was not difficult for Qin Shao. Qin Shao could be said to be very strong in the foundation of the sword technique. However, the sword technique was only the foundation of an immortal technique. It was not the real core. The core was the power of the immortal Tao. The sword technique was like the trunk of a big tree. It was where the foundation was. However, what could really show how luxuriant a tree was not how thick or tall the trunk was, but how luxuriant the branches and leaves were. The branches and leaves were the embodiment. Meanwhile, Qin Shao was comprehending the immortal Taos from the Xian Hua clan's ancestors' heritage in the ancestral burial ground. He was trying to acquire more Taos from their experiences so that he could further improve his understanding of the immortal Taos. With such a slow accumulation, it was only natural that the boat would rise with the tide. Moreover, Qin Zhao's talent and potential were extremely strong. Once she cultivated, she could completely immerse herself in it. The effect was very high. Therefore, it was very easy to cultivate, and one could see the improvement. His understanding of the immortal Tao also deepened. In terms of cultivation, there was also a rapid increase. Qin Shao had used less than 1,000 years to break through to the Tao integration stage and bring about the first calamity. After that, on average, he would be able to advance by one level and break through a small level every 3,000 years. Soon, Qin Shao had broken through to the fourth step of the Tao integration realm. He was just one step away from the sovereign realm, and it had only been a little more than 10,000 years, experiencing 3 disasters and 1 calamity. However, all these years, he had been completely immersed in the cultivation of the immortal Tao. The recovery of his divine body and heart power had slowed down a lot. Now, he had only recovered less than 50%. However, in terms of strength, he had already recovered to the level of a more experienced universe grade, which was probably equivalent to the level of the Lord of the Desolate Land. Although this level of strength was not very experienced, it was enough to become a hunter in the Xianhua clan and join the hunting corps. The recovery speed of his divine body was still a little slow, but it did not matter. Anyway, it was very safe in the Xianhua clan now. It did not matter if he spent a little more time. Most importantly, after beginning to cultivate the immortal Tao, Qin Shao also had a feeling of being intoxicated. The cultivation of the immortal Tao also overflowed with the recovery of the divine body. The recovery of the divine body would become more difficult as it progressed, so it also needed new stimulation. And the immortal Tao was a better way. Boom! The heavenly Tao once again sent down a heavenly punishment with great momentum. It was very shocking to see. Here comes the second tribulation. Qin Shao, who was already prepared, faced the second tribulation with full confidence. Wind, earth, thunder, and lightning. The power of the 4 calamities poured down like the falling of the Milky Way. In an instant, this part of the world was drowned, swallowing Qin Shao and completely annihilating him. The four terrifying powers intertwined together to form a terrifying offensive power that surged violently toward Qin Shao. These four powers bombarded Qin Shao wildly, as if they wanted to tear Qin Zhao's body apart and swallow him whole. It was extremely painful. If an ordinary person had to endure this kind of pain, they would definitely be heartbroken and suffer a fate worse than death. However, this kind of pain was nothing to Qin Shao. Along the way, he had suffered much, much more than this. He had experienced much more pain and torment than this. Therefore, Qin Shao did not feel anything when he suffered this kind of pain. He even felt that it was not enough and that it was still too weak. It would be more comfortable if he was stronger. If other people knew about this, they would probably want to beat Qin Shao to death. In this tribulation, Qin Shao was like a serpent bathed in the power of the heavenly Tao's punishment. He went against the heavens, broke out of his cocoon, and transformed into a butterfly, transforming into a true dragon above the 9 heavens. At this time, Qin Shao was also transforming. He had broken through from the Tao integration realm to the sovereign realm. This was a kind of transformation, a huge transformation. The moment the light faded, Qin Shao also smoothly stepped into the sovereign realm of the immortal Tao. From nothing to something, from the beginning of the immortal Tao to the sovereign realm of the immortal Tao, Qin Shao had only spent slightly more than 10,000 years. If news of this spread out in such a short time, who knew how many geniuses would be scared to death? Brother Qin Shao, you broke through to the sovereign realm of the immortal Tao so quickly. It took me millions of years to reach the sovereign realm of the immortal Tao. Brother Qin Shao only used 1% of the time that I did. Compared to Brother Qin Shao, I really feel like a complete piece of trash. I'm really ashamed. Xiao Dao walked over and congratulated Qin Shao with a face full of admiration. He indeed felt that way. It wasn't a blow, but at least he recognized a reality. In front of Qin Shao, no matter how much they boasted of being a genius, they would probably feel ashamed of their inferiority. In any case, Xiao Dao was very ashamed of his inferiority. He had felt this way from the beginning. Being defeated time and time again had refreshed Xiao Dao's understanding of a genius. What was a genius? Only someone like Brother Qin Shao could be called a genius, right? Qin Shao shook his head and smiled. What are you comparing with me for? I'm a first step heavenly venerate. Even if I started cultivating the immortal Tao from scratch, I still have a unique advantage. My various conditions are far from what you can compare to. My cultivation speed is much faster than yours. That's a normal thing. Xiao Dao shook his head. Brother Qin Shao, you don't have to be modest. Even if you have a unique advantage, a speed that's 100 times faster is still very exaggerated. My speed is actually considered fast in our clan. Although it's not the best, it's still not bad. However, compared to you, Brother Qin Shao, the difference is like heaven and earth. Haha. However, I can't compare to a heaven-defying genius like you, Brother Qin Shao. You came out of the universe. Anyone who can come out of the universe is definitely a genius. Brother Qin Shao, on the other hand, is a genius among geniuses. Qin Shao smiled and didn't say anything else. He didn't say anything more. If he really wanted to say it like that, there was actually no problem. He was indeed a genius among geniuses. This was not a lie. In the primordial universe, he had long been recognized as the #1 genius of the primordial universe. This title wasn't just for show. Xiao Dao, you're not bad either. Don't belittle yourself. You also have a certain amount of talent. Perhaps you're still lacking in hard work and opportunities. Qin Shao patted Xiao Dao's shoulder and said. Xiao Dao puckered his lips and said, yes, big brother Qin Shao is right. I really do have to work a little harder. In terms of opportunities, I'm indeed lacking a lot. However, there's no other way. Our place is too barren. We can't even leave the clan, let alone talk about opportunities. However, I'm still too weak now. There's no need to talk about opportunities. Let's continue cultivating. The sovereign realm was still too weak for Qin Shao. His realm was too low. Qin Shao continued to immerse himself in cultivation. Although the immortal Tao was the 5th cultivation path that Qin Shao had come into contact with, Qin Shao felt that the cultivation path brought to him wasn't much worse than the Great Tao cultivation path. In fact, it was even better than the other three paths. Perhaps it was because this was the immortal domain. The immortal Tao was the most prevalent here. It was recognized by the immortal domain's origin will and didn't have a trace of suppression. Cultivating the immortal Tao in the immortal domain was naturally twice the result with half the effort. If it was in other places, it would be very difficult to cultivate due to the suppression and restrictions. It was just like cultivating the true intent of power, heart force, and sword cultivation Tao in the primordial universe. It was obviously very difficult and severely suppressed. It was very unpleasant to cultivate. Perhaps it was because of this that Qin Shao felt this way. Therefore, cultivating the immortal Tao here made Qin Shao feel very comfortable. It was very comfortable to cultivate, which made people have more desire to cultivate. Under the situation where there was no way to cultivate other Taos, cultivating the immortal Tao naturally became something that made Qin Shao feel more happy. Qin Shao was originally a cultivation maniac. He had been like this since he was a lowly person. He had always been immersed in cultivation. After recuperating in the Xianhua clan for more than 10,000 years, he indeed felt that he was a little crippled. Now that he had cultivated in the ancestral burial ground for more than 10,000 years, his whole person suddenly became much more relaxed and comfortable. He was much more energetic. Therefore, Qin Shao was even more willing to devote himself to cultivation. Stimulated by Qin Shao and encouraged by Qin Shao. Seeing that big brother Qin Shao was immersed in cultivation again, Xiao Dao clenched his fists. A surge of power surged in his heart. I must take big brother Qin Shao as my role model and take big brother Qin Shao as my goal. I must cultivate well and put in even more effort. I have been stuck at the four-step ruler realm for many years and have been unable to take another step forward. This time I must give it my all. Who knows, I might be able to take advantage of this opportunity to take another step forward. Even if I can't break through to the universe grade in one go, I can still improve my strength a lot and take a step closer to the universe grade. Only by taking one step at a time like this will I have a chance to break through to the universe grade. I must give it my all. I must work hard. I must give myself more confidence and more power. Let's start cultivating. Chapter 16:25. Qin Shao and Xiao Dao were both immersed in their cultivation. There were millions of Xinhua clan members buried in the ancestral burial ground. Everyone had their own cultivation insights, and some left behind their own understanding of the immortal Tao. With millions of people, there would be millions of different opinions. From these many opinions, one would be able to improve oneself, enrich oneself, and gain even more insights. For Qin Shao, he cultivated the startling sword art and the immortal rope art while comprehending the immortal Tao. Qin Zhao's cultivation of the fleeting sword art was relatively smooth, and it was very handy. However, he was limited by his cultivation level, so it was very difficult for Qin Shao to cultivate the startling sword art to a very high level. The resistance was very great. If one's cultivation level was not high enough, there were many things that could not be touched. Naturally, there was no way to cultivate to that level. It was the same for the immortal rope art. As he cultivated it, he would be limited by his cultivation level, and it would be difficult to surpass that natural chasm. 10,000 years, 20,000 years, 30,000 years. In a blink of an eye, 50,000 years had passed. Qin Shao had unknowingly been in the ancestral burial ground for more than 60,000 years. In these 60,000 years of cultivation, he had indeed gained a lot. After going through the fifth tribulation, Qin Shao had successfully broken through to the fourth step of the sovereign realm. If he went one step further, he would be in the Empyrean realm. He had also mastered the startling sword art and the immortal rope art to about 60 to 70%. To be able to cultivate these two immortal arts to such a level at the fourth step of the sovereign realm was already very good. It could even be said to be somewhat heaven-defying. If this had happened to other people, it would have been impossible, but Qin Shao had done it. After being immersed in the immortal Tao for more than 60,000 years, Qin Shao had really fallen in love with the immortal Tao and the feeling of being immersed in cultivation. Moreover, the immortal Tao was like the great Tao. It was incomparably prosperous, unlike the heart force, the true meaning of strength, and the Tao of sword cultivation. The prosperity of the immortal Tao might not be comparable to the great Tao, but it was not too far off. Therefore, wandering in the ocean of the immortal Tao had really made Qin Shao fall in love with it. Endless pursuit was a very interesting thing in itself. Living in this world wasn't the pursuit of pleasure. However, after cultivating for a long time and comprehending all the inheritances left behind by the ancestors, Qin Shao also encountered a bottleneck. From the Tao integration stage to the sovereign realm, Qin Shao indeed didn't expend too much energy. It couldn't be said that it was easy, but at least it wasn't too difficult. It could be considered a matter of course. However, this time, Qin Shao had encountered a bottleneck while trying to break through from the fourth-step ruler grade to the universe grade. He could clearly sense it. Since she had encountered a bottleneck, Qin Shao did not continue to cultivate. Instead, she stopped. Cultivating to the fourth step of the sovereign realm in 60,000 years was already a heaven-defying feat. The path of the immortal Tao has been particularly smooth for me. In less than 60,000 years, I've already reached the fourth step of the sovereign realm. One more step, and you'll be at the universe grade. To be able to obtain such a harvest in such a short time is indeed not bad. I have my own cultivation base, so it's not strange for me to have such a harvest. However, over the past 60,000 years, the recovery of my injuries has slowed down. Up until now, I've only recovered to 70%. In terms of strength, I've only recovered to the level of a half-step heavenly venerate at most. However, my heart force technique is limited. I can't use my divine weapon, and I can't use the power of my internal world. My strength has been greatly reduced. Based on this recovery situation, it's really hard to say when I'll be able to fully recover. Recently, I've clearly sensed that the speed of my recovery has become extremely slow. It seems like I've reached a bottleneck. Such a situation caused Qin Shao to frown and ponder deeply. What exactly was going on? At the beginning, the recovery had been relatively smooth. However, why did it become more and more difficult toward the end? Now that he had recovered to about 70%, he actually felt like he had reached a bottleneck. How could this be? Even if his vitality was greatly damaged, shouldn't he be able to slowly recover? Over the years, Qin Shao had consumed a lot of treasures, elixirs, and miraculous medicines. Although the quality wasn't very high, there was a lot of them. Logically speaking, there should have been some effect. But the effect was getting worse with each passing day. It really made Qin Shao somewhat puzzled. Qin Shao couldn't think of a reason for such a strange situation. Jingyang wasn't by his side. Otherwise, he could have asked Jingyang about it. Given Qin Zhao's knowledge, there was naturally no way for him to answer this question. Qin Shao had no choice but to focus on the cultivation of the immortal Tao for the time being because of the divine body's vitality. He couldn't just sit around and wait for death to come and slowly recover. He had to find another path. Furthermore, over the past 60,000 years of cultivation of the immortal Tao had also allowed Qin Shao to see some light at the end of the tunnel. If he really wanted to walk this path, Qin Shao felt that he could continue to walk it. In fact, Qin Shao didn't insist that he had to walk the path of great Tao cultivation. He just said that the path of great Tao cultivation was Qin Zhao's first path of cultivation. It was also the path of cultivation of the primordial universe. Qin Shao did have deep feelings for the path of great Tao cultivation. However, sometimes he had to set out according to the actual situation and make appropriate adjustments. Qin Shao also carefully thought about this problem and made a decision. Before his divine body's vitality was fully recovered, he would devote himself to the cultivation of the immortal Tao. It didn't matter if he didn't walk the path of the true meaning of power and the sword cultivation. Qin Zhao's focus was still on the great Tao and the heart force. Qin Shao felt that these two paths of cultivation were still possible. There was no need to talk about the path of great Tao cultivation. With the inheritance of his master, old man Luha, there was a way to guide his cultivation. As for the heart force, it was much worse. Now, Qin Zhao's heart force didn't have any guiding power. Therefore, it would be very difficult to continue on the path of heart force cultivation. Under such circumstances, the immortal Tao was undoubtedly a better choice. In order to be safe, one had to be vigilant. Even if Qin Zhao didn't have to be vigilant, he would always think about the safety of his master and the Lord of the Desolate Land. If he was already like this, they probably wouldn't be any better. Big brother Qin Zhao, why did you stop? Xiao Dao walked over and asked. Qin Zhao shook his head and said, I can't. I've reached a bottleneck. It's no longer effective to stay here and cultivate. Therefore, I stopped to rest and relax. Ah, you've reached a bottleneck. Haha, big brother Qin Zhao. I thought you wouldn't encounter a bottleneck. I didn't expect you to have a bottleneck too. Xiao Dao laughed. Qin Zhao glared at Xiao Dao and said, Are you taking pleasure in my misfortune? No, no, no. Xiao Dao shook his head hurriedly and said, Big brother Qin Zhao, don't misunderstand. I just think that you're so heaven-defying. You've actually cultivated all the way to the 4th step heavenly venerate level in just over 60,000 years. You've already caught up to my nearly 10 million years of cultivation. Your speed is more than 100 times faster than mine. That's why I was surprised when I heard Big Brother Qin Zhao say that you've reached a bottleneck. I really thought that Big Brother Qin Zhao would kill his way all the way to the universe grade and maybe even break through to the heavenly venerate level. Ahem, you really thought highly of me. Are you disappointed in me now? Qin Zhao shook his head. Xiao Dao said, Don't say that, Big Brother Qin Zhao. I only have admiration for you. I admire you so much that I prostrate myself before you. How can I be disappointed? Compared to you, Big Brother Qin Zhao, then I'm thousands of miles away. I haven't had any great gains in over 60,000 years, and I'm still stuck at the 4th step sovereign realm. Big Brother Qin Zhao, you've already caught up to me. Qin Zhao smiled. He was just joking. Xiao Dao naturally knew that Qin Zhao was joking, so he didn't take his words to heart. The two of them left the ancestral burial ground and soon returned to the 9-story pagoda to see the black-robed old man again. The black-robed old man's deep and serene gaze landed firmly on Qin Zhao's body, emitting a somewhat cold light. Greetings, senior. Although the black-robed old man wasn't very friendly, Qin Zhao still had the necessary etiquette. Qin Zhao treated his seniors with respect. You've already cultivated the immortal Tao to the 4th step sovereign realm? The black-robed old man clearly had good eyesight. He immediately saw through Qin Zhao and understood Qin Zhao's situation. Qin Zhao wasn't surprised that the black-robed old man saw through him. He nodded honestly and said, Tute was right. I've indeed cultivated the immortal Tao to the 4th step sovereign realm. You've cultivated the immortal Tao to the 4th step sovereign realm in just over 60,000 years. Such a speed is simply unimaginable. Simply unimaginable. Even though I'm a 1st step heavenly venerate, it's not that easy to cultivate other paths of cultivation. They're fundamentally different, so it's difficult to communicate. 60,000 years? How short is that? You've cultivated the immortal Tao before? The black-robed old man, Tute, was rather surprised and asked in disbelief. Qin Zhao shook his head and said no. Monster! Tute couldn't help but exclaim when he heard Qin Zhao's words. Monster! It wasn't an exaggeration to call Qin Zhao a monster. Tute was sincerely impressed. As expected of a peerless genius, it was absolutely heaven-defying. Let's go. However, after exclaiming in surprise, Tute quickly regained his usual cold demeanor. He waved his hand at Qin Zhao and said coldly. His personality was really a little strange. However, Qin Zhao didn't think too much about it. He nodded at Tute and quickly left with Xiao Dao. Big brother Qin Zhao, are we going to the Myriad Beast Forest now? Xiao Dao asked after they left. Qin Zhao shook his head and said, not for now. I just came out of the ancestral burial ground. If I go there again, I don't think it'll be any good. For now, I still need a quiet environment to properly digest the insights I've gained in the ancestral burial ground. I need to improve my understanding of the immortal Tao to achieve my goal. After instilling so many things into me, it's time for me to calm down and digest them. Chapter 16:26. A very quiet place. Xiao Dao thought about it seriously. In terms of quietness, his house was actually relatively quiet. However, this was obviously not the place Qin Xiao wanted to live in. He wanted a quiet place that could make people feel relaxed and happy. Such a place wasn't easy to find. Xiao Dao thought for a while before his eyes lit up. He had finally thought of a place. I got it, big brother Qin Xiao. There is a large lake beside our tribe's land. There is a willow forest beside the lake. I used to play there when I was young. It's relatively quiet there, so no one usually goes there. Qin Xiao wasn't picky about places. As long as it was quiet, he didn't care about anything else. Since Xiao Dao had agreed, it was fine. Xiao Dao led Qin Xiao to the willow forest he had mentioned. This place was indeed relatively secluded and quiet. Big brother Qin Xiao, what do you think of this place? Xiao Dao asked. Qin Xiao nodded. It's not bad. Let's stay here then. Thank you, Xiao Dao. If you have something to do, you can go back first. You don't have to worry about me for now. I will go back and look for you after I digest this. If there is nothing else, don't disturb me. Hee hee. All right, big brother Qin Xiao. You can cultivate here alone. I will go back first. If there is nothing important, I won't disturb you. Haha. Perhaps the next time we meet, big brother Qin Xiao will have already broken through to the universe grade. Xiao Dao nodded. Universe grade? Qin Xiao smiled faintly and said, Thank you for your kind words. I hope so. Who knows, you might even break through to the universe grade before me. Xiao Dao froze for a moment before laughing foolishly. Big brother Qin Xiao, you are making fun of me. I'm still far from breaking through. It's just a matter of time. Have you forgotten what I said? You should still have dreams. What if they come true? Life is full of unknowns. How do you know that you, Xiao Dao, can't create a miracle of your own? Qin Xiao curled her lips and said. Xiao Dao was stunned for a moment, but he immediately nodded solemnly. Brother Qin Xiao is right. Then I'll work hard. Hee hee. Maybe my dream will come true. Although I haven't been lucky for so many years, it doesn't mean that I can't be lucky. All right, brother Qin Xiao, let's not talk about this anymore. I'm leaving now. After he finished speaking, Xiao Dao left. After sending Xiao Dao away, Qin Xiao randomly found a willow tree and sat down. The water on the lake, the willows on the shore, the gentle wind, the blowing Buddha in the face, rolled up the misty fog. His body and mind were relaxed. This scene was truly a pleasant one. Qin Xiao looked at the surface of the lake and gazed into the distance, murmuring, seeking the immortal Tao. The immortal Tao was a slow and long Tao. It was an endless Tao, a Tao of seeking, a Tao that defied the heavens. Although this Tao was incomparably slow and long, it was also incomparably exciting and worth looking forward to. Cultivating the immortal Tao allowed Qin Xiao to wander in the ocean of the immortal Tao as if intoxicated. Immortality was a thought, and more importantly, an obsession. Obsession was very important in cultivating immortality. Without a strong obsession, it was very difficult to go far on the path of cultivation. Immortality was completely different from the great Tao. Immortals were awe-inspiring, heroic, and had a long song. They had spirits, obsessions, and thoughts. Immortals were awe-inspiring. The great Tao was illusory and hot-blooded. Immortals had a special transcendence. The great Tao, on the other hand, could make people want to fight bloody battles all the time. To use an inappropriate analogy, immortals were very quiet, while the great Tao was very moving. Cultivating immortality required a kind of quietness, tranquility, and still water. This mountain looks like a mountain, but it's also not a mountain. This water looks like water, but it's also not water. Looking at mountains and water, you can see an immortal. Immortals are really vast and boundless. In a part of the Xanhua clan's territory behind the Xanhua platform, there was an ancient palace that looked somewhat sacred. It emitted a supreme, ancient aura, just like the Xanhua clan leader. With a stooped body, one could tell that it was an ancient existence that had lived for countless years. This palace was full of vicissitudes. This palace was called the Xianhua Palace. To be called the Xianhua Palace, it was enough to see the palace's status in the Xianhua clan. The Xianhua Palace's status in the Xianhua clan was equivalent to the Xianhua platform. It could also be considered as the Xianhua clan's sacred ground, the place of power. Ordinary people did not even have the qualifications to enter the Xianhua Palace. Only those highly respected and ancient living fossils in the clan had the right to do so. Not only did they have to be experienced, but they also had to be strong and have a high status in the clan. Only then would they be able to enter. At this moment, in the palace's meeting hall, there were a few ancient existences. Each of them was an ancient antique that carried the vicissitudes of time. At this moment, each of them sat upright and still, emitting a dignified aura. There were not many of them, only about 100 of them, and the one sitting at the front was none other than the Xianhua clan leader. Of course, the Xianhua clan leader would also be present in such a high-level meeting. Clan leader, did something big happen? Why did you call all of us here in such a hurry? Yes, clan leader, could it be that something big has happened? That's not right. Our Xianhua clan has been very peaceful recently. Nothing big has happened. If there is something, then it can only be that brat called Qin Shao who ascended from the universe. And old man has also heard of this, but it's not a big deal, is it? Many of the old antiques were still worried, and they asked one after another. Qin Shao had stayed in the Xianhua clan for so many years. In addition to his amazing performance in the ancestral burial ground, his reputation had long spread throughout the Xianhua clan. Logically speaking, for such a high-level meeting to be held, there must be something very important. Usually, it was related to the survival of the Xianhua clan, such as the reputation of the clan. Therefore, everyone was a little worried. They were all worried that something might have happened. Xianhua clan leader waved his hand, signaled everyone to quiet down, and said, "Everyone, don't worry. Nothing big has happened. Our Xianhua clan has been very peaceful recently, and it's not because of Qin Shao, so don't think too much and make wild guesses." None of them? Then what was it? Upon hearing Xianhua's words, the crowd looked at Xianhua with a puzzled expression. If nothing had happened, then why was there a need to hold such a high-level meeting in such a hurry? That's impossible. It must be something very important. Otherwise, they wouldn't have held such a meeting. Clan leader, you don't have to play riddles with us. Let's talk about the matter. An old man with white hair and beard said. His voice was low and hoarse, as if it was very heavy, as if there was no way for him to speak. Xianhua clan leader said, "Everyone, I have gathered you here in such a hurry because I have something very important to discuss with you. Just now, I received a secret order from the Fuyu Immortal Palace. The Fuyu Immortal Palace is preparing to hold a selection of nominal disciples 10,000 years later, and all tribes can send their people to participate. Our Xianhua clan can send 3 people to participate. However, the requirements are that they must be below the universe grade and be less than an era old. There are only these 2 basic requirements, and there are no other restrictions." What? Did I hear wrongly? Yes, clan leader. Are you sure you are not joking with us? Impossible, clan leader. Are you sure the secret order you received is not wrong? How is this possible? The Fuyu Immortal Palace has never openly accepted disciples. Even if they want to accept disciples, they will only accept official disciples. I have never heard of nominal disciples. The Fuyu Immortal Palace is recognized as the #1 force in the Fuyu region, a colossal existence, and unparalleled strength. I have never heard of such a thing, so why would they suddenly accept nominal disciples? Even if they want to accept disciples, there is no need to make such a big fuss and go through so much trouble, right? If every clan can send their people to participate, how many people would they need to send? That's right, patriarch. It does sound very hard to believe. Upon hearing Xianhua's words, the crowd started to discuss among themselves, causing the atmosphere in the area to become extremely lively. Such a situation was indeed very hard to believe. Xianhua clan leader said with a serious face, "Everyone, I have gathered all of you here in such a hurry, which means that I am very sure of this matter. Otherwise, I would not have done this. Actually, when I first heard the secret order, I did not believe it either. However, after confirming it a few times, I have no choice but to believe it. It is indeed the truth. The Fuyu Immortal Palace is indeed preparing for an unprecedented, super large-scale selection of nominal disciples, open to all the clans and forces in the Fuyu region. No matter which clan you are from, you can send your people to participate. Our clan has 3 people. I wonder how the other clans are doing. But at the very least, they will be the same as our clan. If all the clans and forces in the Fuyu region are added together, then the number is really endless. Even I do not know how long it will take. The Fuyu Immortal Palace is really going all out this time. Although it is a nominal disciple, it is still a nominal disciple of the Fuyu Immortal Palace, which means that they're already half a step into the Fuyu Immortal Palace. Becoming a nominal disciple means that they have the chance to become an official disciple. And even if it is just a nominal disciple, it is enough to make people want to kill them. So this time, I am afraid that it will cause a huge storm. After listening to Xian Hua clan leader's words, the entire meeting hall was in an uproar again. Haha, that is really great. Our clan can send 3 people out. Maybe we can get lucky. Don't lie to yourself about this. It is a little too whimsical. Don't you know the younger generation of our clan? There is no one outstanding. Wanting to become a nominal disciple, that is no different from a fool's dream. Sigh. That is true. How big is the Fuyu region? How many clans and forces are there? There are simply too many of them to count. We, the Xianhua clan, are just a small and weak clan, not even worth mentioning. Don't be so pessimistic, right? Even if you can't become a nominal disciple, it is still important to participate. Participate. More or less, there's a little bit of hope. All in all, it is still a good thing. Chapter 16:27. I have a suggestion. Count Xiao Dao in. I also think Xiao Dao is not bad. He's good in all aspects. His talent, potential, and strength should be outstanding among the 4th step sovereigns. I think a man is not bad. He's hardworking. I suggest Big Brother. I watched him grow up. His potential is not bad. Big Brother's potential is not bad? It's still a bit lacking. I suggest Fan Shan. He's not worse than Xiao Dao. Heated discussions began in the meeting hall. There were many 4th step sovereigns in the Xianhua clan, so there were many to choose from. Because of this, the debate had been going on for a long time. But speaking of which, there were no outstanding 4th step sovereigns in the Xianhua clan. Although Xiao Dao was a little outstanding, he didn't have a clear gap between him and the others. It was just that everyone recognized Xiao Dao. Not many people objected to Xiao Dao's suggestion. They all approved of him. However, there were still 2 other spots that were more difficult to choose. So, after a long discussion, no one came to a decision. All of a sudden, Xianhua clan master said, "Ladies and gentlemen, I have a person that I would like to recommend. Take a look, it's Qin Xiao from the universe." Qin Xiao. Hearing this name, many people were stunned for a moment. Immediately, voices of opposition rang out. Clan master, this is a matter of our Xianhua clan. There are only 3 spots in total. It's very precious. How can we give it to an outsider? That's right, clan master. Such precious spots are not enough for us. How can we give it to an outsider? I don't agree. Besides, didn't Qin Xiao say he's a heavenly venerable? He doesn't have the qualifications to participate, right? Yes, I don't agree. He didn't join our Xianhua clan. Regarding Qin Xiao, an outsider, everyone obviously didn't agree. Although the Xianhua clan's people were very hospitable and friendly, this matter involved the clan's great interests, so they naturally didn't agree. Clan Master Xianhua waited for everyone to speak before he said, "Everyone, please calm down. There's no need to be so agitated. I'm just asking for your opinions. I didn't say that he must be given a spot. It's true that Qin Xiao is a celestial venerable, but his vitality has been greatly damaged, and his strength has been greatly reduced. At this time, he is no longer a celestial venerable. Moreover, he is only a celestial venerable in the Great Tao realm, but he is not in the immortal Tao realm. This child is definitely a monstrous genius in the immortal Tao. His talent is extremely heaven-defying. He's only been in the ancestral burial ground for a mere 60,000 years, Yet he's already reached the 4th step of the sovereign realm. This is simply unbelievable. The competition for the Fusu Immortal Palace's nominal disciple selection this time will definitely be terrifying. In fact, we all know that the Xianhua clan has no chance of winning even if we send someone to participate. I'm sure you all know about Xiao Dao's situation. He may be good in the Xianhua clan, but in the entire Fushi region, he is nothing. There's not much hope. That's why I'm thinking, why don't we help him? If we recommend Qin Xiao, maybe he'll have some hope. If he really enters the Fushi Immortal Palace, then he will at least be grateful to the Xianhua clan, right? That is my original intention. I have no other intentions. That won't do. Whether there's hope or not, we still have to give it a try, right? Such an opportunity may not come again in the future. Yes, the Fushi Immortal Palace is openly recruiting nominal disciples. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. We can't miss it. And I still disagree. Since everyone disagreed, Xianhua Clan Master could only wave his hand and say, Fine. Since everyone disagrees, then let's drop this matter. In that case, let's discuss the candidates for the 3 spots. Soon, a piece of inspiring news that made the entire Xianhua clan boil with excitement was announced. As soon as the news was released, it spread across the entire Xianhua clan, causing the clan to be in an uproar. Cheers and exclamations could be heard everywhere, as if the Xianhua clan was blessed by the heavens. Oh my God, did I hear it wrongly? The Fushi Immortal Palace is openly recruiting nominal disciples? Our Xianhua clan actually has 3 quotas? Is this a gift from the heavens? Yeah, it's incredible. I can't believe it. Are you joking with us? How can it be a joke? This is announced by the clan master himself, and the selection process has already begun. Oh my God, if we can really pass the selection and enter the Fushi Immortal Palace, it will be like a carp leaping over the dragon gate. When a man achieves the Tao, even his chickens and dogs will ascend to the heavens. Then our Xianhua clan will also become stronger. Yes, it's a pity that I'm already a universe grade, so I'm not qualified to participate. Otherwise, I would really want to give it a try. The Fushi Immortal Palace. That's the Fushi Immortal Palace. It said that there are many immortals in the Fushi Immortal Palace, and they can easily annihilate our Xianhua clan 1,000 times over. TSK. I can't imagine how glorious it is to become a nominal disciple of the Fushi Immortal Palace. Hey, who do you guys think can represent our Xianhua clan? I think Xiao Dao should be able to do it, but I can't say for the rest. Anyway, I think Xiao Dao is the best. It's hard to say. There will be a selection process. Who knows? Maybe there will be some dark horses. The entire Xianhua clan was in an uproar, and it was very lively and festive. However, Qin Xiao was still enjoying the peace, cultivating under the willow tree by the lake and walking on his immortal Tao. Qin Xiao also gained a lot from digesting the enlightenment he had gained in the ancestral burial ground. Immortal Tao had to be comprehended slowly. Just like fine wine, it had to be savored slowly. The immortal Tao was slow, one step at a time. Only then would it be leisurely. Big brother Qin Xiao. A voice interrupted Qin Xiao's thoughts, forcing Qin Xiao to stop. It was a little uncomfortable to be interrupted. However, the voice belonged to Xiao Dao, so Qin Xiao didn't blame him. He looked over and saw that Xiao Dao had already arrived in front of Qin Xiao. Big brother Qin Xiao, have you heard? Xiao Dao asked excitedly to Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao frowned slightly. He looked at Xiao Dao in confusion and said, Heard what? I've been here all this time. Did something happen? Right. You see, I was so happy that I forgot about it. I'm just here to tell you, big brother Qin Xiao. It's a joyous occasion, an extremely joyous occasion. Xiao Dao patted his head with a look of enlightenment. To be able to make Xiao Dao so excited. What kind of major event had happened? Big brother Qin Xiao. The Futu Immortal Palace is going to open the recruitment of nominal disciples. Our Xianhua clan also has 3 spots in the entire Futu territory. Xiao Dao said, Futu Immortal Palace? Qin Xiao frowned. He obviously didn't understand. Qin Xiao knew about the Futu territory It was one of the many territories in the entire South Baron. The Futu territory was huge and boundless. It ruled over countless territories. There were countless clans and clans in it, more than a drop of water in the ocean. Futu Immortal Palace. If they dared to use such a name, it was enough to show how strong they were. They must be the strongest force in the Futu territory. Therefore, after thinking carefully, Qin Shao understood why Xiao Dao was so excited. Yes, big brother Qin Shao. The Futu Immortal Palace is the absolute overlord of the Futu territory, the publicly acknowledged strongest force, the undisputed ruler of the Futu territory. The strength of the Futu Immortal Palace is far beyond our imaginations. Our Xianhua clan can't even be compared to the Futu Immortal Palace. This is the first time the Futu Immortal Palace is recruiting a disciple. Although it's just a nominal disciple, it's enough to make people excited and fight for it. If one can successfully become a nominal disciple of the Futu Immortal Palace, it's like ascending to immortality. If that's the case, not to mention becoming a celestial venerable, it's very possible for one to pursue a higher level. It's said that celestial venerables are the weakest existences in the Futu Immortal Palace. They're everywhere. They're as worthless as ants. If someone from our Xianhua clan can become a nominal disciple of the Futu Immortal Palace, then our Xianhua clan will become stronger all of a sudden. Xiao Dao continued to speak excitedly. His eyes were shining brightly. He was full of yearning for the Futu Immortal Palace, his face full of longing. This indeed sounded exciting enough. Even Qin Shao was a little moved when he heard this. Being able to join an overlord's force was indeed a great thing. The bigger the stage, the more resources, the more beneficial it would be for one's cultivation. Qin Shao was deeply aware of this situation. He naturally understood the importance of it. After coming to the immortal realm, Qin Shao naturally wanted to join a big force to obtain a better space for growth. Otherwise, it would be too difficult to rely on himself to explore. And now, the very real problem in front of Qin Shao was that Jing Yang was not by his side. Now he was really all alone. He had to rely on his own efforts. In the immortal realm, it was very difficult. The slightest mistake could lead to death. Under such circumstances, joining a big force was the best choice. Futu Immortal Palace should be considered a strong force. It also met Qin Zhao's selection criteria. Naturally, Qin Shao was a little tempted. Xiao Dao, Futu Immortal Palace has never publicly selected disciples before? Qin Shao asked. Xiao Dao shook his head and said with certainty, I heard from the elders of our clan that it has never happened before. At least the situation they know has never happened before. Not to mention a public selection of registered disciples, even official disciples, is something that has never happened before. This is the first time. So, we all found it very strange. Even the patriarch didn't believe it at first. He only dared to believe it after confirming it again and again. That's really strange. It has never happened before. Suddenly making such a big commotion, it's really a little hard to understand. Qin Shao shook his head. He was also very puzzled. Xiao Dao also shook his head. It was indeed very puzzling. Anyway, he couldn't think of a reason. However, he was too lazy to think about it. Anyway, the matter was confirmed without a doubt. Has Futu Immortal Palace ever recruited official disciples? Or has Futu Immortal Palace always been closed, and disciples are only trained in their own clan's descendants? Futu Immortal Palace's inheritance should be very ancient. They should have a lot of descendants of their own clan. If this is the case, it should be possible. Qin Shao asked again. Chapter 1628. Generally speaking, Fuyu Immortal Palace has always maintained a relatively conservative attitude, rarely accepting disciples from outside, right? Qin Shao analyzed and came to a conclusion. If that was the case, it was indeed very strange, very strange. Fuyu Immortal Palace had existed for who knows how many universe epochs, possibly hundreds of millions of universe epochs. To be able to dominate a region, it was definitely not simple, and it might have existed for a very long time. For countless years, they had rarely taken in disciples from the outside world. This time, however, They had suddenly taken in disciples without any warning. Moreover, it was on a large scale. It was obvious that it would accept a considerable number of disciples into Fu Yu Immortal Palace. Such a move was indeed puzzling to everyone. Even with Qin Zhao's knowledge, he couldn't understand it at all. But it was fine if he couldn't understand it, as long as it wasn't a bad thing. But Qin Zhao always liked to think clearly about things so that he could feel more at ease. All in all, this was indeed a great opportunity for them. But how could he seize this opportunity? Xiao Dao, congratulations. You should be able to get a place, Qin Zhao said to Xiao Dao. Xiao Dao scratched his head and smiled. He still looked a little embarrassed as he said, Big brother Qin Zhao, you don't have to congratulate me first. The quota hasn't been confirmed yet. It doesn't necessarily fall on my head. I can only say that I'll try my best. I hope that I can get a place. But I heard that the elders in the clan still think highly of me, and I'm confident that I can get a place. This time, perhaps it's a great opportunity for me, a chance for me to make a great leap in my life. So, no matter what, I have to try my best. Qin Zhao patted Xiao Dao's shoulder and encouraged him. Well, since there's such an opportunity, of course you have to try your best. Although the competition is big, as long as you have enough confidence and determination, I think there's still a great chance. Haha, thank you for your kind words, Brother Qin Zhao. I'll try my best. Xiao Dao nodded with a smile and said, But Brother Qin Zhao, speaking up to this point, Xiao Dao seemed to find it hard to continue. He did not continue speaking and instead looked at Qin Zhao strangely. Even if Xiao Dao didn't say it, Qin Zhao could guess what he wanted to say. Are you trying to say that the 3 places will be selected from your clan? Qin Zhao asked. Xiao Dao nodded and said, It's like this, Big Brother Qin Zhao. I heard that the Patriarch originally suggested you, but it was rejected by everyone. They firmly refused to agree, so Qin Zhao didn't care and said with a faint smile, Xiao, it's nothing. It's human nature. Your clan only has 3 spots. This kind of rare opportunity naturally has to be given to the people of your own clan. Although I'm a guest, I'm not a member of your clan. I can understand Shu. Besides, I'm a first-step celestial master, so I may not be able to make it. It doesn't matter. Opportunities can't be forced. If it's yours, it'll be yours. If it's not yours, it's useless to force it. In this respect, Qin Zhao didn't think much of it. He had experienced a lot, so he naturally saw through it. Brother Qin Zhao, how about I talk to the Patriarch again? Xiao Dao sincerely wanted to help Qin Zhao and let Qin Zhao be qualified to participate in the competition. If he was qualified to participate, there would be some hope. Moreover, he admired Qin Zhao very much, so he naturally had some selfish motives. Xiao Dao immediately added, Brother Qin Zhao, I just think that with your incredible talent, if you can participate in the competition, there's still a great chance that you'll be accepted into the Fuda Immortal Palace. Once you enter the Fuda Immortal Palace, your cultivation path will be much smoother. I know that Brother Qin Zhao has great ambitions. You definitely won't be willing to stay in a barren land like our Exinhua clan. Staying here will only delay Brother Qin Zhao. I think it's a pity. Brother Qin Zhao, a peerless genius like you deserves a better stage and better cultivation resources. Qin Zhao smiled. Although that was the case, some things couldn't be forced. Qin Zhao patted Xiao Dao's shoulder and said, You don't have to say anything for me, Xiao Dao. This isn't something you can control. I appreciate your kindness. It's not practical to take up your Exinhua clan's quota, so it's better to think of other ways. Other ways? Xiao Dao was stunned. He looked at Qin Zhao in confusion. What other ways could there be? Qin Zhao said, Xiao Dao, the Fu Tu Immortal Palace's recruitment of registered disciples this time. Is it open to anyone? This, Xiao Dao shook his head and said, Brother Qin Zhao, I really don't know about this. I think even our clan master doesn't know about this. Anyway, our clan master received a secret order that our Exinhua clan can send 3 people to participate. As for the rest, I don't know. Qin Zhao curled his lips and said, It doesn't matter if you don't know. But according to my guess, since it's a public recruitment of disciples, it will definitely be more open. Anyone can sign up. Furthermore, the scale of this recruitment is unprecedentedly huge. Even your Exaianhua clan gave 3 quotas. It's not hard to imagine. Adding up the entire food territory, how many people are there? It's definitely a terrifying number. Therefore, the food territory should be more open to those who participate. The bigger the scale, the more provocative it will be. From this, I can also see that the Fuda Immortal Palace's requirements will definitely be very high. In the end, only a few will be able to pass the selection. Xiao Dao nodded thoughtfully. Although he didn't really understand, he also felt that Qin Zhao's words were very reasonable. Logically speaking, this should be the case. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Dao said, "Brother Qin Xiao, then you mean you will sign up yourself? But this may not be possible. Besides, isn't it very difficult to sign up? I don't even know how to sign up. I don't even know where the Fuda Immortal Palace is. Not to mention me. Even our clan master might not be able to find it even if he spends his entire life searching for it. Brother Qin Xiao, it's almost impossible for you to participate. First of all, you can't even find the Fuda Immortal Palace. Even if you know where it is, you won't be able to get there in time. Our barren land doesn't have teleportation portals or anything like that. We can only fly." This was indeed a huge problem. It was also the biggest headache for Qin Xiao now. Not to mention that his vitality was greatly damaged. Jing Yang was not by his side, and neither was Mount Tongshan. It was simply impossible for them to travel in a hurry. With his current strength, it would be difficult for him to travel far away from the Exaianhua clan, let alone go to the Fuda Immortal Palace. It was simply a pipe dream. Therefore, this matter was very, very difficult. But it was also impractical to take the Exaianhua clan's quota. This matter was indeed giving Qin Xiao a headache. He couldn't think of a good solution at the moment. Shaking his head, Qin Xiao said, "Forget it. Let's take one step at a time. Things like opportunities, if it's yours, you'll be able to grab it. If it's not yours, you might not be able to grab it even if you try. Let's leave it at that. You don't have to worry about me. Just take care of your own matters. This opportunity is very important to you. Do your best." This, Xiao Dao hesitated for a moment, but he had no other choice. He could only say, "All right then, big brother Qin Xiao, I won't disturb your cultivation anymore. I'll go back first. The selection is about to start. Although I'm very confident, I can't be careless. I still have to deal with it properly. I don't want to fall for it. I heard from the clan leader that the Fuda Immortal Palace will send an envoy to bring us to the Fuda Immortal Palace in about 10,000 years. And good, go and prepare. I'll cultivate here for a while more. I'll go see you off." Qin Xiao nodded and said. Xiao Dao then left to prepare for his own matters. After sending Xiao Dao off, Qin Xiao sat down again. He looked at the calm surface of the lake. His heart was as calm as still water. However, although his heart was calm, many thoughts were surging in his mind. It won't work. None of the paths will work. Could it be that I can only watch this opportunity slip away before my eyes? Qin Xiao shook his head. The pain in his heart was indescribable. He really wanted to seize this opportunity. However, based on the current situation, he had already considered all the possibilities. There was no way he could succeed. It was impossible for him to snatch a spot from the Exaianhua clan. After all, he was an outsider. He couldn't possibly join the Exaianhua clan just for a spot. Moreover, even if he did, it might not even be his turn. After all, the Exaianhua clan was so big, and there were many fourth-step sovereigns. It would never be his turn. Qin Xiao completely dispelled this idea. There was no need to try and humiliate himself. No matter what, he was still an outsider. An outsider should have the awareness of an outsider. He should know his own limits. Perhaps it's not completely hopeless. Qin Zhao's eyes suddenly flashed with a strange light, and a thought came to mind. He already had a plan in his heart. This plan sounded a little crazy. If he didn't do it well, it might bring him disaster or even death. However, for this opportunity, he had to give it a try. Otherwise, he didn't know how long he would have to stay in the Exaianhua clan. Now, he had to find a way to leave the Exaianhua clan. Staying here was not a solution. Even if he slowly recovered his strength, he would still have to face the problem of leaving the Exaianhua clan. Moreover, if he stayed for too long, Qin Xiao would feel embarrassed. All these years, he had been living and eating from the Exyanhua clan. There was always a big favor there. Of course, it wouldn't be appropriate for him to stay here for too long. I have to plan every step. There are still 10,000 years left. Let's not think so much. I'll cultivate in peace. Everything depends on strength, talent, and potential. How can it be so easy to pass the test of the Fu Su Immortal Palace? The requirement is the fourth step sovereign realm. Then I can't think about breaking through now. I must suppress my immortal Tao to the fourth step sovereign realm. Qin Shao pondered in his heart for a while. After he sorted out his thoughts and came up with a plan, it was decided. There was still time. There was no hurry. He should continue cultivating. Chapter 16:29. In the Exyanhua clan, the competition for the 3 spots was like a hot pot of tea. After all, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Who wouldn't want a chance to become a dragon? Even if he failed, he could use this opportunity to go out and take a look at the legendary Fu De Immortal Palace. That would be good too. After all, for the Exyanhua clan members, they couldn't even leave the clan grounds before becoming hunters. The Sovereign Realm clansmen definitely hadn't even left the clan grounds before, so they were naturally filled with endless yearning for the outside world. Therefore, even if they didn't aim to become an in-name disciple of the Fu De Immortal Palace, they would still want to go out and see the outside world. Moreover, the latter might be more attractive. In fact, everyone knew their limits. Such an open selection would involve the entire Fu De Immortal territory. Countless factions would send people to participate. The number of people participating would definitely be as many as a drop of water in the ocean. It wasn't hard to imagine how high the elimination rate would be. It probably couldn't be described as 1 in 10,000, but at least 1 in 100 million. With such a terrifying elimination rate, who would have the confidence to do so? Since it was something that seemed impossible, he might as well think of something that was feasible. Therefore, the selection of the 3 spots this time was especially intense and lively. Almost all the 4th step sovereigns participated. There were even a few 3rd step sovereigns who participated. Logically speaking, only 4th step sovereigns could participate. However, there was no explicit rule that said that 3rd step sovereigns couldn't participate. According to the Fu De Immortal Palace's requirements, there were only 2. One couldn't be older than an epoch, and the other was that they had to be below the universe grade. As long as they didn't exceed these 2 conditions, it was fine no matter what. Even a Tao Integration Realm cultivator would be fine, let alone a 3rd step sovereign. In any case, the Exyanhua clan only had 3 spots, so they could nominate anyone they wanted to. After a series of vigorous elections, 3 people were finally selected. Xiao Dao was the one with the least amount of suspense. He was the only one that everyone thought highly of, and he didn't disappoint. He smoothly passed the various tests and obtained a spot. As for the other 2 spots, one was taken by Aman, and the other was called Shursaw. Xiao Dao and Aman were still within everyone's expectations. There were quite a few people who thought highly of Aman. Aman had always been considered outstanding, and she was also very good at Kuju. As for Shursaw, he was a complete dark horse. Almost no one thought highly of him, but in the end, he was fortunate enough to obtain a spot. The 3 spots had already been announced, and those who did not get a spot had already put away their fantasies. This was still fine, as the Exyanhua clan had always been friendly and harmonious with each other. There wouldn't be any conflicts between the clansmen. Although many people coveted the quota, they would fight for it with their own ability. If they couldn't get it, it didn't matter. Now that the quota had been decided, all that was left was to wait for the emissary of the Fu Tu Immortal Palace to come and pick them up. They would be notified for 10,000 years, so they still had time to prepare. Next, they would gather the strength of the entire clan and do their best to prepare for Xiao Dao and the other 2. After all, the 3 of them were representing the Exyanhua clan in this expedition. If one of them could become a nominal disciple of the Fu Tu Immortal Palace, the Exyanhua clan would be able to ascend to the higher realms. Who wouldn't want such a supreme honor? Even if they felt that it was impossible, they would still fantasize about it. After all, this was a chance. Therefore, the Exyanhua clan naturally had high hopes for Xiao Dao and the other 2. Naturally, They would do everything they could to improve the methods of the three. As long as it was something they wanted, they would try their best to satisfy them. 10,000 years passed by very quickly. After waiting for a long time, it was finally over. Hong Long Long. On this day, a vast and powerful aura gushed over from the horizon like a mountain, covering the entire Xanhua clan's land in the blink of an eye. As soon as the Xanhua clan members sensed the aura, they all ran out in fear and looked towards the horizon. The patriarch also quickly flew out and hovered in the air. He could see a huge immortal boat in the distance that was rapidly approaching them. There was a symbol on the celestial ship that he recognized. It was the emblem of the Fu-Tu Immortal Palace, representing the Fu-Tu Immortal Palace. From the aura of the celestial ship, the Xanhua clan leader could feel that it was at least a mid-grade flying immortal weapon. Only the Fu-Tu Immortal Palace would be able to afford such a thing. Everyone, don't panic. The messenger of the Fu-Tu Immortal Palace is here. Shout Dao. Oh man, sure so. The three of you quickly get ready and come over. After confirming the situation, the Xanhua clan leader immediately said to the Xanhua clan members. Actually, there was no need for the Xanhua clan leader to say it. Everyone had already guessed that this was the only possibility. Just this aura alone was enough to crush the Xanhua clan. It was too terrifying. Xiao Dao and the other two had been waiting for this day for a long time. When they heard the clan leader's order, they naturally prepared to go over and welcome the moment of glory that belonged to them. Xiao Dao, do your best. This time, it's all up to you. Sister really hopes that you can succeed and bring glory to our Xanhua clan. You can bring glory to our ancestors. If you can succeed, father and mother will be happy when they know about it in the underworld. Xiao Yu said to Xiao Dao with a face full of reluctance and expectation. Father and mother died early, so Xiao Yu, as his elder sister, had always taken care of Xiao Dao like a mother. The two of them depended on each other. Xiao Dao nodded heavily and said, Yes, I know, sister. I will definitely do my best try. No matter what, I will do my best. Although the hope is not high, I still hope that I can succeed. Yes, just do your best. As for whether you can become a nominal disciple of the Fu-Tu Immortal Palace, Sister will not force you. Sister knows that you will do your best. That is enough. You will have a clear conscience. Xiao Yu nodded and said, There were expectations, but some things could not be forced. The more one forced it, the more likely they would get what they wanted. Xiao Dao looked in one direction, but he didn't see anyone, which made him feel a little disappointed. Xiao Yu also looked. She naturally knew what Xiao Dao was thinking. However, she still said, Brother Qin Xiao is not here yet. Don't wait anymore. Let's go over first. The emissary of the Fu-Tu Immortal Palace will be here soon. We can't let the emissary wait for you. The clan leader is still waiting for you. Xiao Dao looked at it again and could only nod his head. It was indeed time for him to go over. However, at this moment, a familiar figure appeared in his sight. Xiao Dao immediately smiled happily and said, Sister, Brother Qin Xiao is here. I knew that Brother Qin Xiao would not forget. He said that he will send me off. He will not go back on his words. Of course I won't go back on my word. Of course I will remember such an important matter clearly. Qin Xiao walked over with a smile. After not seeing him for 10,000 years, Qin Xiao's spirit was obviously much better. It seemed like his injuries had also recovered. However, no matter how much he recovered, he was not even 80% recovered. He was only much better than 10,000 years ago. However, there was still a long way to go before he could fully recover. Brother Qin Xiao, it's good that you are here. I feel more at ease and confident now. Xiao Dao scratched his head and smiled. Let's go. The clan leader is still waiting for you. Qin Xiao patted Xiao Dao. Only then did Xiao Dao return to his senses. The three of them hurried towards the infernal platform, where the patriarch was currently waiting. Along the way, there were also many people rushing towards the fiery altar. Everyone wanted to witness this moment. Xiao Dao, this time, you will bring glory to our Xanhua clan. Yes, Xiao Dao, you're the most outstanding representative of our Xanhua clan's younger generation. This time, You will represent our Exionhua clan in the selection of the nominal disciples of the Fuda Immortal Palace. You must work hard and obtain a spot. That way, our Exionhua clan will become famous. Xiao Dao, whether or not our Exionhua clan can become strong will depend on the performance of the three of you. Do your best. I have high hopes for you. Xiao Dao, when you become strong in the future, don't forget about us little friends. Along the way, there were many clansmen who praised Xiao Dao and had high hopes for him. The more hopes were placed on him, the more burdensome it was for Xiao Dao. In the end, Xiao Dao arrived at the fiery altar under the escort of a large group of people. Amen and Shi Suo had also arrived early and were already standing on the fiery altar. The clan leader glanced at Xiao Dao and said, "Quickly, come up on the altar." In the end, he glanced at Qin Xiao, but he quickly retracted his gaze and did not say anything. Xiao Dao said to Xiao Yu and Qin Xiao, "Sister, big brother Qin Xiao, I will go up first. Don't worry about me. I will do my best." Xiao Yu and Qin Xiao nodded and secretly cheered for Xiao Dao. Xiao Dao also went up the fiery altar and stood together with Aman and Shi Suo. The three of them stood there like three towering mountains. The three of them also became the center of attention. The three of them carried the hopes of the entire Exionhua clan. It could even be said that they were the hope of the clan. The Exionhua clan was too weak, too backward, and too poor. Thus, the Exionhua clan needed to have a big shot to strengthen the Exionhua clan. No matter how small the hope was, it was still hope. Big brother Qin Xiao, you should also want to participate, right? Xiao Yu suddenly said to Qin Xiao. Firstly, because Xiao Dao called Qin Xiao big brother, and secondly, because she knew that Qin Xiao was a first-step celestial venerable. Thus, Xiao Yu also called Qin Xiao big brother. In fact, in terms of age, Qin Xiao was even younger than Xiao Dao. However, in this world, age was never the most important factor. Most of the time, strength was the most important factor. Since Xiao Yu wanted to call him that, Qin Xiao could only accept it. Yes, of course I want to. With such an opportunity, who wouldn't want to fight for it? Qin Xiao did not hide it and directly nodded. Xiao Yu shook her head and sighed. But it's very difficult. Yes, it was very difficult. Of course it was very difficult. Xiao Yu also understood the reason behind it. She did not say much, and Qin Xiao did not say anything either. The two of them fell silent, very tacitly silent. Look over there. Heavens, what is that? It's an immortal boat? It must be an immortal boat. Heavens, such a big immortal boat. How big is it? Is it really an immortal boat? I've only heard of it before. I never thought that I would see it with my own eyes one day. Isn't it too big? How big is it? It doesn't feel much smaller than our Exionhua clan's territory. How many people can it hold? Chapter 16:30. Boom, boom, boom. A gigantic immortal boat appeared in front of everyone's eyes. As the immortal boat descended, a terrifying aura came crashing down. Naturally, the Exionhua clansmen were greatly shocked. The Exionhua clansmen, including their clan leader, had never seen an immortal boat before. To them, an immortal boat was something that only existed in legends. Now that they were seeing something that only existed in legends for the first time, it was easy to imagine how excited they were. Qin Xiao also looked up at the horizon and saw the gigantic immortal boat. Seeing the immortal boat, Qin Xiao was reminded of the time in the primordial universe when High Lord Galen arrived on a gigantic immortal boat. At that time, Qin Xiao was also greatly shocked. Therefore, Qin Xiao could understand the Exionhua clansmen's reaction and emotions. They were all dumbfounded as they stared at the gigantic immortal boat in shock. Everything fell silent. Mid-grade flying heavens weapon. Qin Xiao took a look and judged that it was a mid-grade flying heavens weapon from its aura. Looking at the immortal boat, Qin Xiao couldn't help but sigh. If he had MT Fingyu, he wouldn't have to worry so much. At this moment, Qin Xiao really had the urge to snatch the immortal boat away. However, it was obviously impossible. Soon, the gigantic immortal boat stopped above the Exionhua clan. It was like a huge mountain that enveloped the entire Exionhua clan. Under such a powerful and terrifying aura, many Exionhua clansmen trembled in fear and awe. A figure walked out and stood at the front of the immortal boat, appearing in front of everyone's eyes. It was a tall and mighty man who emitted an extremely powerful aura. The immortal aura descended and pressed down on everyone like a huge bell, forcing them to kneel down. The Xianhua clansmen knelt down one after another, including Xianhua clan leader. Xiao Dao and the other two also knelt down respectfully. In the face of such a powerful aura, they couldn't help but kneel down. Soon, everyone knelt down. Only Qin Xiao was still standing there. He did not kneel down. Instead, he looked at the existence on the immortal boat with a calm expression. He was neither servile nor overbearing, and neither was he fearful. However, Qin Xiao could also tell that the person standing on the immortal boat was at least a third-step heavenly venerate, or even a fourth-step heavenly venerate. However, regardless of whether it was a third-step celestial venerable or a fourth-step celestial venerable, they were all very powerful to Qin Xiao. They were all existences that were far beyond his reach. Such an existence was enough to suppress him, and there was no problem in suppressing him in terms of aura. However, even so, Qin Xiao did not kneel down. Instead, he supported his body and resisted the immortal might. Brother Qin Xiao, hurry up and kneel down. Don't offend the emissary of the immortal palace. When Xiaoyu saw that Qin Xiao did not kneel, she immediately became extremely worried. She hurriedly transmitted a message to Qin Xiao and secretly tugged at Qin Xiao's clothes, indicating that he should quickly kneel down. However, Qin Xiao turned a deaf ear to Xiaoyu's good intentions at all. This made Xiaoyu even more anxious. The emissary of the immortal palace was a supreme existence. If they offended him, it would be a capital offense. Brother Qin Xiao, did you hear that? Don't be in a daze. Hurry up and kneel down, Xiaoyu said again. However, this time, Qin Xiao still did not have any reaction. This made little Jade Knife do not know what to do. The person on the immortal boat swept his torch-like eyes across the people below. Wherever he went, all of them knelt down on the ground in an extremely respectful manner. Only when it came to Qin Xiao's side, they stood and looked at him. Moreover, their aura did not seem to be inferior. The person on the immortal boat suddenly frowned slightly. A strange light flashed in his eyes, and his gaze stopped on Qin Xiao. At this time, many people realized that Qin Xiao was also so presumptuous in front of the emissary of the immortal palace. Not only did he not kneel down, but he also dared to look at him. This was simply an offense to the emissary. Many people also became anxious, and they were all worried for Qin Xiao. Even clan leader Xianhua was a little anxious. He quickly transmitted a message to Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao, hurry up and kneel down. Don't act recklessly, or you'll be killed. The emissary of the immortal palace represents the immortal prestige of the Fushu Immortal Palace. Don't worry, senior clan leader. I know what I'm doing. Don't worry about me. I know what I'm doing. Qin Xiao confidently transmitted a message to clan leader Xianhua. Know what he's doing? What do you mean? Clan leader Xianhua really did not know what Qin Xiao was up to. Someone who came from the universe? The emissary of the immortal boat asked. Qin Xiao nodded and said, Junior Qin Xiao greets Senior. I came from the universe and accidentally landed here. It's extremely rare to be able to come out from the universe. And you're a first-step celestial venerable. Not bad. However, your vitality and strength are greatly damaged. You haven't fully recovered yet. The emissary of the immortal palace did not seem to be angered by Qin Xiao's offense. Instead, he said calmly. Qin Xiao nodded and said, Senior is right. My vitality is indeed greatly damaged, and my strength is greatly reduced. Now, I've only recovered about 70%. There's still a long way to go before I can fully recover. The emissary of the immortal palace did not say anything else. He looked away and ignored Qin Xiao. However, this made the people of the Xianhua clan feel relieved. Fortunately, the emissary of the immortal palace was not angry. Otherwise, they really did not know how to end the situation. Xianhua clan leader also felt relieved. Fortunately, nothing happened. He was really worried that the emissary of the immortal palace would be angry. Now, it seemed that he worried too much. A powerful existence like the emissary of the immortal palace would not easily get angry with a weakling, right? The emissary of the immortal palace looked at Exinhua clan leader and said lightly, "You're the clan leader of the Exinhua clan, right?" Exinhua clan leader immediately nodded and said, "Yes, I am. Greetings, Lord Emissary. I've been waiting for you for a long time." The emissary of the immortal palace did not bother with formalities. He glanced at Xiao Dao and the others and said to Exinhua clan leader, "These three little guys are the seeds that your Exinhua clan has chosen to participate in the selection?" "Yes, Lord Emissary. It's the three of them." "Lord Emissary, please don't laugh. Our Exinhua clan is poor and weak. We can only choose these three people." Exinhua clan leader immediately said. The emissary of the immortal palace waved his hand and said, "That's fine. It's very difficult to pass the selection. As for you guys, the most important thing is to participate. As for other things, there's nothing much to think about." "All right, I won't waste any more words with you. I have one more thing to tell these three brats." After saying that, the emissary of the immortal palace looked at Xiao Dao and the others. Being looked at by the emissary of the immortal palace, Xiao Dao and the others lowered their heads in fear and trepidation. They knelt there respectfully and waited for the emissary of the immortal palace to speak. The emissary of the immortal palace said seriously, "Three little brats, it's fine if you want to participate in the selection of the unnamed disciples of our Fu Su immortal palace. However, there's a condition that I must make clear to you. If you regret it now, it's too late. Once you board this immortal boat, there's no room for regret. If you regret it after boarding the immortal boat, I'll just kill you on the spot." What did he mean? Hearing this, Xiao Dao and the others' hearts skipped a beat. They sensed that something bad was going to happen. Exinhua clan leader also looked at the emissary of the immortal palace in confusion. He did not understand what was going on. "If you participate in the selection of the unnamed disciples of our Fu Su immortal palace, then your life and death will be up to fate. In other words, from the moment you step on the immortal boat, your life and death will be up to your own luck. However, I can tell you that if you don't pass the selection, then most of you will die in the selection. Do you think it's so easy to become an unnamed disciple of our Fu Su immortal palace? Layers upon layers of tests, intense competition. Naturally, there will be many bloodshed. So, if you want to participate, then you must be prepared to die. There's a possibility that once you go, you won't be able to come back. So, whether you want to participate or not, you should think about it carefully. I'll give you half an incense stick's time to think about it. Once the time is up, I'll take it as your consent. Hurry up, cherish your time." After hearing the emissary of the immortal palace, everyone was stunned. They were dumbfounded. What kind of situation was this? Listening to this, it was really quite frightening. If they couldn't pass the selection, then it was equivalent to dying. Was there such a scary thing? This sentence immediately made many people want to retreat. Those who were previously envious of Xiao Dao and the others were now rejoicing. Xiao Dao jumped down from the torch altar and walked over. Xiao Yu looked at Xiao Dao with a worried face. Her emotions were complicated. On one hand, Xiao Dao really hoped that Xiao Dao would participate. Who knew there might be a chance? On the other hand, Xiao Yu only had this one brother. She didn't want Xiao Dao to take such a big risk. If he failed, then there was a high possibility that he would die. If she really had to say, then Xiao Yu felt that the probability of Xiao Dao losing was very high. So, Xiao Yu naturally became very conflicted. There were two voices fighting fiercely in her heart. Xiao Dao understood Xiao Yu's feelings. He grabbed Xiao Yu's hand and comforted, "Sister, don't worry about me. Don't worry, I'll be fine. I'll definitely come back alive. I can't bear to part with you either. Even if I can't pass the selection, I'll definitely come back. Didn't the Lord Messenger say that the probability of death is very high? He didn't say that it's 100% certain, right? Besides, sister, you have to have some confidence in your brother. Who knows? Maybe your brother will pass the selection and become an unnamed disciple of the Fuda Immortal Palace." Xiao Dao. Xiao Yu's voice became a little choked up. At this moment, her emotions were very complicated and painful. There were thousands of words in her heart, but she didn't know where to start. Qin Xiao also comforted, Xiao Yu, don't worry. Since Xiao Dao has decided, then he should do it bravely. Don't be afraid to go because of the danger. If that's the case, you'll only restrict your path. I also believe in Xiao Dao. Nothing will happen to him. You should also give Xiao Dao more confidence. That way, Xiao Dao will have more power. Xiao Yu nodded. Although her heart was very painful, she still said, Xiao Dao, as long as it's your choice, sister will support you. Do your best. Sister will wait for you to come back. You must come back alive. Definitely. Chapter 16:31. Xiao Dao's will was resolute. Even in the face of death, he would not back down. This belief was the foundation of success. Xiao Dao returned to the Exanhua stage, but on the other side, only a man came up. Shi Suo gave up. Shi Suo, you want to give up? Exanhua clan master frowned as he looked at Shi Suo. He knew how dangerous this election was. He also knew that the Exanhua clan's people would not come back alive. But this kind of thing, how could they back down? Not only were they fighting for a glimmer of hope, they were also fighting for the dignity of the Exanhua clan. If the Exanhua clan's people were afraid of death and did not participate, then wouldn't they become a laughingstock? Shi Suo immediately shook his head and said, Clan master, this is too dangerous. I'd better give up. Anyway, with my strength, there is no way I can pass this election rather than die. I might as well give up. Anyway, I don't have any ambitions. Being selected this time was just an accident. I was just lucky. This kind of thing, I'd better give up. Even though Shi Suo had made up his mind, Exanhua clan master did not say anything. Those who did not have any confidence in themselves would die even if they participated in the competition. Rather than die, it was indeed better to give up. Exanhua clan master looked at the others and asked, Is there anyone else who wants to participate? Now that there is an empty spot, those who are willing to participate, please step forward. But there was no sound, no one stepped forward, only some whispers. So dangerous, then I'd better not. I thought, even if I was eliminated, I would be safe, then I could go out and see the world. Using noodles to exchange for this, it is not worth it. I might as well stay in the clan. And if I can't pass, I will die. That is too scary, I'd better not. Anyway, I don't have the courage. With my strength, I will only be sending myself to death. I am not afraid of death, but to send myself to death, that is the action of a fool. Yes, I agree. I will also not participate. Seeing that no one had the intention to participate, Exanhua clan master frowned. Could it be that there was a lack of a spot? Exanhua's heart skipped a beat. A thought emerged in his mind, and he looked at Qin Xiao. All right, time's up. Since there's no one else, it'll be the two of you. The immortal palace emissary said nonchalantly. He waved his hand and was just about to take Xiao Dao and a man away when a voice resounded. Lord Emissary, please wait a moment. The one who spoke was not Exanhua, but Qin Xiao. Hearing this bold voice, everyone's eyes also looked over and landed on Qin Xiao's body in unison. The emissary of the immortal palace also looked over, but he was not angry. Instead, he looked at Qin Xiao with some interest. Lord Envoy, if I may be so bold as to ask, does everyone have a chance to participate in the Fusu Immortal Palace's selection of disciples in name? Qin Xiao asked. Hearing Qin Xiao's question, everyone finally knew what Qin Xiao wanted to do. This was quite a bold move. Exanhua looked at Qin Xiao. He was wondering if he should speak up for Qin Xiao, but he had not expected Qin Xiao to take the initiative to speak up. This kid's courage was commendable. The Immortal Palace emissary nodded slightly and said, Yes, in theory, everyone has a chance to participate. Why? Do you want to participate too? Qin Xiao nodded and said, That's right. I am participating. The Immortal Palace emissary snorted and said, But you're just a first step heavenly venerate. How can you participate? Even though your yuan, qi, and strength have been greatly damaged, you still have the strength of a universe grade. You don't even meet the requirements, yet you still want to covet this? Qin Xiao said seriously, Lord Emissary is right. My Tao is indeed a first step heavenly venerate. However, I have been cultivating the immortal Tao all these years. My immortal Tao is only at the fourth step sovereign realm. I believe this cannot be hidden from Lord Emissary's eyes. Is it possible for me to participate as an immortal Tao cultivator? The Lord Emissary fell silent and seemed to be pondering this question. After a long while, he said, "There is no rule that says it is impossible. The requirement is that one's immortal Tao cultivation cannot exceed the fourth step sovereign realm. However, although your immortal Tao cultivation is at the fourth step sovereign realm, your strength is far from that. If you use other powers, it will obviously be cheating and will also violate the rules. Lord Emissary, you can rest assured about this. There will definitely be people guarding every test. No matter how stupid I am, I will definitely know that I cannot violate the rules. Therefore, no matter when, I will definitely only use the power of the immortal Tao. If I use any other powers, I will definitely be discovered. Once discovered, I will be violating the rules. I believe that I will definitely be severely punished. I am very clear about this matter, so I will definitely not do anything that violates the rules. Otherwise, wouldn't I be asking for trouble? Although I am a great Tao cultivator, I have no choice. I ascended from the universe of the great Tao cultivation system and have been cultivating the great Tao cultivation system since I was young. Now that I am in the immortal realm, I will have to do as the Romans do. Therefore, I also want to walk the path of the immortal Tao. Please give me a chance." The Lord Emissary fell silent again. Below the stage, there were quite a few voices of discussion. "Is this okay? It feels like cheating, right?" "Yes, besides, he is not from our Xinhua clan. Even if our Xinhua clan has one less slot, it shouldn't be his turn, right? So what if we give him one less slot? It doesn't matter. I just feel that this is too unfair. If not for the fact that I am only at the second step sovereign realm, I would also want to participate." The discussions continued. Qin Shao also stared at the Lord Emissary. Success or failure depended on this. In terms of confidence, Qin Shao was indeed not. After all, strictly speaking, he could not escape the suspicion of cheating. After all, his cultivation level was indeed at the first step heavenly venerate level. Therefore, even if the Lord Emissary did not agree, it was normal. Now, Qin Shao was also gambling that the Lord Emissary would give him a chance. Qin Shao felt that the Lord Emissary in front of him was relatively amiable and did not put on airs. Therefore, there was still hope. It just depended on whether he could succeed in the end. "Okay, then I will count you in." After a long while, the Lord Emissary seemed to have tantalized everyone's appetite and said this. Hearing this, Qin Shao was overjoyed. It seemed that he had made the right bet. Opportunities were indeed obtained by daring to fight. If he did not dare to say this, he would naturally miss the opportunity. "Thank you, Lord Emissary." Qin Shao thanked sincerely. "Brother Qin Shao, congratulations." Xiao Yu's worries were finally relieved. She was very happy for Qin Shao. Qin Shao smiled at Xiao Yu and said, "Xiao Yu, thank you for taking me in all these years, taking care of me, and saving me back then. Qin Shao will definitely remember this kindness and never forget it. If Qin Shao achieves something in the future, he will definitely come back and thank you properly. As long as you don't forget Xiao Yu." Xiao Yu said. After saying this, her face could not help but blush shyly. She actually turned her head to the side shyly. Such an action seemed to be a bit ambiguous. Qin Shao could not help but be slightly stunned and did not dare to say anything for a moment. After hesitating for a moment, Qin Shao jumped onto the torch platform. Behind him, a layer of mist appeared over his pair of jade eyes. What he could not see through was probably not only Qiu Shui, but also the figure that would never return. Qin Shao walked to the front of the Xinhua clan leader and said gratefully, "Senior clan leader, thank you for taking me in all these years and for giving me so much help. This great kindness, I, Qin Shao, will remember it forever. As long as I, Qin Shao, am alive, I will never forget the great kindness your Xinhua clan has shown me. If Qin Shao is lucky enough to achieve something in the future, I will definitely not forget Senior Clan Leader and the Xinhua clan. After staying here for 90,000 years, I really feel like I've returned to my hometown. Exinhua clan leader patted Qin Zhao's shoulder heavily and said, "Good luck, little friend Qin Zhao. I wish you success. What we can do is just a few small things. There is nothing else we can do to help you." "Yes, I will do my best." Qin Zhao nodded solemnly. "All right, let's go." The Immortal Palace emissary said again. His friendliness seemed to have greatly exceeded everyone's expectations. It was indeed hard to believe that such a high and mighty existence could be so kind and amiable. "Lord Emissary, he is not from our Exinhua clan? Isn't it inappropriate for him to take up one of our slots?" At this moment, an old man suddenly stood up and said aloud. This voice broke the original harmony, causing many strange gazes to look over. Qin Zhao frowned and looked at the person who spoke. It was an old man with white hair and a white beard. He was nearing the end of his life and did not have much time left. Such an old man, to him, life was probably already at the back of his mind. Anyway, he did not have much time left to live. What was there to be afraid of when one was about to die? "I know he is not from your Exinhua clan. Didn't I say from the beginning that he came from the universe?" The Immortal Palace emissary's face darkened and said coldly. The old man continued, "Lord Messenger, if he is not a member of the Exinhua clan, how can he take up a spot in the Exinhua clan? Even if our Exinhua clan members are not willing to participate, it is still our business. To give our Exinhua clan slot to an outsider, Lord Emissary, I don't think this is appropriate." Hearing this, Qin Zhao was speechless. He would rather leave the slot empty than give it to an outsider. How selfish was this? However, when he thought about how the old man was about to die, Qin Zhao felt relieved. Who told you that he's taking up your Exinhua clan slot?" The messenger suddenly sneered and said angrily, "Exinhua Celestial Palace, it's your problem if you don't have enough slots. We, the Fu Tu Celestial Palace, are openly selecting the nominal disciples. The slots allocated to the Exinhua Celestial Palace are a gift to the Exinhua clan. Do you think only your Exinhua clan is qualified to participate? Do I not have a right to decide the other slots? Since when did I allow you to tell me what to do? You're so bold and ignorant." Seeing the Immortal Palace emissary angry, the old man immediately knelt down and said, "Lord Emissary, please calm down. It is my fault." The Immortal Palace emissary waved his hand and brought Qin Zhao and the others away. Boom! Chapter 1632. After boarding the immortal boat, Qin Zhao and the others saw that there were still many people on the boat. 1/10 of the huge cabin was already occupied, and there were millions of people. So many people. Xiao Dao and Aman were also shocked by the scene in front of them. They thought that there should be other people on the immortal boat, but they didn't expect there to be so many. Moreover, it was obvious that this immortal boat wasn't full yet. It would definitely continue to be filled. If it was full, there would be tens of millions of people, right? Moreover, it was just this cabin. If there were other places, it wouldn't be a problem for this immortal boat to hold hundreds of millions of people. Moreover, it was conceivable that there would be more than one immortal boat coming out from the Fuda Immortal Palace to pick up the contestants. If each boat could hold hundreds of millions of people, how many people would there be in total? Thinking about it, it was a jaw-dropping number. Just thinking about it might not have any impact, but with the mountain of people in front of them, the impact was more real. The arrival of Qin Zhao and the others also attracted a lot of attention. However, many people just glanced at them and then looked away. Perhaps they were already used to it. Moreover, it was obvious that many people were a little wary and even hostile. After all, they would soon be opponents, so it was normal that they weren't liked by others. "Hey, 3 new brothers, come over here." At this moment, a friendly voice sounded. Qin Zhao looked at the person who spoke. He was wearing very strange clothes, which looked a little unique and fresh. Although it looked strange on him at first glance, he didn't say that he was wearing it. But if you looked carefully, you would feel that it was a good match. The other party was showing goodwill. Xiao Dao also looked at Qin Zhao habitually, and so did Aman. When they first played Kuju with Aman didn't know Qin Zhao's true cultivation level, so they were friends of the same generation. But ever since she found out that Qin Zhao was an Empyrean, Aman clearly had a bit more respect for Qin Zhao. So at this time, the three of them were unconsciously led by Qin Xiao. Now that they were away from home, the three of them were a team. They had to stick together tightly. Let's go and have a look. We need to understand the situation first, Qin Xiao said to Xiao Dao and the other two. Thus, the three of them walked over. Qin Xiao also returned the greeting in a friendly manner. He said to the man, "Greetings, fellow Taoist. The three of us are new here, so please take care of us." The man laughed and patted Qin Xiao's arm. "Don't be so polite. We should take care of each other. We all came from this barren land, so we are more or less the same kind of people. Therefore, I feel that we shouldn't treat each other as opponents. We should be united and treat others as opponents. This way, our chances of survival will be much higher. As long as you can survive, you'll have a higher chance of passing the selection." Qin Xiao nodded and agreed with the man in front of him. That was indeed the case. At least in the early stages, unity was still very important. In the later stages, it would definitely depend on one's strength and luck. But no matter how good the selection rules were, they couldn't be absolutely fair. There were bound to be some accidental factors in it. Moreover, there were too many people participating in this event. With such a huge base, the probability of an accident happening was even higher. Therefore, if they couldn't grasp the early stages well, they might be directly eliminated in the early stages. Then, they wouldn't even have the possibility of entering the later stages, let alone other things. If they wanted to survive well in the early stages, they also needed to use some means. In this respect, Qin Xiao had some experience and had a deeper understanding. Great minds think alike. I also have the same idea. I wonder if brother has any good ideas? Qin Xiao said. Haha, I don't dare to say that I have good ideas. It seems that great minds think alike. The man smiled and said, "If you three brothers don't mind, you might as well join our team. We will form a small alliance and twist together to face the outside world. In this way, our chances of survival in the early stages should be much higher. It's like this. I have already recruited 10 forces, a total of 27 people. If you three join, it will be 30 people. My plan is to form an alliance group of 30 people. In this way, the number of people is not too many, but not too few either. If there are too many or too few people, it won't be easy to do things. So I think 30 people should be a good number. I wonder if you three brothers are interested in joining." Qin Xiao had a good impression of the man in front of him. He felt that he was a good person and could be trusted. However, Qin Xiao didn't know the other people who joined, and he didn't know who they were, so he naturally hesitated a little and didn't agree immediately. Xiao Dao and man looked at each other for a while, then looked at Qin Xiao. "Brother Qin Xiao, it sounds good. Shall we join?" Xiao Dao transmitted a message to Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao said, "What do you think? I feel that we can still join. After all, with just the three of us, we are indeed a little weak. In the early stages, if we can form a small alliance, it's actually not bad. In this way, we can expand our strength to deal with some dangers. An alliance of 30 people is not a lot. Haha, Brother Qin Xiao, you could decide. In any case, I will listen to you, Brother Qin Xiao. Man, and I have no experience at all. In this respect, Brother Qin Xiao is a veteran. We could just follow you." Xiao Dao didn't care. Man also immediately said, "Yes, Brother Qin Xiao, Xiao Dao, and I have the same idea. We could just follow you. If you go east, we'll go east. If you go west, we will go west." Qin Xiao nodded. In this case, he could consider it. Of course, Qin Xiao didn't immediately agree. Instead, he said with a serious face, "The number of people is only 30. There won't be any more expansion later, right?" The man nodded solemnly. Of course. The number of people is fixed at 30. There won't be any more expansion. Even if there really is an expansion, everyone must agree. As long as even one person disagrees, it won't work. It's not a good thing to have too many people. 30 is enough. Brother, I know your concerns. You can rest assured. I've always had a good eye for people. The people I choose will definitely not be bad. Of course, when I say not bad, I don't mean strength. Strength doesn't matter. I think everyone's strength is about the same. The main thing is that it depends on the person. If it's some sinister and cunning person, no matter how strong he is, I wouldn't dare to ally with him. Otherwise, I wouldn't even know if I was eaten. The people I choose, in my opinion, are all upright gentlemen. There is no one with evil intentions. At least, everyone can keep their promises and won't betray their teammates. This way, it will be a powerful alliance. These words were reasonable. It was also what Qin Shao wanted to hear, since he had said it so clearly, and Qin Shao also believed that his words were true. Good, since it's like this, then let's hit it off. Qin Shao also immediately agreed. He said, "Right, let me introduce myself. I'm Qin Shao. These two are my brothers, Xiao Dao and Aman." The other party also laughed brightly, saying, "I'm called Mo Wang Bei. If you don't like this name, you can call me Old Mo. Come, let me introduce you to the other brothers. Let's all get to know each other and improve our relationship. This way, when we work together later, it won't seem so distant." After saying that, Mo Wang Bei brought Qin Shao and the others to get to know the other 26 people in the alliance. They came from the 9 clans. After everyone got to know each other, the 30 people found a quiet place to stay. Other than their own alliance, there were clearly many other alliances here. Everyone had the same idea, so they naturally formed their own groups, first forming their own groups. Some of the larger alliances even had over 1,000 people in them. However, there were also some who acted alone. They even stood alone in a corner, appearing aloof and incomparably arrogant. After getting to know each other, everyone also became familiar with each other. Mo Wang Bei, on the other hand, was a very talkative person. It was easy for him to get along with everyone. Everyone was very familiar with him, so he was like a link that brought everyone together and formed a team. Mo Wang Bei was a mediator, so everyone knew Mo Wang Bei better. Unknowingly, Mo Wang Bei became the leader of this group. During this time, there were a few people who came to ask if they could join the group, but they were all rejected by Mo Wang Bei. There were more and more people on the immortal boat. Along the way, people were picking people up. One after another, people joined, causing the number of people on the boat to increase. Xiao Dao and Aman were clearly very excited. This was the first time they had traveled so far, and the first time they had seen so many outsiders. However, everyone was not familiar with each other, so they did not walk around and get to know each other. There were constantly new people joining, and there were also people who were constantly pulling people into their groups, causing one group after another to be born. Mo Wang Bei's personality was very lively. He was the only one who was constantly getting to know people. Moreover, his personality was very easy to get to know people, and it was very easy for him to get along with others. This kind of personality made Qin Shao think of Brother Pure. This kind of personality had a good side. His ability to organize was relatively strong, so he could easily form a group, quickly gathering a group of people who did not know each other. This was a kind of innate ability. "Oh man, are you nervous?" Xiao Dao's voice was clearly trembling as he asked Aman. Aman nodded and said, "Nervous? How can I not be nervous? Look, my hands are still trembling." "That's right, my hands are also trembling. Just thinking about it. Being able to compete with so many people on the same stage is a very exciting thing." Xiao Dao said, "It is exciting, but it is also very frightening. The more I think about it, the scarier it is. There's so many people, and the competition is simply too great. If we are the slightest bit careless, we might be consigned to eternal damnation. I feel that many people's gazes are very scary, like wolves and tigers." Xiao Dao said. A man nodded in agreement. "That's right, it is very scary. So, we have to be careful. Since we've already come, there is no way out. For the sake of survival, we have to fight." "That's right, they could only fight." The two of them looked at Qin Shao. Xiao Dao could not help but ask, "Big brother Qin Shao, are you not nervous at all?" Chapter 16:33. Everyone, please quiet down for a moment and listen to me." A loud and clear voice suddenly rang out in the immortal boat, attracting everyone's attention. In this unfamiliar environment, even those who had arrived early only got to know a small number of people around them and didn't appear to be too active. Even though Mo Wang Bei seemed to be more active, he actually didn't go over to strike up a conversation with everyone. He only got to know a few people. Everyone came from different clans and powers, from different places, and didn't know each other. Previously, everyone had basically never left the clan's land. Everything in the outside world was unfamiliar to them. Suddenly coming to such an environment would indeed make them feel more restrained. Thus, most of them stayed there quietly waiting for the selection to begin. Now that someone stood up to speak, it naturally attracted everyone's curious gazes. Qin Shao also sized up the person who spoke. He had an imposing appearance, and an arrogant and domineering aura exuded from between his brows. However, it wasn't the kind of aura that was arrogant and domineering. This aura didn't feel too aggressive. It just propped up his aura, letting people know that he wasn't a simple character. He must be a capable person with some skills in his hands. In terms of aura, he was full of confidence, and his strength was definitely not bad. Only with strength would one have such confidence. Confidence was a power that could intimidate others, an aura. Everyone, it's so boring to stay here all the time. I think we still have a lot of time to travel. So why don't we play some games to pass the time? The imposing man said again. Who's this person? He's really so bored? Why does he want to play games? What's so fun about games? Xiao Dao said softly. A man laughed and said, Isn't that so? He's so bored. However, that's true. It's not easy to cultivate here. Sitting here and chatting, it feels like there's nothing to talk about. Moreover, with so many people talking, it's hard to talk about many things. Let's just watch. Even if we don't play, we can still join the fun. Hee, that's true. It's not bad to be able to join in the fun. Xiao Dao nodded and laughed. It was indeed boring. They had been on the immortal boat for more than 1,000 years. Many people looked at the man with an aura with interest, but no one directly expressed their opinion. They all wanted to see how the situation turned out before making a decision. The man with the aura continued. We are all young geniuses from all over the world, from various clans and tribes. We are all outstanding figures. It's fate that brought us together. This is a kind of fate. For the sake of this fate, I think we need to get to know each other a little more. We need to communicate a little more and get closer to each other. Maybe we'll be disciples of the same sect in the future. We cultivators have gathered together. How can we just sit here and do nothing? You should show some of your heroism. Eating meat in large mouthfuls, drinking wine in large bowls, practicing martial arts, discussing the Tao and immortals, passing judgment on the world. Isn't this what cultivators of our generation should be doing? Therefore, I like to suggest that we play a game together. We should all actively participate in it and release the hot blood that cultivators of our generation should have. We should show off our style. Let's take this opportunity to get to know each other. As the saying goes, no discord, no concord. Cultivators of our generation should be like this. What do you all think? The man with the aura's words were somewhat provocative, stirring up everyone's hot blood a little. Many people's passions were indeed stirred up. This guy is quite good at stirring up people's hearts. What exactly does he want to play? Xiao Dao couldn't help but admire him. For the time being, Qin Shao couldn't figure out what he was selling in his gourd. He only had some vague guesses. However, he wasn't interested in this, so he didn't think too much about it. The fun was other people's business. He just needed to watch the fun. As the saying goes, people with different Daos can't make plans together. It was indeed difficult for Qin Shao to blend in with those people he didn't know well. Sounds good. Haha, you're right. For cultivators of our generation, it's fate that brings us together. How can we waste so much of our beautiful time here? Amen, I also think it's good. Tell me, how we play it? Yeah, be more specific. If it's fun, then let's play together. We have nothing to do anyway. No discord, no concord, it's true. It's also good for us cultivators to learn from each other. Just treat it as a rehearsal for the selection. I won't say anything for now. Let's wait and see. Everyone's passions were immediately stirred up. Many people expressed their interest. However, because there were too many people, there were already close to 10 million people gathered. There were too many people, so there were naturally many people who responded. Most people still remained silent. Those who participated in the end were definitely in the minority. It was impossible for many people to participate. Otherwise, wouldn't it be the same as directly starting the selection? Old Mo, seeing Mo Wangbei walk over, Xiao Dao immediately stopped him. Who is that person? He's quite open. What does he want to do? Haha. You're talking about Prince Min? He's a rather open person. He formed a group of 100 people. I feel that his chances of passing the selection are quite high. Mo Wangbei said. Prince Min? Hearing this name, Qin Shao and the others couldn't help but slightly frown. Prince? How could a prince come out of nowhere? This was completely wrong. As if seeing Qin Shao and the others' doubts, Mo Wangbei smiled and said, Prince Min's clan has always claimed to be of the royal bloodline. It said that a long time ago, their clan once established a great empire. For a period of time, it was strong enough to compete with Fuda Immortal Palace for glory. However, it slowly declined and returned to being ordinary. However, their clan thought highly of themselves and always claimed to be of the royal bloodline. When it came to Prince Min's generation, he was directly given the title of prince. That's how he got the name Prince Min. It sounds quite resounding. Xiao Dao exclaimed in surprise. Are you serious? Did their clan really have such a glorious past? Mo Wangbei shook his head and said, I don't know. After all, I only heard it from him. Who knows if it's true or not? Who knows how many epochs have passed? History can't be verified. However, I feel that it's more likely to be a lie. If our Fuda region really had such a glorious empire, it shouldn't have been recorded. We've never heard of such a thing. But who cares? A name is just a title. It doesn't matter. Call it whatever you want. Xiao Dao shook his head and didn't say anything else. Qin Shao looked over and wanted to see what kind of tricks this Prince Min was playing. Mo Wangbei was quite familiar with Prince Min. However, since he had retreated, he clearly had no intention of getting involved. From his point of view, Mo Wangbei was quite clear about things. He knew what could be done and what couldn't be done. If he could do something, he would do it. If he couldn't, he would resolutely not touch it. This was also a kind of principle. Qin Shao had known Mo Wangbei for more than 1,000 years. He had some understanding of Mo Wangbei. The more she got to know him, the more Qin Shao felt that Mo Wangbei was a good person, a capable person, and a person with a lot of potential. Perhaps he had a high chance of becoming an unnamed disciple of the dragon subduing Immortal Palace. Although it was hard to say for now, Qin Shao had some confidence in Mo Wangbei. It was just like how he had confidence in himself. On the other side, Prince Min continued, I've thought of a game. It's like this. Let's draw a circle with a radius of 10,000 feet and make it an arena. Whoever is willing to go up and defend the arena will go up and defend. The winner can choose to remain on the arena or come down and let someone else go up. However, to make it more fun and exciting, I want everyone to be more excited. My suggestion is to play a little wager. That would make things more interesting. I believe everyone has brought some Chaos Source Rocks with them this time. Let's use the Chaos Source Rocks as the wager. It'll be a small gamble. Each time, we'll use one Chaos Source Rock as the wager. No more than one Chaos Source Rock. After all, our goal is not to gamble. We can't hurt everyone's feelings. Although a Chaos Source Rock is quite valuable, I believe that it won't be enough to hurt everyone. If the person defending the arena wants to continue, he won't take the Chaos Source Rock with him. It will remain as the wager. However, the challengers only needed one Chaos Source Rock. If you don't want to continue, you can choose to leave the arena. In other words, if you can win 10 rounds in a row and still want to continue defending the arena, your wager will become 11 Chaos Source Rocks. However, the challenger will still need one Chaos Source Rock. If the challenger wins, the 11 Primal Chaos Source Rocks will be taken away. If he loses, he will lose one Chaos Source Rock. However, for the sake of fairness, those who successfully leave the arena will face some restrictions if they want to enter the arena again. My current assumption is that after successfully exiting the ring, if you want to enter the ring again, you have to win at least 10 matches. Moreover, everyone can only leave the arena 3 times at most. If they exceed 3 times, they won't be qualified to enter the arena again. As for the specific details, everyone can give their opinions and discuss it together. What do you think? Prince Min's suggestion caused everyone to start discussing animatedly again. It sounded like a good idea. 1 Chaos Source Rock per round? Qin Shao raised his eyebrows slightly. Although he didn't have much desire for the Chaos Source Rock, it would be best if he had one. After all, the Chaos Source Rock was a currency that could be used to exchange for anything. Moreover, he had yet to fully recover his essence chi. If he had the Chaos Source Rock, he could absorb it directly to recover his injuries. Or he could purchase elixirs. Both were good methods. However, the prerequisite was that he had enough Chaos Source Rocks. Qin Shao didn't have any Chaos Source Rocks with him now. Not even one. Did everyone else have any? Chapter 1634. Qin Shao finally understood. That was how it should be. It seems like some people want to use this opportunity to win some Chaos Source Rocks. At the same time, they want to find out more about the others and scout the path. I don't think it's a serious exchange of pointers, Qin Shao added. Mo Wangbei smiled and said, Brother Qin Shao is indeed a straightforward person. There are some situations that we've thought of, but we're unwilling to reveal. Brother Qin Shao, you've directly pointed it out. Mo Wangbei also felt the same way about the meaning behind his words. However, Mo Wangbei quickly added, but then again, Brother Qin Shao, winning is also a kind of ability. Those who dare to enter the arena are probably confident that they can win. If they were bound to lose, I believe that no one would go up and embarrass themselves. Everyone would go up with the mentality of winning. Not only would they win glory, but they would also win Chaos Source Rocks. It's killing two birds with one stone. Moreover, this flag is a friendly exchange of pointers between cultivators of our generation. It's a way to get closer to each other through fate. With this flag, even if they lose, they won't feel too embarrassed. A big stage has been laid out in advance. It will also make many people less apprehensive. Qin Shao nodded. That was indeed the case. That was why Prince Min was a very scheming person. With a few simple words, he stirred up everyone's emotions. This was a kind of natural leadership ability. Qin Shao could also see that Prince Min was a very ambitious person. To be honest, Qin Shao didn't like this kind of ambitious person who was too domineering and good at scheming. In comparison, Mo Wangbei's personality was more likable. As expected, under Prince Min's provocation, many people's passion was completely unleashed. Thus, everyone cleared out a large empty space and set up a temporary martial stage. Prince Min naturally assumed the role of a notary. He would be the host of the game this time. This way, he didn't need to enter the arena himself and could get a feel of everyone's strength. This was probably Prince Min's main goal. However, Qin Shao was too lazy to care about this matter. Anyway, he was just here to watch the fun. Very quickly, the game was played like fire and tea. They were exchanging pointers, but they were also secretly competing. Who didn't want to win? If he could win a battle here, it would be a victory. He would be able to obtain glory. Not to mention the source of primal chaos for now. Those who could be here were all young geniuses who had been carefully selected by the various clans and tribes. At least, this was the case in their respective clans and tribes. With the geniuses gathered together, they would naturally compete with each other. This was like a warm-up for the selection. Sparring and discussing the Tao became more and more intense, making the atmosphere of the scene even more fiery, stirring up the hot blood of others even more. As the saying goes, a tree needs a layer of bark to live, and a man needs a breath of pride. Cultivators of our generation also need a breath of immortal chi. Under such an atmosphere, everyone's blood was boiling. They all wanted to compete, win, make a name for themselves, establish their prestige, and show off their might. Brother Qin Shao, don't you want to go up and play? Mo Wangbei suddenly asked. Xiao Dao immediately shook his head and waved his hand. No, I'm not interested. The more we play, the more intense it becomes. Although it's not overdone, there's still some real excitement. I don't want to join in the liveliness. I'm not interested. Cough, those people seem to be very strong. I better not go up there and embarrass myself. I feel like if I go up there, I'll definitely be crushed at any moment. Wild shook his head, not very confident in his own strength. However, this wasn't Wild's fault. After all, Wild's strength was indeed a bit ordinary. Moreover, those who dared to go up the stage at this time all had some strength, some confidence, and some confidence. How could ordinary people dare to go up the stage? Even if they knew that they would lose, they definitely wouldn't go up there and make a fool of themselves. Precisely because of this, the competition became more and more exciting. More and more experts went up the stage, presenting a lively scene. Haha, Brother Wild, you have so little confidence? Aren't you overestimating the morale of others and destroying your own prestige? Mo Wangbei laughed. Wild laughed awkwardly. It's not that I don't have confidence. It can only be said that I know my own limits. I'm actually very clear on how much I'm worth. This time, participating in the selection is only because of a burst of enthusiasm. But I also know that coming out this time, it'll probably be very difficult for me to return alive. But that's no matter. In life, there are always some things that are worth risking your life for. Although even if you give up your life, you may not be able to seize the opportunity, but it's still worth a try. In life, how many times will there be a time when you're worth risking your life for? Haha, that's right. Looks like Brother Wild is very open-minded and has thought things through very thoroughly. Well, this really is the case. However, if you don't fear death and don't accept victory, then there's still hope for a turnaround. The most important thing is still your heart. Mo Wangbei nodded with a smile, praising Wild's words. However, there are some things that you can't change just by working hard. Sometimes, even if you work hard, you won't be able to change anything in the end. Many times, it's still strength that speaks. Everything depends on strength. Without strength, no matter how confident you are, no matter how much you want to change anything, it'll still be very difficult. How many people succeed in going against the heavens? Mo Wangbei then looked at Qin Shao and smiled. Brother Qin Shao, I see that you've always been very calm. Your strength should be quite good. Don't you want to go up and play? Do you know that my strength is not bad? My aura is a bit weak. Qin Shao shook his head. Because his vitality had been greatly injured, his aura gave people the feeling that he was a bit weak, just like a sickly person. Judging from his aura, perhaps no one would think that Qin Shao had any strength. They would all directly classify him as a weakling who was just there to make up the numbers. However, Mo Wangbei clearly didn't think so. Ha, Brother Qin Shao, you don't need to be so low-key in front of me. I, Mo Wangbei, am quite good at judging people. Although your aura is a bit weak, if my guess isn't wrong, Brother Qin Zhao's vitality should have been injured. But from Brother Qin Zhao's aura and other aspects, I can confirm that Brother Qin Shao is an expert. At the very least, Xiao Dao and Wild both view you as their leader. That means that you're definitely the strongest amongst the three of them. You're the one who can make them willingly submit to you. Qin Shao smiled indifferently and didn't say anything more. There was no need to explain this kind of thing. Forget it. I'm not interested in this kind of thing. I prefer to be a bit quieter. There's no point in warming up right now. Once we're on the battlefield, that's when the fun begins. Right now, it's better for me to rest a bit and be in my best condition for the selection. Mo Wangbei didn't force him. Instead, he said, it seems Brother Qin Shao is very low-key. Now that you've gathered your strength, you're just waiting for the selection to shine. Now I'm looking forward to Brother Qin Zhao's spectacular performance even more. Don't be so modest. Perhaps you've hidden your strength deeper than anyone else. Qin Shao teased. I hope so too. Mo Wangbei also laughed jokingly. Since you're not going to play, I'll go play. I'll just treat it as stretching my muscles and winning some Chaos Source Stones. With such a good opportunity to earn Chaos Source Stones, I don't see any reason to let it go. His calm words were filled with an incomparably strong confidence. This wasn't arrogance, but a guarantee of strength. When it came to judging people, Qin Shao was quite confident. He felt that Mo Wangbei was definitely an expert. Mo Wangbei went up. Qin Shao and the others also became interested. The other members of the team also became serious and prepared to watch the battle. Although the members of the team had become familiar with each other over the past 1,000 years, they still didn't know the strength of the others. Mo Wangbei was the team's leader by everyone's consensus. Therefore, everyone was naturally very concerned about his strength. The stronger Mo Wangbei was, the stronger the team's overall strength would be. The stronger one was, the greater the chance of survival in the later stages. This was a great thing. At this moment, the guard of the arena was a burly man named Babuzin. He was big and burly, with a tiger's back and a bear's waist. He was as strong as an ox. His appearance was also very boorish. He had a violent personality and was full of killing intent. Between his eyebrows, he exuded a chilling aura. His brows were furrowed and his eyes were cold. Whoever he stared at would feel an inexplicable fear. Babuzin had already won 7 rounds in a row. His strength was very strong. At this moment, he was even more arrogant and domineering. Babuzin clapped his hands hard. His eyes swept around with an extremely provocative look. The corners of his mouth curled into a cruel sneer. He said, "Who else wants to come up and exchange pointers with me? Heroes, don't hide your strength. Just play casually. It's a friendly exchange of pointers between us cultivators. 1 chaos source rock for 8. It's worth it." Babuzin's strength frightened many people. Some people who originally wanted to go up hesitated for a moment. It was good to fight with a small group, but there had to be some chance of winning. If there was no chance of winning, it would not be a gamble. It would be a gift. Mo Wang Bei walked over with a light smile on his face, and the crowd consciously opened up a path for him. Many eyes were shining as they looked at Mo Wang Bei. Mo Wang Bei could be considered the most active person here. Therefore, even those who did not know Mo Wang Bei knew who he was. Babuzin also knew Mo Wang Bei. When he saw Mo Wang Bei walk over, his eyes deepened. The corners of his mouth curled up. "Old Mo, you finally can't hold back anymore? Good. You came at the right time. I have long known that you are not a simple person. I have always wanted to find a real expert to exchange pointers with. Your arrival is exactly what I wanted. Come on, Old Mo, let's have a good fight. Let me see how strong you really are." Mo Wang Bei walked straight up to the stage. He smiled faintly at Babuzin, who was full of fighting spirit. "Brother Babuzin, you think too highly of me. I'm also a little bored. Seeing that no one can make Brother Babuzin happy, I don't want to spoil your fun. Therefore, I braced myself and came up to join the fun. Therefore, I hope that Brother Babuzin will go easy on me. Don't make me look too bad." Mo Wang Bei's modesty obviously worked on Babuzin. Even though he knew that it was fake, he said, Of course. It is a friendly exchange of pointers. Old Mo, let's not talk nonsense. Let's start." Mo Wang Bei nodded his head. His expression sank a little as he became more spirited. He had to treat this battle seriously. Otherwise, he might not be able to gain any advantage. Babuzin was not a simple person. Therefore, Mo Wang Bei did not dare to be careless and treated this battle seriously. Chapter 1635. Babuzin was like a venomous snake that had been around for thousands of years. He was especially gloomy, cold, and ferocious when he entered the battle. He was like a ferocious wolf that had unleashed all of his viciousness. Just his expression and aura alone were enough to frighten people. Mo Wang Bei, on the other hand, formed a stark contrast with him. Mo Wang Bei's face was calm and indifferent, incomparably elegant. One was like a wolf, the other was like a sheep. But it was not necessarily a wolf eating a sheep situation. A wonderful show was about to begin. Everyone quieted down and watched with interest. "Brother Qin Xiao, who do you think will win?" Xiao Dao suddenly asked. A man said jokingly, "Xiao Dao, isn't it too early to ask? They haven't even fought yet. How can we know who will win and who will lose? If Brother Qin Xiao can see through this, then he must be a god." "That's not necessarily true, right?" Xiao Dao looked at Qin Xiao suspiciously. Qin Xiao shook his head and smiled. "Well, they haven't made a move yet. The situation is unclear, so it's really hard to say." Xiao Dao, see, I'm right. But I think old Mo has a better chance of winning." But before a man finished speaking, Qin Xiao added another sentence. A man choked and almost bit her tongue. She looked at Qin Xiao with a puzzled expression and asked, "Why?" Xiao Dao also looked at Qin Xiao curiously, wanting to hear Qin Xiao's opinion. Qin Xiao said, "There's no reason. It's just a kind of intuition. Sometimes it's hard to say specifically when it comes to judging people, but I just have this kind of intuition." "Intuition? Is it really accurate?" "Huh." Babuzin suddenly roared and took the initiative to attack. The battle had officially begun, and it affected everyone's hearts. Babuzin's method was very barbaric and overbearing. His move was like a wolf, tiger, or a leopard, like a fierce tiger coming down from the mountain, or a dragon coming out of the sea. As soon as he made a move, the image of a dragon and a snake accompanied him. When a strange image was born, it roared and attacked with a majestic momentum. It was enough to frighten people. This was obviously Babuzin's destructive immortal art. Coupled with his immortal force, it became abnormally destructive. His speed was very fast, like a whirlwind and a huge wave. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived in front of Mo Wangbei. He wanted to use his powerful technique to deal a heavy blow to Mo Wangbei. He didn't show any mercy at all. His first move was ruthless. Evidently, Babuzin also saw Mo Wangbei as an opponent, so he was not careless at all. Even under such circumstances, Mo Wangbei's face was still as calm as ever, as calm as the wind, as calm as the clouds, and as carefree as the wind. Without any hurry, he formed a seal with his finger and waved it in the air. Immediately, clang! A sword flew out of Mo Wangbei's body, and the sound of a sword resonated in the sky. When the sword appeared, it tore through the air. Immortal energy surged. A wave of sword chi rushed towards Babuzin. The speed of the sword chi was very fast. It danced in the air, leaving behind afterimages as it attacked Babuzin again and again. Pung pung pung. Babuzin's iron fists danced, accompanied by strange phenomena. His attacks caused the air to tremble and rumble like thunder. It could be seen how powerful he was. Not only was his strength strong, strange phenomena surrounded him. Dragons and snakes roared as he launched a fierce attack on Mo Wangbei. His attacks were wild and ferocious. He was very powerful. Immortal might, immortal force, and great Dao techniques were indeed dazzling. Xiao Chun sighed inwardly. One had to admit that Babuzin's strength was indeed very strong. The powerful techniques he used were also quite shocking. So powerful. Isn't this Babuzin too strong? Even from afar, I can feel the terror of such techniques. If I go up and fight him, I'm afraid I won't be able to last more than 10 moves. Little Knife clicked his tongue and couldn't help but comment. Wild's eyes widened. She opened her mouth and said, "Yeah, he's too strong. I feel like I won't be able to last more than 5 moves. Looks like there's really no suspense for me this time. Forget it, forget it. I had already expected this to happen. However, it doesn't mean that we'll definitely die. I don't have any extravagant requests for the nominal disciples of the Fuda Immortal Palace. I just hope that we can keep our lives." Although it was said that there was a 9 out of 10 chance of dying, there was still hope for survival. It wasn't a situation of absolute death. Little Knife nodded in agreement. Yeah, the best thing to do now is to try and keep our lives. We really can't think too much about anything else. With our strength, we're still too weak. There's no way for us to covet too many things. However, this time we can broaden our horizons and see the powerful side of the world. It's also a good thing. For us, there's no harm. Qin Xiao glanced at the two. Their ambitions were indeed not very high. However, this was something that couldn't be helped. It was difficult to change anything in a short time. For this kind of matter, they could only take one step at a time and see if there was any way to change it later. In Qin Xiao's heart, he naturally wanted to give both of them a hand. If both of them could pass the selection and become a registered disciple of the Fuda Immortal Palace, it would be a joyous occasion. Qin Xiao continued to watch the battle. Babuzin and Mo Wangbei were both experts, so the battle between the two of them was very exciting. It was hard to tell who was the winner. One was fierce and ruthless, while the other was as steady as Mount Tai. Babuzin's body was full of the smell of a wild beast, while Mo Wangbei's body was full of the aura of an immortal. Therefore, the battle between the two was like a battle between good and evil. The two used their own methods and fought fiercely. The onlookers clapped their hands and sighed in amazement. It was a wonderful and fierce battle. Brother Qin Xiao, it looks like old Mo can't suppress Babuzin at all. Old Mo's fighting style is a bit weak. Babuzin is fierce and ruthless, making people feel like he's a wolf, a tiger, a leopard, or a viper. His mouth is wide open, and he's going to take a big bite out of him. If this continues, I think Old Mo's chances of losing are higher, Xiao Dao suddenly said. A man shook his head and said, yes, Xiao Dao is right. I also feel that if things go on like this, Old Mo will have a greater chance of losing. However, I feel that even if Old Mo loses, it should be a small loss. He won't lose too badly. A battle between such powerhouses is still very interesting to watch. If Old Mo loses, he should lose because of his fighting style. I feel that the two of them should be equal in strength. It's just that Old Mo lacks Babuticin's ruthlessness. If he has that, then Old Mo won't be at a disadvantage. Hearing their analysis, Qin Xiao smiled faintly. Hearing Qin Zhao's laughter, Xiao Dao and Man immediately looked over. They clearly knew that Qin Xiao had a different opinion. Brother Qin Xiao, you don't think so? Xiao Dao asked. Qin Xiao honestly shook his head and said, yes, I really don't think so. Although on the surface, it looks like Old Mo isn't at an advantage. Babuticin's attacks are becoming fiercer and fiercer, and it looks like he's slowly gaining the upper hand and suppressing Old Mo, but many times, you can't just look at the surface. The surface is often the best at confusing people. Once you've been confused, you'll lose your ability to judge. So you've all been confused by the surface. Was he bewitched by appearances? Xiao Dao and Man looked at Qin Xiao in confusion. They clearly didn't understand the meaning of Qin Zhao's words. Qin Xiao explained, Babuticin's strength is indeed not bad, but his temperament is a bit explosive. After fighting for a long time, he'll become impatient. His temperament isn't particularly stable, and he'll easily explode. This kind of person will easily go crazy, and once he goes crazy, he'll easily reveal his flaws. And look at Babuticin. The more he fights, the crazier he becomes, and the crazier he becomes, the more he'll lose. Then isn't it possible that the crazier he becomes, the more he'll be able to take him down in one go? Xiao Dao asked. Qin Xiao shook his head and laughed, saying no. Babuticin wants to take down Mo Wangbei in one go, but he's underestimating him too much. He hasn't realized that he's already been led by the nose by Mo Wangbei. Right now, he's completely under Mo Wangbei's control. Once he reveals an obvious flaw, that will be the time of his defeat. Xiao Dao and Man were even more confused. How could they tell that Babuticin was under Mo Wangbei's control? They couldn't see any clues at all. Do you really think that Mo Wangbei only has this much strength? In fact, he's been hiding his strength all this time. It's just that you can't see it. Qin Xiao said, hiding his strength all this time? How could that be? Xiao Dao looked suspiciously at Qin Xiao, asking, Big brother Qin Xiao, how did you see it? I don't think there's any problem. Of course you can't see it. If you can see it, then wouldn't everyone be able to see it? But Babuticin isn't a fool. If it's so easy to see it, then how could he not see it? How could he fall for it so easily? Qin Xiao said. Xiao Dao looked like he'd been dealt a heavy blow. A man snickered and said with some schadenfreude, that's right. Xiao Dao, how could you see it with your little eyesight? Let's listen to Big Brother Qin Xiao. Actually, I can't see it either. But from my understanding of Mo Wangbei, he's definitely hiding his strength. Moreover, I can feel that he hasn't used his full strength yet. From the beginning, Mo Wangbei has been intentionally hiding his strength. He's been testing Babuticin step by step, baiting him step by step. From there, he'll secretly achieve his goal of controlling Babuticin. So, without even Babuticin himself noticing, he's already fallen for Mo Wangbei's trap. Right now, Mo Wangbei is infuriating Babuticin, trying to make Babuticin reveal a flaw. Once a flaw is revealed, then Babuticin's defeat is set. Now, it's up to Mo Wangbei to grasp Babuticin's flaw. When they heard Qin Zhao's unfathomable analysis, Xiao Dao and a man actually still didn't really dare to believe it, and they still held a somewhat doubtful attitude. Chapter 1636. However, Qin Zhao's words hit the nail on the head. Soon, Babuzin revealed a flaw. Mo Wangbei had been guiding Babuzin, waiting for him to reveal a flaw. Now that Babuzin had revealed a flaw, Mo Wangbei naturally took advantage of it and dealt a heavy blow to Babuzin. Under Mo Wangbei's thunderous attack, Babuzin was knocked out of the stage. Once he was knocked out of the stage, he would be considered defeated. That way, even if he lost, there was no need to fight to the death. Brother Babuzin, thank you for letting me win. Mo Wangbei maintained his elegant demeanor as he smiled and cupped his fists towards Babuzin. Babuzin had lost 7 rounds in a row, but he did not expect to be defeated by Mo Wangbei. His arrogance was completely shattered. Moreover, when Babuzin calmed down and thought about it, he immediately understood why he had lost. Naturally, he became even more furious as he glared at Mo Wangbei and said, "Good old Mo, you really know how to play tricks. Even the restaurant fell for your trick. You really played ruthlessly. In terms of strength, Jiao Jia is not below you. However, I fell into your trap and lost to you. I'm really unwilling to accept this." This kind of defeat was actually a defeat in one move. Therefore, Babuzin naturally did not think that his strength was inferior to Mo Wangbei's. He only felt that he had been tricked. Mo Wangbei was not complacent. Instead, he said, "Haha, Brother Babuzin is right. I was also opportunistic and took advantage of Brother Babuzin. Thank you for letting me win. Next time, I will definitely get back at you. Just you wait." Babuzin said fiercely, but he waved his hand and left. He cared a lot about winning or losing, so he stirred up some unpleasant atmosphere. However, Mo Wangbei did not care. Instead, he looked at the crowd and waited for the next challenger to enter the stage. Babuzin's defeat was out of many people's expectations. Although many people did not like Babuzin's ruthlessness, they had to admit that Babuzin was indeed a ruthless character. At the very least, among the tens of millions of people here, he could be ranked at the top. He had a high chance of passing the Fu2 Immortal Palaces selection. However, he still lost to Mo Wangbei. Those who didn't understand might think that Mo Wangbei won because of his intelligence. But even if he won in terms of intelligence, his strength was still there for all to see. Those with good eyesight would know that Mo Wangbei's victory was not simply in terms of intelligence. Mo Wangbei's and Babuzin's stature had also been elevated. They had been listed as strong and seated contestants. Both of them had the potential to pass the Fu2 Immortal Palace's entrance exam and become the Fu2 Immortal Palace's nominal disciple. They were geniuses who had the potential to become the Dragon's Gate. Such a character was naturally worth people trying to curry favor with. Based on the current situation, Mo Wangbei and Babuzin could be considered the top talents of this group. They were also the center of attention. Big brother Qin Xiao, you were right. Mo Wangbei really won. That's amazing. Xiao Dao clicked his tongue. With the truth in front of them, they had no choice but to admire him. Qin Xiao laughed lightly. That's to be expected. I already said that Mo Wangbei would win. I'm convinced. I'm really convinced. It seems like we're seriously lacking in experience in all aspects. I didn't think that there would be so much knowledge in this matter. Following Big Brother Qin Xiao, we've learned a few more things. Both Xiao Dao and Man nodded in admiration. This was the first time the two of them had left the clan. It was completely normal for them to not have much experience. Following Qin Xiao truly made them feel that they could learn many things. Big Brother Qin Xiao, tell us more about how to judge a person accurately and how to use tactics in battle, Xiao Dao asked eagerly. Qin Xiao wasn't stingy. He patiently explained to the two of them. He didn't dare to say anything else, but in terms of battle experience, Qin Xiao dared to say that there was no one here who could match him. Not to mention being on par with him, it would be very difficult to even catch up to him. This was Qin Xiao's unique advantage. There was no way around it. After all, Qin Xiao was the only person who had walked out of the universe. Cultivators who had walked out of the universe definitely had an advantage in this aspect. The sparring was still going on, but after Mo Wangbei displayed his strength, no one dared to compete with him for the limelight. It wasn't that there really wasn't anyone who could match Mo Wangbei. There were many experts who were more low-key and didn't want to reveal their strength for the time being. So when no one went up, Mo Wangbei could only leave the stage in disappointment, handing it over to someone else. Old Mo, congratulations. You really are amazing. so domineering. When Mo Wangbei returned, Xiao Dao and the others all congratulated him. Mo Wangbei's prestige in the group also rose by quite a bit. With strength, no matter where you went, you would be respected. In a team, what they needed the most was capable people. Mo Wangbei's position as the leader became even more solid. Mo Wangbei casually waved his hand, saying, "Brothers, you praise me too much. It's just a small victory. It's nothing much. It's just for fun. Don't take it seriously. If you really want to take it seriously, you'll have to wait until the selection begins. Right now, everyone is just looking for something new and fun to pass the time. On our side, our true experts haven't even made a move yet. They don't even bother to show their strength here." In the eyes of the crowd, these words clearly sounded modest. Over at the martial arts platform, the game continued to be played like a hot tea. "Brother Qin Xiao, you really don't want to go up and play? In any case, you have nothing to do. There's no harm in going up and playing. Winning or losing doesn't matter. Furthermore, Brother Qin Xiao, I feel like you'll definitely win," Mo Wangbei suddenly said. Qin Xiao shook his head, saying, "Old Mo, you really do think too highly of me. Don't think too highly of me. Forget about playing with me. If I'm really not interested, you guys can play." Mo Wangbei then looked at Xiao Dao and Man. The two immediately shook their heads and waved their hands, indicating that they didn't want to go up. Xiao Dao and Man indeed didn't have much confidence. They were seriously lacking in confidence, so naturally they didn't dare to go up. Losing a Chaos Horse Rock was a small matter, but losing face was a big matter. Even if it was an exchange of pointers, a loss was still a loss. To people who cared, it was still fatal. The others in the group also shook their heads, indicating that they didn't want to participate. Since everyone didn't want to participate, Mo Wangbei naturally didn't force them. Everyone was more pragmatic, so perhaps they really didn't have much interest in standing out. As for the factor of strength, of course, it was also a factor. As time passed, there was an endless stream of new people coming in. There was also an endless stream of people joining the game, going up on stage to fight. As a result, this game became more and more popular, and it didn't stop. Even one stage seemed to be too little. There were still many people who wanted to stand out and show off. A murderous aura suddenly surged towards Qin Xiao, causing Qin Xiao to frown involuntarily. Xiao Dao and the others also sensed it. They all looked over and saw a familiar figure walking towards them. Qin Xiao's gaze also fell on the newcomer. It was none other than Babuzin, who had just been defeated by Mo Wangbei. Babuzin's rough aura, dense murderous aura, revealed a barbaric taste and was very aggressive. Walking towards them made Qin Xiao and the others very uncomfortable. Seeing the newcomer, Mo Wangbei also walked forward. Even though he knew that the newcomer didn't have good intentions, Mo Wangbei still maintained a smile on his face. He said, "Brother Babuzin, what advice do you have for me?" Babuzin fiercely glanced at Mo Wangbei, but didn't pay him any attention. His gaze continued to sweep over Qin Xiao and the others, and finally landed on Xiao Dao. Seeing this extremely aggressive gaze, Xiao Dao subconsciously shrank back and unconsciously moved closer to Qin Xiao. In Xiao Dao's subconscious, Qin Xiao still felt a sense of security. Babuzin's gaze was fixed on Xiao Dao. Xiao Dao's expression of fear was quite pleasing to him. Cowards truly unbearable. Babuzin very disdainfully mocked. These humiliating words made Xiao Dao not dare to refute. In front of Babuzin, Xiao Dao truly felt very powerless and was greatly oppressed. Babuzin's gaze retracted from Xiao Dao's body and then swept over Wild. Although Wild's personality was usually quite forthright, she also had a barbaric side. However, in front of Babuzin, he was defeated in an instant. The others were more or less in the same situation. Such a performance made the smile on Babuzin's face become even wider. Babuzin's gaze finally landed on Qin Xiao, but this time, to his surprise, it didn't have the same effect as before. His aura pressured Qin Xiao's body, but the latter's face was calm and unperturbed and even a little bit casual. This performance was not inferior to Mo Wangbei's. Not only Babutson, but even Mo Wang was slightly surprised by this scene. He had long felt that Qin Shao was somewhat different, as if he had hidden it deeper. He felt that Qin Shao should have some ability. However, he didn't think of it in a more serious way. Now, it seemed that he had somewhat underestimated Qin Shao. To be able to maintain such composure under Babutison's deliberate aggression was indeed a very difficult thing to do. Oh, there's still a tough bone? Babutin raised his eyebrows slightly and said lightly, but there was still some disdain in his eyes. Boy, you have some guts stronger than the others. Babutin said to Qin Shao somewhat playfully. Qin Shao raised his eyebrows slightly and replied indifferently, I don't dare to say that I have guts, but I do have some. I'm not familiar with you, so I wonder if you have any advice for me? If you do, then there's no harm in saying it directly. If you don't, then please leave. We're not familiar with each other, so don't try to get close. Get close. Babutin sneered. Boy, you think too highly of yourself. Who do you think you are? Have you become so confident, arrogant, and blind to this extent? Do you think that the restaurant will get close to you? Don't you think that's a very funny thing? Since you don't, then please leave. Qin Shao gestured for him to leave and said again. Babutin almost choked when he heard that. How dare he talk to him like this? Who didn't know his strength now? Daring to talk to him like this? Wasn't he completely looking down on him? How arrogant was this? Chapter 1637. Mo Wang couldn't help but admire Qin Zhao's courage. Babutin was not a kind person. No one dared to provoke such a ruthless person. However, Qin Shao did not back down in the face of Babutin's strength. He even retorted. The commotion here had attracted the attention of many people around. After all, Babutin's appearance was still very eye-catching. Now that someone dared to oppose Babutin, it naturally attracted more attention. Sir, you're quite arrogant. I've never seen anyone as arrogant as you. I don't believe you can beat me today. From your tone, it seems like you're very confident in your own strength. As the saying goes, no discord, no concord. Since we've bumped into each other today, why don't you have a fight with me? Babutin angrily challenged. Obviously, he came for this. Everything that had happened before was just a prelude. The real purpose was to challenge him. How could Qin Shao not understand his intentions? Wasn't it just because he lost to Mo Wang just now? It was obviously impossible to challenge Mo Wang again. He had just lost, and now was not the time to get back at him. However, Babutin couldn't swallow his anger. What would he do? Naturally, he had to find a way to vent his anger. Therefore, Babutin's gaze fell on the people around Mo Wang. Naturally, it fell on Qin Shao and the others. After all, they had formed an alliance with Mo Wang and were very close. The others were defeated by Babutin's aura. They were all afraid and didn't dare to challenge him. This made Babutin feel bored. Qin Zhao's appearance ignited Babutin's endless anger and high fighting spirit. Babutin naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity to vent his anger. Brother Babutin, don't go overboard. My brothers are all low-key and honest people. They won't spar with you. If there's anything, let's talk about it later. Mo Wang was also a smart person. He naturally understood Babutin's intentions, so he directly stood up and said it. However, how could the red-eyed Babutin listen to Mo Wang words? Old Mo, why are you so nervous and agitated when I'm talking to this fellow Taoist? Babutin glared at Mo Wang before continuing to look at Qin Shao. His eyes were filled with aggression and provocation, as if he was waiting for Qin Zhao's reply. Taking the initiative to issue a challenge was equivalent to issuing a written challenge. If one did not accept the challenge, it would naturally appear that one was at a disadvantage. But to everyone's surprise, Qin Shao directly refused. Sorry, I'm not interested. Not interested? Aren't you very arrogant? Why did he immediately show weakness? To others, these words were undoubtedly a kind of cowardly display of weakness, but Qin Shao did not care about this. Seeing that Qin Shao was afraid to show weakness, Babutin smiled even more coldly. It's just a friendly competition. I won't hurt you. What are you afraid of? Afraid of losing a chaos source rock? That's fine. If I win, I won't take your Chaos Source Rock. If I lose, I'll give you all the Chaos Source Rocks I have. Although I don't have many Chaos Source Rocks on me, I still have 19 pieces. That's not a small number. You're using 0 to fight against my 19 pieces. No matter how you look at it, this is a win-win deal. How is it? I've already given you such a generous offer. Are you still afraid? This was a blatant provocation. Furthermore, this was a provocation that was completely trampling on Qin Zhao's face. This provocation made Mo Wangbei, Xiao Dao, and the others very angry. Wasn't this a deliberate attempt to oppress them? This was clearly bullying the weak. What a shameless act. This kind of provocation could indeed infuriate people. Xiao Dao and Man clenched their fists and gnashed their teeth in anger at Babuzin. However, Qin Xiao still didn't get angry. His face was still as calm as ever as he rejected Babuzin. I've already made myself very clear. I'm not interested. If you're itching for a fight, why don't you find someone else to spar with? Why do you have to force me? Also, we don't know each other. There's no such thing as friendship grows after a fight. Your character isn't my type, so there's no need for us to get to know each other. Your Excellency, please do as you wish. Qin Zhao's calmness seemed like a pretentious act to many people. He was deliberately acting so calm when in fact he didn't have any strength at all. If he really had the strength and confidence, why would he be afraid of a fight? It was just a friendly spar. There was nothing to lose. Why would he be afraid? The only explanation was that he was too weak. That was why he didn't dare to fight. He was afraid that he would be beaten too badly and his lies would be exposed. Those who could come here were all geniuses from various clans and tribes. They were all capable of representing their clans and tribes. They should have some strength and courage. After encountering such a thing, who could endure it? However, Qin Xiao was actually able to endure it. So naturally, many people snorted disdainfully at Qin Xiao, even spurning him. Even Xiao Dao and Wild hadn't expected Qin Xiao to be so tolerant. They believed in Qin Zhao's strength. He shouldn't be weaker than Babudison. So why did he pretend to be weak again and again? The two of them really couldn't understand such behavior. Mo Wangbei also felt that he couldn't understand Qin Xiao. He couldn't see through Qin Xiao. Another coward. I really feel sorry for your patriarch. He raised such a cowardly descendant like you. You think you have the qualifications to participate in the selection of the Fusu Immortal Palace? I see that your clans are all the same. You're so weak that you don't have anyone to send. That's why you casually picked a weakling. I really admire your courage. You're so cowardly, yet you still dare to participate in the selection? You still dare to come out and throw away your life. Babudison mercilessly scolded and ridiculed. His words also attracted the attention of many onlookers. They also humiliated Qin Xiao and even hit him when he was down. Babudison, don't go too far. Even if you lose, you don't have to be so angry. Don't you think your actions are a bit despicable? Mo Wangbei finally got angry, and his tone became somewhat impolite. Babudison glanced at Mo Wangbei and said coldly, Mo Wangbei, this is a matter between him and Jiujia. Why are you interfering? What's wrong? You're quite the busybody, aren't you? What do you do about it? Who do you think you are? Jiujia can bully whoever he wants. Who do you think you're to interfere with Jiujia? Don't go too far. Mo Wangbei was truly enraged. He felt like he was being bullied a little too much. How could a defeated opponent be so arrogant in front of him? It was really intolerable. Jiujia is going too far. What are you going to do about it? Babudison did not show any weakness, even if he was facing Mo Wangbei, who had just defeated him. The smell of gunpowder suddenly thickened, and the atmosphere became somewhat tense and oppressive. More and more people were looking over. Even the battle at the martial stage had temporarily stopped. The excitement there was not as good as here. Many people also began to point and whisper. Many people's attitudes were still very neutral and fair, but there were also many people who were gloating and hitting Qin Xiao when he was down. All kinds of sarcastic words were also spoken. This brother really doesn't fight back. He's pretending to be an expert, but in fact, he doesn't even have the strength to fight back. He doesn't even dare to talk back. Yeah, he's such a coward. He's a weirdo. He might as well die. Don't say that. But Butison's strength is too strong. Under his terrifying aura, it's normal to become a coward. He can only blame himself for being unlucky. He knew that Babutison was furious, but he still dared to provoke him. He deserves it. Facing these harsh words, Emo Wongbei could not bear to listen anymore. He shouted coldly and said, "Enough, Babutison. If you continue to be so unreasonable, then I can only take action against you. If I can defeat you just now, then I can defeat you again. Besides, other than me, there are also my brothers. Since we're a team, we're united against a common enemy, brothers of one mind. Bullying Qin Shao is the same as bullying us. You don't put us in your eyes. Since that's the case, then let's fight. Do you really think that we're afraid of you?" But Butson didn't get angry. Instead, he smiled with a hint of playfulness. He looked coldly at Mo Wongbei and said, "What? You want to bully me with your numbers? Umph. Mo Wongbei, didn't you want to play just now? Now, I'll accompany you to the end." After saying that, Babutison waved his hand. Suddenly, a large number of people walked out from the crowd and stood behind Babutison. Soon, 100 people gathered behind Babutison. These were the members that Babutison had recruited. He had also formed a team of 100 people. With 100 people against 30 people, he naturally had an overwhelming advantage in terms of numbers. This was the rhythm of a good show. Mo Wongbei's face suddenly became gloomy. It seemed that Babutison had come prepared this time. The other side had a lot of people. If a conflict really happened, then they would obviously be at a disadvantage. The situation in front of him made Mo Wongbei a little dignified. How should he solve this? The onlookers were waiting to see a good show. At this time, Qin Shao, the cause of this incident, naturally became the focus of everyone's attention. Mocking gazes and mocking saliva were constantly thrown at him. "Babutison, what do you want? A straightforward person doesn't do underhanded things. If you have something to say, why don't you just say it clearly?" Mo Wongbei asked with a cold face. Babutison sneered and pointed at Qin Shao. "What I want is very simple. According to the conditions I just stated, he will exchange pointers with me. If you want to exchange pointers, then I'll accompany you. Why do you have to make things difficult for others?" Mo Wongbei said. Babutison shook his finger and said, No, no, no. We have already exchanged pointers. There is no need to exchange pointers again. You don't have to make sarcastic remarks. Just now, I was defeated by you. This is something that the restaurant acknowledges. But now, it's not a matter between you and me. It's a matter between me and this kid, so you don't have to get involved. If there is to be a fight, then it should be between this kid and me. But Butison's intention was very clear. He wanted to bully Qin Shao. Even a clay figurine has 3 fires. Qin Shao had been acting weak and unwilling to fight, not because he was afraid of Babutison, but because he really didn't want to fight. All along, Qin Shao preferred to keep a low profile. Being high profile was never Qin Zhao's character. Chapter 1638. You really want to fight me? Qin Shao finally spoke. Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Xiao Dao and Man immediately became worried. They stopped Qin Shao and shook their heads at Qin Shao, telling him not to be impulsive. Mo Wongbei also directly said, Brother Qin Shao, you can't. Qin Zhao's face was calm and indifferent. If it's a blessing, it's not a curse. If it's a curse, it can't be avoided. The tree wants to be quiet, but the wind won't stop. Since someone isn't willing to let it go, they must be overbearing. If I can't bear it, then why should I bear it? We don't cause trouble, but that doesn't mean we're afraid of trouble. Even a clay figurine has 3 fires, so why should we act too cowardly? So, since words won't solve the problem, then let's fight. It's not a big deal. Mo Wongbei looked at Qin Shao. From Qin Zhao's calm tone, he could feel Qin Zhao's powerful confidence. Such confidence should be due to his strength. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't be able to do this. Therefore, Mo Wongbei couldn't help but ponder. It seemed that Brother Qin Shao wasn't simple at all. Xiao Dao and Man still wanted to say something, but they were stopped by Mo Wongbei. Although they had only known each other for a few thousand years, Mo Wongbei believed in his eyesight. Qin Shao wasn't a simple character. Moreover, there was no better way to resolve today's situation. This was the only way, seeing that Qin Shao had finally been angered into accepting the challenge. But Butson's smile became even more sinister. It's just a friendly exchange of pointers. Let's see if you dare or not. But Butson's words were filled with thorns. Okay, then we'll do as you say. Qin Shao nodded and agreed. But Butson laughed sinisterly and made an inviting gesture. Then please, let's follow the rules of the previous exchange of pointers. Use the martial stage over there. The martial stage over there was consciously left for Babutson and Qin Shao. Everyone was watching the show. Naturally, everyone was happy to watch a good show. Babuzin and Qin Shao both stepped onto the martial arts platform. Their auras were solemn and filled with killing intent. Once he was on the stage, Babuzin returned to his ferocious and sinister state. This was the state he was in when he was about to enter battle. Just looking at him was enough to frighten people. The onlookers also began to discuss spiritedly. This battle was indeed interesting. Hey, who do you think will win? Needless to say, it's definitely Babuzin. Babuzin's strength was clear for all to see. If it wasn't for Mo Wangbei's help, Babuzin might have won even more. Brother Qin Shao, look, his aura is a bit weak. I can tell at a glance that he is not strong enough. Well, that guy named Qin Shao was completely infuriated by Babuzin's humiliation before he accepted the challenge. Therefore, it is obvious that he has no strength at all. Otherwise, how could he tolerate such humiliation? That brother is really unlucky. He was so close to Mo Wangbei that he naturally attracted Babuzin's attention. But I think that brother has some backbone. Otherwise, he wouldn't have provoked Babuzin. In any case, it feels like he was courting death. Let's not care about that. Let's watch first. If he didn't seek it out, he wouldn't have ended up like this. Regarding this exchange of pointers, it was clear that no one was optimistic about Qin Shao. After all, just from his aura alone, Qin Shao was much weaker. It was truly difficult for people to be optimistic about him. Babuzin's strength had already been displayed for all to see. Moreover, he was extremely powerful. When Qin Shao and Babuzin stood together, they immediately formed a sharp contrast. It was precisely because of this that the difference between the two was obvious. However, Qin Zhao's situation was met with quite a few people's sympathy. Xiao Dao and Ah Man were still somewhat worried, but there was nothing they could do. They couldn't help in any way. They could only anxiously stand there, praying that nothing would happen. Although Babuzin said that it was a friendly exchange of pointers, it was obvious that Babuzin wasn't going to be so easy to talk to this time. He would definitely ruthlessly humiliate Qin Shao before giving up. The atmosphere became even more tense and oppressive. A great battle was about to break out. Please. Babuzin put on the demeanor of an expert and lightly gestured to Qin Shao. But what made everyone's jaws drop was that Qin Shao didn't make a move. Instead, he cupped his fists and said, "There's no need to fight. I admit defeat. You win. All right, this battle is over." After saying that, Qin Shao turned around and left. Such a sudden turn of events left everyone dumbstruck. They were completely dumbfounded. What was going on? He didn't even fight, but he directly admitted defeat and ended it? This was completely out of the ordinary. Everyone was caught off guard and couldn't react for a while. Babuzin was also a little dumbfounded. He had never thought that Qin Shao would actually admit defeat without a fight. This completely disrupted his plans. He had wanted to wait and ravage Qin Shao to vent the anger in his heart. But now, this kid actually admitted defeat without a fight. Wasn't this too cowardly? Xiao Dao and Ah Man also looked at each other in shock. In their minds, Qin Shao didn't seem to be such a coward. Admitting defeat without a fight was not something Qin Shao would do. But the reality in front of them was exactly that. Mo Wangbei frowned deeply, looking at Qin Shao with a dignified and puzzled expression. He really couldn't figure out what Qin Zhao's intentions were. But, directly speaking, he felt that Qin Shao shouldn't be such a coward. Since he had already agreed to a fight, he shouldn't have run away. This wasn't like Qin Zhao's character, nor was it his style of doing things. So what was going on? He had a feeling that things shouldn't have turned out this way. What the hell is going on now? Running away before a fight? What's he playing at? Isn't this too much of a killjoy? Admitting defeat without a fight, isn't that the biggest joke in the world? No matter how cowardly he is, he shouldn't be like this, right? It's just a spar. It's not like they're going to use real swords or spears to kill him. That's right. I already said that this guy wasn't good enough. I really didn't expect him to be such a coward. What a coward. Why would someone like this participate in the Fumu Immortal Palace's disciple selection? Isn't he afraid of losing face for his clan? Maybe their clan really doesn't have enough people, so they sent such a good-for-nothing disciple to participate. What piece of trash. Just now, when I saw that he dared to accept the challenge, I thought he was a man with a bit of backbone, like a man. Now it seems that he's just a coward. Yes, I despise cowards like him the most in my life. Qin Zhao's running away before a fight immediately attracted countless curses. The endless sarcastic words were very unpleasant. Qin Zhao's state of mind was strong, so he didn't pay attention to these criticisms. If it was an ordinary person, they definitely wouldn't be able to stand it. Bastard, how dare you play with me? How can I let you off so easily? After being stunned for a moment, Babuzin suddenly flew into a rage out of humiliation and directly attacked. How could he allow Qin Zhao to admit defeat? Babuzin, stop. What else do you want? He already admitted defeat. Xiao Dao shouted anxiously and angrily. However, Babuzin ignored Xiao Dao and snorted coldly. Admit defeat? It's too late. Once you're on the martial stage, there's no such thing as admitting defeat. Today, you have to fight even if you don't want to. If you don't want to fight, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Babuzin directly attacked, and his first attack was ruthless. He used his full strength, just like when he was fighting Mo Wangbei. This didn't mean that Babuzin regarded Qin Zhao as an opponent, but that Babuzin was incomparably angry with Qin Zhao and wanted to kill him. So now that he attacked, he disregarded everything and directly attacked. He wanted to crush Qin Zhao in one fell swoop and then ruthlessly trample on him to vent his anger. When had he, Babuzin, ever been played with like this? If he didn't teach Qin Zhao a lesson today, then wouldn't he become a laughingstock? This was a battle to vent his anger, as well as a battle of dignity. So Babuzin had to be ruthless. Big brother Qin Zhao, be careful. Seeing that they couldn't stop Babuzin, Xiao Dao and Wild couldn't help shouting at the same time to warn Qin Zhao. Qin Zhao clearly wasn't surprised by Babuzin's attack. It was completely within his expectations. The corner of his mouth even slipped into a faint smile that no one noticed. When Babuzin arrived behind him and everyone was sweating for Qin Zhao, something strange happened. Qin Zhao seemed to have been prepared for this. He suddenly turned around and attacked. An unusually sharp sword Qi swept out with a momentum that could sweep through the heavens. The sword Qi was graceful, as if the might of an immortal had descended. The sword, with a dazzling light, directly stabbed towards Babuzin. The dazzling light startled many people, causing their eyes to widen. The sharpness of the immortal sword made many people's hearts tremble. The people who had been sweating for Qin Zhao were all shocked. Only now did they realize that their worries were completely unnecessary. Oh, what? In fact, Babuzin didn't take Qin Zhao seriously at all. He had always felt that Qin Zhao was a boy who could be easily manipulated by him. He didn't have any strength at all and could easily trample on and play with him. Therefore, he had always been very relaxed around Qin Zhao and didn't have the slightest sense of vigilance. But now, the power that Qin Zhao had erupted with really shocked him. He smelled the scent of danger. Such a huge impact instantly woke him up, allowing him to understand what was going on. He had been tricked. He had been deceived by Qin Zhao's cowardice and cowardice. This guy wasn't cowardly at all. He wasn't weak at all. From the beginning, he had been deceiving him and making him think that he was weak. Therefore, he had been careless and didn't take Qin Zhao seriously at all. But now, he had risen up and attacked with his sword. His peerless sharpness was completely released. It was enough to shake the heavens and shake the earth. At this time, how could Babuzin not understand? However, it was already too late for him to understand. Qin Zhao's sword was too sharp and sharp. Moreover, it came too suddenly and too quickly. It was so fast that he had no way to react or block it at all. Therefore, Under the sharpness of this sword, he smelled the scent of despair. He desperately wanted to block it, but it was too late. Boom! The sharp sword slashed down heavily. The powerful force of the sword directly sent Babuzin flying and pierced a bloody hole in his body. Babuzin flew all the way out of the martial arts platform before he fell heavily on the ground. He climbed up with a miserable face, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Obviously, he was seriously injured. Chapter 1639. It was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Almost everyone held their breaths at this moment as they stared dumbfoundedly at the martial stage. Babuzin had been defeated in a single move. It could be said that he had been defeated in an instant. This defeat was really miserable. Although Babuzin had also been defeated by Mo Wangbei, that battle had been a stalemate. The two had fought for thousands of rounds before Mo Wangbei had seized the opportunity to defeat Babuzin. Even if it was possible that Mo Wangbei had not used his full strength, it was still a fact. But this time, Babuzin had attacked Qin Xiao first, but had been defeated by Qin Xiao in a single move. How shocking was this? In an instant, Qin Xiao's tall and mighty image had been completely established. Too powerful. Everyone's opinion of Qin Xiao had completely changed. Judging from his aura, everyone had thought that Qin Xiao's strength should be very ordinary. Only now did they realize that they had been gravely mistaken. This was a true hidden expert, a low-key expert. It turned out that Qin Xiao had indeed been low-key and disdained to fight with Babuzin. He had not been afraid of Babuzin at all. And all of this was Babuzin's own fault. He had brought shame upon himself. Brother Qin Xiao, Xiao Dao, and Ah Man looked at each other in dismay. They were also incomparably shocked. Although they knew that Qin Xiao was a first-step heavenly venerate, it was clear that Qin Xiao had not used any other power apart from his immortal Dao power. What kind of performance was this to defeat Babuzin in a single move with pure immortal Dao power? How long had Qin Xiao cultivated the immortal Dao? It had only been a few tens of thousands of years, not more than 70,000 years in total. It was simply too inconceivable that he had reached such a level. Xiao Dao and Ah Man, who knew the situation, were naturally shocked to the extreme. It could be said that they were prostrating themselves in admiration of Qin Xiao. "Good move, brother Qin Xiao," Mo Wangbei exclaimed in his heart. Seeing this, he suddenly understood a lot. He also realized that he had underestimated Qin Xiao. Although he felt that Qin Xiao shouldn't be so simple, he didn't think that she would be at this level. He had indeed underestimated her. You really can't judge a book by its cover. It was said that there was always someone better than you out there. It was indeed true. The world is so big. There are so many capable people that you can't imagine. The winery was actually defeated. Cough. He actually lost so miserably. Cough, cough, how could this be? How could the restaurant be defeated? At this time, Babuzin's expression was extremely ugly. He looked like he was in extreme pain, unable to accept the situation in front of him. Losing to Mo Wangbei, he was not willing to accept it and found it hard to accept. However, losing to Mo Wangbei was still a bit better. After all, they had fought for thousands of rounds, and Mo Wangbei was indeed a very strong person. His image in everyone's hearts was already very high. Moreover, it was Mo Wangbei who had taken the initiative to challenge him, so he had a way out of the embarrassing situation. However, losing to Qin Xiao this time was something that he brought shame upon himself. He had been constantly humiliating and bullying Qin Xiao, forcing Qin Xiao to make a move. Moreover, he had even launched a sneak attack, yet he had actually suffered a crushing defeat instead. How embarrassing was this? Such an outcome was undoubtedly a resounding slap to Babuzin's face, a heavy slap to his face. It made him lose all his face, and he was ruthlessly trampled to the ground. Qin Xiao put away his sword and glanced at Babuzin indifferently, saying, "I'll give you a sentence. Those who humiliate others will be humiliated by others. I didn't want to fight you, not because I was afraid of you, but simply because I didn't want to talk to you. Face needs to be given by others, but sometimes it's also thrown away by oneself. You were overbearing and brought shame upon yourself, so you can't blame others. I didn't want to lower myself to your level, but being too arrogant and unforgiving is just asking for a rebuff. Today, I'll teach you a small lesson. I hope you'll behave yourself in the future." After saying this, Qin Shao walked back under the admiring gazes of the crowd. In an instant, his image was raised to an extremely high level, surpassing Mo Wangbei's. He even faintly had the aura of being the number one person on the immortal boat. Strength could accomplish everything, and this was a display of strength. In stark contrast to Qin Zhao's lofty brilliance, Babuzin's humiliation and ugliness made him too ashamed to stay, and no one bothered with him anymore. Even Babuzin's allies seemed to be deliberately pushing him away, unwilling to get too close to him. A crushing defeat had made Babuzin lose everything, falling from a high place to the bottom of the valley. What kind of pain was this? What kind of humiliation was this? Good Qin Shao, I'll remember you. If I don't take revenge, I'll be unworthy. Babuzin clenched his teeth, hating Qin Shao to the bone. He would remember this enmity and hatred. In stark contrast to Babuzin's humiliation, Qin Zhao's current brilliance was lofty and lofty. His method of keeping a low profile was also very admirable. He was clearly so strong, but he was still able to maintain his composure after being bullied and humiliated. He still wanted to settle the matter peacefully. How great was this? How could an ordinary person do this? If someone dared to bully you, wouldn't that be the same as kicking them out? However, Qin Shao maintained a low profile. Even though he was humiliated by Babuzin, he still didn't get angry. This was the indifference of a person in a high position, the noble character and unquestionable integrity of not bickering with ordinary people. However, Babuzin himself was overbearing and unforgiving, forcing Qin Shao to make a move. In the end, he ended up in such a miserable state. He didn't deserve any sympathy. This caused the distance between the two of them to widen greatly. Big brother Qin Shao. Xiao Dao and Amon looked at Qin Shao with a silly smile. They were too happy for Qin Shao. Just now, they had been sweating, but now they could laugh loudly. Brother Qin Shao, you're in trouble. You're in trouble. Brother Qin Shao, you really hid your strength deeply. I always thought that your strength was very ordinary. I didn't expect you to be a true expert. Admirable. That's right, Brother Qin Shao. You really deceived us. I saw that you were silent and your aura was somewhat weak, so I also thought that your strength was ordinary. I really didn't expect this. Hey, Brother Xiao Dao, Brother Amon, you guys aren't also pretending, are you? If you have strength, then show it. Don't be so low-key. It's not good to deceive us. That's right, that's right. Brother Xiao Dao, Brother Amon, you guys must be playing low-key, right? Facing the doubts of their teammates, Xiao Dao and Amon didn't know whether to laugh or cry. They hurriedly explained. However, everyone was just joking. The focus was still on Qin Shao. Mo Wangbei smiled and said, Brother Qin Shao, you're quite heroic. What good method. Ha! After what you've done, I think that Babuzin is starting to doubt his life. Smart people had their own way of expressing themselves. Qin Shao naturally understood the meaning behind Mo Wangbei's words. Just now, he had deliberately admitted defeat. In fact, it was a method. Others didn't understand, but Mo Wangbei did. Because Qin Shao had calculated that at that point, Babuzin naturally wouldn't give up so easily. Therefore, he would definitely make a move. Qin Zhao's move was firstly to ruthlessly humiliate Babuzin, giving him a heavy psychological blow. Secondly, he wanted to deliberately numb Babuzin, making him angry out of humiliation and become careless. Only then would he be able to defeat Babuzin in a single blow. This chain of events had a deep meaning, and the goal was to deal with Babuzin. If he didn't make a move, then he would make a move. This was Qin Zhao's style. At first, he really didn't want to pay attention to Babuzin. However, Babuzin had been aggressive and had humiliated him and Xiao Dao. Therefore, Qin Shao naturally couldn't bear it. Since he had decided to make a move, he would give him a ruthless blow. Others didn't understand, but Mo Wangbei was a smart person. He completely understood Qin Zhao's intentions. Therefore, at this time, his words also conveyed the same meaning. Qin Shao curled his lips and said, I don't know if he will doubt his life, but he will definitely hate me to the bone. Haha, he will definitely hate you to the bone. He won't be able to escape, but it doesn't matter. Anyway, he will lose to you. So what if he hates you? Mo Wangbei laughed and said, Qin Shao naturally didn't care about this. It wasn't terrible to make enemies. What was terrible was that you didn't have the strength to make enemies. If you had enough strength, then what did it matter if there were more enemies? It didn't matter if you made enemies. Babuzin was an enemy who came to find him. Qin Shao wasn't afraid of anything. Even if Babuzin had a force supporting him, it didn't matter. If Qin Shao could smoothly pass the selection of the Fu Xiang Immortal Palace, then what did it matter? Therefore, the most important thing for Qin Shao now was how to pass the selection of the Fu Xiang Immortal Palace and become a registered disciple. That was the key. It was said that people were afraid of fame and pigs were afraid of being fat. Although this was a saying in the mortal world, it was indeed true. A figure walked over. His target was obviously Qin Shao. However, the person who came was not as aggressive as Babuzin. The newcomer still had a friendly smile on his face, as if he had come to express his goodwill. It was none other than the planner of this game, Prince Min. He was an unruly person with the blood of an emperor flowing in his body. However, at this time, in front of Qin Shao, he showed a bit of humility. The unruly aura on his body was also restrained and replaced with a bit of friendliness. Fellow Taoist Qin Shao, nice to meet you. Previously, fellow Qin Shao hid very well. I didn't have a chance to get to know you. Now that you're here to join in the fun and get to know me, I wonder if it's too late? Prince Min cupped his fist to Qin Shao. His indifferent expression showed that he was joking. Although the unruly aura was restrained and there was a bit of humility, the blood of an emperor that was superior to others still existed in his bones. This was a characteristic that seemed to have been born with. It penetrated deep into his bones and would be emitted invisibly. Fellow Taoist Prince Min is too serious. Everyone is here to participate in the selection. It's a kind of fate to be able to gather together. There's nothing wrong with getting to know each other. Don't we know each other now that we've come and gone? Qin Shao replied. Prince Min smiled and said, Fellow Taoist Qin Shao is an interesting person. Since we got to know each other, what you said is very true. It seems that I'm not very popular. Well, it's enough to get to know each other. I won't disturb you any further. After saying this, Prince Min gestured to Qin Shao and Mo Wangbei and left. As for the others, they were directly ignored. Only when Prince Min was far away did Xiao Dao scratch his head and say with a puzzled expression, What does this Prince Min mean? Why did he take the initiative to leave after saying a few words? Maybe experts are all so mysterious. We don't understand, but Big Brother Qin Shao should understand. A man shook her head. Chapter 1640. 7,000 years after Qin Shao and the others boarded the ship, no one else was brought on board. It was probably the end of the line. 10,000 years later, the immortal ship finally stopped. Seeing the immortal ship stop, everyone stood up excitedly and stopped what they were doing. Their eyes were filled with nervousness and anticipation as they looked outside. Was this the Fuda Immortal Palace? The Fuda Immortal Palace was the holy land of the Fuda region. It was the most prosperous place, the land of immortals, the place where everyone went to visit. Many people participated in this selection purely to see the legendary Fuda Immortal Palace. They wanted to personally experience this land of immortals, the blessed land of immortals, the blessed land of immortals. Are we here? Haha, it's finally here. We can finally see the legendary Fuda Immortal Palace. I wonder what it looks like. Yeah, I'm so excited. Isn't this the reason for the selection? It said that above the Fuda Immortal Palace, there are 7 colored auspicious clouds, a dreamy space, immortal beasts flying, and an immortal palace. I wonder if it's true. Haha, we'll know soon enough. I think it's true. That's more like the Fuda Immortal Palace. To be able to see the Fuda Immortal Palace, it's worth it even if we have to die. Everyone was excited. They had been waiting for this day to come. Now it was finally here. Come out, everyone. A voice that wasn't loud, but was filled with majesty rang in everyone's mind. It was the voice of the Fuda Immortal Palace's messenger. Hearing this voice, The impatient crowd naturally swarmed forward and quickly walked out of the immortal boat to the deck. But when they reached the deck, they realized that this wasn't the Fuda Immortal Palace. Outside the immortal ship was a mountain range, a creepy forest, and a dark abyss. One look, and one could tell that this was a dangerous place. It wasn't simple at all. From the aura in the air, one could tell that this place was extremely terrifying. It was enough to make one fearful. Not the Fuda Immortal Palace? Where is this? Shouldn't we be going to the Fuda Immortal Palace? Why are we here? Cough. I suddenly have a bad feeling. Don't tell me. I'm not qualified to go to the Fusu Immortal Palace, right? Is the first round of selection going to be held here? It can't be. If that was the case, wouldn't he cry himself to death? I don't have any strength, so it's impossible for me to pass the selection. I'm here for the Fuda Immortal Palace. I'll see it, right? Then I'll regret it to death. Yeah. I'm here for the Fuda Immortal Palace too. I'd be an idiot if I couldn't see it. Seeing the situation here, everyone started to discuss spiritedly. They could all tell that something was wrong. Xiao Dao also said softly, "Brother Qin Xiao, what's going on? Aren't you going to the Fu Gang Immortal Palace?" Qin Xiao frowned slightly and said, "If I'm not wrong, the first test will be held here. It should be a mass elimination. I've thought about this problem before. They can't directly bring all the participants to the Fuda Immortal Palace. Since the Fuda Immortal Palace is a place of pilgrimage, they should put on some proper airs. Not just anyone can go to the Fuda Immortal Palace. So the first test will definitely be a mass elimination. Once the number of participants is low, they can go to the Fuda Immortal Palace to begin the real selection. With so many people, a large number will be eliminated." Xiao Dao and Weil nodded when they heard this. What he said was indeed very reasonable. They really hadn't thought about this problem before. They didn't have any awareness in this area, so they subconsciously thought that they would go to the Fuda Immortal Palace. Hearing Qin Zhao's words, they came to a sudden realization. It seemed that it really wasn't so easy to see the Fuda Immortal Palace. Many people looked at the Immortal Palace emissary in confusion. The emissary's gaze swept over everyone. Then his dignified voice rang out again. "All of you listen carefully. Remember, I will only say this once." Hearing the words of the emissary of the Immortal Palace, everyone immediately perked up and listened carefully, fearing that they would miss any information. "Below us is the Juetian Stream. This is the border. Your mission is to cross the entire Juetian Stream and reach the destination on the other side. That will be considered as passing the first test. You have 10,000 years. If you can reach the other side alive within 10,000 years, you pass. If you exceed 10,000 years, you will be eliminated. There are no other rules. As long as you can reach the other side alive, it doesn't matter how you go or what method you use. I won't look at your process, only your results. Do you all understand?" Hearing the words of the emissary of the Immortal Palace, everyone was stunned. They were shocked once again. Some of them still had blank looks on their faces. They didn't know if this test was scary or not. But finally, someone reacted. "What? Juetian Stream? Juetian Stream? That's a place even immortals don't dare to casually enter. How is this possible? How is this possible?" Hearing this person's words, everyone was shocked. Many of them were scared out of their wits. A place even immortals didn't dare to casually set foot in? Just thinking about it was terrifying. Immortals were existences that represented the heavenly venerate. They were only fourth-step sovereigns. They weren't even universe grades. They were too far away from heavenly venerates. Wouldn't fourth-step sovereigns be courting death if they entered a place that even heavenly venerates didn't dare to casually enter? Just listening to it was enough to make one despair. Even those who didn't know the dangers of the Juetian Stream could imagine how terrifying it was. Thus, with a single sentence, many people were scared silly. They felt a sense of despair, as if they were about to lose their lives. "All right, all of you can leave. I will wait for you on the other side. Remember, you only have 10,000 years. Work hard," the emissary said. The emissary of the Immortal Palace added. With a wave of his hand, a powerful and irresistible force enveloped everyone. With a sweep of the force, everyone was tossed out. All of them landed on the ground and entered the Jewessian stream. After tossing everyone away, the immortal boat quickly sailed into the distance and soon disappeared from everyone's sight. Everyone landed on the ground and looked around blankly. Instantly, they felt like crying but had no tears. As soon as he landed on the ground, Qin Shao also felt the terror of this Jewessian ravine. An awe-inspiring aura rushed towards him, and the air was filled with strangeness and danger. Xiao Dao and Ah Man felt an indescribable sense of fear. Their bodies curled up together nervously. The two of them huddled together tightly, as if they could find some sense of security. What's going on? Is this the first round of the test? Why does it feel so strange? What kind of place is this Jewessian stream? It feels so scary, Xiao Dao couldn't help but say as he sized up his surroundings. A man could be considered as someone with some guts, but this was the first time he was in such a sinister and frightening environment. He had no confidence at all. This is only the first round of the test, and it's already so scary. No wonder the emissary said that if we can't pass the selection, then it's basically a path to death. It seems that those words are true. In such a situation, there is indeed a slim chance of survival. Sigh, although I've already mentally prepared myself, but when I really face it, I still feel a bit afraid. Xiao Dao and Ah Man were originally not strong, so their confidence had always been lacking. Now, in such an environment, their confidence was crushed. Old Mo, do you know what kind of place this Jewessian stream is? Xiao Dao asked. Mo Wangbei's expression also became serious. He frowned deeply and said, I've heard of the Jewessian stream. It's a dangerous place in the endless territory of our Fushi region. Although it might not be ranked in the top 10, it is definitely an extremely dangerous place for us. Jewessian stream is a place that even immortals don't dare to rashly enter. It's said that even heavenly venerables have a high chance of dying inside. According to what I've heard, there really are many heavenly venerables who have died in the Jewessian stream. This is not an exaggeration, it's true. So the emissary of the Immortal Palace also mentioned it, and it's true. This is definitely a place that can make people despair. Xiao Dao was so scared that he lost his temper. So you're saying that only death awaits us? If we want to cross the entire Jewessian stream, isn't that the same as sending ourselves to death? How is there a way out? Old Mo shook his head. Xiao Dao, you can't be so desperate. If we go one by one, then it's needless to say that we'll definitely die. Although the Jewessian stream is extremely dangerous, and it's enough to make people despair and suffocate, it doesn't mean that there's no chance of survival. After all, we're a team now, and we have the strength of 30 people. If we work together, we might not have the strength of a heavenly venerate, but we should have the strength of a half-step heavenly venerate. So, it's not that we can't go in. Besides, if there's really no hope at all, the Fu2 Immortal Palace wouldn't have thrown us in here to test us. The Fu2 Immortal Palace must have calculated this carefully, and they must have left a glimmer of hope. It's just a matter of who can grasp this hope. There are over 100 million people in this batch, and I estimate that there won't be more than 1,000 people who can pass through successfully. Most of them will either die in the Jewessian stream or arrive late. I estimate that there won't be more than 10,000 people who can survive in the end. The survival rate of 10,000 people, just think about it, and you'll know how terrifying it is. Just thinking about it was enough to make people despair and have the intention to retreat. Cough, why don't we withdraw now? A man said weakly. Mo Wangsheng shook his head. Withdraw? How? If you don't enter the Jewessian stream, what will you do? Can you go back to your own clan? No one knew where this place was, and it had been more than 10,000 years since they left their clan. How could they return? Only death awaited them if they left. Therefore, there was no way out at all, and there was no leeway. They could only brace themselves and go in. Only by risking their lives could they have a glimmer of hope. Otherwise, only death awaited them. The Fu2 Immortal Palace must have calculated this situation long ago. Otherwise, why would they just throw everyone here without anyone to look after them? All right, everyone, don't think about anything else. Now that things have come to this, we have no other choice but to fight to the death. Chapter 1641. So what's the situation now? The Immortal Palace's emissary just left us here? Yeah, what do we do now? I don't understand at all. What should we do next? Although I don't know what's going on in the Jeweshian Valley, I'm sure it's very dangerous. We'll definitely die if we go there. How can we possibly cross it? I'm afraid even heavenly venerables wouldn't dare to be completely confident. We're just fourth-step rulers. Isn't this a joke? I'm really regretting it. What should we do? They didn't even give us a chance to withdraw. What should we do now? I think we shouldn't enter the Jeweshian Valley. We should leave this place and not participate. Leave? Where should we go? We're not familiar with this place. If we go back, where can we go? Want to go back? That's impossible. If we go back, we'll die. Then what should we do now? Do we really have to risk our lives? Why don't we find a team to join? Yeah, let's go find that Qin Shao. He's strong. It'll be safer if we follow him. Yeah, and Qin Shao and Mo Wangbei are together. We'll feel more at ease if we follow them. We're thinking the same thing. Let's hurry up and hug their thighs. Let's form a team. Fellow Taoists who are willing to join us, come over. If we want to survive, we have to join hands. The hundreds of millions of young geniuses from various clans and tribes were also in an uproar at this moment. Such a situation had indeed caught everyone off guard. However, there was no way out. They could only brace themselves and fight with their lives on the line. After a heated discussion, everyone began to form groups. Originally, there were already many groups in the Immortal Boat, and those who did not form groups also formed groups. There was no other way. In such a dangerous environment, the best way to survive was to form teams. Otherwise, with just one person's strength, they would probably die. Those who were stronger naturally became popular. Based on the current situation, there were 4 people who were most famous in this group: Qin Shao, Mo Wangbei, Prince Min, and Babuzin. Although Babuzin had been defeated by Mo Wangbei and Qin Shao, this did not affect his own strength. To be fair, Babuzin was indeed powerful. There was no doubt about it. Of course, these 4 people were publicly acknowledged. There were other experts who were not known to the public and had formed teams in secret. However, these 4 people attracted the most attention. So many people rushed to Qin Xiao's group. Fellow Taoist Qin Xiao, can we join your team? We are willing to do the hard work and even be the vanguard. Just let us join you. That's right, that's right. Fellow Taoist Qin Xiao, fellow Taoist Mo Wangbei, please let us join. Me too, me too. I want to join too. Please take me in. I can act cute. Do you lack women in your team? Can I join? There were also women who came over to inquire. Although the participants of the selection were mainly men, there were also quite a number of women. The total number was probably no less than 1 million. However, many women had formed their own teams, all of which were women. There were also some women mixed in with other men's teams. At this time, there were also many women who wanted to join Qin Zhao's team. At this time, more and more people came over, and there were actually over 10,000 people. Facing such a passionate scene, Xiao Dao and the others were shocked. I don't see many people in our team. How about we had a few more people? Xiao Dao's sympathy overflowed, and he suggested. A man immediately teased, Xiao Dao, I think you're just lustful. If you want to add more women, just say it. Who? Who said that's what I meant? I didn't mean that at all right? Xiao Dao's face immediately flushed red from embarrassment after being teased by Wild. Mo Wangbei looked seriously at Qin Shao and said, Brother Qin Shao, what do you think? I think we should first listen to the AI's opinion. Qin Shao said. After all, they were now a team, and they hadn't chosen a captain yet. Thus, Qin Shao didn't dare to directly say anything arbitrarily. He still wanted to ask for everyone's opinion and discuss it with them before making a decision. Mo Wangbei nodded his head and gathered everyone. Those who wanted to join also consciously waited, looking at Qin Zhao's team with longing expressions. Brothers, what do you think? This is a matter that concerns all of us. Everyone should carefully consider it, lest you regret it in the future. Once you've made a decision, you shouldn't regret it. You should all rejoice in your decision. So everyone, don't be blinded and don't let your emotions affect your decisions. Mo Wangbei said seriously to everyone. Xiao Dao wanted to say something, but he was pulled back by a man. Xiao Dao, don't be overflowing with sympathy. This is a matter of enlightenment. This decision concerns our entire team. Don't be arbitrary. Hearing Aman's words, Xiao Dao swallowed the words he was about to say. Originally, Xiao Dao really did want to say that he felt that there were still some people who could join. But after thinking about it carefully, such a method was indeed a bit arbitrary. It was indeed a matter of enlightenment. They didn't calmly think about the consequences of such a decision. Oldemo, you and Brother Qin Xiao should discuss it. You're the most experienced here, so we'll listen to you. That's right, that's right. You can decide. You must have thought about it more thoroughly than us. In any case, we'll just follow you. We don't care about anything else. Mo Wangbei shook his head. Everyone, don't be like this. We're all in the same team. Right now, we're all brothers. We're all grasshoppers on the same rope. If we win, we win. If we lose, we lose. Thus, everyone's opinion is precious and useful. Everyone's life and future should be grasped in their own hands. They shouldn't be decided by others. Brother Qin Xiao and I don't have that authority. We also won't act arbitrarily. Hearing Mo Wangbei's words, everyone started to think again and seriously consider this matter. We didn't expect such a dangerous situation to happen before, so when we formed the team, we decided on a team of 30 people. Now, it seems that 30 people is indeed a bit too few. I feel that the number of people can at least be doubled. Yes, that's right. I also feel that 30 people is a bit too few. The number of people can be increased appropriately. Let's not talk about increasing it to 100, but 60 is still possible. That's true, but there are so many people now. How do we go about it? Don't tell me that we should give them a test first and then choose the best one. That's obviously impractical. That's right. This is also a very troublesome problem. Why don't we pick those girls and add them? Hee hee. You old pervert. This isn't child's play. Let's add those girls and watch. Will be fun. I don't agree. The more people there are, the bigger the target. I feel that quality is more important than quantity. Having more might not be a good thing. That's right. I don't agree either. Besides, there's so many people. How are we going to choose? Everyone wants to join us. If we take in this and not that, how are we going to deal with this problem? Everyone expressed their own opinions. The current situation was that half of them felt that it was appropriate to add more people, but they all agreed that the number of people should not exceed 100. The other half didn't agree. They felt that 30 people were enough. There were indeed advantages to having more people, but there were also disadvantages. Everything had two sides, and this matter was no exception. Brother Qin Xiao, what do you think? Everyone expressed their opinions. Mo Wangbei looked at Qin Xiao and asked. Qin Xiao had also thought about this matter. He said, if a hole is dug in a river, then the water in the entire river will flow into that hole. Even if that hole is blocked, it will be easy for the water to break through. The key question now is whether or not we should open this hole. Right now, these people are that river. It's a big river. Once we open the door, all of them will definitely swarm in. They will fight until their heads bleed. Who should we take in then? That's right, said Xiao Luo. Take in 30 people. How should we choose? This is a very important question. Moreover, it's a problem that cannot be avoided. If there are only 30 people who want to join us, then we can take them all in. There won't be a problem. But there are more than 10,000 people in front of us. We can't open this hole. Although it may be beneficial to our team if we take in 30 people, we can't do anything about it. However, I'm afraid that the disadvantages will be even greater. So, rather than that, we might as well not open this hole. The more people there are, the bigger the target, and the more dangerous it will be. This problem is relative. None of us can be the savior of the world. Although I really want to take them in, if we really do, then we won't be helping them. Instead, we will be harming them. The path of immortality is long. It's a difficult path that defies the heavens. Everyone's path had to be walked by themselves. Relying on others' help is not a long-term path. This path can only be walked by themselves. Mo Wangbei nodded and said, Brother Qin Xiao, we have the same thought. I think so too. After saying that, Mo Wangbei looked at the others and said, Brothers, if there's anything else you want to say it now. We will decide what to do in the end. Brother Qin Xiao is right. I neglected this problem before. Then let's not open this hole. Yes. This way, we really can't open this hole. For this matter, we can only help AI moo. There's no other way. Right now, we can't even take care of ourselves, let alone think about other things. Everyone also expressed their opinions one after another. Those who had just proposed to recruit some people had now changed their minds one after another. They had realized the seriousness of the problem. Mo Wangbei nodded and said, "Okay, since everyone agrees that we shouldn't open this hole, then it's decided." After saying that, Mo Wangbei walked over. Seeing Mo Wangbei walk over, those who wanted to join the team immediately surrounded him. Each of them looked at Mo Wangbei with eager eyes, their faces full of expectation. But obviously, Mo Wangbei was going to disappoint them. "Everyone, I'm sorry. There are simply too many of you. Our team can't accommodate all of you. So we just discussed and decided that we won't take in anyone else." Chapter 1642. Don't, old Mo. Just add me. I'm pretty strong. I promise I won't drag you down. Yeah, old Mo, please join us. I also promise I won't drag you down. Your team only has 30 people. There's no harm in adding a few more. Add me, please. After Mo Wangbei rejected them, many people started begging. However, Mo Wangbei had already made up his mind. His attitude was very firm, and there was no room for negotiation. So after begging for a while, those people could only give up. For this kind of thing, no matter how much they try to force it, it was useless. They could only give up and form their own teams. There were a few girls who were still unwilling to leave. They coaxed and pestered, causing Xiao Dao's heart to soften. However, they were still rejected by Mo Wangbei. Speaking of which, it was somewhat cruel, but Mo Wangbei could only do this. "I'm afraid that my image as a bad guy has already been set. Forget it. Let's not care about this. Let's discuss other things." Mo Wangbei shook his head. In fact, he was not willing to do this. He was not a cold-hearted person, but there was really no other way for this matter. The selection was definitely a survival of the fittest. Even if he could help now, he could not help forever. Moreover, strictly speaking, everyone was actually each other's opponent. They were all competitors. Sometimes compassion could not be overflowing. Otherwise, it would harm others and oneself. A sense of justice could only be used when it was needed. Mo Wangbei said with a serious face, "Brothers, since we've gathered together by fate, now that we're going to adventure together and experience unknown dangers together, the most important words are unity and trust. If we can't even do these two most basic words, then we'll be like a sheet of loose sand. I'm afraid that it will be very difficult for us to walk out of this Juetian ravine alive. Unity of trust, I believe that we have no problems. The problem now is that since we're a team, we need someone to lead it. This way, when danger comes, we can make the fastest and best response to ensure our survival. Does anyone have any opinions?" Yes, the captain definitely has to be. I wanted to mention this for a long time. In my opinion, old Mo, you should be the one. You were the one who roped us in. You're capable in all aspects. You think I don't think anyone has any objections? Yes, I have no objection to old Mo being the leader. Yes, old Mo will be fine. However, I think Qin Xiao is also good. Why don't you two be the team leaders together? That would be perfect. That's what I was about to say. It would be even more perfect if the two of them were to be shared. Mo Wangbei laughed. It's not good to share both of them. After all, this Juetian ravine is not like other places, and it's filled with countless unknown dangers. Sometimes danger comes in the blink of an eye. Under such circumstances, if the two people's orders are not consistent, it may bring about a disaster. Therefore, the captain can only be one person, and only one person can give orders at critical moments. Usually, everyone could discuss it together. That's the purpose of a captain. My suggestion is that Brother Qin Xiao be the captain, and I'll be the vice captain. All orders will be given by Brother Qin Xiao. What does everyone think?" Hearing that Mo Wangbei wanted him to lead the team, Qin Xiao was slightly surprised. He actually didn't want to fight for the position of captain. Moreover, Qin Xiao also felt that Mo Wangbei was capable in all aspects. There was no problem for him to be the captain. Moreover, The position of captain didn't mean that he had to monopolize all the power. It was just that at critical moments, it would be convenient for everyone to react quickly. Old Mo, there's no need for that. You should be the captain. You're more familiar with it. The brothers all support you, so don't reject it. Qin Shao said. Mo Wangbei shook his head and said with a serious face, Brother Qin Shao, it should be you. Don't reject it. You and I are both sensible people. In all aspects, Brother Qin Shao should be above me. Now is not the time to fight for a position. Our starting point is to let our team obtain a better living environment and have a greater chance of passing through this Juetian ravine. That's why everyone should do their best. You are the most suitable person to be the captain. I'm not trying to be modest, but it's the truth. Brother Qin Shao, you don't need to be modest. Since Mo Wangbei had put it this way, Qin Shao had no choice but to consider it. If they really had to talk about it, then in terms of strength, experience, and ability to deal with danger, Mo Wangbei probably couldn't compare to Qin Shao. No matter how much experience Mo Wangbei had, it was definitely very limited. However, Qin Shao was different. Qin Shao had walked out from the universe and had a large amount of experience. He had faced all kinds of dangers, experienced all kinds of tribulations, and walked on the edge of life and death many times. This was something that Qin Shao was very confident in. Since that was the case, Qin Shao didn't reject it anymore. Fine, then I'll be the captain. We're all brothers, and unity and trust are the most important things. Naturally, no one had any objections to Qin Shao being the captain. Xiao Dao and Man smiled somewhat happily. To them, it was from the bottom of their hearts that they were happy. Everything had been discussed, and the preparations had been completed. Now, it was time to start adventuring and entering this dangerous area. Quite a number of teams had already begun to move. Brother Qin Shao, which direction should we go? Mo Wangbei asked. If we want to cross the entire Juetian ravine, shouldn't we reach the opposite side? In terms of direction, shouldn't we just go straight ahead? Xiao Dao said somewhat uncomprehendingly. Qin Shao shook his head. Of course it's not that simple. The general direction is naturally the opposite side. But if we go straight ahead, although the journey will be the shortest, we'll have to face many dangers. If we go straight ahead, we'll probably pass through the most dangerous area of the Juetian ravine, the most central area. If that's the case, I'm afraid that we'll be in extreme danger. That's why our best method is to go around the edges. Even if the journey will be longer this way, the danger will be greatly reduced. The Juetian ravine is so dangerous. If we don't plan carefully, I'm afraid that we won't have any hope of walking out alive. Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Xiao Dao finally felt completely relieved. Thinking about it, it was indeed so. Generally speaking, the most dangerous place was the central area. Going straight through was indeed the most dangerous. That's why it was best to avoid it as much as possible. However, we can't go too far around the edges. If we go too far around the edges, no matter how safe it is, the journey will still be too far. Then, we won't be able to reach the opposite side within 10,000 years. That's why we must grasp this technique well. We can't go too close to the edges, nor can we go too close to the core area. Moreover, this journey is filled with too many dangers. That's why we need to change our route at any time. Right now, we can only set a general direction and walk along this general direction. Then, we can make some minor adjustments. Step by step, we'll do our best to reduce the danger to the lowest. Right now, we're alone and weak. We can only try our best to find a relatively safe path to get out. Otherwise, if we barge in recklessly, we'll definitely die. Qin Shao continued to speak. His analysis was very thorough. Everyone was convinced. Hearing Qin Zhao's words, everyone acknowledged Qin Shao as their captain even more. This required a lot of experience and an extremely smart mind. Only then would they be able to clearly understand many things in an extremely short period of time. Mo Wangbei nodded. Obviously, he also agreed with Qin Zhao's words. Qin Shao looked around. Finally, he fixed his gaze on a direction and said, based on my intuition, it's relatively safer to go this way. For the time being, we can move at any time. Right now, we should still be in a relatively peripheral area. When we really go deeper, the danger will slowly come out. Let's go. We'll go this way first. The captain gave the order. Naturally, no one had any objections. The group of people set off in that direction. Qin Xiao took the lead. Mo Wangbei stayed behind. No one dared to be careless. Everyone was on high alert. They walked quickly in the mountain forest. At the same time, they paid attention to the movements around them. As long as there was a wind blowing or a blade of grass, they would not let it go. After walking for a while, Qin Xiao and the others found a problem. Brother Qin Xiao, there are many people following behind us. Xiao Dao said. Qin Xiao had also found out. As soon as they moved, there were many people following behind them. There were at least 1,000 people in the team. Although these teams had formed more than a dozen teams, they still followed Qin Xiao and the others. Although they had distanced themselves, they obviously wanted to borrow the strength of Qin Xiao and the others. Wherever Qin Xiao and the others went, they would follow. More than 1,000 people, divided into more than a dozen teams, following behind them. They were still a big target. These people are really too much. They can't join us, so they follow us closely. If they keep following us like this, it's not much different from joining us. There are so many people. They are too big of a target. I think it's better to not let them follow us. What can we do if we don't let them? Chase them away? If we chase them away, I don't think they will leave easily. Yeah, we can't chase them away. Are we going to attack them? That's even more impractical. We haven't reached the point where we need to attack them yet. Then what should we do? Let them follow us like this? Won't that bring danger to us? There's so many people. There's such a big target. Once they go deep into the Juetian stream, they will be too big of a target. It will be very easy for them to be targeted by dangerous forces. Brother Qin Xiao, what do you think we should do? No one had a good solution. In the end, they threw the decision to Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao also seriously thought about this problem. He frowned slightly and said, "Forget it. Let them follow us for now. There is no better way. They are a big target. But when danger comes, the sharing of power will also be great. When danger really comes, we should be able to disperse them. At that time, we can leave. Maybe we can completely get rid of them. Now, we can't get rid of them at all. We can only let them follow us. Let's not care about them for now. We just need to take care of ourselves. Although we are still in a relatively peripheral area, we can't be careless. Otherwise, our lives may be in danger at any time." Since Qin Xiao had said so, no one said anything else. They continued to move forward, ignoring those who were following them. Chapter 1643. Above a towering tree, a pair of dark eyes were hidden in the leaves of a cat. Even if one was close enough, it would be difficult to notice them. Those eyes were glowing with a strange light and could see extremely far away. This was the all-seeing eye technique. When used to the extreme, one could see extremely far away. The holy region's restrictions and oppression were relatively strong. Those below the heavenly venerable realm could not even fly in the air. Naturally, their eyes could not see very far, and the range of their divine consciousness was pitifully small. However, if one cultivated the all-seeing eye technique, they could see extremely far away. Their eyesight was even better than that of a heavenly venerable. The owner of those eyes was not a human. Instead, it was a huge nine-tailed fox. It was more than 3 meters tall and was much bigger than the average fox. Around a nine-tailed fox, there were a few other beasts. Each of them was releasing their ferocious and evil aura. A two-headed snake was coiled around a thick branch. Its body was more than 100 feet long and more than 2 feet thick. It was huge. Its long forked tongue flickered in and out of its mouth. It even made a hissing sound, which was particularly terrifying. "Nine-tailed, you've been watching for so long. Is there a situation?" The two-headed snake asked impatiently. The nine-tailed fox let out a strange laugh and said, "Hee hee, there's a situation, and it's a big one. It seems that our luck is pretty good. There are so many humans as soon as we come out. It's enough for us to have a sumptuous meal. Hiss, it's been a while since I've eaten human flesh. I really miss it. This time, I must save up a little more and eat slowly." Big situation? What's the big situation? Nine-tailed, don't keep us in suspense. Tell us quickly. The nine-tailed fox said, "There are more than 1,000 humans about to enter our territory. Once they step into our territory, We can start a massacre." Hearing the nine-tailed fox's words, the other beasts were delighted. Their ferocious eyes shone with green light. They were full of greed. They missed the taste of human flesh too much. It was truly delicious. Not only was the meat delicious, but there was also the essence that could be devoured, which could increase their strength. These were all things that they needed. The selection of the Fusu Immortal Palace has given us a great opportunity. Normally, it would be impossible to meet so many humans. This time, it's enough for us to go crazy. Kill, kill. I can't wait any longer. I'll be able to enjoy the delicious taste of human flesh again soon. Nine Tails, you got to keep a close eye on them. The moment they step into our territory, we'll get ready to strike. We can't let those humans get away. Humans are extremely cunning. Damn Fu2 Immortal Palace. They actually marked out our territory and didn't let us leave to kill people. This is so annoying. So what if it feels great? How can we fight against the Fuda Immortal Palace? They can only be obedient. Otherwise, they won't even know how they died. Let's not care about that. This is a path we have to pass through. Those humans will definitely enter our territory. When the time comes, hee. On the other side, Qin Xiao and the others were advancing rapidly through the forest. Qin Xiao's gaze was carefully scanning the area ahead. Although his vitality was greatly damaged, he was still in the heavenly venerate realm. He had indeed been affected in many aspects, but his eyesight was still incomparable to other fourth-step sovereigns. Qin Xiao's eyesight could also see relatively far away. Although it was much worse than when he was in the heavenly venerate realm, it was still about 60 to 70%. Therefore, Qin Xiao could see things within 10,000 miles clearly. Qin Xiao's brows suddenly furrowed slightly, and his eyes narrowed slightly. His gaze looked into the distance. In that instant just now, he had sensed something. There's a pair of eyes? They're hidden very deeply. I can feel the light in those eyes. They can see us. Only a heavenly venerate realm expert can see so far away. That's not right. We just entered the Jueshian stream not long ago. It's very unlikely that a heavenly venerate realm demon beast would appear, right? If it really was a heavenly venerate realm demon beast, it wouldn't have to hide so deeply. It could have easily wiped us all out. If a heavenly venerate realm demon beast could appear so casually, then the Fuda Immortal Palace isn't selecting registered disciples at all. They're sending us to our deaths. Qin Xiao thought about it carefully and immediately eliminated the possibility of a heavenly venerate realm demon beast. Apart from the possibility of a heavenly venerate realm demon beast, Qin Xiao could only think of an immortal technique like the all-seeing eye or a demon beast bloodline ability. However, regardless of the situation, Qin Xiao was certain that a demon beast was hiding there, that there was danger ahead. Therefore, Qin Xiao immediately transmitted a message to the others. Brothers, there's a situation ahead. Everyone, listen to my commands and follow me closely. Follow me wherever I go. Don't hesitate. Do you understand? Of course, no one doubted Qin Xiao's words. Although they couldn't see what was going on, they believed that Qin Xiao wouldn't speak carelessly. Mo Wangbei was also staring ahead, but clearly, he couldn't see what was going on. Therefore, when he heard Qin Xiao's words, he was a little surprised. However, he didn't doubt Qin Xiao's words. Although he didn't doubt Qin Xiao's words, he still had some doubts in his heart. He couldn't sense anything at all. Moreover, the place Qin Xiao mentioned was thousands of miles away. How could he sense it from so far away? Could it be so powerful? However, Mo Wangbei didn't think too much about it. Qin Xiao was the team leader, so all he had to do was listen to Qin Xiao's commands. He believed in Qin Xiao's ability. As they got closer and closer, the dozen teams behind them also followed. However, although Qin Xiao was getting closer, he was also consciously walking towards the edge. His consciousness was very small, so he wouldn't be noticed. He walked toward the edge bit by bit. Although it seemed like he was just casually walking, it was in fact carefully planned by Qin Xiao. The closer he got, the clearer Qin Xiao could see, and the more certain he was of his conjecture. However, Qin Xiao was slowly walking towards the edge. Finally, when he was close to 100 miles away, He completely circled around the edge. Brothers, follow me closely. Full speed ahead. Qin Xiao suddenly transmitted his voice to everyone. Hearing Qin Zhao's transmission, no one hesitated. After the transmission, Qin Zhao's speed suddenly increased to the limit. He moved forward at full speed, and the others quickly followed. Qin Zhao's team didn't hesitate at all. They moved in unison. However, the dozen teams behind them didn't react for a while. This was simply a sudden situation for them. By the time they reacted, Qin Xiao and his team had already run far away. Qin Xiao and his team are trying to shake us off. Everyone, hurry up and catch up with them. Hurry up. Otherwise, if we are shaken off, we will have to break through by ourselves. Everyone, hurry up and catch them. Don't let them run away. After they reacted, they quickly caught up with them. They didn't care so much and increased their speed to the extreme. There were more than 1,000 people behind them, so they spread out quite a bit. In this way, many people directly chased into the territory over there. In the territory over there, on the towering tree, the nine-tailed fox was very angry. What's going on? Did they discover me? That group of people suddenly ran away? They must have discovered us. That's why they suddenly acted like this. Those humans are really smart. How could they discover us like this? It's really abominable. They suddenly disrupted our formation. Many humans didn't enter our territory. Everyone, don't hesitate. Hurry up and kill them. Otherwise, more humans will leave our territory. That's not good. That's right. Let's kill them first. Kill as many as we can. We can't let those who came and go out again. Let's do it. Soon, sounds of fighting and screams could be heard. The sound also broke the silence here. Hearing the sounds of fighting and screams behind them, Xiao Dao and the others were shocked. There's really something over there. The sounds of fighting and screams are endless. It's so tragic. It seems that the situation is very serious. Yes, it's really scary. It seems that this Jueshin Valley is really a place where immortals die. We just came here not long ago. It hasn't even been a month, right? The danger is already here, and it's so scary. This is only the first danger. If it's already like this, how many more await us? Yes, it's probably an understatement to say that it's a 90% chance of survival. Sigh, our trip is very difficult, but there's no other way. It's been 10,000 years. It's only been a month. There's still an incomparably long time waiting for us. Thinking about it, it's too long. It's too scary. It's too dangerous. I really don't know if we can survive. Don't think so much. Let's take one step at a time. We're following Qin Xiao and Old Mo. It's much better than the others. If it weren't for Qin Xiao, we would have definitely broken into that place. Then, we'd probably be the ones screaming now. Yes, Qin Xiao is too smart. He noticed the situation from so far away and was able to successfully avoid it. I'm impressed. Anyway, I'm full of admiration for Qin Xiao now. Choosing Qin Xiao as the team leader was the right choice. Old Mo is also not bad. Yes. Old Mo is also not bad. It's not a problem for either Qin Xiao or Old Mo to be the team leader. It's our fortune. Qin Xiao shook his head and smiled. All right, let's go quickly. It's not good to stay here for long. Those people are really unlucky. They helped us stall those demonic beasts so that we can have such an easy time. There's nothing we can do about it. I can't warn them to avoid it. That's the only way. Yes, that's the only way. Qin Xiao, you don't have to think too much. Let's go quickly. There are still some people following us. They're lucky. Qin Xiao also saw that there were not many people following them. There were only about 100 people. The others had all entered the territory over there. It was difficult to completely shake them off. Since they were following, then let them follow. Qin Xiao and the others did not stop. They left quickly. The sound gradually faded away and soon disappeared completely. After they were thousands of miles away, Qin Xiao slowed down. Running continuously consumed a lot of divine power. He could not do that. Wandering in the Jueshin stream, he must pay attention to this. Once his divine power was consumed too quickly and he could not replenish it in time, it would be very dangerous. Chapter 1644. The dangers in the Jueshin ravine were indeed very frightening. Along the way, they were filled with danger. Not every day was dangerous, But there was definitely a small danger every 3 days and a big danger every 5 days. Along the way, it was like this. Fortunately, Qin Zhao's perception was very strong, so he was able to avoid these dangers very well. As long as there was danger, Qin Zhao was able to detect it in advance and think of ways to avoid it. And this method was tried and tested. Every time, he was able to avoid it perfectly. He did not need to use any strength at all and could safely move forward. As for the 100 over people following Qin Zhao's team, their numbers were slowly dwindling as the dangers came again and again. Even though they had been following Qin Zhao's team closely, sometimes Qin Zhao's team would suddenly leave at full speed. Therefore, before they could react, they would be surrounded by danger. After a year, no one followed Qin Zhao's team anymore. They were the only team left. Their team of 30 people was not bad. In this year, they had followed Qin Zhao and had only fought 2 or 3 times. Moreover, it was not too dangerous. Therefore, for a year, everyone was unscathed. It even made them feel that they had passed through it very easily. Thinking about it, they felt that it was a little unbelievable. This was the Juetian Ravine, the Juetian Ravine. It was a place that even celestial venerables did not dare to enter easily. However, they had walked in the Juetian Ravine for a year and were actually unscathed. One had to admit that it was a very miraculous thing. And this miraculous thing was completely created by Qin Zhao. Qin Zhao used his eyesight, his intuition, his alertness to danger, and his rich experience to make judgments. It was always effective. Therefore, everyone worshipped Qin Zhao more and more. It made Qin Zhao's image in their hearts even greater. He was simply a godly person. Indeed, it made people feel that he was a celestial being. Old Mo, did you notice a problem? Qin Zhao suddenly asked. As old Mo walked, he replied, Qin Zhao, I know what you want to say. I have noticed this problem long ago. I have always wanted to tell you about it. I didn't expect you to say it first. Our journey here has indeed been a little strange. Therefore, I have a bold guess in my heart. Qin Zhao, do you think it's possible? It's like this. I feel that the demonic beasts and some dangerous places in the Juetian Ravine must have been carefully arranged by the Fumu Immortal Palace. Those demonic beasts must have divided their territories. Once humans enter their territories, they can attack them. As for those who haven't entered their territory, they can't make a move. That's a safe zone. Those demonic beasts are all trapped in their own territories and are not allowed to leave. That's why our journey has been so peaceful, and we haven't encountered much resistance at all. Old Mo, it seems that we have the same idea again. Qin Zhao laughed heartily. He indeed had the same idea, so he wanted to talk to Mo Wangbei. Unexpectedly, Mo Wangbei was also thinking the same thing. The two of them were thinking of the same thing, not one bit different. If not, they would not have been able to completely avoid the demonic beasts. Even if they had bypassed those dangerous places, those demonic beasts should not have been so easy to talk to. Even if they could bypass those dangerous places, they should not be able to bypass those demonic beasts. But the strange thing was that along the way, Qin Zhao and the others did not even encounter a single demonic beast that ambushed them. But along the way, Qin Zhao had clearly sensed and seen many demonic beasts. Therefore, it was impossible that there were no demonic beasts. This situation was obviously somewhat thought-provoking. Therefore, after thinking about it, Qin Zhao came up with this bold guess. Mo Wangbei also had the same bold guess. The two of them had the same idea, so it increased the possibility of this guess. Only in this way could it be completely explained. So, Qin Zhao, you're the one who is able to completely avoid those dangerous places and the demonic beast territories. That's why we've been able to survive until now. So now I'm having a whimsical thought. If we can keep avoiding the demonic beast territories, then wouldn't it be like this all the way? Wouldn't there be any danger? But obviously, this kind of thinking is relatively naive. I do not believe in this kind of thinking. Futu Immortal Palace must have already calculated it. They will not let this kind of situation happen. It's just that if we do this, the test we will have to face will be much lighter. It can be regarded as a bit of cheating. Qin Zhao also nodded and said, yes, it is naturally impossible to avoid the demonic beasts all the time. Also, I have encountered some problems in the past year. The further we go, the more dangerous the demonic beast territories become. The demonic beast territories also become more frequent and larger. If we want to avoid them, we have to spend more time thinking about it. Therefore, I feel that if this trend continues, it will become more and more difficult to avoid the demonic beasts until there is no way to avoid them, and we have to face them. And the further we go, the worse my ability to judge will be. It will be very difficult to judge in the end. Since Fu 2 Immortal Palace came up with this kind of rules, they must have considered all aspects. There is no way they will allow people to cheat. However, although cheating is not very likely, there are some shortcuts in the rules that can lessen the test. Perhaps this itself is a kind of test for the candidates. If it is purely for people to enter Juetian stream, I dare say that we will definitely be wiped out. Even heavenly venerables have a 90% chance of dying. How can us fourth-step sovereigns do it? Therefore, Fu 2 Immortal Palace should be testing many aspects in this round. It should be a comprehensive test. This round's test isn't to highlight one's ability, but to consider many factors from various aspects. In any case, it is only the first round of elimination. It doesn't matter if more people stay. Yes. Mo Wangbei nodded in agreement with Qin Zhao's words. He added, however, Qin Zhao, I feel that there is another factor. Although this test won't highlight one's strength, there will still be some people who will stand out like heroes. Just like a team leader like you, if you can lead a team to pass this stage, it will highlight your abilities in all aspects, and it will be very dazzling. Therefore, I do not understand why Fu 2 Immortal Palace came up with this round. Qin Zhao shook his head and said, forget it. Let's not think about this for now. At the very least, we have some idea of how to proceed. That is enough. Let's continue with our original plan and try to avoid as many dangers as possible. Let's try to pass by coincidence and reach the other side with the least cost. Danger will definitely come sooner or later. It just depends on how much we can avoid. The more we can avoid, the greater our chances of success. Perhaps this is the biggest test we have to face. The group continued forward. They hadn't ventured too deep yet, so the situation was still relatively good. There wouldn't be any great danger. Qin Zhao was able to avoid it very well, so it was relatively easy for them to travel. Although it was said that the further they went, the harder it would be, Qin Zhao had long since realized this problem, so he was adjusting himself. When encountering a situation, he wasn't in a hurry. He analyzed it slowly and carefully and finally found the best way out. With Qin Zhao around, it was enough to make things easier. Qin Zhao's unique advantage was something that few people could match. It could be said that he was cheating. However, strictly speaking, experience and vigilance were not cheating. After all, Qin Zhao really didn't use other forces. Qin Zhao, old Mo, look. An extremely excited voice suddenly sounded. It was a man behind Qin Zhao who spoke. His eyes were sharp. He looked in one direction, and a ray of light burst out from them. Hearing this voice, everyone looked over one after another. Following the direction of his finger, they saw a strange flower growing in a deep valley in the distance through a crack in a rock. This flower was like a living fairy dancing there, blooming with spirituality. At first glance, people could tell that this flower was not simple. It was definitely not an ordinary thing. What flower is that? It looks very strange and precious. Yeah, I haven't seen it before, but even from so far away, I can still feel the strangeness of this flower. Doesn't anyone know this flower? Qin Zhao, old Mo, what about you? Qin Zhao definitely didn't know. He came from the universe, so his knowledge of the things in the immortal domain was very limited. He had never heard of such an item. After Mo Wangbei carefully sized it up, his expression suddenly changed, revealing a look of surprise. It's the 3 lives flower. It's actually the 3 lives flower. Haha, this time, we really hit the jackpot. I didn't expect to find a 3 lives flower here. We're rich. We're really rich. Mo Wangbei became excited, his face filled with ecstasy. Seeing Mo Wangbei like this, everyone knew that the 3 lives flower was very precious. Therefore, everyone became even more curious. Someone impatiently asked, Old Mo, what is the 3 lives flower? Quickly tell us, how precious is it? Can a single flower make us rich? Qin Shao also looked at Mo Wangbei curiously, waiting for his explanation. After Mo Wangbei calmed himself down, he said, "The 3 lives flower blooms once in a lifetime, a total of 3 lives. After 3 blooms, it will completely die. 1 year, 1 wilts. The 3 lives flower blooms once in a lifetime, 3 wilts completely. Once the 3 lives flower blooms, it will only last for a very short time. It might wither in a few days. If it's long, it might even last for a few years. That's why it's not an easy task to encounter a blooming 3 lives flower. And the greatest value of the 3 lives flower is that it's the main ingredient for refining the soul resurrection pill. It's priceless. It said that one 3 lives flower can be sold for 1,000 chaos source stones. Haha, that's why we're rich this time. Our luck is good to come across a 3 lives flower. This is equivalent to earning over 1,000 chaos source stones." Chapter 1645. Each person would get 30 to 40 chaos source rocks. Just the thought of it was enough to make them excited. Even one chaos source rock was precious enough, let alone 30 to 40 chaos source rocks. Although the various clans and families had given him some chaos source rocks for this trip, it could be said that the clans and families had taken out all of their savings. Weaker clans and clans might not even have 1,000 chaos source stones in total. One 3 lives flower was enough to make everyone feel like they were looking at a mountain of gold. Who wouldn't want such a treasure? Haha, then what are we waiting for? Let's hurry over before someone else gets to it first. Hearing Mo Wangbei's words, everyone was a little impatient. Naturally, they wanted to get it as soon as possible. Qin Shao said, "Everyone, don't be impatient. We're the only ones around here. There's no need to rush. In such a dangerous place, opportunities are often born with danger. Therefore, it's highly likely that there's danger around the 3 lives flower. If we rush over recklessly, it's highly likely that we'll be consigned to eternal damnation. Therefore, we still have to be careful. Let's get closer slowly. I'll check out the situation first." Hearing Qin Zhao's words, everyone suppressed the excitement in their hearts. The group of people carefully approached that place. It was a relatively remote valley. The surrounding terrain was very complicated. Groups of peaks completely surrounded this place. Strange and rugged rocks formed stone peaks of different sizes. Each of them was like an ancient warrior standing guard there. Everyone carefully sized up the secluded valley. The most eye-catching place was the 3 lives flower that was blooming with immortal chi. It was like a budding fairy. It had immortal chi, spirituality, and a holy glow. One look, and one could tell that it was a precious treasure. It was a priceless, immortal treasure. From afar, it could already stir people's hearts. It attracted everyone and made them want to pounce over and snatch the 3 lives flower. The closer they got, the more excited they were. After all, no one had seen such an immortal treasure before. This feeling was like a beggar suddenly seeing a mountain of gold. It was difficult to express that kind of excitement. "Qin Shao, there shouldn't be any danger over there, right? Let's speed up." An urgent voice sounded. Qin Shao looked at the man helplessly and said, "Beard, why are you in such a hurry? The meat is already in your mouth. Are you afraid that it will fly away? Calm down. This is the Juetian stream, not an ordinary place. If you could see any danger with just a glance, then it wouldn't be the Juetian ravine. Based on my experience, it won't be easy for us to obtain the 3 lives flower. The slightest bit of carelessness could cause us to fall into an irrecoverable situation. So, don't be in a hurry. Move forward slowly in case of any sudden danger. Everyone, don't be careless. You must be 120% alert." Mo Wangbei's expression was also somewhat serious as he said, "That's right. Everyone, don't be careless. This is not a game." I also agree with Qin Shao. It's better not to fantasize about a pie falling from the sky. This place looks peaceful, but it's extremely likely that there are hidden dangers. Beard laughed embarrassedly and said, "Aren't I just too excited? All right. I'll listen to you." Qin Shao indicated for everyone to continue forward. Soon, they were within 5 kilometers of the 3 lives flower. This distance was already extremely close. If a four-step ruler were to move at full speed, they would be able to reach the 3 lives flower in an extremely short amount of time. HM, Qin Xiao waved his hand, suddenly indicating for everyone to stop. Seeing Qin Xiao's actions, everyone's expression immediately changed. They all knew that something must have happened. Otherwise, Qin Xiao wouldn't have acted like this. Every time this happened, it meant that something was about to happen. Mo Wangbei's expression also immediately sank. His gaze swept the surroundings, sensing danger. He faintly sensed a dangerous aura hidden in the darkness, but he had no way to confirm it. He couldn't find the source of the danger. "Brother Qin Xiao, what's the situation?" Mo Wangbei asked. Qin Xiao looked around seriously, then pointed in 3 directions and said, "I can sense powerful auras hidden in those 3 directions. Moreover, look at those 3 directions. They're all facing each other, and the distance from the 3 lives flower is the same. However, all 3 sides are maintaining their calm and hiding there. There's no movement at all. It's a bit strange." Mo Wangbei frowned and said, "Qin Xiao, could it be that there's a demonic beast secretly guarding the 3 lives flower? But that can't be right? It's possible for an immortal treasure to have a protective power. However, if there are 3 demonic beasts, then that shouldn't be right. According to what I know, the 3 lives flower is also an extremely precious treasure to demonic beasts. Demonic beasts have an innate advantage over us. They can directly swallow the 3 lives flower and then slowly digest it. We can't do that. If we forcefully swallow the 3 lives flower, we might explode and die. If a 4th-step ruler demonic beast could swallow a 3 lives flower, then it would definitely be able to step into the universe grade immediately. It might even be able to raise its cultivation base to a very high level. Therefore, if demonic beasts saw the 3 lives flower, they would go crazy fighting for it. Why would they just quietly hide there? This doesn't make sense." Qin Xiao said, "It does make sense, so I have another idea. What if these 3 demonic beasts hiding in the dark are opposing each other?" "Opposing each other?" Mo Wangbei was slightly moved. After pondering for a while, he nodded his head heavily. "Yes, Brother Qin Xiao, you're right. It's possible that they're opposing each other. After all, there's only one 3 lives flower. Everyone would definitely want to get their hands on it. If there are only 2 people, then they'll just fight it out. The winner takes all. However, if there are 3 parties, then no one would dare to make a move rashly, lest the 3rd party takes advantage of them. Therefore, the situation is in a deadlock, forming a sort of balance. Everyone wants to break this balance, but no one would dare to make a move rashly. Therefore, they're all hiding in the dark." Yes, Qin Xiao was thinking the same thing. This possibility was the highest. After all, Qin Xiao couldn't help but sense that there were forces hiding in the dark. Based on the aura of these forces, he could sense an extremely dense, killing intent. Obviously, the 3 demonic beasts that were hiding in the dark were all filled with murderous aura. This meant that the forces hiding in the dark were all accumulating power and waiting to attack each other. Furthermore, Qin Xiao could also sense that the forces hiding in the dark were extremely powerful and wouldn't be easy to deal with. One demonic beast wouldn't be a big deal, but there were actually 3 of them. This was troublesome. "Qin Xiao, what should we do now?" Mo Wangbei asked. Qin Xiao frowned slightly and said, "Old Mo, do you have a good plan?" Mo Wangbei thought for a while and said, "The 3 forces hiding in the dark have already maintained a balance. If we rashly enter now, then we'll probably become the target of the 3 forces. At that time, we'll become the target of public criticism. If the 3 forces crazily attack us, then it'll be a big problem. Moreover, I can sense that the 3 forces hiding in the dark should be relatively powerful. Therefore, if we really have to fight with them, we might have to pay a price." Mo Wangbei and Qin Xiao didn't have to worry about anything. They were confident in their own strength. At the very least, they should have no problem protecting themselves. However, it was hard to say about the others. For Qin Xiao and Mo Wangbei, when they thought about problems, they had to consider the whole team and not just themselves. First of all, they had to ensure that the team would benefit the most. They also had to ensure that no one on the team would have any accidents. Since they were going to make a move, then they had to consider everything clearly. Therefore, I think we can wait a little longer, Old Emo said again. Wait. Qin Xiao looked at Mo Wangbei. Everyone else also looked at Mo Wangbei. Everyone was a little impatient. They couldn't wait. The Three Lives flower was right in front of them, but they didn't take it. How could they not be itchy? Mo Wangbei continued. Yes, let's wait a little longer. If they're hiding, then we're hiding too. If they're not moving, then we're not moving either. The Three Lives flower's flowering period is very limited. At most, it'll only bloom for a few years. Therefore, we can't keep waiting. The three forces hiding in the dark should have been watching for a while. They're still able to maintain this balance without making a move. They're probably testing each other's patience. However, no matter how patient they are, once the flowering period is near, they'll definitely make a move regardless of the consequences. Therefore, why don't we wait for them to make a move first? Then we'll sit back and reap the benefits. Mo Wangbei's strategy sounded pretty good, and many people nodded in agreement. If he could use the safest method to obtain the Three Lives flower, why wouldn't he do it? However, Qin Xiao shook his head and said, No, it's not appropriate. Not appropriate? Mo Wangbei was slightly taken aback. He looked at Qin Xiao. Everyone else also looked at Qin Xiao. Why was it not appropriate? Didn't it sound pretty good? Qin Xiao spoke his thoughts. It's like this. Listen to me carefully. First of all, if we can sense their presence, I think they should be able to sense us too. In terms of detection, monsters have a slight advantage over us. Therefore, if we have such thoughts, then they'll definitely have a countermeasure. In this way, we'll most likely fall into a passive position. Secondly, if we really wait until the Three Lives flower's flowering period to make a move, then it's very likely that we'll miss it. At that time, if everyone fights to the death, then it's very likely that no one will be able to obtain it. Monsters have their own thoughts. They'd rather no one obtain it than let others obtain it. Therefore, if we really fight to that extent, then I'm afraid no one will be able to gain anything. Exactly. We can't do that. We can't gamble like that. If we want to fight, then we have to fight with the determination to obtain the Three Lives flower. Therefore, I'm more willing to make a move now. We can't delay any longer. Hearing Qin Zhao's words, everyone started to weigh the pros and cons. Mo Wangbei also had a thoughtful expression. After a while, he said, Qin Xiao, if that's the case, then we'll be taking a huge risk. Chapter 1646. Qin Xiao nodded and said, Yes, old Mo, I'm also thinking about this. That's why I haven't thought of the best way to deal with it. I'm still trying to think of a better way, but after thinking about it for a long time, I'm afraid that the only paths we can take are mine, Lu, and yours. Now, let's see which path is better. Now that the two paths have been laid out, let's express your opinions. Let's discuss together and reach a consensus. Two paths. One was Qin Zhao's dangerous path. The other was Mo Wangbei's safe path. The dangerous path would increase the chances of getting the Three Lives flower. If it was a stable path, then the chances would be smaller. There were pros and cons. It all depended on how one weighed the pros and cons. Therefore, everyone took this question seriously. They had to pay attention to it. After all, it was a very important matter. If one were to advance and one were to retreat, then it was possible that one's life would be at stake. Who would dare to be careless in such a matter? The bearded man was the first to speak. I think I agree with Qin Zhao's path. This is a Three Lives flower, an immortal treasure. It's right in front of us. If we don't fight for it, won't we be laughed at by others? Wealth comes from danger. I feel that I'm a little hot-blooded now, so I want to fight for it. Before this, we've always been sheltered in the clan. Now that we've come out, we have to face a lot of dangers. Since we've come to participate in the selection of the Fu Su Immortal Palace, we've come with the determination to succeed or die for a righteous cause. If we fail, I believe the chances of us surviving are very small. Therefore, we should take advantage of the fact that it's not too dangerous now. We should take more risks to train ourselves and grow. With our current strength, I believe that apart from Qin Xiao and Old Mo, the rest of us have no hope of passing the selection. If we can't pass, even with Qin Shao and Old Mo's help, we'll still have a slim chance of survival. The biggest possibility is that what awaits us is a dead end. Therefore, I think we have to fight for it this time. Every time there is an opportunity, we must fight for it. We have to fight for it again and again, train ourselves again and again, and transform ourselves from life and death. Only in this way can we hope to pass the selection. Qin Shao and Old Mo couldn't help glancing at the bearded man. The bearded man's long-winded speech was very reasonable. The others also looked at him with a new level of respect. Seeing everyone's expression, the bearded man touched his head and looked at everyone. What's wrong? Is there anything wrong with what I said? Yi Wu Gei, who was beside the bearded man, hammered the bearded man's chest and praised. Not bad, bearded man. You're usually so carefree, but nothing good comes out of your mouth. Today, your words are like gold. What do you mean? The bearded man was confused. Well said, it makes a lot of sense. I seriously agree with what you said. Yi Wu Gei said. The bearded man laughed. It was indeed difficult for him to come up with such a great principle. Today, he had a flash of inspiration. Yes, the bearded man is right. If we don't dare to fight for it now and only ask for Qin Shao and Old Mo's protection, then we definitely won't pass the selection. The possibility of death is very high. Now there's this opportunity for us to fight for it and train ourselves. I think it's a good thing. Perhaps this is the good intention of the Fu Su Immortal Palace. So, no matter how dangerous it is, we have to fight. Immediately, someone agreed with the bearded man. The bearded man's words really resonated with everyone, and it really made everyone realize the depth of the problem. One thing really couldn't be seen from the surface. It must be analyzed from the depth and carefully analyzed. If it was just from the surface, then this time it was indeed more dangerous, and there might really be bloodshed. However, on a deeper level, if he were to shrink back now, he would probably shrink back in fear later on. If they kept shrinking back like this, then the possibility of dying in the test was very high. The bearded man's words could be regarded as a wake-up call, and it made everyone think of this deep problem. It really was as the bearded man said, this kind of situation really did exist. Thinking about it carefully, they were completely relieved. Perhaps they really hadn't realized this problem before, but now they were completely aware of it. With this kind of deep understanding, everyone unanimously agreed with the bearded man's words and Qin Zhao's path. Needless to say, Xiao Dao and Man naturally unswervingly followed Qin Zhao's footsteps. No matter what choice Qin Shao made, they would definitely follow closely. Everyone expressed their views, and Mo Wangbei also said, yes, the bearded man has been enlightened this time. He's right, it really is like that. Perhaps this is the hidden test that the Fu Su Immortal Palace gave us. If we don't realize this level, then it's very likely that we're thinking about how to avoid the danger, how to escape. But in fact, escaping won't solve the problem. The more we escape, the more we will rely on it, and the less we will fight. If you want to pass the selection of the Fu Su Immortal Palace's disciples, then you must have hot-bloodedness, potential, strength, and comprehensive strength. You have to be outstanding in every aspect. You have to stand out from the countless competitors. You have to be one in 100 million and carve out a bloody path. And if you want to kill your way out, then you must be willing to sacrifice yourself. You must dare to fight, to bleed, and not be afraid of sacrifice. If you don't even have this little bit of courage, then you naturally won't be able to pass the test. The first elimination test seems simple, but there are actually many mysteries hidden within. If you don't think about it carefully, you really won't be able to think of this level. Even I didn't think of this level. It was the bearded man's words that woke me up. The bearded man, this time I really have to give you a merit. What you said is very true. Receiving Mo Wangbei's praise, the bearded man laughed somewhat embarrassedly. This was the first time he was praised by Mo Wangbei, and also the first time he was recognized by everyone. Naturally, he was very happy. Mo Wangbei then looked at Qin Shao with a face full of admiration and said, Brother Qin Shao, I really admire you. In terms of sharpness, I am indeed far behind you. You could see through the problem with one glance, but I never thought of it. If it wasn't for the bearded man, I really wouldn't have thought of it, and neither would everyone else. But you must have thought of it long ago, so you said you couldn't wait. The bearded man's words were just a flash of inspiration. I know the bearded man. He's good everywhere, but his brain isn't very good. The bearded man immediately looked at M.O. Wong Bei with a wry smile. Old M.O., you're exposing my shortcomings. Can't you give me some face? You were just praising me. Why did you take it back in the blink of an eye? You can't bully me like this. Can't you let me show off a little longer? Do you have to say it out loud? So what if it was a flash of inspiration, a blind cat meeting a dead mouse? That's also a skill. I also thought of it with my own skill. Why do you say that my brain isn't very good? I don't accept it. Haha, bearded old M.O. is right. Today you really met a blind cat meeting a dead mouse. Laugh. What I wanted to say, old M.O. said it out loud. Let me laugh a little longer. I also want to laugh a little longer. The bearded man was so anxious that his face turned red, and he almost cried. This was too much of a bully. However, everyone was just joking, so naturally they didn't take it seriously. The bearded man had always been the target of everyone's jokes. However, the bearded man's personality was actually very carefree, so he wouldn't really get angry. At most, he would be a little anxious. Qin Xiao shook his head and smiled. Okay, you guys don't make fun of the bearded man. This time he really hit the nail on the head. I did think of it, but I didn't say it out loud, so the bearded man said it out loud. Hearing Qin Xiao speaking for him, the bearded man suddenly became happy again. He blew his beard and stared at everyone, saying, That's right. You guys only know how to bully an honest man like me. Look at Qin Xiao, he's so good at talking. Look at you guys, the gap is really big. No wonder he's the captain. However, before the bearded man was happy, Qin Xiao added another sentence, fiercely stabbing the bearded man. Although the bearded man is usually not very smart, this time he's still blessed. Well, there's always a time when people are smart. Plop! The bearded man directly fell down, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood, looking at Qin Xiao like a resentful woman. I'm just kidding. Let's get down to business. Qin Xiao patted his beard. Such behavior made everyone a little stunned. In their impression, Qin Xiao was the last person who would joke. He had always been more serious. Although he was easygoing, easy to get along with, and was very kind to everyone, he had never joked before. This was the first time. In this way, the distance between him and the others was also a lot closer. At this time, everyone realized that Qin Xiao also knew how to joke. What did it mean to joke? It meant that the relationship between them was very close, so he could joke unscrupulously, which was a sign of closeness. At this time, Qin Xiao could joke with the bearded man, which meant that the relationship between them was very close. Otherwise, it would not be like this. After joking, Qin Xiao's expression suddenly became serious. He looked at the crowd with a flicker in his eyes and said, Everyone, since we've reached a consensus, let's discuss how to take action again. I believe that I don't need to say anything more about the situation. If we take this road, we'll definitely bear a lot of risks. There may even be casualties among us. Our blood will be spilled here, and our lives will be left here. This is very likely. Although I don't want this to happen, I have to admit that this possibility can't be ruled out, and it's not small. I don't even know how dangerous it is. I just came here with the mentality that I have to give it a try. So, since everyone has chosen this road, you must be prepared to fight to the death. First of all, this belief is a must. Only when this belief is firm can we fight without fear. Only in this way will our chances of success be higher. Moreover, for us, success is not only about getting the 3 lives flower, but also about the tempering of life and death in such a dangerous situation. It will improve ourselves in all aspects. Chapter 1647. Everyone had unanimously decided on the path to take. A series of plans had also been discussed and decided. The 30 people were divided into 2 groups. Each group consisted of 15 people, led by Qin Xiao and M.O. Wong Bei. They approached the 3 lives flower from 2 directions. Just like the 2 wings of a bird, they could take care of each other. If one group was attacked and needed to slow down, the other group could quickly respond. If there was a great danger, the 2 groups could quickly distance themselves from each other and disperse the enemy's strength. In this way, the two groups were like two sharp blades. This strategy was also decided by Qin Shao. In terms of combat experience, there was no doubt that Qin Shao was very rich. Qin Shao had participated in too many big and small battles. Qin Shao led a group of people and quickly approached the Three Lives Flower. Since they had decided to take action, they naturally did not hesitate. No matter if they approached quickly or slowly, they definitely could not escape the detection of the three hidden forces in the dark. Therefore, as long as they took action, they would definitely be targeted. There was no doubt about this. The fact proved that this was the case. As soon as Qin Shao took action, he immediately felt a pair of terrifying eyes staring at him in the dark. A gloomy and cold aura also surged over like a tide. However, this aura was relatively restrained, so only Qin Shao could sense it. The others did not sense it. For the others, there was no danger in front of them at all. Anyway, they could not sense it. The three hidden forces in the dark were hidden very deeply. Ordinary people could not sense it at all. Hiding one's aura was also a demonic beast's instinct. If Qin Shao did not have so much experience and a very strong sense of perception, it would definitely be very difficult for him to detect it. As they got closer and closer, Qin Shao also clearly sensed that the hidden forces in the dark were preparing to take action. Brothers, pay attention. Get ready to fight. Qin Shao transmitted a message to everyone. Hearing Qin Zhao's words, everyone's nerves were stimulated and they all became vigilant. They knew that Qin Shao wouldn't joke around. If she said that there was a battle, there must be danger approaching. Yes, underground. Qin Zhao's eyebrows suddenly twitched. She felt a movement coming from underground. The aura was also coming from underground. Moreover, it was moving rapidly underground. Qin Shao immediately realized that something was hidden underground. What the hell was this thing that could move so quickly underground? He knew the Earth Shield technique. Everyone back off. Qin Shao suddenly shouted and ordered everyone to step back. At the same time, he flipped the sword in his hand and stabbed it into the ground. When everyone heard Qin Zhao's words, they didn't hesitate and immediately stepped back, distancing themselves from Qin Shao. Qin Zhao's sword fiercely pierced into the ground. The powerful sword key vibrated and transformed into a sharp light that pierced into the ground. Immortal energy surged, and the sword shone brightly. As the sword fell, the ground quickly cracked open, and cracks appeared on the ground. The sharp light of the sword key flickered in the fissures. These fissures were clearly formed by the sharp light of the sword key. From this, it could be seen how powerful this sword was. Although Qin Shao didn't use the startling sword's immortal technique, it still couldn't erase the power of this sword. In terms of cultivation, Qin Shao was a fourth-step ruler. However, he had already reached the peak of the fourth-step ruler realm and was only a small step away from the universe grade. Most importantly, Qin Zhao's understanding of the immortal Tao was different from ordinary people in many aspects. The more he understood, the more powerful he would be able to unleash. He could mobilize the might of the heavens for his own use and integrate it into his sword, making it even more powerful and sharp. It looked like an ordinary sword, but contained a lot of things, including a lot of the power of the immortal Tao. The so-called immortal technique was actually a kind of use of the immortal Tao's immortal might. In a deeper sense, it was the use of immortal Tao nomological laws. Qin Shao had started creating cultivation techniques when he was very weak. Therefore, he had a lot of his own understanding. Qin Shao could use it in actual combat to strengthen his own techniques. Bang! When Qin Zhao's sword landed, a loud explosion was heard and a figure scuttled out of the ground. It was a demonic beast about 10 meters long that looked like a mouse. Its forelegs weren't long, but its body was very thick and strong. However, its head was also very long, and it had a thick and powerful tail. There was also a horn on its head that looked like a barb. Its entire body was covered in yellowish-brown scales. Each of these scales was bigger than the opening of a bowl. They were shiny and reflected a chilling light. This demonic beast wasn't huge, and it didn't look very sinister or scary. At first glance, it even looked a little cute. However, no one dared to think so. That would be courting death. The demonic beast in front of them exuded a strong, murderous aura. Qin Zhao's sword strike just now clearly did not cause any harm to him. Qin Zhao's gaze fell on the demonic beast. He obviously didn't know where it came from. However, someone soon recognized it. It's the ground shell beast. It's born with the ability to shield the ground. It comes and goes like a ghost and is very difficult to catch. The ground shell beast's strongest point is its defense. It's said that it's very difficult to hurt it. It can shield the ground, and its body's defense is very strong. Even if its attack power is weak, it's still very difficult to deal with it. Ground shell beast. Qin Zhao finally knew where this demonic beast came from. However, Qin Zhao hadn't heard of the ground shell beast before. After hearing this explanation, he roughly understood the abilities of the ground shell beast. Qin Zhao had already experienced its strong defense. Qin Zhao had also experienced its innate ability to shield the ground. With these two methods, it would not be easy to deal with him. It seems that we can't use force. We can only use our wits. Our goal isn't to kill this ground shell beast. We just need to defeat it and drive it away. In other words, we don't even need to drive it away. We just need to suppress it. The ground shell beast has strong defense and strong escapability. However, this world is fair. Since God has given the ground shell beast two extraordinary talents, he definitely won't give it too much. So, if I'm not wrong, its attack must be its weakness. If it's strong, I won't fight it head-on. If it's weak, I'll focus on it and hit it. Qin Zhao thought for a while and immediately came up with a countermeasure. After coming up with a countermeasure, Qin Zhao didn't hesitate. He immediately said to everyone, "The ground shell beast can shield the ground. Everyone, be careful. Follow my previous plan. Attack is its weakness. So once it attacks, we'll dodge. Once it dodges, we'll attack. We won't fight it head-on. We'll use our strengths to suppress it. Brothers, let's do it together." At Qin Zhao's command, everyone didn't hesitate. They were already prepared for battle and quickly attacked. Qin Zhao was naturally the first to attack. He slashed out with his sword, which bloomed with a strange sharpness. It was breathtaking. The Jinghong swordsmanship's sword could be breathtaking. Although Qin Zhao hadn't cultivated the Jinghong swordsmanship to a very deep level, he could still display some breathtaking power. Everyone unleashed their attacks at the same time. It was like a monstrous wave surging towards the ground shell beast. The ground shell beast didn't dodge. Instead, it used its body to resist everyone's attacks. At the same time, it let out a low roar and attacked one of them. Its target was obviously not Qin Zhao. Boom, boom, boom. Everyone's attacks landed together. It was like 5 thunderbolts striking the ground shell beast. It was like lightning striking the ground shell beast's body, causing a series of sparks. The ground shell beast's speed was fast. It even dodged many attacks. He received all the other attacks, but they didn't hurt him at all. He didn't care about those attacks at all. He just kept going after his target. The person targeted by the ground shell beast wasn't anyone else. It was Yi Wuguwei. His strength was average. At this moment, when he saw that the ground shell beast wasn't affected at all and pounced towards him with a gust of cold, Yi Wuguwei's heart sank. He felt like the Grim Reaper was walking towards him. He smelled something terrifying. The danger was coming. This was the aura of death. This time, Yi Wuguwei was really frightened. Under the impact of this terrifying aura, Yi Wuguwei's face instantly turned cold and pale. "Be careful, Yi Wuguwei." Yi Wuguwei dodged quickly. The others also realized the danger and instantly shouted. How could Yi Wuguwei not know the danger? How could he not want to dodge? But at this moment, his body didn't seem to be listening to him. How could it be so easy to dodge? Moreover, the ground shell beast's speed was too fast. It made Yi Wuguwei feel like he had no way of dodging at all. He felt like he was being targeted. Therefore, Yi Wuguwei could only retreat quickly. However, the ground shell beast chased after him at an even faster speed. Under such circumstances, Yi Wuguwei had no way of escaping. Humph, beast, get lost. At this critical moment, an immortal rope suddenly appeared out of thin air and flew over like a bolt of lightning. It actually tied up the ground shell beast in an instant. The other end of the immortal rope was held in Qin Zhao's hand. Then, with a strong pull, she pulled the ground shell beast back. In this way, the possibility of the ground shell beast killing Yi Wugue was cut off. Only then did Yi Wugue catch his breath. He quickly retreated to the side and retreated into the crowd. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief and wipe off his cold sweat. Phew, that was really too dangerous. I was scared to death. I almost died in the mouth of this ground shell beast. After the incident, Yi Wugue still had some lingering fear. If not for Qin Zhao's timely intervention at the last moment, he might really have died in the hands of the ground shell beast. Even if he didn't die, he might be seriously injured. Fortunately, Qin Zhao acted forcefully and stopped the ground shell beast in one move. What a coincidence! Qin Zhao's move was the immortal rope technique. This was also the first time Qin Zhao used the immortal rope technique in a battle. The effect was not bad. Roar! The ground shell beast let out an angry roar. It glared fiercely at Qin Zhao and hissed, "Lowly and weak human, do you think you can bind me with your immortal rope technique? Humph! Your immortal rope technique is far from perfect. It's not mature enough. Don't think you can bind me with this little power." Chapter 1648. Once the ground shell beast entered the ground, its power became limitless. Thus, as soon as it burrowed into the ground, Qin Zhao felt a powerful force tugging at him, trying to drag him away. Qin Zhao was actually very strong, but in this trial, he could only use the power of the immortal Tao. He couldn't use the power of his true meaning of strength. If he could, Qin Zhao would naturally be able to hold on to the immortal rope. Qin Zhao's body was dragged along the ground by the ground shell beast. However, Qin Zhao did not let go. Instead, he held on tightly to prevent the ground shell beast from breaking free of the immortal rope. As long as it was tightly bound, the ground shell beast's power would be greatly reduced. Everything would be in Qin Zhao's hands. Only by controlling the ground shell beast would he have the upper hand. With the upper hand, he'd already won half the battle. Over there, attack! Qin Zhao shouted to the crowd. He pointed in a direction, then unleashed his full power, pushing the immortal rope technique to its limit. Qin Zhao's full power temporarily restrained the ground shell beast, but this clearly couldn't be maintained for long. It would soon lose its effect. The others didn't hesitate in the slightest. At Qin Zhao's command, they all swiftly attacked, smashing down with all their might at the place Qin Zhao had pointed. Instantly, the light of blades and swords flashed. Immortal Qi danced in the air, and immortal aura surged. Streaks of sharp light surged into the ground, creating deep pits. Because the ground shell beast was bound by Qin Zhao's immortal rope, it was now a live target for the crowd to attack. The ground shell beast defense was terrifying, but the combined attacks of more than 10 fourth-step sovereigns still managed to make the ground shell beast roar in pain. In its extreme frenzy, the ground shell beast unleashed even more power, and it fled again. However, no matter how he tried to escape, Qin Zhao's immortal rope continued to bind him tightly, doing his best to prevent him from breaking free. Qin Zhao was trying his best to stall the ground shell beast. No matter where it fled, it would not be able to escape everyone's eyes. Hence, they were able to accurately hit the ground shell beast time and time again, treating the ground shell beast like a live target. No matter how strong the ground shell beast defense was, it would not be able to withstand the repeated attacks of the ground shell beast without any ability to retaliate. After a dozen rounds, the ground shell beast was already shrieking in pain. Its tough scales were beginning to crack. I've long heard that the ground shell beast's defense is invincible among its peers. Today, I've finally witnessed it for myself. After being suppressed by us for more than a dozen rounds, he only suffered some minor injuries. I feel like we won't be able to kill this ground shell beast, even if we combine our powers. Although he is not particularly strong, his defense is indeed terrifying. Yi Wugue shook his head and said, he was the first to be attacked by the ground shell beast. If it wasn't for Qin Zhao saving him in time, he would probably be lying on the ground now. Hence, he wasn't going to be courteous to the ground shell beast. He had been scared out of his wits just now, so he had to get it back no matter what. Yeah, its defense is indeed invincible among its peers. However, No matter how invincible it will still be suppressed by us today. Wasn't this beast very arrogant just now? If a dozen rounds weren't enough, then let's fight it for a few hundred rounds. I don't believe we can't cripple this beast. Everyone was rather excited. They wanted to kill and cripple this ground shell beast at all costs. On the other side, Mo Wang Bei and the rest were also in a bad situation. They were ambushed by a nether demon, blocking their path forward. Nether demons were demons from the nether realm. They could transform into the nether realm, invisible and formless. If they hid in the void, it would be extremely difficult to find them. They could also kill without being seen, which was extremely terrifying. Mo Wang Bei's team already had 2 people injured. One of them was heavily injured. If it wasn't for Mo Wang Bei saving him, he would definitely have died in the hands of the nether demon. Under Mo Wang Bei's leadership, everyone's power was mobilized well, and the situation was alleviated. The situation was stabilized. However, under the obstruction of the nether demon, Mo Wang Bei and the rest were also suppressed into a small circle, and it was difficult for them to advance. This nether demon was actually a 4th-step ruler, and it wasn't a universe grade. However, at the same cultivation level, the nether demon was able to suppress Mo Wang Bei and the rest of the team by itself. It wasn't that the nether demon was very strong, but that its innate ability was too powerful. Its body was hidden in the void, and it was invisible and formless. Therefore, it was very difficult for Mo Wang Bei and the rest to attack the nether demon. On the other hand, the nether demon could find an opportunity to launch a surprise attack in the void, and it always succeeded. Under such circumstances, Mo Wang Bei and the rest could only be suppressed. Fortunately, Mo Wang Bei was still there to take charge of the situation and fight against the nether demon with his strength. Otherwise, everyone would have been defeated. A nether demon and a ground shell beast. Both of them had their own strengths and were very difficult to deal with. Just these 2 hidden powers were enough to give Qin Shao and the rest a headache. They couldn't continue fighting like this, as it would consume too much of their divine power. Once their divine power was almost depleted, they wouldn't be able to use their strength. Once that happened, they would be in danger. After all, there was still a hidden power that hadn't appeared yet. No one knew what kind of existence this hidden power was. Therefore, this problem gave Qin Shao and Mo Wang Bei a headache. Big brother Qin Shao, the defense of this ground shell beast is too invincible. We can't continue like this. I'm afraid that it will exhaust all of our divine power, and we still won't be able to kill it. If we continue to drag on like this, we will definitely be the ones at a disadvantage. Little Knife sent a message to Qin Shao worriedly. This was also what Qin Shao was thinking. Yes, Little Knife, you're right. We can't continue like this, or we'll be the ones at a disadvantage. I already have a plan to deal with it. Just follow my instructions later. Everyone was still attacking the ground shell beast madly. No less than 50 rounds had passed. After being beaten up like this, the ground shell beast body was left with shocking wounds. However, these were only superficial wounds and didn't hurt the ground shell beast core. It was just that the ground shell beast was very uncomfortable being beaten up like this. It roared, and cursed time and time again. Despicable, a bunch of lowly humans. You want to keep beating me? Impossible, absolutely impossible. The ground shell beast roared more than once. Its eyes had turned red, and blazing flames were coming out of them. It was exploding madly. The beast blood in its body spewed out, and its power exploded. Pump! Under the ground shell beast's crazy power, the immortal rope that had been binding it broke. Without the restraint of the immortal rope, the ground shell beast became extremely relaxed. Haha, despicable humans. I told you that you can't trap me. You can't trap me. I'm not going to play with you anymore. The ground shell beast laughed happily when it regained its freedom. However, although it was angry, it didn't dare to continue fighting with Qin Shao and the rest. Otherwise, it would suffer again if it was tied up again. That wasn't what it wanted. Therefore, the ground shell beast didn't hesitate at all after it was freed. It burrowed into the ground and approached the 3 lives flower. Obviously, Its target was the 3 lives flower. Since the battle had already started, there was no need to hesitate. It had to snatch the 3 lives flower at all costs. It didn't matter. It had to get the 3 lives flower first. The ground shell beast approached the 3 lives flower at the fastest speed possible. This action shocked everyone. Oh no, the ground shell beast is going to snatch the 3 lives flower. Hurry up and stop him. Brother Qin Xiao, hurry up and do something. Otherwise, we won't make it in time. Let's chase after him. We can't let him snatch the 3 lives flower. If he gets it first, we won't have a chance. Everyone became anxious and chased after the ground shell beast as fast as they could. However, the ground shell beast's speed was obviously faster underground. Everyone could only hope that Qin Xiao would make a move. However, Qin Xiao didn't seem to have any intention of doing so. Qin Xiao stared at the ground shell beast on the ground, and a faint smile appeared on her face. This was what he wanted. This was his plan. Qin Xiao, hurry up and do something. Otherwise, we won't make it in time. It's over. I think the 3 lives flower is going to fall into the ground shell beast's hands. This beast's earth shield technique is really hard to deal with. Yeah, with the earth shield technique, it's really hard to deal with. Unfortunately, we don't know how to use it. We don't have any techniques to suppress it either. What should we do? Are we just going to watch the 3 lives flower fall into the ground shell beast's hands? After fighting for so long, are we still going to fail? I can't accept this. Mo Wang Bei and the others were also watching anxiously. They were further away, so they had no way to stop the ground shell beast. When the nether monster saw the ground shell beast's actions, he became anxious. He let go of Mo Wang Bei and the others and chased after the ground shell beast. Now is the time. Qin Zhao's eyes suddenly lit up. Rumble. The ground suddenly shook as if there was a crack in the ground. It was terrifying. Puff, puff, puff. Hard rocks that looked like spikes suddenly emerged from the ground and formed layers of blockades. They completely blocked the ground shell beast's path and forced it out of the ground. Rumble. Kacha. 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 The ground suddenly cracked open. A huge fissure appeared, and huge rocks protruded out and flew out. A huge head suddenly emerged from the ground. This head was as big as a house. 2 eyes, like the mouth of a well, emitted an eerie light. They were like 2 small black holes, bottomless. If one looked at it more, they would feel like they were going to be sucked in. The long body quickly emerged from the ground. Soon, it was more than 10,000 feet long. 2 huge claws suddenly slapped the ground shell beast's body. The ground shell beast was already in a sorry state. Now that it was attacked by this sudden force, it was caught by a huge claw in a moment of carelessness. The huge claws grabbed the ground shell beast like it was grabbing a little chick. It slammed the ground shell beast into the ground, creating a huge pit. After slamming it a few hundred times, it flung the ground shell beast tens of thousands of feet away and smashed into a mountain. Chapter 1649. The armor dragon had been trapped by Qin Xiao and the others and had been crazily attacked for dozens of rounds. It had been badly beaten. Just now, it had been beaten up by the giant earth dragon in a panic. It had been one disaster after another. After being beaten up twice, the armor dragon was also badly injured. It drilled into the ground in a sorry state, its shield facing the distance. Of course, whether it had really given up and left was another story. It had temporarily left and given up. If it continued to fight, its life would be in danger. The armor dragon had been beaten away. Now, there were only 2 demonic beasts left. The nether demon did not continue to attack. Instead, he stopped and finally revealed himself. His body was shrouded in a black death aura, making it difficult for people to see his specific appearance. He looked like a man and a beast. He was eerie and strange. His face was ferocious and gloomy. His pair of deep eyes were especially terrifying. The nether demon came from the nether realm. He was a spirit born of resentment, a spirit of death. His body was full of resentment and death aura. Just his aura alone was enough to make people tremble. Those who were timid would probably be scared out of their wits. Bang! Bang! The giant earth dragon's feet slammed hard on the ground, causing the whole earth to tremble. A powerful aura gushed out from his body. He was showing off his strength with an overbearing aura. Just this aura alone was indeed very shocking. Qin Shao held his sword tightly and looked at the giant demonic beast with cold eyes. It looked like a dragon, but it did not look like a real dragon. But its body was also in the shape of a dragon. Just the part that was exposed on the ground was thousands of feet long. There was still half of it that was not out of the ground. Its thick and strong claws were as sharp as knives. It made people feel that if they were caught, they would definitely be smashed into pieces. This giant beast was brown-red. Under its scales, there seemed to be lava flowing. What kind of demonic beast is this? Why is it so big? It looks so scary. Yeah, its body is probably more than 2,000 feet long. Isn't it too long? It looks like a dragon, but it's not a real dragon. What kind of demonic beast is it? There weren't many people who recognized this gigantic demonic beast. Hu Zai, Wu Gui, and the others were also discussing it with fear in their hearts. The larger the body of the demonic beast, the more powerful it would be. The larger the body, the more powerful the divine power. The size of one's body could basically represent the strength of one's divine power. The size of any life form's body was fixed. Even if you grew bigger, your body would not grow bigger with you. Using divine power to enlarge one's body was ineffective. The original body could not be changed. Just like the human race, their bodies were basically 6 to 7 feet tall. The taller ones were at most 8 to 9 feet tall, and this was their body. Of course, this kind of comparison was also a comparison between those at the same cultivation level. Since they were in different realms, there was naturally no comparison. This is an Azura Earth Dragon, a life form from the Azura. Mo Wangbei walked over and said, "Now, Qin Zhao's two teams had joined together. At this point, if they wanted to split up, it would be more dangerous. The ground shell beast had already left temporarily. Now, the Nether Demon and Azura Earth Dragon could easily form a united front to fight against the enemy. The forces of the three parties seemed to have formed a tripartite balance of forces. Seems like the plan can't keep up with the changes. This is a little troublesome." Qin Shao frowned and said to Mo Wangbei. Mo Wangbei shook his head helplessly. Indeed, the plan couldn't keep up with the changes. However, this was something that couldn't be helped. The problem now was how to deal with these two demonic beasts. You puny humans dare to come here and cause trouble? You want to pull the teeth out of the tiger's mouth? You really don't know what you're talking about. The Azura Earth Dragon opened its huge mouth and let out a thunderous voice. It was as if thunder had exploded in everyone's ears. It was so loud that even the deaf could hear it. Clearly, this voice contained a powerful force that could attack people. For those who were weaker, just this voice alone was enough to cause their blood to spurt out. However, Qin Shao didn't show any signs of weakness. He pointed the sword in his hand at the Azura Earth Dragon and said proudly, "If we humans are puny, then why are we the rulers of the immortal realm? You're just a little snake. Do you really think that you're a dragon just because you're tall? I really don't know where your confidence comes from. If you're really a dragon, then it's still reasonable for you to say these words. But why does a little snake like you have to be so arrogant? You're a snake. I think it's better for you to lie down obediently." Domineering. Hearing Qin Zhao's words, everyone immediately had a feeling of prostrating themselves in admiration. He was really domineering. Facing such a powerful Azura Earth Dragon, he could actually say such domineering words. Qin Zhao's words caused the Azura Earth Dragon to fly into a rage. It let out a powerful roar at Qin Shao. That bloody mouth of the Azura Earth Dragon seemed to want to devour everything. "You're a sharp-tongued human. How dare you? You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Leave quickly. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences." The Azura Earth Dragon roared furiously. However, the Azura Earth Dragon wasn't stupid. It wasn't truly angered by Qin Shao and didn't attack directly. If the Azura Earth Dragon attacked now, it wouldn't be able to gain any advantage. It might even give the Nether Demon the upper hand. The Nether Demon was also there, eyeing them covetously. It was even possible that the ground shell beast hadn't gone far and was waiting for an opportunity to come back. This was all possible, and they had to be on guard against it. However, Qin Shao didn't back down. He continued to provoke the Azura Earth Dragon. We're here for the 3 lives flower. Do you think we'll leave just like that if we don't get the 3 lives flower? I think you're the ones who should leave. You 2 beasts better leave quickly. Otherwise, our swords won't show any mercy. I've eaten a lot of demonic beast meat, but I haven't tasted the Azura Earth Dragon's meat. Maybe I can repay it today. His words were getting more and more aggressive. It was completely provoking the Azura Earth Dragon. Everyone was shocked and impressed. They were shocked because if the Azura Earth Dragon was so angry, wouldn't it go crazy and attack them? Wouldn't that benefit the Nether Demon? Damn you. You're courting death. You're courting death. I'm going to eat you. I'm going to eat you. The Azura Earth Dragon roared even louder. It was so angry that it wanted to rush out and attack Qin Shao. However, just as it took a step forward, the Azura Earth Dragon stopped abruptly. It stopped in a strange way. When they saw that the Azura Earth Dragon was about to attack, everyone's heart tightened. They were all prepared to attack. However, the Azura Earth Dragon had strangely stopped. What was it trying to do? Qin Shao, on the other hand, did not seem to be surprised at all. His face was still calm and indifferent, as if everything had already been within his expectations, so he did not panic at all. Mo Wangbei looked at Qin Shao in confusion. He seemed to have thought of something and felt relieved. The Azura Earth Dragon turned around and glanced at the Nether Demon. A strange light flashed in its eyes. Nether Demon, what are you waiting for? Since this little snake doesn't know what's good for it, let's attack, Qin Shao said coldly. At the same time, he transmitted his voice to everyone. Let's attack. Wind Shadow, speed is your strength. We'll hold back these 2 demonic beasts. You're in charge of getting the 3 lives flower. I'll leave the most important task to you. When we attack, you'll stay behind and pretend to attack. Find a chance to get the 3 lives flower. After you get it, quickly come on my side. Remember, you must be fast and pay attention to your safety. Okay, I understand. I'll be careful. Wind Shadow nodded solemnly. Wind Shadow cultivated a speed-type immortal art. In terms of instantaneous speed, he was the fastest. Even Qin Shao and Mo Wangbei couldn't compare to him. Because of this, Qin Shao gave the most important task to Wind Shadow. He was in charge of getting the 3 lives flower. It was the best choice. The most important thing now was to hold back the Azura Earth Dragon and the Nether Demon. Without any hesitation, Qin Shao and the others attacked one after another, pouncing towards the Azura Earth Dragon. The Azura Earth Dragon flew into a rage out of humiliation. It let out a heaven-shaking roar and angrily said to the Nether Demon, "You Nether Demon, you actually colluded with the human race. You're also courting death. Idiot." The Nether Demon directly scolded the Azura Earth Dragon. However, this angered the Azura Earth Dragon even more. It roared and charged at the Nether Demon. Its body of more than 2,000 feet rushed out from the ground like a huge dragon. However, it couldn't fly like a huge dragon. It was like a huge 4-legged snake. Its huge body was its weapon. Its huge tail swung at the Nether Demon fiercely. This huge tail was like a mountain. It smashed with the powerful Azura Earth Dragon's power. The Nether Demon immediately used a divine ability. He turned into nothingness and disappeared without a trace. Although he entered nothingness, when he attacked, there were still spatial fluctuations. It was still possible to capture it. Of course, if he didn't attack, it would be very difficult to capture it. The Azura Earth Dragon's huge tail swept across the void. The powerful destructive power made the void tremble slightly. Qin Shao and the others also rushed over and attacked together. The battlefield was instantly chaotic. Light surged and sand and stones flew. It was very intense. Now it was Qin Shao and the others who joined forces with the Nether Demon to deal with the Azura Earth Dragon. With the Azura Earth Dragon, the combined power of both sides could naturally suppress the Azura Earth Dragon. Seeing this, the crowd finally understood why Qin Shao provoked the Azura Earth Dragon. It turned out that this was his plan. However, The crowd didn't think that Qin Shao had secretly discussed with the Nether Demon. Obviously, Qin Shao did it on purpose. He deliberately led the Azura Earth Dragon in that direction. In the end, the Azura Earth Dragon exploded, especially when the Nether Demon called him an idiot at the end. It completely angered the Azura Earth Dragon. The Azura Earth Dragon's body was huge. However, its intelligence wasn't very high. It was easily provoked by Qin Shao. This wasn't a brilliant method. It could even be said that it was a little low-end. However, it still succeeded in causing the Azura Earth Dragon to explode. Qin Shao originally had the mentality of giving it a try, but he didn't expect to succeed so easily. However, Qin Shao didn't dare to be careless. It might not be a success. This battle was still very difficult. He couldn't be happy too early. While the battle was chaotic on the other side, Feng Ying seized the opportunity. Suddenly, he burst out with full speed. Like a gust of wind, he swept towards the Three Lives flower. Despicable human race. Nether Demon, we've been fooled. The Azura Earth Dragon quickly discovered Feng Ying's movement and roared. Chapter 1650. Have we been fooled? But I don't think so. Xiao Dao and the rest cursed inwardly when they heard the Azura Earth Dragon's words. If the Azura Earth Dragon and the Nether Demon joined forces, the situation would be reversed immediately. However, the Nether Demon's reply stunned everyone. What's going on? He doesn't think so? What does that mean? As expected, the Nether Demon ignored the Azura Earth Dragon's words and continued to attack the Azura Earth Dragon. Such a situation left Xiao Dao and the rest dumbfounded. They thought that the Azura Earth Dragon and the Nether Demon would give up and join forces to deal with them. They didn't expect the situation to be like this. What's going on? Wasn't sending the Azura Earth Dragon to deal with the Nether Demon the result of Qin Zhao's anger? However, looking at the situation now, it didn't seem to be the case. Mo Wangbei was also surprised. He realized that he was wrong. Qin Shao, how did you do it? Mo Wangbei naturally understood the situation. Qin Shao had already dealt with the Nether Demon. They were now on the same side as the Nether Demon to deal with the Azura Earth Dragon. In that case, they could easily suppress the Azura Earth Dragon. There was no suspense at all. Therefore, Mo Wangbei really admired Qin Shao. In a situation where he was completely unaware, Qin Shao had actually taken care of the Nether Demon without anyone knowing. It was really a disaster. To be able to come up with such a strategy in such a situation, he couldn't help but admire him. The Azura Earth Dragon's overall strength should be above the Nether Demon. The Azura Earth Dragon was the strongest among the three beasts. In all aspects, the Azura Earth Dragon's abilities were very good and balanced. It didn't have any obvious weaknesses. It could attack and defend if it wanted to. Moreover, its body was huge. Even if Qin Shao and the rest had the advantage in numbers, they might not be able to gain any advantage. If they were to compare, the Nether Demon was slightly inferior. The Nether Demon's weakness was that he could enter the void silently, making it difficult for others to catch him. This method was similar to the walking mirage of the Heavenly Dragon Continent. This method was indeed powerful. However, the Nether Demons were only dangerous because of this technique. The other Nether Demons were not dangerous at all. Let's talk about it later. Now, let's suppress this Azura Earth Dragon in one fell swoop to prevent any unexpected events from happening. Qin Shao replied. Mo Wangbei nodded. Without hesitation, he quickly attacked. Nether Demon, are you crazy? Are you really in cahoots with these despicable humans? Aren't you afraid of being schemed against by them? Hurry up and stop that human. Otherwise, the Three Lives flower is going to fall into his hands. The Azura Earth Dragon let out a furious roar. Of course, the Azura Earth Dragon was furious. No matter what, he and the Nether Demon were both demons. Even if they didn't belong to the same race, they were still the same species. When facing the human race, they should be united against them. But Nether Demon actually cooperated with the human race to deal with him. Why can't I attack you? Do you think it's that easy to obtain the Three Lives flower? The voice of the Nether Demon rang out from the void, filled with confidence. The moment he heard the words of the nether demon, Qin Zhao's brows furrowed. Seemed like his plan wasn't going too smoothly. His plan to get Wind Shadow to obtain the 3 lives flower was going to go down the drain. Indeed, before Wind Shadow reached the 3 lives flower, he came to a stop and stood there in a daze. It was as though he had lost his mind. At times, he would laugh foolishly. At times, he would scream out in fear. It was as if he had been possessed by a demon. Illusion. Qin Xiao immediately understood what was going on with Wind Shadow. He had fallen for the nether demon's illusion. Qin Xiao had long heard from Mo Wangbei that the nether demon had 2 innate mystic skills. One was to turn into nothingness. As for the other, it was an illusion. Evidently, it was an illusion that had bewitched Wind Shadow. "Wake up, Wind Shadow!" Qin Zhao's voice resounded like the chime of a grand owl bell and entered Feng Ying's consciousness. This voice contained the power of Qin Zhao's will. It was to help Wind Shadow break the illusion. To break the illusion, one had to rely on their own strong state of mind and willpower. Otherwise, one had to rely on external forces to forcefully break the illusion. Otherwise, one would always be trapped in the illusion unless the illusionist broke the illusion. At this moment, it was naturally impossible for the nether demon to break the illusion for Wind Shadow. Moreover, it seemed like Wind Shadow had no way to walk out of the illusion. He probably didn't even know that he had fallen into the illusion. Therefore, when Qin Zhao's loud voice entered Wind Shadow's consciousness, it immediately woke Wind Shadow up. Wind Shadow, who had woken up, looked around with a blank face. In that instant, he didn't know what was going on. He didn't know what had happened. After being stunned for a moment, he immediately came back to his senses and reacted. He knew what was going on. After regaining his consciousness, Wind Shadow was so shocked that he broke out in a cold sweat. This illusion was too terrifying, wasn't it? When he fell into the illusion just now, he didn't feel anything at all. It felt too real. He didn't expect that all of this was an illusion. What he saw just now didn't exist at all. Illusion was really strange. It could completely kill people without them noticing. If he fell into the illusion for a while longer, Wind Shadow felt that he would die in the illusion. Fortunately, Qin Xiao woke him up in time and dragged him out of the illusion. Thinking about it, he still had a lingering fear. Qin Xiao, he didn't complete the task and fell into danger. After Wind Shadow calmed down, he looked at Qin Xiao with a face of shame. But before he finished speaking, Qin Xiao said, "It's not your fault. Don't act for the time being. Listen to my instructions later." Since Qin Xiao said that he wouldn't act for the time being, Wind Shadow could only give up and retreat. He also knew that it was useless for him to force his way in. With his strength, there was no way he could get close to the 3 lives flower. Qin Xiao and Nether Demon teamed up to deal with the Shura Earth Dragon. With the combined strength of both sides, they could naturally suppress the Shura Earth Dragon. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Nether Demon, you are a monster with no backbone. You don't deserve to be a monster. You are a traitor. You actually dared to work with humans. Don't you feel ashamed? The Shura Earth Dragon was suppressed by both sides. It was naturally very uncomfortable. It didn't have much strength to resist at all. It could only be beaten up. Even though its defensive capabilities were not bad, those with stronger defensive capabilities than the ground shell beast were still being abused. Hence, the Azura Earth Dragon was naturally being abused as well. What's there to be ashamed of? Let's deal with you first. Then, we'll rely on our own abilities. Anyway, we have to fight. Let's eliminate one side first. I advise you to admit defeat and leave. Nether Demon said. These words enraged the Shura Earth Dragon even more. After scolding Nether Demon, the Shura Earth Dragon turned to Qin Xiao and scolded, "Despicable and shameless human. You're so cunning. Don't be so agitated. All's fair in war." Qin Xiao snorted coldly and ignored it. He continued to attack the Shura Earth Dragon. The startling sword was pushed to the limit. The immortal rope skill was also used from time to time to restrain the Shura Earth Dragon. Under the fierce attacks of both sides, the Shura Earth Dragon was beaten up until it was covered in wounds. It was battered and exhausted. Its godly body was greatly damaged. Horrifying wounds were all over the Shura Earth Dragon's body. Damn it, damn it. All of you have to die. All of you have to die. The Shura Earth Dragon's voice was bone-chilling. Clearly, it was an expression of extreme anger. Hearing the Shura Earth Dragon's angry voice, Qin Shao instantly sensed a strange aura. It was a bad aura. Danger. This was Qin Zhao's first instinct. It was a keen sense of danger. Qin Shao didn't doubt this feeling at all. Thus, he immediately reminded everyone, be careful. The Shura Earth Dragon is about to go crazy. The situation was indeed as Qin Shao said. However, before he finished speaking, a ball of raging fire was spat out from the Shura Earth Dragon's mouth. The raging fire was like a volcanic eruption. It instantly filled the sky and surged towards Qin Zhao's group. The Shura Earth Dragon's mouth was originally very big. At this moment, the ball of fire that it spat out was also very big. Moreover, the speed at which the flames spread was also very fast. Very quickly, it completely enveloped a radius of 1,000 feet. Qin Zhao's reaction was extremely fast. He had already sensed it. However, Qin Shao didn't expect that the Shura Earth Dragon would spit out such a terrifying ball of fire. Thus, Qin Shao was also somewhat unable to react in time. Xiao Dao and Ah Man were completely scared silly. They stood there in a daze, and for a moment, they actually forgot to dodge. Qin Shao grabbed the two of them and quickly retreated. After the others reacted, they also quickly retreated. However, some of their reactions were still a beat slower. The raging fire was like a storm of destruction, surging towards the crowd. Not good. Mo Wangsheng was also shocked. At this moment, he didn't have any hesitation. His hands formed a seal, and he shouted loudly. Pu. Layers of walls actually appeared out of thin air. It was as if they were rapidly growing out of the ground. Layer by layer, they formed a barrier in front of the raging fire, encircling everyone and protecting Qi Yan. This was one of Mo Wangbei's two great immortal techniques, the Thousand Walls technique. It was a defensive immortal technique. If cultivated to the peak, it was also very powerful. It could instantly build thousands of walls to protect oneself. Under such circumstances, no matter how strong the enemy was, they would need a certain amount of time to completely break through these walls. He could make use of this time to make more preparations, or he could retreat. The Thousand Walls technique was Mo Wangbei's ultimate move. It was a big trump card that he rarely used. This time, in the face of danger, he had no choice but to use it. Under such circumstances, it was used at the right time. It just happened to block the Azura Earth Dragon's flames. Quickly retreat. Spread out and retreat further away. Qin Shao swiftly returned after helping Xiao Dao and Man settle down. At the same time, he cried out loudly to everyone. Boom! The Azura Earth Dragon's huge tail fiercely swung at the layers of walls. This heavy tail swung down. The Thousand Walls simply couldn't block it and were directly smashed apart. Whoosh! The Azura Earth Dragon once again opened its bloody mouth. The raging fire was like a roaring fire dragon, bringing with it endless whistling sounds. Not good, it's dangerous. Qin Shao and Mo Wangbei shouted in unison. The two of them were somewhat worried. Chapter 1651. Not only could hellfire burn the divine body, but it could also incinerate one's will and soul. Everything could be incinerated. Of course, one would need to be extremely powerful in order to reach a level where everything could be incinerated. The Azura Earth Dragon was only a fourth-step sovereign, so the flames it spat out were naturally far from that level. However, even if it wasn't at that level, it was still very frightening. At least, it was still a great deterrent to fourth-step sovereigns. It was also a great deterrent to universe-grade existences. At this moment, the flames burned over once again, and danger swept over. It was naturally very frightening. Little snake, back off! Qin Shao glared coldly at the Azura Earth Dragon and shouted. The fleeting sword art was pushed to the extreme. Qin Zhao's sword turned into a supreme sharpness that attacked the Azura Earth Dragon fiercely. Mo Wangbei also attacked with all his might. His immortal technique, Tai sword art, was fully executed. A huge Tai sword diagram flew to the nine heavens and released endless sword chi. The light from the sword chi immortal diagram wanted to suppress the raging flames, but the power of the sword chi immortal diagram was clearly weaker. Although it was Mo Wangbei's strongest move, his strength was still limited. Hellfire was the Azura Earth Dragon's ultimate move. When the ultimate moves of both sides collided, it was time for a real battle of strength. Obviously, the Azura Earth Dragon was superior. The flames quickly burned the two of them. At this critical moment, one of them pushed the other away with all his might, but he was engulfed by the flames. After being engulfed by the hellfire, his entire body was instantly bathed in flames. Not many people could withstand the burning of the hellfire. It wasn't just the divine body that was being burned. Even the soul and willpower were being burned. Who could withstand this kind of pain? Wugui no. The person being burned by the hellfire was none other than Yi Wugui. The first time he almost died in the mouth of the Azura Earth Dragon, it was also karma. Now, he still couldn't escape his fate and fell into the Azura Earth Dragon's hellfire. However, in the face of this hellfire, no one could save Yi Wugui. They could only watch helplessly as Yi Wugui burned himself in the raging inferno. Brothers, don't worry about me. Hurry up and back off. I'm leaving first. Let's be brothers again in the next life. Under the burning of the flame of hell, Yi Wugui could not hold on any longer and uttered his last sentence. After a miserable scream, his body completely turned into ashes and was burned into nothingness. His soul had truly scattered, and he had died miserably on the spot. Karma has no return. Seeing Yi Wugui die under the hellfire in just a breath, everyone's eyes turned red. They were filled with endless anger and pain. Although it was true that they hadn't been together for a long time, only a few years at most. However, their friendship was very deep. They had ventured out together, life and death partners, brothers. Everyone acknowledged this friendship between them. However, Yi Wugui was the first to sacrifice himself. He gave up his life here. At this moment, the endless anger in everyone's heart was completely ignited, and the culprit was the Azura Earth Dragon. Qin Shao and Mo Wangbei's eyes turned slightly red. As the captain and vice-captain, they naturally felt a kind of pain that was hard to absolve themselves from the blame for the death of one of their team members. Bastard! Mo Wangbei gritted his teeth and cursed. You've been spitting out hellfire for so long and so much. Let's see how much hellfire you have left. If I'm not wrong, you've already used up all your hellfire. Your ultimate move is useless. Now it's time for us to deal with you. Mo Wangbei shouted angrily. His long sword slashed out, and the Tai sword technique was once again displayed to the extreme, fiercely attacking the Azura Earth Dragon. Little snake, congratulations. You've successfully angered me, Qin Shao said in a bone-chilling voice. He rarely got angry, but this time he was really angry. Qin Shao had always been a person who valued friendship and loyalty. She would always put friendship as the first priority. Although he didn't speak much with Yi Wugui, and the time they spent together was also very short. But fate brought them together, and they formed a team. Everyone was brothers, and they should share joys and sorrows. They should share blessings and hardships together. The Azura Earth Dragon killed Yi Wugui, which was equivalent to cutting off his limbs. This was a great hatred. When the danger was just now, Nether Demon didn't make a move. Now that Qin Shao and Mo Wangbei had returned, Nether Demon also returned. Qin Shao also knew that there was nothing to say about Nether Demon's inaction. Nether Demon had no obligation to help him. The cooperation was only temporary. They would still meet on the battlefield later. Therefore, this matter was not a big deal. Indeed, as Mo Wangbei had guessed, the Azura Earth Dragon had used up all its hellfire, and now it didn't have anything to rely on. Furthermore, the Azura Earth Dragon that had used up all of its hellfire was clearly much weaker than before. Being suppressed by both sides, the Azura Earth Dragon situation was much worse than before. Under such circumstances, the Azura Earth Dragon could only lower its arrogant head. Stop. Stop. I won't fight with you guys anymore. I give up. You guys can go, and snatch the 3 lives flower. Begging for mercy? Hearing the Azura Earth Dragon begging for mercy, Nether Demon immediately stopped and didn't continue attacking. Although Qin Shao and Mo Wangbei still wanted to fight and take revenge for Yi Wuguwei, their rationality told them that it was impossible. It was almost impossible for them to kill the Azura Earth Dragon with just their strength. Even with Nether Demon, the possibility wasn't high. After all, the Azura Earth Dragon's divine body was so huge that it was too difficult to kill it. The difficulty of killing the Azura Earth Dragon was probably even more difficult than killing the ground-shell beast. So, Qin Shao and Mo Wangbei could only give up. Now that Nether Demon had stopped, if they didn't, they would be the ones at a disadvantage. It would be difficult for them to take revenge. Consider yourself lucky, the Azura Earth Dragon said viciously and left. After the Azura Earth Dragon left, only Qin Zhao's group and Nether Demon's group were left. Now it was time for the 2 groups to decide who would get the 3 lives flower. Mo Wangbei gave Qin Shao a look without batting an eyelid. Qin Shao naturally understood what he meant. The others also stared at Nether Demon with vigilance. They braced themselves and prepared to attack. The atmosphere instantly became tense and oppressive. The air was filled with the smell of gunpowder. Nether Demon suddenly laughed. You guys don't have to be so nervous, right? We were fighting side by side just now. We worked together to drive that Earth Dragon away. Are we going to meet each other on the battlefield now? You don't have to turn hostile so quickly, right? I think that we can have a good talk and solve this problem peacefully. Isn't that better? Why do we have to fight and kill? I actually don't like fighting and killing. If there's a good solution, I still like it. Nether Demon's words greatly exceeded everyone's expectations. Qin Shao and Mo Wangbei looked at each other in disbelief. Nether Demon was so easy to talk to. He wasn't going to attack, solve it peacefully. There was only one 3 lives flower. How could he solve it peacefully? It didn't make sense. Therefore, Qin Shao and Mo Wangbei didn't dare to be careless. It might be Nether Demon's trick. He wanted to confuse them and make them careless. Qin Shao and Mo Wangbei were careful people. Naturally, they wouldn't be fooled so easily. Therefore, they stared at Nether Demon to see what he was up to. Qin Shao said, Nether Demon, what do you mean? You don't want to fight? Then tell me, who will get the 3 lives flower? You, Nether Demon, or us? In my opinion, no one would agree to it, right? At the very least, we won't agree to it being yours. Therefore, there's nothing to talk about. Why don't we fight? Let's fight again. The winner takes all. Wouldn't that be better? Nether Demon wasn't angry. He smiled and said, Fighting is a good solution, but I think there's a better solution than not fighting. Why? Don't you want to hear it? Is there a better solution than not fighting at all? These words caused everyone to be even more puzzled. Was there such a way to solve this problem? Qin Shao and Mo Wangbei looked at each other again. They couldn't help but frown deeply. A trace of doubt flashed in their eyes. This wasn't normal. It was very abnormal. No, it must be wrong. Qin Shao, be careful. I feel that Nether Demon is very cunning. He might want to play some tricks with us. We can't fall into his trap. But as long as we're careful, we don't have to worry about them playing any tricks. Mo Wangbei said. Qin Shao replied, Yes, I also feel that Nether Demon wants to play some tricks. If he wants to play, then let's play with him. Let's see what tricks he can play. It won't be so easy to deal with us. Let's see what he has to say first. Nether Demon continued. As for the 3 lives flower, I don't really need it. I don't have a strong desire for it. So, I can give you the 3 lives flower. But I have some conditions. If you can satisfy my conditions, then you can take the 3 lives flower. This way, everyone can take what they need. Isn't that better? See, this is what I meant when I said that there's no need to fight. As long as you're willing to talk, there's still a way. As he spoke, Nether Demon looked at Qin Shao and said, Didn't we have a very good discussion just now? Didn't I agree when you invited me to join forces to deal with the Azura Earth Dragon? So why can't we talk now? Just now, Qin Shao invited Nether Demon to join forces to deal with the Azura Earth Dragon. In order to get Nether Demon to agree, Qin Shao put in a lot of effort. Otherwise, how could Nether Demon agree so easily? Qin Shao thought that if Nether Demon didn't join forces with him, then he would join forces with the Azura Earth Dragon. Moreover, if Nether Demon fought the Azura Earth Dragon alone, he would definitely lose. So, if Nether Demon joined forces with the Azura Earth Dragon, it would be equivalent to giving the 3 lives flower to the Azura Earth Dragon. Chapter 1652. Conditions? Qin Shao frowned deeply. He looked at Nether Demon and said, "Then tell me, what conditions do you want? If the 3 lives flower really belonged to them, then they could discuss it first." However, Qin Shao knew that Nether Demon wouldn't be so kind. It was the 3 lives flower, an immortal treasure worth over 1,000 Chaos Source rocks. It was a priceless treasure. How could they get away so easily? Qin Shao didn't think that they had anything that was worth so many Chaos Source rocks unless they added all their lives together. Everyone looked at Nether Demon with suspicion and vigilance. They didn't think that such a good thing would happen. There was no need to fantasize about a free lunch falling from the sky. Mo Wangbei's expression was rather serious as well. It's like this. I know of a dangerous place that has something extremely important to me. That place is rather dangerous, and I can't take it by myself. So, I want to make a deal with you. I can give this 3 lives flower to you, but you have to promise me that you will accompany me into that dangerous place and help me obtain what I want. Then we'll each take what we need. What do you think? Nether Demon smiled. Qin Shao frowned and said, "We don't know how dangerous that place is, and we don't know how valuable the thing you want to take is either. We don't know anything about the situation right now. Do you think we can make this deal with just a few words from you? If it's too dangerous, then wouldn't we be screwed over by you? If the thing you want is even more valuable than the 3 lives flower, then wouldn't we be at a huge disadvantage? We'd be risking our lives just to pave the way for you? Moreover, it's just us fighting for the 3 lives flower right now. You're quite strong, but you might not be able to gain anything. Our advantage in numbers will always be here. If we really fight, then you'll be the one at a disadvantage. So, do you think we might agree to this deal?" Nether Demon chuckled instead of getting angry. "You're right. I've naturally considered all of that. If I can't make you agree, then I won't mention it. There is no proof, but I can swear by my natal oath that the danger there is absolutely not too terrible. Of course, I can't say that there is no danger of death, but there is. However, I am certain that if we combine our strengths, we have at least a 70% chance of success. I'm not saying that I'll definitely succeed. I'll take the lead and fight at the front. You guys just have to give me a hand. If there really is great danger, then the first unlucky person should be me. Also, that item is definitely not more valuable than the 3 lives flower. I can swear on my life-bonded oath to answer the 2 questions that you're worried about. If that's the case, won't it dispel your concerns? Swear by the natal oath? This wasn't a joke. Once they made an oath, they had to honor it. Otherwise, the consequences would be very serious. Therefore, if one made a life-bonded oath, it could indeed be completely trusted. However, Qin Shao still felt that something wasn't quite right. There was something fishy about it. "Old Mo, what do you think?" Qin Shao looked at Mo Wangbei. Mo Wangbei's expression was solemn. He was also pondering over this matter and seriously considering the various possibilities. After thinking for a while, Mo Wangbei said, "Qin Shao, I still feel that something isn't right. I keep feeling that Nether Demon is playing some dirty tricks with us. I don't think he's really that kind. Although there's a natal oath, there aren't many restrictions. It's impossible to put on a facade. For example, he's made an oath, but what if he has companions? What if he has his companions set up a trap and wait for us to jump into it? Even if we get the 3 lives flower now, he can still take it back if he kills all of us later. Therefore, I feel that the risk of this matter is far too great. If that's the case, why don't we just give it a shot? We have the advantage in numbers. Nether Demon's innate ability is more powerful. In other aspects, he's not that powerful. If we really go all out, our chances of winning should be very high. At most, we might have to pay a little more. But overall, I still feel that the price is worth it. Qin Shao looked at the others. Most of them were leaning towards Mo Wangbei. Only Xiao Dao and a few others were leaning towards Qin Shao. The overall opinion was that they shouldn't take the risk. In the end, it was up to Qin Shao to decide. Qin Shao thought for a while and said to everyone, "We've already used up a lot of our divine power. If we continue to fight with Nether Demon, although it seems that we still have a good chance of winning, there's a very practical problem there. Even if we fight until the end and win by a fluke, I reckon that our divine power will basically be exhausted. In such a state, it's very dangerous. If any external enemies appear, I'm afraid that we'll all be wiped out." Although the Azura Earth Dragon and the Ground Shell Beast ran away, they might not have given up and not run far away. What if they're hiding nearby and waiting for an opportunity to strike? Once we don't have any divine power left, we will be in a very, very bad situation if they come back and attack us. Therefore, I feel that we should make a deal with Nether Demon. No matter what, we could get the 3 Lives Flower first. As long as we get the 3 Lives Flower, we'll be able to deal with whatever comes after with more ease. Our greatest goal is to obtain the 3 Lives Flower. Everyone has worked so hard and even sacrificed themselves here to obtain the 3 Lives Flower. Since we fought so hard, we have to get the 3 Lives Flower. Otherwise, we won't be able to live up to our sacrifices. Since we've participated in the Food Immortal Palaces selection, we've already prepared to fight to the death. No matter how dangerous it is, we can still give it a try. I don't believe that the Nether Demon can really bring us to a dangerous place. At most, he'll play some tricks. Moreover, he might not necessarily play any tricks. Maybe we'll just take what we need. Nether Demon isn't stupid. He's very smart. He should be very clear that if he really wants to fight with us, his chances of winning aren't very high. Therefore, he thought of such a compromise. Just like when I invited Nether Demon to join forces to deal with the Azura Earth Dragon. Nether Demon also realized his own problem, so he agreed readily. Nether Demon is smart. He knows how to do things in a smart way. After listening to Qin Zhao's analysis, everyone fell silent. Qin Zhao's words sounded very reasonable. It was not without reason. No matter what, they had to get the 3 Lives Flower first. Once they got it, everything would be settled. There was no need to talk about anything else. They would only feel more at ease when they got the item. Everything else was just a fight. But wasn't that what they were fighting for? Why did Yi Wuguei sacrifice himself? Wasn't it to fight for the 3 Lives Flower? Yi Wuguei was willing to risk his life for the 3 Lives Flower. Why wouldn't they dare to? Since they were going to fight, they didn't care so much. Thinking about it this way, they felt that they could still fight. Although Nether Demon might play some tricks, thinking about it carefully, Nether Demon was indeed a smart person. Smart people would do smart things and wouldn't act recklessly. The possibility of success was still very high. Although Mo Wangbei was still a little worried, he also felt that Qin Zhao's words were very reasonable. Therefore, after thinking carefully, Mo Wangbei nodded and said, "All right, Qin Zhao, we'll do as you say. We'll all listen to you. Although your path is also very risky, you're right. But you're right. Yi Wuguei sacrificed himself in order to obtain the 3 Lives Flower. He risked his life, so how can we retreat? If we don't get the 3 Lives Flower today, wouldn't we be letting Yi Wuguei down? So let's fight. No matter what, if we get the 3 Lives Flower first, we'll be halfway to success. Once it's in our hands, we won't have to worry about anything no matter how we fight. We'll be full of confidence. If we really want to talk about it, this is indeed the best path." Since everyone agreed, Qin Shao nodded and said to Nether Demon, "Nether Demon, I have one last question. How far is the dangerous place you mentioned?" Nether Demon smiled and said, "Not far. It's only a few thousand kilometers. You don't have to worry about where I'll take you. I definitely won't lead you to a dangerous place. Besides, if there's danger, I'll be the vanguard. What are you worried about? I've said it before. We'll each take what we need. I'll swear on my life essence. What do you have to worry about? All right, since that's the case, let's make this deal." Qin Shao nodded and said, "Nether Demon, you should swear an oath first. If you swear an oath, I'll also swear an oath. Since we're working together, then we should show the sincerity we deserve. Only in this way can we be at ease. What do you think? Ha ha. Nether Demon laughed heartily and said, That's exactly what I was thinking. Since you brought it up, then it's for the best. Even if you didn't bring it up, I would have. Since we're working together, then we naturally have to trust each other. If I swear on my life essence, then all of you will naturally have to do the same. Otherwise, what would we do if all of you go back on your word? All right, I'll swear an oath first. All of you can swear an oath after that. As soon as he finished speaking, Nether Demon swore an oath with extreme pleasure. After that, Nether Demon made an inviting gesture to Qin Shao and the others. Qin Shao said to the others, Everyone, swear an oath together. They've shown sincerity, so we have no reason to not show sincerity in return. Everyone nodded. Qin Shao took the lead to swear an oath, and the others followed suit and swore an oath together. The oaths were quickly completed. An invisible force bound their oaths. If they dared to violate it, then they would suffer heavenly punishment and be consigned to eternal damnation. Chapter 1653. Since Nether Demon had already sworn an oath, there was naturally nothing to worry about. No one could go against a life oath. Let me. Feng Ying walked towards the Three Lives flower again. Last time, he was suppressed by Nether Demon's illusion. This time, he was able to approach the Three Lives flower without any obstructions. However, when he got within 3 feet of the Three Lives flower, Feng Ying suddenly froze. What was going on? Such a situation caused everyone to be puzzled, and they looked at each other in dismay. Nether Demon, what's going on? Qin Shao asked with a frown. Nether Demon shook his head and said, I don't know what's going on either. None of us have approached the Three Lives flower before. This situation is a little strange. Strange? Qin Shao looked at Nether Demon. Clearly, he didn't believe Nether Demon's words. Even if you can't be sure, you should be able to see the situation, right? Since we're cooperating, we've already sworn a life oath. Therefore, if we can't get the Three Lives flower, we won't be able to fulfill this premise. Then, our cooperation can't continue. Nether Demon thought for a moment and said, I don't know the exact situation. Since I'm cooperating with you, I naturally know this. If you can't get the Three Lives flower, you won't help me. Therefore, I naturally hope that you can get the Three Lives flower. I think that you should go over and take a look. Perhaps you'll discover something. It's normal that an immortal treasure like the Three Lives flower isn't easy to get. Qin Shao and Mo Wangbei frowned slightly. It seemed that Nether Demon wasn't lying. Old Mo, I'll go over and take a look, Qin Shao said. Mo Wangbei nodded his head, and Qin Shao walked over. Soon, Qin Shao was within 3 feet of the Three Lives flower. Everyone's eyes fell on Qin Shao. After Kazekage entered, he seemed to be frozen in place, unable to move. It was very strange, and it was also very worrying. They didn't know what happened to him. Now that Qin Shao was there, everyone wanted to see what was going on. They hoped that Qin Shao could find out the truth. Initially, he thought that the Three Lives flower was already in his hands. However, he did not expect that obtaining the Three Lives flower would not be so easy. As soon as Qin Shao entered within 10 meters of the Three Lives flower, a sly smile appeared on the corner of the Nether Demon's mouth. A strange light flashed in the depths of his eyes. As soon as Qin Shao stepped in, the situation was the same as Feng Ying's. She was suddenly fixed in place. It was exactly the same as what happened to Kazekage. How could this be? Did something happen? What happened to Kazekage and Qin Shao? I don't know. Isn't this too strange? Why is it that when people get close, they are frozen? What do we do now? Both Kazekage and Qin Shao are frozen. What should we do? Such a situation caused everyone to panic as they looked at Mo Wangbei one by one. Qin Shao was frozen. Now, Mo Wangbei was the backbone. Everything depended on him to make decisions. Nether Demon, what is going on? Mo Wangbei frowned deeply, looking at Nether Demon with some anger. Obviously, Mo Wangbei believed that this matter had something to do with Nether Demon. Did they fall into his trap? Was this all a scheme? A trap? He swore a lifeblood oath just to lower their guard and make them trust him completely? Was this all a trap that he had dug long ago, waiting for them to jump into? Was this really the case? Yes, Nether Demon. It must be Nether Demon's trick. Damn it, after winning our trust, he tricked us. It must be like this. This is the only possibility. Nether Demon, tell us quickly. What is going on? If you don't tell us, we will not forgive you. Nether Demon, hurry up and release Kazekage and Qin Shao. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving here today. Everyone's anger was quickly directed at Nether Demon. Not only was their anger aimed at him, but they also did not hesitate in their actions. They immediately surrounded Nether Demon, ready to fight. Even if Qin Shao was not here now, their strength would definitely be greatly reduced. But when their anger reached this point, they did not care about anything else. Even if they risked their lives, so what? Yi Wuguei was the first to be sacrificed. Kazekage and Qin Zhao's situation was still unclear. How could they not fight? Mo Wangbei held his sword tightly, staring at Nether Demon. His fighting spirit was soaring. He could clearly feel the endless anger burning in him. If Nether Demon said that he didn't know, then Mo Wangbei would have attacked without mercy. Nether Demon laughed sinisterly, saying, "You don't have to be so nervous, right? I didn't do anything, but your situation does not look good. You should turn back and look at your two companions." What did he mean? Nether Demon's words puzzled everyone again. With this kind of confusion, everyone turned back and saw that Qin Shao and Kazekage had turned around again. They were moving again. They were fine, but that was not right. Only then did everyone realize that their eyes were red and their murderous aura was very strong. There was something wrong with these two. Why did they look so strange? It was as if they had completely changed into two different people. How could this be? Qin Shao and Kazekage walked out, but their expressions were cold and indifferent. Everyone was completely confused about the situation. Brother Qin Shao, Kazekage, what's wrong? What's going on? Xiao Dao walked over and asked worriedly. Don't go over, quickly retreat. Xiao Dao had just taken a step when Mo Wangbei shouted and quickly rushed out. At the same time, he shouted, "Everyone, quickly retreat and form a formation. Do not separate, form a large formation." Mo Wangbei's tone was very dignified, and there was a tone that could not be disobeyed. When everyone heard Mo Wangbei's words, it was also the first time they saw Mo Wangbei so dignified, so they did not have any hesitation. Qin Shao was not here, so Mo Wangbei was naturally the leader. Everything was done according to Mo Wangbei's orders. Although Xiao Dao was very worried about Qin Shao, when he heard Mo Wangbei's words, he could only retreat and quickly form a large formation with everyone. Mo Wangbei took the lead and stood in front of everyone. He held his sword tightly in his hand and stared at Qin Shao and Kazekage, who were walking over. Qin Shao and Kazekage were not fast, but the terrifying, murderous aura emitted from their bodies was very scary and cold. The two of them were completely different from the past. There must be something big going on here, otherwise it would not be like this. Nether Demon, what did you do to them? Despicable, you despicable and shameless demon. You actually used the life oath to confuse us. You really have a good method, a good method. Mo Wangbei scolded furiously. However, Mo Wangbei was not in the mood to find trouble with Nether Demon. Instead, he was thinking about how to solve the situation in front of him. Ha ha ha! Nether Demon suddenly laughed loudly. He laughed very proudly and looked at Mo Wangbei playfully. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame yourself for being too stupid. If you insist on being so stupid, what can I do? You believe everything I say, so how can you blame me? Shouldn't you blame yourselves? There's nothing wrong with a life-bonded oath. I didn't violate the life-bonded oath. The Three Lives flower is right there. You can't get it, so how can you blame me? I only used a little trick, and I was able to play all of you in the palm of my hand. This is really something to be happy about. You are all very stupid. If you die, you can only blame yourselves. I think you don't need to be angry with me. You should think about how to save your own life. Ha ha ha. I'm going to watch you brothers kill each other later. How exciting would that be? I will sit here and watch the show. Clearly, this was all part of Nether Demon's plan. Everything was within his calculations. Everything was a conspiracy, a big trap. But now, there was no other way. They had already fallen into his trap. What was the use of saying more? Qin Shao dash. Mo Wangbei tried to shout. However, Qin Shao was completely bewitched. His eyes were red, and his face was expressionless. His face was cold and murderous as he walked over. So was Feng Ying. The two of them were like walking corpses. Qin Shao, it's me, old Mo, wake up, wake up. Mo Wangbei couldn't figure out what had happened to Qin Shao and how he had become like this. An illusion? Obviously not. Mo Wangbei did not need to rely on Nether Demon's illusion to deal with Qin Shao. He knew how strong Qin Zhao's mental state and willpower were. He was also ashamed of his inferiority. He was far inferior. If Nether Demon's illusion was really so powerful, then he should have directly attacked all of them. How straightforward and free. Therefore, this situation was also impossible. Since it was not an illusion, then what was it? It was hard to understand. He did not understand at all. Brother Qin Shao, I am Xiao Dao. What happened to you? You don't recognize me either? Xiao Dao shouted anxiously. If it was not for Mo Wangbei's order, he might have rushed over. However, Qin Shao did not seem to recognize anyone here. He did not speak a single word. Clang! The long sword was unsheathed. Sword Qi immediately surged out like a ray of light from the nine heavens, instantly illuminating the area. He actually made a move. Qin Shao dash. Seeing that Qin Shao actually made a move against them, everyone was stunned. They were completely dumbfounded. Qin Shao was the captain they respected and worshipped. He was the captain who had led them through the wind and waves, the captain who had led them smoothly all the way. Why would Qin Shao make a move against them? Why would he attack them? What kind of trick did he fall into? What kind of evil did he fall into? Wasn't this too scary? It was unbelievable just thinking about it. Qin Shao and Wind Shadow both made a move at the same time. How funny was it to kill each other? How cruel was it? Nether Demon stood at the side with a sinister smile on his face. He was waiting to see a good show. This was the show he wanted to see. From fight, kill, to the death. The more intense and exciting the fight, the more interesting it will be. Qin Shao. Oh, Qin Shao, aren't you smart? Aren't you smart? Didn't you fall in my hands this time as well? Humph. You want to snatch the 3 lives flower from me? How is that possible? None of the things that I've set my eyes on have been able to escape from my grasp. There are no exceptions. Chapter 1654. Wind Shadow was easy to deal with. After all, he wasn't strong, and they had the advantage in numbers, so they could easily take him down. However, Qin Shao was a bit more troublesome. Qin Shao was the strongest of them all. Even Mo Wangbei couldn't suppress Qin Shao. Once Qin Shao went crazy, it would be a very scary thing. Mo Wangbei went to restrain Qin Shao, so the others didn't dare to act rashly. After all, they naturally didn't want to hurt Qin Shao. They just wanted to control Qin Shao. However, with Mo Wangbei's strength, how could it be easy to control Qin Shao? After a single exchange, Mo Wangbei was directly sent flying. At this moment, Qin Shao seemed even crazier and colder, so his attacks were very ruthless. The startling sword in his hand shone brightly, and he used Sword Qi as soon as he attacked. Although Mo Wangbei's Tai sword technique was still very strong, in terms of using Sword Dao, Mo Wangbei was inferior to Qin Shao. So in a single exchange, Mo Wangbei was naturally at a disadvantage. Big brother Qin Shao don't. Seeing that Qin Shao had completely lost his mind, Xiao Dao and Ah Man were anxious. They were worried for Qin Shao and also worried for Mo Wangbei. If the two continue to fight like this, then Mo Wangbei might even be killed. What do we do? What do we do? We can't just watch them kill each other like this, right? What can we do? Don't tell me we have to go and deal with Qin Shao together. How did it become like this? Damn Nether Demon, I want to kill him. Everyone was at a loss as to what to do. They didn't know what to do. Without a leader, they had completely lost their backbone. A group of lowly humans, pitiful and laughable. You think you're smart, but aren't you still being toyed with by this demon? Interesting, This is more interesting. Otherwise, staying in this damned place is really boring. Looking at the enraged crowd, Nether Demon laughed in disdain. His eyes were filled with provocation as he looked at Mo Wongbei and said, "How is it? Not bad, right? Despicable, shameless, treacherous villain." Mo Wongbei was having a hard time dealing with Qin Shao as he angrily replied to Nether Demon with gritted teeth. Facing Mo Wongbei's curses, the underworld demon laughed instead of getting angry. "Haha, curse all you want. The more vicious you curse, the more powerful this demon is. This is the only way to make you hate me to the bone. But what can you do even if you are angry? What can you do to me? You're just a pitiful worm that I'm playing with in my hands. Perhaps if you kneel down and beg me, I might spare your life." "Humph, beg you? Don't let your imagination run wild. Even if I die, I won't beg you." Mo Wongbei gritted his teeth and said, how is it possible for him to beg for mercy? He would rather die than submit. TSK, you have some backbone. But I want to see how long you can be so stubborn. You humans are very despicable. You won't cry until you see the coffin. You only have one life. Are you really that unafraid of death? Even if you're not afraid of death, are your companions not afraid of death? This demon wants to see just how much backbone all of you have. The Nether Demon had a playful look on his face. He had completely treated this matter as his game. Mo Wongbei was once again pushed back by Qin Shao. He retreated until he was not far behind Nether Demon and spat out a mouthful of blood. This made everyone even more worried. If this continued, Mo Wongbei would really be in danger. After all, if they really went all out, Mo Wongbei would not be able to defeat Qin Shao. Moreover, Mo Wongbei had many other concerns. This made it even more difficult for him to win. Human brat, are you still going to be so stubborn? You're already injured to this extent. Your brother doesn't care about your life and wants to kill you quickly. If you don't beg for mercy from me, only death awaits you. Nether Demon said playfully. Beg for mercy from you? Mo Wongbei said coldly. In your dreams. Do you think I'm a coward who's afraid of death? Even if I die, I won't let you off easily. I'll drag you down with me. After saying that, Mo Wongbei actually turned his spear around, intending to kill Nether Demon. Seeing Mo Wongbei charge at him, the Nether Demon's face remained calm. He didn't care about Mo Wongbei at all. He said in a mocking tone, "You really overestimate yourself. I don't need to personally take action." With a thought, Nether Demon directed Qin Shao to deal with Mo Wongbei. Qin Shao also charged over. However, when Qin Shao got close to Nether Demon, his cold, red eyes suddenly became clear. The situation changed. Qin Shao seemed to have turned into a different person. He suddenly attacked Nether Demon. The immortal rope flew out like a bolt of lightning. The sword Qi shot towards the Nether Demon. In an instant, all the power of the immortal rope was pushed to the limit. It attacked with all its strength. No one had expected this sudden turn of events. Even Nether Demon himself had not expected this at all. At the same time, Mo Wongbei also attacked with all his strength. Mo Wongbei had been attacking the Nether Demon from the start, and with Qin Zhao's sudden attack, the two of them were attacking the Nether Demon fiercely at the same time. Xiao Dao and the others were completely dumbfounded. They stood there in a daze. They did not understand what was going on. Just now, they were worried for Mo Wongbei. They did not expect the situation to change so drastically. This was a sudden joy. Xiao Dao and the others could not believe it. They stared with wide eyes. What's going on? Nether Demon's expression changed drastically as well. Clearly, he hadn't expected something like this to happen at all. Nether Demon's expression turned ugly. He wanted to counterattack, but it was too late. He could only attack in a hurry. However, it was obvious that he was unable to unleash his full strength in a hasty attack. Nether Demon's strength was not particularly strong. His most powerful move was his innate ability to transform into nothingness. If he couldn't use this move, then his strength would be greatly reduced. Moreover, he couldn't use much of his strength at all. That was why the Nether Demon's expression became extremely ugly under such circumstances. He sensed danger approaching. His insufferably arrogant expression from before had also been instantly destroyed. Damn it, despicable humans. The nether demon gritted his teeth and cursed. However, there was nothing he could do to change this. Qin Shao and Mo Wangbei's attack had reached its climax. They did not give Nether Demon any chance to fight back. He did not even have the chance to transform into nothingness. The sharpness of the sword Qi, the sharpness of the laws of the sword, the immortal rope, the thousand-wall technique, and many other moves were unleashed without holding back. They all charged towards Nether Demon. When the two of them worked together and attacked with their full strength, their killing power was naturally terrifying. If the Nether Demon was prepared, he would be able to hide in the void. However, Nether Demon could not enter nothingness at all. He could not unleash much of his strength to block Qin Shao and Mo Wangbei's ferocious attacks. He could only grit his teeth and face them head-on. Nether Demon was naturally no match for them. He was suppressed by Qin Shao and Mo Wangbei. A single attack had heavily injured him. He had lost some of his ability to fight back. Let's hurry up and help Qin Shao and the others kill this Nether Demon. Xiao Dao suddenly shouted while everyone was still in a daze. His words woke everyone up. Yes, let's kill Nether Demon. Kill him. Originally, everyone was already very angry. Because they did not dare to act rashly, they forcibly suppressed the anger in their hearts. Now that Qin Shao and Mo Wangbei had suppressed Nether Demon, everyone naturally released their confidence. No longer suppressing their anger, they roared and charged. With everyone's help, the light of the blade and the light of the sword surged. Immortal might glittered. Under such an attack, how could Nether Demon resist? Defense was not Nether Demon's forte. If he could not unleash his full power, then not to mention Qin Shao and the others, even Qin Shao alone could suppress him. Therefore, after a few attacks, Nether Demon was covered in wounds. His divine body was greatly damaged. His aura weakened. His life was in great danger. He did not even have the power to enter nothingness. Qin Shao, how could you not have fallen into my trap? How could this be? How could you? Nether Demon still could not believe that he could not control Qin Shao. He roared in despair. At this moment, Qin Shao had returned to normal. He snorted coldly and said, "Do you think I don't know what you're planning? Do you really think you can fool us with some tricks? Do you really think we're so stupid as to fall into your trap?" What? Nether Demon's expression changed drastically again. He looked at Qin Shao in disbelief and said, "So you knew from the beginning that I was scheming against you? That's impossible. My plan was flawless. How could you have discovered it?" When they heard this, it was not just Nether Demon. Mo Wangbei and the others looked at Qin Shao in confusion. Qin Shao had discovered it long ago, but they had not sensed it at all. Even Mo Wangbei had not sensed anything. Flawless? Qin Shao laughed coldly and said, "You only think it is flawless. That does not mean it is truly flawless. You're a little too confident. Using a saying from my hometown, those who are not of my race will be punished. I never believed that you would be so kind from the very beginning. Even if the reason you came up with is indeed very persuasive, can indeed make sense of everything, is indeed very reasonable. But the more it was like this, the less I believed it. We're humans, and you're a demon. How could you not play tricks? Even if you believed it, I wouldn't believe it." Nether Demon still did not understand and said, "Even if you don't believe it, how could you have avoided my Tao? Your companions all fell for it, but you were the only one who could break free. Why? Were you really not affected at all? Were you acting just now?" Qin Shao admitted it generously. "Yes, they really did fall for your trick, and they still don't understand it. However, I saw through you long ago and never fell for your trick. So, everything I did just now was an act. It was to numb you and make you believe that I fell for your trick, so that you would lower your guard against me. Then, I would find an opportunity to deal you a fatal blow. I beat you at your own game. Your demon is a foot tall, my Tao is 10 feet tall. You thought you could play with me like a toy, but I played you like a toy in the palm of my hand." Chapter 1655. As the saying goes, karma comes with retribution. Sometimes, retribution really came quickly. The Nether Demon's retribution was about to come. Just now, He was so arrogant that he wanted to play everyone in the palm of his hand. Who would have thought that he would become a prisoner in the blink of an eye? From the very beginning of his scheme, he had actually unknowingly fallen into someone else's scheme. How tragic was this? How laughable was that? How terrible was it to be played by someone else? Living a life worse than death. That was all. Haha, I've been smart all my life. Who would have thought that I would be fooled by a human like you? Laughable, truly laughable. The Nether Demon laughed maniacally. This was a huge blow. All right, you've said your piece. You could die now. Qin Shao said coldly, giving the Nether Demon a death sentence. No. At the moment of life and death, the Nether Demon panicked. He hurriedly begged for mercy. Don't kill me. I could back out. I won't fight anymore. You guys can have the 3 lives flower. Don't kill me. Oof. And Mo Wangbei snorted angrily. Nether Demon, there's a time when you're begging for mercy? What did you say to me just now? Didn't you tell me to kneel down and beg for mercy? Didn't you say that I won't cry until I see the coffin? Didn't you say that I'm stubborn? What, you're crying now? Are your bones soft now? That's fine. Kneel down and beg for mercy from all of us. If you make us happy, we might spare your life. Giving him a taste of his own medicine, this move was quite ruthless. It was like a sharp thunderbolt knife had slashed at the Nether Demon's soul, giving him a heavy blow. Kneel down and beg for mercy? That was the bottom line of his dignity. How many people could do that? Could he give up all his dignity in order to live? The Nether Demon's expression was extremely ugly. Mo Wangbei had returned his words to him. What kind of humiliation was this? What kind of blow was this? What kind of joke was this? But he had brought all of this on himself. Who could he blame? If he didn't kneel down and beg for mercy, would he die? What should he do? Was he really going to kneel and beg for mercy? Did he really have to do this in order to survive? No, I can't do this. I should rather die than submit. But if he died, wouldn't everything be gone? He was already dead. So what was the point of caring about dignity? I don't want to die. I don't want to die. While he was hesitating, Qin Shao and the others didn't give Nether Demon any time to react. Another wave of ferocious attacks came crashing down. When everyone attacked together, and the Nether Demon didn't have much power to resist, the destructive power was too terrifying. It was a great threat to the Nether Demon. This strike was meant to take the Nether Demon's life. Stop. I beg for mercy. I beg for mercy. Oh no, quickly stop. At the moment of true death, the Nether Demon finally panicked. He was finally willing to let go of everything. He did not care about his dignity. He only wanted to live. What's the point of keeping such a cowardly and spineless person alive? Die. Qin Shao didn't pay any attention to him. Streaks of sword chi rained down. Destructive power surged and bombarded the Nether Demon, devouring his divine body. Boom! The Nether Demon's divine body finally couldn't take it anymore and completely collapsed. Once the divine body collapsed and his soul scattered, he was deader than dead. The Nether Demon was finally dead. If the Nether Demon hadn't been completely unprepared and fallen in Qin Shao's trap, it wouldn't have been so easy. In terms of strength alone, perhaps Qin Shao and the others were stronger than the Nether Demon, but they definitely didn't have the advantage. Even if they could suppress it, they would have to go through a tough battle before they could suppress it in the end. In such a bitter battle, they would definitely have to pay a price in blood, and the price they would have to pay might not be small. No one was willing to accept such a price. Yi Wugui's death had already made them feel terrible. If there was more blood to be shed, it would be even worse. Now, without paying any price, the Nether Demon was dead. This was the best ending. Phew! Everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. This time, they were completely relaxed. They felt like they had survived a great disaster. First, it was the ground shell beast, then the Azura earth dragon, and now the Nether Demon. There were really some ups and downs. Fortunately, they succeeded in the end. Thinking about it, they felt that it wasn't easy. It wasn't easy at all. The Nether Demon was dead, and the Wind Shadow also recovered. Unlike Qin Shao, the Wind Shadow was really tricked. So after he recovered, he didn't know what he had done or what had happened. He looked at everyone blankly with a confused expression. After listening to everyone's explanation, he roughly understood what had happened just now. Such a thing, just thinking about it was enough to make him feel a lingering fear. Big brother Qin Xiao, what's going on? Xiao Dao looked at Qin Xiao in confusion and asked. In terms of relationship, other than Mo Wang Bei, Xiao Dao was the closest to Qin Xiao. Xiao Dao could tell Qin Xiao anything. Everyone looked at Qin Xiao in confusion. They really didn't understand what was going on. Yeah, we all fell into the Nether Demon's trap. Other than being tricked by him, what else did we fall into? What's going on? Mo Wang Bei frowned slightly. In fact, he was also full of doubts. Although he could figure out some things after thinking about it carefully, he wasn't very sure. He didn't know if these thoughts were correct. Is it an illusion? Mo Wang Bei suddenly looked at Qin Xiao and asked. Qin Xiao nodded and said, yes, an illusion. Actually, the Nether Demon used an illusion to deal with us from the beginning. His method was very clever. The reason why I said it was clever is because if he only used an illusion to deal with us, it definitely wouldn't have any effect. Even if they can't break the illusion quickly, old Mo and I will definitely be able to do it. If you realize it's an illusion, it'll be much easier to break it. The scariest thing about illusions is that you don't even know it's an illusion. Once you don't have such thoughts, it'll be very easy for you to completely sink into it. There'll be no way to tell if it's an illusion or not. Illusions bewitch the heart. So, the Nether Demon's clever method is that he intentionally showed goodwill to us from the beginning. From the beginning, when I invited him to deal with the Azura Earth Dragon, the Nether Demon had already started scheming. He had already started setting up his trap, digging his big hole, waiting for us to jump in. And in his calculations, we jumped in of our own accord. Because I was the one who asked him to join forces, I naturally jumped in of my own accord. Following this hole, he calculated step by step, trapping us step by step. Because of me, you wouldn't suspect him. And when we were discussing which path to take, Mo Wang Bei and I had different opinions. I convinced you to agree with my opinion. In fact, I was helping the Nether Demon to plant an idea in you, making you feel that this path was right. I was the one who led you on this path. Actually, I knew that the Nether Demon was playing tricks from the beginning, so I did it on purpose. I made the Nether Demon think that everything was going according to his calculations. I made him proud, made him think that he had succeeded, and made him let down his guard against us. Unbeknownst to us, the Nether Demon had already used his illusion step by step. The illusion of the mind is a kind of invasion of the mind. Everyone's mind has been invaded by the illusion, but this illusion maintains a false image. It won't control you, so you won't feel anything. The real damage of the illusion is within 3 feet of the 3 lives flower, so Wind Shadow fell into it as soon as he entered. I'm fine. My state of mind is stronger, so his illusion is useless against me. I forcefully resisted his illusion, but he didn't know, so I deliberately pretended that I fell into his trap. I listened to his command with Wind Shadow and launched an attack against you. In this way, we could paralyze him to the greatest extent and achieve the current victory. After hearing Qin Zhao's words, everyone suddenly understood. So it was like this. This plan was really meticulous and powerful, causing everyone to involuntarily feel a strong sense of worship for Qin Xiao. Indeed, it was too cunning. It was a complete strategizing. Every step of the plan was calculated with great precision. In the end, it was such a huge victory. If the ground shell beast, the Azura Earth Dragon, and the Nether Demon had joined forces at the beginning, Qin Xiao and the others would probably have to give up and leave. But under the leadership of Qin Xiao, they actually defeated the ground shell beast first, then defeated the Azura Earth Dragon together with the Nether Demon, and finally tricked the Nether Demon. Every step of the way was too brilliant, especially the last part of the counterattack against the Nether Demon. It was really too brilliant. Mo Wang Bei also praised. He really didn't think of this level. Although he felt that he shouldn't believe the Nether Demon so easily at the beginning, Qin Xiao convinced him in the end. He was indeed convinced by Qin Xiao. Now he understood that all of this was misled by Qin Xiao. From the beginning, he was deliberately led to this level by Qin Xiao. Although Mo Wang Bei did feel a little strange at the time, he didn't think too much about it because he believed in Qin Xiao. It turned out that all of this was done by Qin Shao on purpose. But now that he thought about it, Mo Wangbei also admired Qin Shao. If he didn't keep them in the dark, then the counterattack wouldn't have succeeded so smoothly. After all, the Nether Demon was an extremely shrewd person. If there was even the slightest abnormality, he would have noticed it. Brother Qin Shao, compared to your intelligence, I'm really ashamed of my inferiority. This move is really too brilliant. I admire you. We've really gotten the biggest victory with the smallest price. To be able to kill the Nether Demon so easily, I also didn't expect something like this. I didn't expect that relying on intelligence could really achieve such a big victory. If this was in the past, I wouldn't even dare to think about it. Mo Wangbei said with an expression of admiration. It was indeed admiration from the bottom of his heart. Qin Shao smiled and said, "It's nothing. Maybe it's just that I have more experience than all of you. Moreover, my ability to sense danger is very sharp, so I can sense many situations that you can't sense. Being prepared in advance naturally has such a miraculous effect. It seems miraculous, but if you think about it carefully, it's just that. It's unexpected, but it's all within reason. The main thing is that we can grasp the Nether Demon's weakness. It can be considered as hitting his weak spot. That's why we were able to kill him so easily with one strike." Chapter 1656. Right, there were still important things to do. Everyone looked at the 3 lives flower. Now that all the obstacles have been cleared, there shouldn't be any power that could stop them from plucking the 3 lives flower, right? Let me do it. I've already failed twice. I should be able to succeed this time, right? Wind Shadow stood up and took the initiative to ask Sakura. The first time he tried, he was hit by Nether Demon's illusion. The second time, he was hit by Nether Demon's illusion again. Both times, he failed. This made Wind Shadow want to compete. No matter what, he should be the one to pluck the 3 lives flower. Haha, Wind Shadow, no one is fighting with you. Hurry up and go. It doesn't matter who plucks it, but don't fail to pick it. Haha, if you can't pluck it again, then I think Wind Shadow should smash his head against Tofu and die. Tofu? That sounds exciting. Are you talking about a girl's tofu? Hee hee. Listening to everyone's teasing, Qin Shao couldn't help but shake his head and smile. This was indeed a very interesting group of people. Wind Shadow quickly walked over. This time, he smoothly arrived in front of the 3 lives flower. However, some things would always turn out contrary to one's wishes. Just as Wind Shadow's hand touched the 3 lives flower, a burst of flowery light floated out of the 3 lives flower. The light of the flower directly seeped into Wind Shadow's body. It was unstoppable. Once the light of the flower entered his body, Wind Shadow couldn't help but shiver. Such a situation made everyone's heart skip a beat. They immediately knew that something had happened. Qin Shao and Mo Wangbei quickly walked over. The others were stunned for a while before they reacted. They quickly gathered around to see what was going on. Feng Ying was bewitched. His facial expression kept changing and his lips moved. Although he didn't make any sound, it felt as if he was saying something. His expression was sometimes happy, sometimes angry, sometimes nervous, sometimes cold, sometimes sad. What's going on? How can this be? Is there still an illusion? That's not right. Didn't we already kill Nether Demon? Someone asked doubtfully. Someone even made a bold guess. Could it be that the Nether Demon is still alive? Are we still in an illusion? Qin Shao frowned deeply. Looking at the scenery, he also wanted to figure out what was going on. The Nether Demon was already dead. It was impossible for him to still be alive. It was even more impossible for an illusion to exist. If there was really an illusion, it would be impossible for it to escape his detection. Even if he could only use the power of the immortal Tao, things like vision and experience were not differentiated by realms. This could not be considered cheating. I think I know what's going on, Mo Wangbei suddenly said. Hearing Mo Wangbei's words, everyone's gaze fell on him. Mo Wangbei continued. I've heard about the 3 lives flower before. It's an immortal treasure, very rare. The rarer an immortal treasure is, the more power will protect it. The 3 lives flower also had the power to protect it. If you want to get the 3 lives flower, you have to break through this protective force. I heard an old man say that the three lives flower has 3 lives and 3 worlds. At that time, I didn't take it to heart and didn't understand what it meant. Now that I think about it, I think I understand the meaning of the phrase 3 lives, 3 worlds. The light released by the 3 lives flower entered Feng Ying's soul and brought him into the cycle of reincarnation, where he experienced the cycle of 3 lives and 3 reincarnations. If Feng Ying can break through, then he can break through this protective force and take the 3 lives flower. If Wind Shadow can't break through, then he won't be able to break through this protective barrier. Naturally, he won't be able to take the 3 lives flower away. 3 lives and 3 worlds? Reincarnation? Hearing Mo Wangbei's words, everyone was shocked. They didn't expect such a magical situation. Going through 3 lives and 3 worlds, what kind of experience was this? Thinking about going to Poyang, they felt that this must be a terrifying test. It definitely wouldn't be that simple. Plucking the 3 lives flower was not an easy task. Then what do we do now? Feng Ying should be in the reincarnation cycle. If he can't pass, then what will happen? Xiao Dao asked. Qin Xiao didn't really understand the concept of reincarnation, so she looked at Mo Wangbei. Even if Mo Wangbei was the one who said this, she would let Mo Wangbei solve it. Mo Wangbei pondered for a moment before replying, if you can't pass the 3 reincarnation cycles, then you might harm yourself. But I'm not too sure. After all, I've only heard about 3 lives and 3 worlds once. So, there should be all kinds of possibilities. This is also what I'm worried about. What if the Kazakage can't get through the 3 lives, 3 worlds? What will happen? The 3 lives flower is an immortal treasure. The test of 3 lives and 3 worlds shouldn't be that easy. I'm more worried that Feng Ying can't pass. Everyone nodded. They were indeed worried about this. It wasn't that they looked down on Feng Ying, but it was the truth. After all, how could the test of 3 lifetimes be so easy to pass? The key now was how to solve this situation. Old Mo, according to what you said, as long as someone can break the power of 3 lives and 3 worlds, then everything can be solved? Qin Xiao suddenly said. Mo Wangbei thought for a moment and nodded. Yes, Qin Xiao, I think it should be like this. Qin Xiao said, if that's the case, then I think if I can break the 3 lives and 3 worlds, Feng Ying should be fine, and we can also get the 3 lives flower. After saying that, Qin Xiao put his hand on the 3 lives flower. Sure enough, when Qin Xiao's hand touched the 3 lives flower, suddenly a flower light rushed to Qin Xiao's body and directly penetrated into Qin Xiao's body. It was as if there was a powerful invisible force that directly suppressed Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao's eyes slowly closed, and his whole body seemed to be frozen in place. However, the big difference between Qin Xiao and Feng Ying was that Qin Xiao's face was very calm. There was no change in his expression, as if he was just sleeping. Now that Qin Xiao and Feng Ying had both entered the 3 lives and 3 world reincarnation, the others stood there and waited. Time passed day by day, and Feng Ying's situation made people more and more worried about him. Sometimes he would go crazy, and people felt that he could collapse at any time. If he really collapsed, then the consequences would be unimaginable. Qin Xiao was still calm, and people were full of confidence in him. Old Mo, 3 lives and 3 worlds reincarnation. Will it really be 3 worlds in the reincarnation? The beard asked curiously. Mo Wangbei shook his head and said, I'm not sure, but I heard that it's like this. It's very likely that it's like this, going through 3 lives and 3 worlds in the reincarnation. However, one life in the reincarnation shouldn't be as long as a universe era, and it should be relatively short. Moreover, the flow of time in the reincarnation should be very fast, and it's impossible to say that a long time will pass in the real world. In my guess, the 3 lives and 3 worlds reincarnation should be completed within 100 years. However, the time in the reincarnation will definitely be much longer than this. This is the 3 lives and 3 worlds test, and it's a terrifying test. I don't think it will be easy to complete this test. The beard nodded as if he understood, and asked, then can Qin Xiao pass it? Definitely, I believe in Qin Xiao. Mo Wangbei nodded without any hesitation. The others also nodded. In fact, everyone believed in Qin Shao. Qin Shao had proven his strength all the way, and he was worthy of being the captain. Ahem. Actually, I also believe in Qin Shao. The beard seemed to have realized that he had asked a rather awkward question, so he immediately said it. Although they believed in him, it was impossible to say that they weren't worried at all. After all, Qin Zhao's success or failure was very likely related to whether they could obtain the 3 lives flower or not. Everyone had worked so hard and fought for so long. Moreover, Yi Wuhuan had sacrificed his life, and everyone had suffered some injuries. If they still couldn't find a way to pick the 3 lives flower, then they would really vomit blood. The 3 lives flower was something that everyone had risked their lives for, and it was where everyone's passion lay. Therefore, no matter what, everyone naturally wanted to obtain the 3 lives flower. Even if they had to risk their lives, they wouldn't hesitate. As if reading everyone's mood, Mo Wangbei said, "Everyone, don't worry. We should all believe in Qin Shao. He will definitely succeed." Although the 3 lives and 3 worlds reincarnation test is dangerous, it's not without a solution. It can still be obtained. If there's a solution, then it can be solved. It's just a matter of whether you can solve it. If Qin Shao can't solve it, then none of us can. Yes, I completely believe in Qin Shao. Yes, there's nothing to think about. We can't help now, so let's just wait patiently. It's still 100 years, and it's still early. You're making me a little curious. I want to experience the 3 lives and 3 worlds reincarnation. I think it'll be a very meaningful thing to experience. The beard. You have the face to say this with your little ability. If you're not afraid of death, then go ahead and try. No one's stopping you. Bah, don't you know how to speak? How am I afraid of death? If you're not afraid of death, then go ahead and try. No, I won't go. If I go just because you asked me to, then I'll lose face. I'm determined not to go. Haha, if you don't have the guts, then admit it. Don't lose face, we all understand you. Understand your grandpa. Ha ha ha. Time passed year after year. 100 years wasn't a long time, and it passed quickly. After such a long time, there were some subtle changes in the situation. Everyone's expression became serious. Old Mo, the wind shadow is dying. I feel that he might collapse at any time. Right now, he should be bitterly holding on. What is he going through in the reincarnation cycle? If this continues, will something happen to him? The beard asked anxiously. He had always been an impatient person. At this moment, Mo Wangbei was also looking at the wind shadow with a deep frown. In fact, he was also thinking about this matter. However, Mo Wangbei could only shake his head. I don't know. The wind shadow situation is indeed dangerous, but I don't know what to do to help him. Chapter 1657. Ah! The Kazekage suddenly screamed like a madman. It was a scream of pain, a scream of anger, a scream of despair, a scream of heartbreaking pain. That cry tugged at the hearts of the crowd, causing them to become even more worried. Old Mo, is there really no other way? If this continues, Kazekage may really die. The beard and Kazekage were from the same clan, so the relationship between the two was naturally as close as brothers. At this time, seeing that Kazekage was in danger, the most anxious person was the bearded man. Yiwu Gui was already dead. If something were to happen to Wind Shadow, then he would be the only one left. Mo Wangbei frowned with a dignified look on his face. However, he was also helpless. There was nothing he could do. If there was a way, he would have done it long ago. Even if there was only a tiny bit of hope, he would still try it. Now, perhaps only Qin Shao can save Kazekage. Don't worry. There is still hope until the last moment. We should believe in Qin Shao. She will be fine. Believe me, it definitely won't happen. Mo Wangbei could only console her like this. Although Mo Wangbei was confident in Qin Shao, but whether or not he could save Kazekage before something happened to him was still unknown. Mo Wangbei did not doubt Qin Zhao's ability to break through the 3 lives reincarnation. But the problem now was that Kazekage's situation was extremely bad. It seemed that he might die at any time. Suddenly, a pair of eyes opened, flashing with a clarity as clear as water, as bright as starlight. It was like the light of dawn that could illuminate the darkness. Qin Shao opened her eyes. Her clear eyes emitted a light that seemed to be able to break through the darkness. In an instant, the power of the 3 lives reincarnation cycle was completely destroyed. Foaming also woke up in an instant. Kazekage, are you all right? That's great, that's great. You're finally all right. You scare me to death. Seeing that the Kazekage was awake, the bearded man hugged the Kazekage tightly and almost cried tears of joy. Cold sweat oozed out of Kazekage's forehead, and he didn't recover for a while. Just thinking about the experience of the 3 lives and 3 reincarnations was enough to make him shudder in fear. After a while, Kazekage calmed down a little. Last time, he was hit by the Nether Demon's illusion and almost died. This time, he had almost died after entering the reincarnation cycle of 3 lifetimes. Furthermore, he had personally experienced all sorts of pain during this cycle of reincarnation. This was something that could not be described in words. The pain was far greater than all the pain he had experienced in his entire life. Bearded and the others were also there to comfort Kazekage. 3 lives, 3 reincarnations. To me, experiencing 3 lives is nothing. Qin Zhao's lips curled into a faint smile. She was still as calm as ever. When Qin Zhao was in the primordial universe, he had experienced hundreds and thousands of reincarnations, let alone 3 lifetimes. But this time, the reincarnation cycle of 3 lifetimes was more powerful and profound, but it was still not a problem for Qin Zhao. Qin Zhao's heart had been tempered to be very hard, and his state of mind was also very high. This reincarnation cycle of 3 lifetimes was just a small test for Qin Zhao. This test would only temper Qin Zhao's heart more, but it would not hurt Qin Zhao. Spending 3 lives in this reincarnation cycle is actually quite interesting and wonderful. Qin Zhao smiled again. Cultivation was originally a very long and painful thing. Therefore, many cultivators would sometimes deliberately enter the cycle of reincarnation to experience different lives and gain the experience of several lifetimes in order to hone their minds. It had to be said that entering the reincarnation cycle could indeed play a great role in honing one's state of mind. A person's state of mind had to be constantly tempered through countless difficulties, through countless life and death situations, through different life experiences, and through experiencing everything in the world bit by bit. Only by experiencing it would one be able to achieve enlightenment. The improvement of one's state of mind was just like that. Qin Shao reached out. This time, there was no resistance, and he easily plucked the 3 lives flower. When they saw that Qin Shao had obtained the 3 lives flower, everyone was overjoyed. They had finally obtained it. In order to pluck this 3 lives flower, it was not easy at all. But now, he had finally obtained it. 3 lives flower, so many people died for you. Although you don't kill, there are living things that died for you. Qin Shao looked at the 3 lives flower in his hand and could not help but sigh. Yes, so many people died for the 3 lives flower. Yi Wugui was one of them. Mo Wangbei forcefully pursed his lips and said, "Life and death, no one can say for sure. It doesn't matter who is right or wrong, only fate and fortune. We are all very sad and regretful about Yi Wugui's death, but more than that, we are helpless. I believe that he has no regrets about his sacrifice. Since we have made our choice, we should have no regrets. We should walk the path of no regrets unswervingly. This matter is in the past." Everyone nodded, agreeing with Mo Wangbei's words. Yes, this matter was in the past, and there was no need to mention it again. Qin Shao also nodded. Yes, it's all in the past. After going through the reincarnation cycle of 3 lives, I feel a little emotional. All right, we should leave this place. After putting away the 3 lives flower, everyone left. A true life and death experience had allowed everyone to gain some experience, and they had grown a little. This was the result of the training. Since they had paid a certain price, they should get something in return. On top of a cloud, before a jade table, there were 2 sage-like people sitting in front of it. The white-robed man looked to be in his 30s, while the gray-robed man looked to be in his 60s. The 2 of them stood above the clouds and soared through the 9 heavens, drinking fine wine together. They were very carefree and relaxed. From time to time, they would look down and observe the situation below. Below the two of them was the Jewessian stream. If Qin Shao were here, he would definitely recognize that the white-robed man was none other than the Immortal Palace's emissary who had received them. Exalted Immortal Yun Ku, these little fellows you received are all very ordinary. There aren't any decent seedlings. I don't think many of them will be able to stay, said the gray-robed man. The white-robed Exalted Immortal Yun Ku chuckled and said, Exalted Immortal Dark Willow, this is not something I can control. These are the tasks assigned to me by my superiors, so I can only follow the list given to me by my superiors. These little fellows are indeed very ordinary. Fortunately, there are a few of them who still have some hope. At least they won't all be wiped out. If the entire army were to be annihilated, then I would have lost all my face. How many of them do you think have a chance of passing the selection? Exalted Immortal Dark Willow clearly disagreed with Exalted Immortal Yun Ku's words. Exalted Immortal Yun Ku pointed at the few people below and said, Exalted Immortal Dark Willow, what do you think of them? Although there aren't many of them, it shouldn't be a problem to get 5 of them. If there are 5 of them in my batch, then it's not too bad. I don't have any big targets. 5 is enough. If there are more, then I'll have profited. Exalted Immortal Dark Willow took a look, but shook his head and said, I think 5 is too many. I don't think there will be more than 3. These little fellows are all very ordinary. They don't seem to be doing much right now. Can we expect them to do anything in the future? You should count your blessings if there are only 3. Don't end up with only 1 or 2. Then you, Yin Ku, will be utterly humiliated. At that time, don't blame others for laughing at you. Ha 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 ha. Exalted Immortal Yun Ku laughed heartily and said, I think you, Bird Willow, will be the first to laugh at me. It's still early. This is only the first round of elimination. It's a little too early to talk about the end. It doesn't matter how many there are. In any case, my target is 5. I don't ask for much. I don't want to compete with others for anything. There's no point in fighting for these empty titles. It doesn't matter. You really don't care? Dark Willow smiled and asked Exalted Immortal Yun Ku. Exalted Immortal Yun Ku smiled and nodded. Yes, it really doesn't matter. Haha, I know my place in this round. I won't compete with them for empty titles. If these little fellows are a little stronger, then I might play with them and bring back some glory. Unfortunately, time and tide wait for no man. So forget it. I'll just pretend to be low-key. But I think those few people who like to see me embarrass myself will take this opportunity to attack me. Sigh, there's no other way. Who asked us to be so unlucky? I dragged you into this. Even if I'm going to be laughed at by others, you're still with me. I'm not lonely. Exalted Immortal Black Willow was speechless. He could only continue drinking. But after drinking a few cups, Exalted Immortal Black Willow couldn't help but say, Exalted Immortal Yin Ku, I think we're pretty bored here. Why don't we have some fun in private? Have some fun? Exalted Immortal Yun Ku looked at Exalted Immortal Black Willow and said with a mocking smile, I say, brother, you're not thinking of bullying me too, are you? We're already in a miserable state. Are we going to kill each other here? That's hurting each other. That's not very nice, is it? Aren't we bored? Let's just have some fun. After all, we're going to be bullied by them later. Why don't we warm up first? Perhaps it'll make us feel better, Wu Lu said. Yin Ku shook his head helplessly and said with a smile, all right. Since Brother Wu Lu has already spoken, as your junior brother, if I still don't agree, wouldn't I be disrespecting you, my senior? Tell me, how do you want to play? But I'll say this first. I'm really short on money recently, so I won't play big. But if it's a small game, I can still accompany you. Let's bet 10 pots of that wine you gave me last time. Wu Lu revealed a sly smile. What? 10 pots? You're really asking for too much. Why don't you just take my life? 10 pots. I don't even have a single pot. Exalted Immortal Yin Ku almost jumped up and expressed his firm disagreement. Exalted Immortal Black Willow waved his hand and said, Why are you so agitated? If 10 pots isn't enough, then 5 pots it is. Don't pretend to be poor. I know you could take out 5 pots. If I lose, then I'll give you the thing you've always wanted from me. What do you think?" Hearing these words, exalted immortal Yin Ku's eyes lit up as well. His heart was moved. If these were the conditions of the bet, then it was indeed possible. It was really attractive. Exalted immortal Yin Ku couldn't help but be moved. Chapter 1658. Ta, ta, ta. A burst of hurried footsteps could be heard from the forest. 3 silhouettes could be seen scuttling out. They appeared to be in a somewhat sorry state. Their tired bodies and somewhat bitter expressions were enough to show that they were not in a good mood at this time. There was not much passion or fighting spirit in them. After rushing out, the 3 of them slowly stopped. "Phew, we finally made it out? Are we about to reach the other side? It's been 6,000 years. We've been walking for 6,000 years. We finally made it." A man let out a long sigh of relief as he looked ahead of him. "Ha. Yes, we're finally here. It's not easy. It's really not easy. It's completely a narrow escape. Fortunately, we all made it out alive. I feel it. If we continue to walk forward, we will soon reach the other side, and we can pass this test." Immediately, another man agreed. The last man also had a look of vicissitudes of life and said, "We are lucky to have survived, but too many people have died along the way. We survived by stepping on blood and bones. Our group of more than 100 people died one after another along the way. We sent away our teammates one by one, survived from danger again and again, fought with the Grim Reaper again and again, and only then did we manage to protect ourselves. More than 100 people, and only the 3 of us are left. The elimination rate is really a little scary. This is only the first round of the elimination test. Who knows how many more terrifying tests are waiting for us? If it's possible, I want to quit now. Otherwise, I feel that our lives might be lost. Now, it's not the time for us to be happy." Hearing this man's words, the other 2 men fell silent again, and some sadness appeared on their faces. Yes, it's not the time to be happy. It's still too far from the end of the selection. The invisible sadness surged up again, and thinking of the hardships along the way, the 3 of them could not help but shudder. The 3 of them suddenly frowned slightly at the same time and looked in a direction at the same time, only to see that there were people coming out. And this time, there were as many as 29 people. It was really a miracle that 29 people in a team could survive at this point. It was definitely a spectacle. So, seeing this team of 29 people, the 3 of them were naturally shocked, and for a moment, they were tongue-tied and stunned on the spot. After looking for a while and confirming again and again, they finally dared to believe that it was really a team of 29 people. Not only were there many people in this team, but they were also full of vigor and vitality. From this vigor, one could see the style and strength of this team. It was definitely a strong team. It's Qin Xiao and Mo's team. Soon, the 3 of them finally recognized this team. Others might not recognize them, but Qin Xiao and Mo Wangbei had been in the limelight when they were on the immortal boat. Their reputations had spread far and wide, so naturally, everyone recognized them. Yes, it's them. Didn't they only have 30 people in their team? 29 of them are still alive? Thinking of this question, the 3 of them were once again shocked, speechless. This was too unbelievable, wasn't it? 30 people, walking in Jueshin Ravine for 6,000 years, almost crossing the entire Jueshin Ravine, and only 1 person died. How strong was this team? But it was still very unbelievable. Even if Qin Xiao and Mo Wangbei were Northern Li's heroes, what about the others? Could it be that everyone was so strong? This was impossible. It was completely impossible. The strength of the others should be relatively ordinary, but they were all able to survive. Why was this? The easiest thing to think of was the contribution of the 2 leaders, Qin Xiao and Mo Wangbei. Miracle? It's really a miracle. Didn't we also want to join their team? But we were rejected. Yes, I really didn't expect their team to be so strong. We were lucky to survive until now, but the others are all dead. We had more than 100 people, but now only the 3 of us are left. They had 30 people, but there are still 29 people. Amazing, too amazing. I can't help but be impressed. Under the stunned gaze of the three people, Qin Xiao and the others walked over. Haha, we finally walked out of this forest. Looks like we should reach the other side soon. Phew, 6,000 years, it's really hard. But it's worth it. Victory is in front of us. The moment the bearded man came out, he laughed loudly, showing the joy in his heart. Everyone's mood was very good. 6,000 years. These 6,000 years were really too hard. They had experienced too many dangers, too many hardships. They didn't know how many times between life and death. But each time, they came out of it without any danger. In the end, everyone came out of it alive. This kind of feeling was really hard to describe with any adjectives at this time. Haha, being with Qin Xiao and old Mo is the luckiest thing in our lives. Otherwise, with my strength, I'm afraid I would have died hundreds of times. I really didn't expect that I could come here smoothly and improve in all aspects. 6,000 years of tempering is really a very precious experience. Yes, we are the luckiest. I also didn't expect that I could come here. My improvement is also very big, and the harvest is good. All of this is brought to us by Qin Xiao and old Mo. No matter what, I'm determined to follow them in this life. Haha, when we get out of this damn place, let's worship each other as big brothers. Yes, I've had this idea for a long time. Qin Xiao is the big brother. Old Mo is the second brother. Haha, I've had this idea for a long time. Anyway, I've decided to follow them in this life. Listening to everyone's words, Qin Xiao and Mo Wangbei shook their heads and smiled helplessly, but they felt quite comfortable in their hearts. These 6,000 years of life and death together had already built a firm brotherhood, and the cohesion and friendship of the team had been raised to a very high point. Everyone was as close as brothers, and they were of the same mind. And Qin Xiao's contribution was naturally the biggest. Everything was because of Qin Xiao that everyone was so united. It was because of Qin Xiao that everyone was able to turn danger into safety time and time again, and get through scares without mishap. Qin Xiao's gaze sized up the three people, but he didn't say anything. The others also just looked at them and didn't say anything. However, after Qin Xiao and the others left, the three people followed, but didn't dare to get too close. Hee, looks like we're going to be famous. Those three people are following us. The bearded man said proudly. That's for sure. We're definitely going to be famous in this Juetian Valley. Those people must have admired us for a long time when they saw us. Looking at their miserable appearance, I know what kind of difficulties they've gone through to get to where they are now. Only the three of them are left in their team, and the death rate is too high. The group continued to move forward, but soon they saw a gray area in front of them. At a glance, they couldn't see the end of it. The two ends also stretched out endlessly, cutting off all the roads. Seeing this situation, everyone immediately became vigilant, knowing that something was wrong. When they got closer, Qin Xiao saw the situation in front of them clearly. There was a huge river in front of them, cutting off their path. The two sides stretched out endlessly, and it was impossible to go around. From this side, they couldn't see the other side, which showed how wide it was. Moreover, it was a gray area. The sky was gray, the air was gray, and the river was gray. Everything was gray, and everything was connected, weaving into a gray world. The world in front of them was completely gray. However, the water in the river could be clearly distinguished. The gray water was thicker, and it could also be seen that there was water, endless water, gray water. The surface of the water was calm, but there was an indescribable strangeness to it. This strangeness would inexplicably make people feel a sense of fear. What the hell is this? The river doesn't look like a river, and the water doesn't look like water. Why is there such strange water? The bearded man walked to the riverside, looked at it, and then stepped back. Everyone frowned deeply, and their faces were filled with confusion, but they couldn't help but feel worried. Old Mo, you're more knowledgeable. What is this? The bearded man asked again. Mo Wangbei was obviously the most knowledgeable here, and he knew a lot of things that others didn't know. So along the way, whenever there was something they didn't know, they would think of Mo Wangbei. And Mo Wangbei didn't let them down most of the time, and he could always give them an answer. So naturally, whenever they encountered something they didn't understand, they would ask Mo Wangbei. And whenever they encountered any danger, they would look at Qin Shao. It was because of Qin Shao and Mo Wangbei's good cooperation that everyone was able to make it through so smoothly. Mo Wangbei looked at it while thinking seriously, trying hard to recall the memories in his mind. However, after a long while, Mo Wangbei said, "If I'm not wrong, this should be the river Styx. I've never seen the Styx River before, and I don't know what it looks like. But I've seen a description of the Styx River before, and it's quite similar to this one. This is very likely the Styx River." Styx River? Qin Shao frowned slightly and looked at Mo Wangbei. He obviously hadn't heard of the Styx River. Everyone also looked at Mo Wangbei in confusion. No one knew what the Styx River was. The Styx River sounds very scary, and it also looks very scary. Old Mo, what's the origin of this Styx River? The bearded man couldn't help but ask, and then he added, "Logically speaking, we should be reaching the other side soon, and about to pass this test. What's the meaning of suddenly having a Styx River here? Could it be that this is the last hurdle for us? It's really too early to be happy. I feel like we're in big trouble again." Mo Wangbei said with a serious expression. "It might not be as simple as big trouble. This should be the last test, and it should also be the scariest test. We've walked all the way here, but we were stopped by the Styx River. This final test will definitely be more dangerous than all the dangers before it." Chapter 1659. Hearing Mo Wangbei's words, everyone's expression turned serious. Trouble. They had already come this far, but such a big problem still appeared. It was like pouring a bucket of cold water on everyone's hopes. They were about to succeed, but a huge chasm had appeared. This huge gap was indeed unbearable. "Qin Shao, old Mo, what should we do now? Should we just charge through?" Wind Shadow suddenly asked. The beard didn't seem to be afraid. He gritted his teeth and said, "What's there to be afraid of? We've already made it this far. I don't believe we'll fall at this last hurdle. No matter how dangerous it is, we've already made it through. This one won't make a difference. Besides, the Styx River is right here. We have no other way. We can only charge through it. No one knows the situation here. We're too lazy to explore. Let's just charge through. We'll take it one step at a time. We'll deal with whatever comes our way. Who cares? I think we shouldn't be too impulsive. The closer it is to the last step, the more cautious we have to be. One wrong step, and all our previous efforts will be wasted. This is the final test. We should be more alert and deal with it well. There's nothing to think about standing here. Let's go down the Styx River and see what's going on. Maybe it's not as bad as we think. I think we should wait for the others to come. Maybe they'll know something." Everyone expressed their own opinions and ideas. Facing this unknown test and danger, they were all cautious. "Old Mo, what do you think we should do now?" Qin Shao looked at Mo Wangbei. Qin Shao didn't know much about the Styx River, so he wanted to hear Mo Wangbei's opinion. Mo Wangbei said, "I can't tell what's going on either. In this situation, I think we can only take it one step at a time and cross the river by feeling the stones. The beard is right. We've already made it through no matter how dangerous it is. There's no reason we can't cross this last hurdle. Besides, we have no other choice now. We can only charge through." Qin Shao nodded. He actually had the same idea. Since they couldn't tell, they should just charge through. The road was to be walked, not thought. If he could see everything clearly in advance, then it would not be a danger, but a broad road ahead. "Let's go. Let's enter the Styx," Qin Shao said to everyone. There was no need to say anything else. After 6,000 years of working together, everyone had a tacit understanding and could cooperate perfectly. "Big Brother Qin, Big Brother Mo, can the three of us follow you?" At this moment, three men walked over, and one of them spoke. As soon as the three of them finished speaking, before Qin Shao could say anything, the bearded man immediately rejected them. "Our team will not add anyone from the beginning. We've already reached the end. Why do you still want to join us? Let's all go our separate ways. Don't think about anything else." The bearded man's words made the three of them stand awkwardly on the spot, not knowing what to do. They seemed to have expected this result, but they still wanted to try again. However, Reality did not give them a pleasant surprise. Just as they shook their heads and sighed helplessly, Qin Zhao's voice suddenly sounded. It's not easy for the three of you to make it this far. If you can pass the last hurdle, you can pass the first test. Of course, you won't join us. But if you just want to follow us, it's up to you. If there's any danger, we won't take care of you. You have to face it on your own. Hearing Qin Zhao's words, the three of them were overjoyed. Thank you, thank you. As long as you can follow us, we'll face the danger on our own, the three of them said hurriedly. At first, they were not very willing. But since Qin Zhao said so, no one objected. The bearded man looked at the three of them deeply and didn't say anything. The group prepared to go down the sticks. Yo, Brother Qin Zhao, Brother Emo, what a coincidence. We finally meet here. Just as everyone was about to go down the sticks, a voice came from behind. Just by hearing the voice, Qin Zhao could tell who it was. Looking back, they saw Prince Min leading a group of people towards them. Other than Prince Min's group, there was another group of people as well. However, Qin Zhao didn't recognize the other group. He only recognized their faces. After all, they had met before. Prince Min's group had 8 people, and the other group had 7. The two groups had a total of 15 people. In terms of numbers, they weren't comparable. They only had half of Qin Zhao's group. But relatively speaking, the number of people was still very good. They'd been wandering in Juexian Stream for 6,000 years, and they still had such a number of people. It was enough to show how strong these two groups were. Needless to say, Qin Zhao also knew that Prince Min was a very strong person. Qin Zhao's gaze began to size up the leader of the other team. Judging from the other party's aura, he couldn't tell how strong the other party was. But to be able to lead a group to this place, he must be a very strong person. Yes, Prince Min, you're here too. We didn't see you all the way, but we met at the last hurdle. It seems that we can go through this last hurdle together, Qin Zhao said to Prince Min, nodding. Qin Zhao had a good impression of Prince Min, although this person gave people a feeling of arrogance, and there was a bit of a young king's aura. He wasn't unruly or arrogant. He also wouldn't take the initiative to bully others. His arrogance was probably born out of fear. Prince Min's gaze fell on Qin Zhao's group. He couldn't help but click his tongue. With a look of admiration, he said, Brother Qin Zhao, Brother Emo, you're really gods. You've created an incredible miracle. Your team only has 30 people, but you've only sacrificed one person so far. You've paid such a small price in exchange for such a great success. It's really admirable. I'm completely convinced. My group had 100 people. However, after walking for so long, we only have 8 people left. The ratio of casualties is simply too disastrous. Compared to Brother Qin Zhao, it's too horrible to look at. I'm ashamed. The leader of the other group also looked at Qin Zhao with surprise and admiration. Qin Zhao was the leader of this group. As the leader, the biggest credit must be given to him. All the victories must be because of him. How capable must he be to be able to lead a group of people to this place safely? Just thinking about it made people speechless. Therefore, even someone as arrogant as Prince Min was really full of admiration. He thought that he was strong in all aspects. He was also very experienced and smarter than others. However, only 8 people were left in the group of 100 people he led. The number of people sacrificed was as high as 92. Such a huge price was paid in exchange for the current situation. Compared to Qin Zhao's group, the difference was simply too big. Qin Zhao said, There's nothing to be ashamed of. It's not easy. We're probably just a little luckier. Yes, it's not easy. It's really not easy. It's indeed very lucky to be able to survive. Prince Min laughed heartily. Then he pointed to the leader of the group and said, Brother Qin Zhao, Brother Mo, let me introduce you. This is Thousand Buddha Hands. He's a fierce character. His strength is not below mine. However, he keeps a low profile. He's a fierce person who hides his strength. After hearing Prince Min's introduction, Thousand Buddha Hands nodded at Qin Zhao and Mo Wangbei. He smiled faintly and said, I've heard a lot about you too. I didn't have the chance to get to know you before. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Qin Zhao and Mo Wangbei also responded. However, they were still slightly surprised. If even someone as arrogant as Prince Min said that 1,000 Buddha hand strength was not below his, then the situation was indeed like this. The strength of the 1,000 Buddha hands was indeed very strong. If that was the case, then he was really hiding his strength. After exchanging some pleasantries, Prince Min and 1,000 Buddha hands also checked the situation of the Netherworld River. However, the two of them clearly did not know much about it. Prince Min said, "This should be the Netherworld River. I don't know much about the Netherworld River. I only know a little about it. There's nothing to see. Let's just go straight to the Netherworld River. Brother Qin Shao, since we've met, let's move together. This Netherworld River should be the last hurdle. We still have 4,000 years. If nothing unexpected happens, we should be able to pass this test." Qin Shao nodded and said, "Okay, then let's move together. Since we've come this far, there's nothing to be particular about. It's the last hurdle. Perhaps the more people there are, the stronger we will be. Therefore, everyone move together." Qin Zhao's team of 29 people, including the 3 men, Prince Min's team of 8 people, and 1,000 Buddha Hand's team of 7 people, a team of 47 people walked towards the Netherworld River. The number of people in this team was indeed not many. 47 people could even form a team. However, they did not form a team. The 4 teams were still separated. They only moved together. It was a kind of cooperative relationship. Qin Shao jumped into the Netherworld River. Soon, his body was completely submerged in the Netherworld River. He was completely enveloped by the Netherworld River. The water of the Netherworld River was very cold, very, very cold, and also very eerie. There was a strange force invading. This strange force was very powerful. If one did not resist it with all their strength, it would be difficult to resist. What a strange and powerful force. My divine consciousness is suppressed. My vision is also very turbid. Even with my eyesight, my range of vision is less than 100 miles. I can't see anything further than that. As for the others, their vision is less than 10 miles. As soon as he entered the Netherworld River, Qin Zhao's eyes carefully looked around as he fell. There was only eerie forest around him. It was as if he had entered the Netherworld. The water of the Netherworld River looked calm, but there was an undercurrent surging. There was a gloomy force surging in it. The Netherworld River was very deep. After falling for 100,000 feet, he finally touched the bottom and stepped on the ground. The others also landed one after another. Their expressions became somewhat dignified and cold. They smelled the scent of danger, so they all became vigilant. Chapter 1660. Everyone came down one after another. "Where's Beard? Did anyone see Beard?" Feng Ying suddenly asked. "Big brother Qin Shao, did you see man? Why don't I see him?" Xiao Dao also asked Qin Shao. Beard didn't come down? That doesn't make sense. He came down before me. I'm already here, so why isn't he here?" Xiao Dao, didn't a man enter the Netherworld River with you? You didn't see him? What's going on? Everyone should have entered the Netherworld River. There shouldn't be anyone who didn't come down. Where are they? Where did they go? Didn't anyone notice them? I didn't notice them at all. I haven't gotten used to the power of the Netherworld River after coming down. Plus, my vision is blocked, so I didn't notice anyone else. Then what's going on? Something's wrong. Qin Shao's brows furrowed deeply. After a careful inspection, he found that Bearded Man and Man weren't here. He could see within 100 miles. He looked around but didn't find them. Logically speaking, everyone came down together. Even if there were some deviations in the process of falling, it shouldn't be too far off. How could 2 living people disappear without a trace? This was very strange. Qin Shao glanced at Mo Wangbei. The latter also had a serious expression. He looked around in puzzlement, as if he was thinking about something. "Brother Qin Shao, one of my brothers is also missing." Prince Min walked over and said with a frown. The 1,000 Buddha hands was fine. No one was missing. However, Qin Shao soon discovered a new situation. The 3 people were all missing. Counting it, a total of 6 people were missing. 47 people, 6 people were missing. Only 41 people were left. A strange atmosphere instantly enveloped everyone. The sinister aura of death also spread out invisibly, causing everyone's mood to become somewhat tense and solemn. Before going down the Netherworld River, Everyone thought that the Netherworld River would be very dangerous. There must be many dangers waiting for them. But they didn't expect that in the process of going down the Netherworld River, 6 people had already disappeared. Strange. This was really too strange. They hadn't even started, and it was already like this? Xiao Dao, did you come down with a man? Qin Xiao asked. A man nodded and said, That's right, big brother Qin Xiao. I came down with a man and followed you down. I've always been behind you. When I came down, I was focused on you and followed you. So I didn't notice a man. But what I can be sure of is that Wild went down the river Styx with me. This time, he definitely came down. I just don't know how he followed me and then disappeared. Strange. It was really too strange. Qin Xiao was the first to enter the river Styx, so he wasn't sure if the others had entered the river Styx. However, Xiao Dao and Aman had come down together. Qin Xiao was certain that if anything happened, the two of them would definitely be together. Xiao Dao was fine, but Aman had disappeared. What exactly was going on? Qin Xiao frowned. Xiao Dao, didn't you sense anything at all? Try to recall carefully and see if you sense anything. Xiao Dao shook his head and said, Brother Qin Xiao, I tried my best to recall just now. I really didn't sense anything at all. I didn't hear anything at all. So, I really don't understand how a living person could have vanished without a trace. Even if he really encountered danger, he should have been able to put up a fight. Indeed, Aman's strength wasn't weak. Coupled with the improvement he'd experienced in the last 6,000 years, Aman was much stronger than before. How could he vanish without a trace when he possessed such strength? It was really difficult to imagine what sort of strength he possessed. The others expressed that they hadn't sensed anything at all. Actually, Qin Xiao, Mo Wangbei, Prince Min, and the 1,000 Buddha hands hadn't sensed anything at all. Prince Min, do you know what's going on? Qin Xiao looked at Prince Min. Prince Min probably knew the most about the Netherworld River here. Mo Wangbei knew very little, so he probably didn't know as much as Prince Min. Prince Min thought about it seriously and said, I'm not sure what's going on for now, but I do have some guesses. I just don't know if I'm right. Guesses? What guesses? Qin Xiao asked. Prince Min said, I'm thinking that there might be flowing space in the Netherworld River. Flowing space? Hearing this, many people were puzzled. They hadn't heard of it before. Qin Xiao hadn't heard of flowing space either, so he also looked at Prince Min in confusion. Flowing space? I've heard of it. Could it be that there's flowing space here too? Mo Wangbei was surprised. Prince Min said, I'm not sure. It's just a guess. I don't dare to say whether it's like that, but I think it's the most likely possibility. If it's flowing space, then everything can be explained. If there's flowing space in the Netherworld River, then it can take people away without them noticing. Flowing space is like sand or water. It can flow everywhere. It's full of uncertainty. If someone happens to fall into a flowing space, then they'll be taken away by the flowing space. Once taken away by the flowing space, they'll disappear in front of us. We won't be able to react at all. It's only been a few breaths' time since we came down from the top. In such a short time, 6 people have already disappeared. None of us noticed it at all. There's no movement at all. So I think the most likely possibility is that there's flowing space. They just happened to fall into the flowing space and were taken away by it. After listening to Prince Min's guess, everyone fell silent. They were also analyzing this possibility. Indeed, they felt that it was very likely. Such an explanation could indeed explain everything. Everything made sense. Mo Wangbei nodded and said, Yes, I've also heard of flowing space, but I've never seen it. I know a thing or two about the peculiarities of flowing space. It's indeed very magical. Although flowing space won't hurt people, it still has a miraculous effect. If flowing space exists everywhere in the Netherworld River, then we'll really feel like we're treading on thin ice. We have to be very careful with every step we take. Otherwise, we'll accidentally fall into the flowing space. Prince Min shook his head and said, There's no use being careful. We can't see or touch the flowing space. We can't tell apart. If it comes out quietly and takes people away into the flowing space, we won't be able to react at all. By the time we react, we've already left. It'll be very difficult to return to the original point. The flowing space itself isn't scary. What's scary is that the flowing space can scatter all of us. Once we're all scattered, we'll have to face the danger alone. This was the problem that everyone was paying attention to. After all, the strength of a team was the strongest. Everyone could cooperate with each other and face all problems together. Along the way, everyone's cooperation had already reached an incomparable level. It could even be said that it was flawless. They could display the greatest strength of a team. Once they were all scattered, it would be very dangerous. Qin Xiao and the others might not need to worry, but the others weren't that strong. If they had to face it alone, the situation would be very dangerous. But the good news was that if it really was a flowing space, then Wild and the others should still be alive. Then what do we do? Then won't we all be scattered quickly? It's dangerous. If I go alone, I think I'll die here. It seems there's no solution. We've already come this far, so we can only brace ourselves and go. I think this might be something the Fuda Immortal Palace specially made to let us go through with our own strength and not rely on others' strength, so as to prevent us from cheating. If that's really the case, then it's understandable if you think about it carefully. Individual strength is still the most important. After all, this is the selection of disciples in name. Even if we're lucky enough to pass now, we'll still have to face it alone later. We can't always rely on the strength of a team. Yes, we've already come this far. We're already one in a million lucky people. Let us go through the rest of the road by ourselves. It's not a big deal. After fighting for so long, there's nothing to be afraid of. Even if we don't succeed, we'll just die. We've already come this far, so it's better than others. Many people died not long after entering the Juetian stream. Compared to them, we've already succeeded. I have no regrets. Then let's fight together. Qin Xiao, Old Mo, you don't need to worry about us. Let's see what happens to each of us. After discussing for a while, everyone felt relieved and could face this problem calmly. Qin Xiao shook his head and said somewhat helplessly, "It seems it's time to go our own way and see what happens to each of us. There's nothing we can do about it. After all, it's a test. In the end, we'll have to bear it ourselves. But the situation may not be like this. Let's take one step at a time. If that's really the case, then everyone is mentally prepared. Let's fight our own way. But no matter what, our ultimate goal is to cross the Nether River and reach the other side. So if something happens later, don't lie. We just need to keep going toward the other side. The direction won't change. Everyone just needs to be sure of the direction. If we keep going forward, we'll eventually encounter it. If everyone really encounters any danger, then try to make as much noise as possible so that the people nearby can hear it. If everyone hears it, then they'll quickly rush over to ease the situation. Now that it's already like this, we have no other choice but to prepare for the worst. Everyone must be mentally prepared. The most important thing is that no matter what happens, we can't panic. You must be steady and keep going forward. We may have to walk the rest of the road by ourselves. Everyone, work hard. I hope that when we reach the other side, all of us can still be together. This is our ultimate goal." Everyone nodded their heads heavily. This was the only way. There was no other way. Chapter 1661. As Qin Xiao moved forward, he also sensed carefully to see if he could detect the flowing space. However, he really couldn't detect it. The flowing space was really strange. It didn't cause any space fluctuation at all. It completely overlapped with the real space, but it flowed independently. This feeling was hard to imagine. It was like a small whirlpool in a lake. It was one with the water, but it could flow and take things away. The flowing space couldn't be sensed at all. It could take people away without them noticing. Of course, it was possible that their realm was too low to detect it. That was why Qin Xiao was also trying to detect the flowing space to see if he could detect it. If he could find the flowing space, he could come up with some countermeasures. He was afraid that he couldn't detect it at all. He couldn't even guard against it. Oh no, Wind Shadow is gone too. Someone suddenly shouted, and everyone's eyes looked over. Sure enough, they found that Kazekage was gone. Just now, Wind Shadow was still beside me. He even said something to me. Just now, when I looked at him again, he was gone. In an instant, he was gone. Qin Xiao said in a deep voice, "It seems that Prince Min was right. It was caused by the flowing space. Otherwise, a living person like Kazekage wouldn't have disappeared just like that. Let's be careful. Pay more attention to the people around you and the situation around you. If there's anything, tell us in time. On the other side, Prince Min's voice rang out again. Brother Qin Shao, another person has disappeared from my side just now. Thousand Buddha hands is worse. 2 people disappeared just now. It didn't take long for another 4 of us to disappear. It seems that the flowing space in the underworld river is really like what I guessed. It must be filled with flowing space everywhere. There are a lot of flowing spaces. If you're not careful, you'll fall into the flowing space. This is a special trick of Futu Immortal Palace. They waited for us to come in and then separated us one by one. I think this is the general trend. It's a trend that we can't stop. No matter how hard we try, I'm afraid we won't be able to stop them. Qin Shao could tell that there was a hidden meaning in Prince Min's words. He could not help but ask, "What do you think?" Prince Min said, "If that's the case, then I think there's no need for us to resist. Since it's the Futu Immortal Palace's doing, I'm afraid it's a test for all of us. That's why I feel that instead of that, we might as well split up and travel on our own. We'll rely on our luck and fortune to head to the other side together." What Prince Min said made sense, and Qin Shao had to admit it. If this continued, he would eventually reach this stage. Now, it was more straightforward to break up the whole into parts. We don't necessarily have to break up. I have a suggestion. Why don't we all hold hands? I don't believe that the flowing space is so dangerous. If we all hold hands, do you think we'll be separated? One of them suggested. This suggestion garnered the approval of many people. That's right. It might be awkward to hold hands. We don't have to hold hands. We just have to use our strength to link us together. No matter who the flowing space wants to drag in, we'll know immediately and use our strength to pull them in. Once we're all aware of it, I don't believe that the flowing space will be able to drag someone away. I think that's a good idea. If we split up, it'll be more dangerous. It's not necessarily a good idea. I don't think it's a problem. Since it's a test, there's no need to resist. I agree with Prince Min. Let's just break up the whole into parts. It'll save us the trouble. We'll have to face this test sooner or later anyway. We'll just have to rely on our own strength and fortune. The opinions were divided into 2 groups. It was difficult to decide on a solution at the moment. Prince Min said, "Brother Qin Shao, the 1,000 Buddha hands and I have just discussed and decided to break up our team into smaller groups. Since it's a test we can't avoid, let's face it directly. There's no need to think about anything else. Let's break the hatchet and sink the boat. Only by forcing everyone into a dead end will we have more motivation and potential. We've already decided. It's up to you to decide what you want to do. Since that's the case, we'll take our leave now. We'll meet again someday." Qin Shao nodded. Since it was Prince Min's decision, he naturally respected it. "Goodbye. We'll meet again someday." Prince Min and 1,000 Buddha hands left with their people. Soon, the 2 groups disappeared from Qin Zhao's field of vision. Now, only Qin Zhao's group was left. There were 29 people in their group. The bearded man, Wind Shadow, and Man had all disappeared. There were only 26 people left. Everyone's gaze fell on Qin Shao and Mo Wangbei. They wanted to hear their decision. As long as it was Qin Zhao's command, everyone would definitely listen. Qin Shao looked at everyone. After a moment of silence, he said, "I've heard your opinions just now. Some people think that it's better to break up. Some people think that we can continue to fight. Perhaps we can hold hands or use strength to link together. Both options are possible. I don't think there's a problem. However, in general, I actually agree with Prince Min. The situation is very clear now. It's indeed a test from Fuda Immortal Palace. Since it's a test, no one can escape. Therefore, the possibility of joining forces is not high. They'll definitely think of a way to separate us. Even if we try our best to persevere, I'm afraid we won't be able to last long. In the end, we'll be completely separated. Rather than waiting until that step, why don't we just break up now? We'll directly plan and go through it ourselves. Perhaps it'll be better. Of course, it's only a possibility. It's not necessarily better. It's hard to say. Therefore, although I agree with Prince Min, I don't deny that we should join forces and try to go through it. Perhaps we'll be able to avoid most of the dangers. Therefore, after thinking about it, I still think that those who are willing to break up can go through on their own. If you think that we can join forces, then each of you should find someone to join forces with. Then, we'll see how you can join forces to go through it. I'll take Xiao Dao with me. As for the rest of you, you can decide for yourselves. After hearing Qin Zhao's words, everyone was in an uproar. Once again, there was a heated discussion. Mo Wangbei also said, both paths are in front of us. It's up to you to choose. No matter which path you choose, it's fine. Right now, both paths are unknown. To be honest, no one knows which path is better. Qin Xiao chooses to go with Xiao Dao. I choose to go through it alone. We'll break up. Of course, if there's anyone who wants to follow me, that's fine too. I can bring people or not. It's up to you who's willing. All right, brothers, you can start to decide. If you've decided, then we can prepare to move forward. Although the road ahead is difficult, we must work hard to get through it. After a round of discussion, everyone came to a decision. 26 people, Qin Xiao and Xiao Dao, would go through it together. 2 people expressed that they wanted to follow Mo Wangbei. Mo Wangbei didn't reject them. There were 5 people here. There were 21 people left. 6 of them were willing to go through it alone. There were 15 people left. They were divided into 3 groups, with 5 people in a group. Everyone had made their decision. The members were all allocated. Everyone continued to move forward. However, this time, they were all separated. They didn't move forward together. Brothers, we'll go our separate ways then. The road ahead is difficult and dangerous. Everyone, please take care. I hope that all of us can reunite on the other side of the sticks. This may be our greatest wish. Qin Xiao said to everyone solemnly. This separation was very likely to be an eternal farewell. The dangers of the sticks had been revealed a little. They could completely feel that it was extremely dangerous. They could die in it at any time. Therefore, there was naturally a sense of parting in this parting. However, they had already gone through so much. With 6,000 years of life and death experience, everyone's hearts had been tempered. They weren't afraid of death. After bidding farewell, Qin Xiao left with Xiao Dao. After walking for a while, Xiao Dao suddenly said, Big brother Qin Xiao, I think you should let me go alone. I'm afraid that I'll be a burden to you if I keep following you. Qin Xiao naturally knew what Xiao Dao meant. He laughed and said, It's okay. You can follow me. I'm still a little worried about your strength. I can't take care of everything. I can't bring too many people. However, it's not a problem to bring you alone. I don't care about other people's lives, but I can't ignore yours. You're the first friend I made in the immortal realm. You even saved my life. Xiao Yu entrusted you to me. I must let you go back alive. I can't let Xiao Yu be alone. I can't let him have no relatives. Therefore, you can't die. If you die, I won't have the face to return to the Xinhua clan. Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Xiao Dao looked at Qin Xiao with great gratitude. Although he wasn't afraid of death, when he thought of his sister, he still lost some of his courage. Yes, even if it wasn't for others, he had to work hard to live on for his sister. However, how could it be easy to live on? Xiao Dao, you've improved a lot in these 6,000 years. I've seen it all. Although your talent and potential aren't particularly good, you're willing to work hard. You have comprehension. You're willing to fight. You dare to put yourself in dangerous situations. You have the desire to become strong. These are all good things. As long as you have these things, you have hope to grow. Therefore, you still have hope. However, you're still a little lacking. Therefore, I have to pull you and fight for more opportunities for you. Qin Xiao said again. Big brother Qin Xiao. Xiao Dao's tears were about to fall. They were already welling up in his eyes. Qin Xiao waved his hand and stopped Xiao Dao. He said, You don't have to say anything. Since you call me big brother, then listen to everything I say. Xiao Dao nodded heavily. He couldn't say anything else. He would listen to big brother Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao moved his hand. An immortal rope wrapped around Xiao Dao's body and tied him up. On the other hand, Qin Xiao was holding it tightly in her hand. Chapter 1662. It was a strange scene, but there was nothing he could do about it. If he didn't do this, he could only let Xiao Dao pull him along, which might be even stranger. Therefore, Qin Xiao thought for a moment and decided to tie Xiao Dao to himself with the immortal rope. This way, if there was any movement, he could react immediately. The two of them moved forward almost closely together. Qin Shao explored the way carefully. If there was any movement, it would be difficult to escape Qin Zhao's notice. However, the Netherworld River seemed to be quite calm, and he didn't sense any danger. However, Qin Shao knew that the Netherworld River was definitely not so calm. It was just that the danger had not appeared yet. The others had also separated, and he didn't see anyone else along the way. Suddenly, Qin Shao felt a force coming from the immortal rope. Qin Zhao's expression suddenly changed, and he glanced over. With one look, Qin Zhao's expression froze. Because Xiao Dao was gone. He had clearly been bound by an immortal rope. Yet, in that instant, he had disappeared without a trace. The immortal rope was still there, but the person was gone. As soon as Qin Shao felt a force coming, he immediately looked over, but he was still a step too late. Xiao Dao was still swept away by the flowing space. This caused Qin Zhao's expression to become incomparably solemn. What a terrifying flowing space! It can actually directly sweep away the knife from my immortal rope. The power of my immortal rope couldn't stop it at all. It didn't even give me time to react. No matter what kind of power it is, it can't stop the flowing space. Why is the flowing space so powerful? Is it an unstoppable force? Qin Shao still didn't understand the flowing space, but at this time, he once again witnessed the power of the flowing space. Previously, Qin Shao did think that as long as his immortal rope was tied up with Xiao Dao, even if the flowing space wanted to sweep Xiao Dao away, he would at least be aware. As long as he reacted, he could try his best to snatch the knife back and use it to compete with the flowing space. However, the truth was that he didn't have the chance at all. The power of the flowing space had far exceeded his imagination. Qin Shao shook his head. It seemed that there was no other way. He could only leave first. As for Xiao Dao, he could only pray for himself. Qin Shao had already done her best. Thinking about it, it actually made sense. Qin Shao had already thought about the possibility that he might not be able to protect Xiao Dao. Since Fu Tu Immortal Palace had created the Nether River and the flowing space, there was no reason for them to allow anyone to cheat. There was always a way to break everyone up and break them up into smaller groups. The unstoppable power of the flowing space was able to destroy everything. Xiao Dao, I've seen your growth over the past 6,000 years, and I've also seen it. The road ahead will be the real test for you. As long as you work hard, I think you can still break through. You and all man have to break through. I don't want to see any of you die. Especially you, Xiao Dao. You must break through. Qin Shao could only pray in his heart. After moving forward for a while, Qin Shao suddenly felt that the place he appeared in was a little different from the place he saw just now. Although the surroundings looked the same, Qin Shao could still keenly sense that there were some differences. Therefore, Qin Shao knew that he must have entered the flowing space unknowingly and was instantly taken to another place by the flowing space. That was why such a situation happened. This is the flowing space. It's really magical. Just now, I really didn't notice it at all. In the blink of an eye, I was transferred here. Qin Shao tried hard to recall the situation just now, but he still couldn't sense anything. It seemed that the flowing space was really a little unsolvable. Fortunately, the flowing space wasn't aggressive and wouldn't cause any harm to others. It just teleported people away. Perhaps it was precisely because the flowing space wasn't aggressive that it was so unsolvable. Qin Shao continued to move forward. As long as he judged the right direction, he wouldn't go wrong. Gradually, Qin Shao sensed the flowing space. Qin Shao vaguely sensed that there was some kind of Tao contained in it, but it was too vague and ethereal. He couldn't touch it at all. Everything in the world contains Tao. The flowing space is also a manifestation of the immortal Tao. If I can really understand the Tao of the flowing space, then I can control many immortal Taos in turn. The flowing space is really hard to understand. I can only sense a little bit of it. It feels like I've only touched the tip of the iceberg. It's too difficult to completely control this iceberg. However, the great Tao was boundless. It was very difficult to fully comprehend it. Comprehending the great Tao was like exploring a giant mountain. If you want to explore a giant mountain, you have to start from the trees of the giant mountain the rocks of the giant mountain, and the small points of the giant mountain. From 1 to 9, from small to big, you have to comprehend the giant mountain step by step. It was the same for the immortal Tao. One step at a time, one drop at a time. Only then would one slowly comprehend it. The immortal Tao contained in the flowing space was too profound, so Qin Shao couldn't touch much of it in a short time. In front of his line of sight, the terrain suddenly became complicated. There were huge rocks and strange craggy rocks. They stood there like pillars, forming a huge maze. They spread all over the place, completely blocking his line of sight. This was nothing, but as soon as Qin Shao entered the stone forest, he sensed that something was wrong. Something was very wrong. It's a little strange here. It's as if I've entered another space, an independent space. Qin Shao couldn't help but frown slightly. These stone forests seemed to be a world of their own. Qin Shao walked back to take a look. Sure enough, he found that the space he came from had disappeared. It turned out that the place he entered was also a stone forest. He was now trapped in this stone forest world. The whole world was a stone forest. And obviously, if he just relied on walking, he would definitely not be able to get out of this stone forest. Obviously, he was in trouble. Since I've broken in, let's see what danger is inside. Qin Shao didn't care much. Since he had encountered it, he would deal with it well. Qin Shao had absolute confidence. No matter what danger there was, he could deal with it. If he couldn't even deal with such danger, then he felt that he had cultivated to the celestial venerable realm in vain. The stone forest was very quiet. It was eerily quiet. There was no movement, no danger, and no demonic beasts. It was so quiet that it was like a barren land. But Qin Shao knew that this was definitely not a barren land. There must be great danger inside. It was definitely not a simple thing. After walking for about 10 years, Qin Shao finally sensed an aura. Moreover, it was a very familiar aura. Qin Shao's eyes fell on a place. The aura was coming from there. Vision was blocked in the stone forest, so Qin Shao couldn't see far. He could only feel the aura based on his perception. Oh man! Qin Shao quickly approached there and finally saw a familiar figure. It was Man. At this time, Man looked flustered and embarrassed, as if she was fleeing. Being shouted by Qin Shao, Man was also startled. She looked at Qin Shao nervously. When she saw that it was Qin Shao, she seemed to have been struck by lightning. She stood there in a daze. Her eyes widened as she looked at Qin Shao, but she didn't move or say anything. She just looked at Qin Shao. And the strange thing was that after looking at Qin Shao for a while, her face was filled with fear, as if she had seen something terrible. What's going on? Qin Shao couldn't help but frown. Why was Man looking at him with such an expression? Did she not recognize him? Was there something on his body? Something's not right. Something's not right. Man, it's me. What's wrong with you? You don't recognize me? Qin Shao asked again, and then continued to approach Man, seeing Qin Shao approach. Wild's expression became even more complicated. There was a bit of fear in his eyes as he suddenly retreated a few steps. He only stopped when he was under a huge rock. A trembling voice came from her throat. Don't come over. Don't come over. Don't come over? Qin Shao's frown deepened. What's wrong with Man? What happened to him after he came down and was taken away by the flowing space? How did he become like this? How could he be afraid of me? Did he not recognize me? How could it be like this? What exactly happened? Qin Shao was more and more puzzled. He looked at Man. Man's expression was absent-minded. It was obvious that he had been greatly frightened. It seemed that Wild had experienced something rather terrifying, which was why he had become like this. Man, don't be afraid. I'm Qin Shao, your big brother Qin Shao. What happened? Calm down and take a good look at me. Don't you remember me? The first time we met was when we played Kuju. We were playing against each other. Have you forgotten? Qin Shao slowly approached while comforting Man. Kuju. Hearing the words Kuju, Man seemed to remember something. His eyes lit up and he tried to answer quickly. Soon, the fear on Man's face dissipated. He looked at Qin Shao excitedly and said, Your big brother Qin Shao. You're really big brother Qin Shao. You're not lying to me, right? What did he mean? If he wasn't Qin Shao, who was he? He could lie about his appearance, but how could he lie about his aura? Why couldn't he understand what he meant? However, Qin Shao still said first, "Of course I'm her big brother Qin Shao. Who else do you think I am? What happened to you? How did you become like this?" "Great, it's really big brother Qin Shao." After confirming it, our man was so excited that he was about to cry. Like a child who had found his family, he ran over and hugged Qin Shao tightly in a very corny manner. Being hugged by our man in such an indecent way, Qin Shao was speechless and had goosebumps all over his body. He really couldn't accept the feeling of being hugged by a man like this. It was too uncomfortable. Chapter 1663. Cough. After being pushed away by Qin Shao, Wild blushed with shame and hurriedly said, "Big brother Qin Shao, you misunderstood. I didn't go to Brokeback Mountain. I was too excited just now, so I couldn't hold back. You won't be able to understand my feelings," Wild said with a pitiful expression, as if he had suffered a great grievance. Seeing his aggrieved appearance, Qin Shao couldn't help but ask, "Wild, what happened? Tell me in detail. Your appearance just now was really too strange." Speaking of just now, Wild couldn't help but shiver, as if he had thought of something very terrifying. After trying to calm down a bit, Wild said, "It's like this, big brother Qin Shao. After I jumped down with Xiao Dao, I couldn't find you. No matter how I looked or shouted, there was no trace of you. After I couldn't find you, I could only go by myself. As I walked, I didn't know how I entered this stone forest. This stone forest is like a huge maze. Once I entered, I was completely lost. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't get out. No matter how I walked, I couldn't leave this stone forest. But that's not the scary thing. The scary thing is that I met a few people." Met a few people? What was there to be scared of? Who did he meet? If it was really scary, then how could Wild still be alive? Besides being a bit embarrassed, there were no injuries on his body. Therefore, this made Qin Shao very puzzled. Wild continued, "The first person I met was the beard. After walking in the underworld river for so long, I finally met one of my own. Big brother Qin Shao, you should be able to guess my feelings at that time. I hurriedly ran over to meet up with the beard, but at this point, Wild still had an angry expression. Not only was he angry, but there was also a bit of lingering fear. Wasn't meeting up with the beard a very good thing? When they came down, Wild and the beard were swept away by the flowing space together. It was a good thing that they could meet, they could take care of each other. However, it seemed that something had happened. Otherwise, Wild wouldn't have said that, and he wouldn't have been the only one here. A man paused for a moment as well, and he did his best to calm himself down before he continued. "I really didn't expect it. Even now, I still don't understand why Huzi actually attacked me like a madman and wanted to kill me. No matter what I said or shouted at him, he wanted to kill me. He was completely crazy, as if he was possessed. Moreover, he was muttering something that I didn't understand. He said something like I was possessed by the underworld soul and that he wanted to kill me. Anyway, it was very strange. I didn't understand. He wanted to kill me. If I didn't run fast enough, then I might have died in the hands of the bearded man. It was too scary and dangerous. I haven't seen the bearded man so fierce before. The beard didn't recognize you, and he wanted to kill you?" Qin Shao couldn't help but frown deeply. This situation sounded very strange. How could the beard not recognize Wild? How could he kill Wild as soon as they met? Did he completely lose his mind? This sounded like a very strange thing, and Qin Shao couldn't figure it out at all. Was he in an illusion? Qin Shao couldn't help but have such a thought. If he was in an illusion, then it could be explained. After all, the wind shadow had been in the illusion of the underworld demon and then fell into the illusion. He didn't recognize anyone and was incomparably crazy. If the bearded man was under an illusion, then it could be explained. But there was usually someone controlling an illusion. The person who could control such a powerful illusion was definitely not an ordinary person. If there was really someone behind the scenes, then Wild shouldn't have been able to escape so smoothly. Not only did Wild escape, but he also didn't suffer any injuries. This was a very inconceivable thing. Wild shook his head and said, "I don't know, brother Qin Shao. I really don't know. I was completely stupefied at that time. Because of this, I almost fell into the beard's trap. If I didn't suddenly wake up at the last moment, I'm afraid I would have died in the beard's hands." If it was only the beard, then I wouldn't have such a big reaction when I saw you. There were others? Qin Zhao's heart also jumped fiercely. So it wasn't only the beard who fell into the trap. This situation was indeed a bit scary. Yes, Brother Qin Xiao. There were others. Do you know who the second person I met was? Wild seemed to be recalling a very painful thing, which made his mood become incomparably excited. Qin Xiao could clearly feel that Wild's mood was very excited, and his heart seemed to jump out of his throat at any time. But thinking about it, it was easy to understand Wild's mood. A trusted person chased and attacked without saying anything. This was indeed a very scary and exciting thing. Wild, you wouldn't say that the second person you met was Xiao Dao, right? Hearing Wild's words, Qin Zhao's heart moved, and he immediately thought of a possibility. After calming down a little, Wild nodded and said with a somewhat bitter voice, "Yes, Brother Qin Xiao. The second person I met was Xiao Dao. Because I was attacked by the beard and almost fell in his hands, so you can imagine my mood at that time, Brother Qin Xiao. So when I met Xiao Dao, I was very kind and happy. I directly ran over and wanted to complain to Xiao Dao, and wanted Xiao Dao to comfort me. But even if you beat me to death, I didn't expect that Xiao Dao would be the same as the beard. As soon as we met, he directly attacked me and wanted to kill me. I was really completely dumbfounded at that time. If the beard was like this, why was Xiao Dao also like this? Xiao Dao and I are from the same clan, and we are brothers. We are relatives who have played together since childhood. We are the closest people to each other. How could Xiao Dao attack me? How could he want to kill me? At the same time, my mood was like being struck by lightning, and I felt that the whole world was collapsing. Xiao Dao's situation was exactly the same as the beard's. He had completely lost his mind. No matter how I shouted or said, it was useless. He went crazy and wanted to kill me. So I had no choice but to run away. I desperately ran away, and only then was I able to escape. In terms of strength, I was not inferior to Xiao Dao. I wanted to run for my life, but fortunately, Xiao Dao didn't keep chasing me. After biting me for a while, he stopped chasing me. So I was very lucky to be able to safely escape the attacks of the beard and Xiao Dao. At that time, I thought, what the hell is going on? Why did it become like this when we met again? The whole world changed? What the hell is going on? But no one could tell me, so I could only continue to wander around by myself. I had to be very careful, as if I were walking on thin ice. Qin Xiao patted Aman and comforted her. Then you are really miserable. Being attacked by the beard and Xiao Dao continuously was a heavy blow to your heart. I can completely understand your feelings. But you don't have to think too much about it. They should have fallen into some kind of trap. It might be something like an illusion or something else. They definitely didn't attack you out of their own will. You were just attacked by someone else's consciousness. A man nodded and said, "Yes, I know, Big Brother Qin Xiao." Although I really didn't react at that time, after thinking about it carefully, I understood. I cannot trust anyone, but I will definitely trust Xiao Dao. Xiao Dao and I are from the same clan, and we are relatives. No matter what, I believe that Xiao Dao will definitely not kill me. He attacked me crazily just now, so he must have been controlled by someone else. I don't doubt this. But now I am very worried about Xiao Dao. Qin Xiao nodded and said, "Yes, Xiao Dao's situation is indeed very worrying. But it's useless for us to worry. We have no way to save him. We don't know what kind of trap he has fallen into. Let's go find Xiao Dao and the others later. After we find them, I will know what to do. Now, let's not talk about this. Besides the beard and Xiao Dao, who else attacked you? Tell us the situation clearly so that we can have a targeted plan." A man didn't guarantee anything and said, "Yes, Big Brother Qin Xiao, I was just about to tell you. I think even Big Brother Qin Xiao can't think of the third person I met. Originally, with the previous two experiences, I had become very cautious. But when I met the third person, I still subconsciously believed him." Qin Zhao's brows furrowed slightly as he thought about it seriously. To sum up these situations, Qin Xiao quickly thought of a person, Mo Wangbei. Hearing Qin Xiao mention Mo Wangbei, a man couldn't help shivering. He stared at Qin Xiao with a dumbfounded expression and said, "Yes, Big Brother Qin Xiao, you are really clever. You directly guessed it. The third person I met was indeed Old Mo, so subconsciously I believed Old Mo. I wanted to tell Old Mo about the Beard and Xiao Dao situation and ask Old Mo to find a way to save them. I complained to Old Mo, but I didn't expect that Old Mo also attacked me and wanted to kill me. That really scared me. That's Old Mo. He's not someone that Beard and Knife can compare with. So, at that time, I was scared out of my wits and felt that I was really going to die. Not to mention, oh man, even Qin Zhao's heart fiercely clenched and he broke out in a cold sweat for oh man. This was Old Mo, not someone to be trifled with. He was very powerful. Five oh mans definitely wouldn't be Old Mo's match. So, when oh man met Mo Wangbei, how could he survive? But fortunately, Wan Man survived and appeared in front of him safely. This sounded like a big miracle. Qin Xiao became more and more interested. How did a man survive from Mo Wangbei's hands? Logically speaking, this possibility should be infinitely close to zero. It was understandable that a man was able to escape from Xiao Dao and Big Beard, but to be able to survive from Mo Wangbei's hands, she needed to be very strong. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to do it. Chapter 1664. Brother Qin Xiao, you know my strength. With my strength, I'm afraid that even 10 of me are no match for Old Mo, so facing Old Mo's attack, I was really scared. I was so scared that I didn't even have the courage to fight back. But in order to save my life, no matter how scared I was, I had to fight back desperately. At that time, I really thought that I was going to die in the hands of my own people. Thinking about it, I think it's a very sad thing. But fortunately, God saved my life. It makes me feel like I'm in a dream until now. I'm very glad. A man continued. His voice was still trembling slightly. It could be seen that a man was still very nervous. Qin Xiao listened quietly and waited for the follow-up. At the critical moment, another person appeared. It was this person who saved me. But this person didn't save me for the sake of saving me. He just happened to appear, so he led the battle to him and indirectly saved me. Brother Qin Xiao, you may not know that the person who saved me was Prince Min. As soon as Prince Min came out, he fought with Old Mo. And I felt that. It seemed that Prince Min's expression was still relatively clear. It didn't seem like he was possessed. But I didn't dare to stay there for long. When a city gate is on fire, the fish in the moat will suffer. Therefore, I quickly left that place. That's why I don't know what happened after that. I only ran madly all the way and ran all the way until I finally reached this place. Brother Qin Xiao, you know what happened later. Qin Xiao nodded. When he saw a man escaping from Old Mo's hands just now, he seemed a little flustered and nervous. And when they met, he acted strangely, like a bird startled by the twang of a bow. Now, Qin Xiao completely understood what was going on. It turned out that such a thing could really make people crazy. So, when our man saw him, he was so afraid that he would be like Bearded Knife and Old Mo, who would kill our man as soon as they met. Wild strength couldn't be considered strong. If things really reached this point, then Wild probably wouldn't be able to survive. Beard, Knife, Old Mo, Prince Min. Qin Xiao frowned and fell into deep thought. He thought about the four people in his mind, trying to find some interconnection. But obviously, Qin Xiao couldn't figure it out, nor did he understand what was going on. After all, he didn't see the situation, so he didn't know what to say. After pondering for a while, Qin Xiao couldn't figure out what was going on. She just felt that things were a little messy. If everyone was like this, it would be a little scary. But what made Qin Xiao think was that if everyone else had been affected, then why was he and Wild fine? Moreover, Qin Xiao did not sense any power that could affect him like that. A man's strength wasn't strong, so how could he withstand it? Therefore, Qin Xiao couldn't figure out. If it was only a small number of people who were affected, then Mo Wangbei and Prince Min's situation would not make sense. After thinking for a while, Qin Xiao shook his head and said, "Forget it. Oh man, I can't figure out the situation just by talking about it. But what I can be sure of is that the stone forest is very chaotic and complicated. Follow me closely later. We'll go take a look together. It would be best if we could meet them." A man nodded. Yes. Brother Qin Xiao, I'll definitely follow you closely. Even if I die, I'll follow you. It's too dangerous if I don't follow you. If something like that happens again, I feel like I'll die. Fortunately, I met you, Brother Qin Shao. When we first met, I was really scared, really scared. Qin Shao patted on Man's shoulder and said, "Let's not talk about this anymore. It's just a misunderstanding. All right, let's go." Man nodded, and the two of them moved forward. Moreover, Qin Shao wanted Man to lead the way. He wanted to see if Man and the others were still there. No matter what, he had to find them first. If there were any problems, he could deal with them together later. Man, you said that you saw Old Mo and Prince Min fighting here, right? Are you sure you didn't remember wrongly? Qin Shao asked. Man looked around seriously. This was the first place he brought Qin Shao to. After looking around, Man nodded with certainty. Yes, Brother Qin Shao. Although the stone forest is huge, and although it's a huge maze, I can still recognize it. I just left this place, so I can definitely recognize it. I can't be wrong. It's here, at the moment of life and death. I remember everything clearly. Qin Shao frowned slightly and said, "Oh man, look around again. Could it be that you didn't notice that there were no traces of battle left behind? If you saw Prince Min and Old Mo fighting here, then how could there be no traces of battle left behind? Isn't that very strange? Old Mo and Prince Min are both experienced characters. They're not ordinary people. If they were to really fight, their destructive power would be quite astonishing." Man only noticed this after hearing Qin Zhao's words. He looked around again, and after looking around, he slapped his head and almost jumped up. "That's right, Brother Qin Shao. If you didn't mention it, I really wouldn't have noticed this. When I looked carefully just now, I really didn't see any traces of battle, not even the slightest trace. Then that's strange. How could there be no traces of battle? I clearly saw them fight fiercely just now. There shouldn't be no battle." Man really did remember it clearly, so he didn't need to think too much about it. He was very sure of it. How could this be? Brother Qin Shao, this is too strange, isn't it? There was a battle just now, but now there isn't even a trace. Was it deliberately erased? Strange, it really is strange. Even the traces of battle were erased. Why is that? Man was very puzzled and couldn't understand. Qin Shao continued to look around seriously, not letting go of any small details. After looking around, Qin Shao still shook his head and said, "I don't know. I can't figure out what's going on for the time being. But there really aren't any traces of battle here, so I can't figure out what's going on. Otherwise, why would I ask you to confirm whether it's like this? If you remember correctly, then there must be something strange here." Man also felt that it was strange, but he couldn't figure out what it was. Hearing Qin Zhao's words, a thought suddenly flashed through Man's mind. Brother Qin Shao, could it be that with their strength, they couldn't leave any traces of battle here? Impossible. Qin Shao shook his head and said, "This place isn't so terrifying. It's not to the extent that we can't even deal with it with our strength. Also, come over and take a look." With that, Qin Shao waved his hand, and a sharp blade flew out from his palm. Using his palm as a blade, and using the blade as a sharp blade, this was a kind of use of immortal power. Qin Zhao's sharp blade slashed on a huge boulder, causing the boulder to fly in all directions and leaving a deep mark. It can be destroyed? What's going on? Weil was also shocked when he saw all of this. He thought that the things here were too hard and couldn't be easily destroyed. But now it seemed that this wasn't the case. Brother Qin Shao could destroy it with a casual strike. If this wasn't the case, then what was the situation? Could it be that he remembered wrongly? Man couldn't help but think about this question, but he shook his head again. It was impossible for him to remember wrongly. It had just happened. Only a few breaths of time had passed. It wasn't long at all. Moreover, even if the surroundings were exactly the same, there were some things that wouldn't change, and that was aura. Wherever one stayed, there would naturally be a trace of aura left. It was just a matter of how strong it was. Man senses aura here, so he was very sure. Qin Shao was still thinking about what was going on. He believed Man's words. There must be something he hadn't noticed. Flowing space? Another thought popped up in Qin Zhao's mind. However, it was quickly rejected by Qin Shao. It can't be a flowing space. If it was a flowing space, then everything should have changed. Flowing space shouldn't erase the traces. It didn't seem right to say that it was flowing space. Other than flowing space, Qin Xiao couldn't think of any other possibility. Since he couldn't think of anything, Qin Xiao shook his head and simply stopped thinking about it. Forget it, oh man. Let's go to the next place and take a look. If it doesn't work, then let's go find them. We can always find them. You can touch them casually. There's no reason that we can't find them. The two were about to leave, but at this time, Man suddenly shouted, "Brother Qin Xiao, look, look." Hearing Man's voice, Qin Xiao immediately looked over, only to find that the place where he had broken just now had recovered completely. There was no trace of it at all. Self-recovery? Qin Xiao was also slightly surprised. Only now did he know why there was no trace left here. It turned out that everything here could be restored automatically. This was a bit magical. Qin Xiao continued to try again. Sure enough, the situation was the same as before. It could be restored automatically, and the speed of recovery was quite fast. No matter how serious the damage was, it could be restored automatically. It was a bit magical. It was really the first time Qin Xiao had seen such a situation. Thinking about it, he felt that it was incredible. This place was very strange. I'm thinking, can everything be restored here? Qin Xiao suddenly thought of something. Everything can be restored? Man didn't understand the meaning of Qin Xiao's words for a while and couldn't help looking at Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao smiled and said, I'm just thinking, if people are injured here, can they also recover? But I think it's a bit ridiculous. It shouldn't be possible. If people could recover from injuries, then this place would be an immortal place. I haven't seen an immortal place yet. This place shouldn't be one either. Anyway, this place is very strange. However, we can't see anything for the time being. It's fine if we don't look. Let's go. Chapter 1665. When they reached the places Man mentioned, they could no longer see anyone. There were no traces left either. Clearly, they had all left. This made Qin Xiao feel a little strange. Why were they all gone? Man had met the bearded man, Xiao Dao, Prince Min, and Mo Wangbei. They had returned as fast as they could, but not a single person could be seen. This was really a little strange. Logically speaking, it was impossible for all of them to disappear without a trace. They should have bumped into one. However, not only did they not bump into any of them, they could not find any trace of them. Not even a trace of their aura could be traced. It was as if they had never appeared. Such a situation was indeed very strange. Qin Xiao pondered for a while. He could not understand. Man was also scratching his head. He was clearly very puzzled. Forget it. Let's continue forward and look. Perhaps the space here is a little strange. Qin Xiao waved his hand. The two of them continued forward. In this stone forest, the two of them walked for a year. Although it was not a long time, it was enough for them to go to many places. However, the strange thing was that they still could not see anyone. It was as if everyone had disappeared and only the two of them were left. Brother Qin Xiao, I didn't lie to you. I really saw the bearded man and the others. Man explained to Qin Xiao. Seeing Man's anxious expression, Qin Xiao said to him, Yes, I know you didn't lie to me. I can only say that the situation here is a little complicated. Don't worry. Hearing Qin Xiao's words, Man's heart fell. He was indeed afraid that Qin Xiao would misunderstand him. Trust was the most heartwarming force. The two of them continued forward. After a few days, they found a corpse. Although Qin Xiao and Man did not know the name of the corpse in front of them, they recognized that it was a member of the Thousand Buddha Hands team. He's dead. Man looked for a while, and his expression became a little strange. Encountering this kind of thing really made him sad. Although they didn't know each other, they had entered the river Styx together after all. Now that they saw each other's corpse here, they naturally felt an indescribable feeling. With the shadow of death looming over one's heart, one would feel even heavier. It seemed like danger was still everywhere. As long as you are not careful, you may fall into the vortex of death. Qin Xiao carefully examined the man's body. She frowned slightly and shook her head, saying, There's nothing wrong with his death. There are no obvious injuries. There was a fight, but it shouldn't have been intense. It's very likely that he was killed by a powerful force in a short period of time. But the strange thing is that there are many palm prints on his body. Wild also saw this, but he looked at Qin Shao in confusion and said, "Brother Qin Shao, what's so strange about a palm print? He must have fought with someone, but he didn't know who killed him. I'm thinking, could it be someone who came with us to participate in the selection? If it's someone from our group, then the situation is indeed a little scary. Just thinking about it makes me feel a little uneasy." Qin Shao said with a slightly surprised expression, "There's nothing strange about a palm print, but didn't you think of something?" "Think of what?" Wild looked at Qin Shao with a blank expression. He tried hard to think of any possibility he could think of. After a while, our man's heart skipped a beat. He immediately said, "Big brother Qin Shao, it seems like the Thousand Buddha Hand's ultimate move is the Great Thousand Buddha Hand. Although I have not seen the Thousand Buddha Hand execute the Great Thousand Buddha Hand, I have never seen it before. Although I haven't seen it before, from the literal meaning of this immortal technique, it should be a palm immortal technique. This person just so happens to have palm prints on his body. Brother Qin Shao, do you think this matter might be related to Thousand Buddha Hands? But it can't be, right? He was on the same team as Thousand Buddha Hands. They went through life and death together. How could Thousand Buddha Hands kill him? It doesn't make sense at all. Shouldn't we be supporting each other more when we're here?" Qin Shao also shook his head and said with a puzzled expression, "Yes, I think so, but I feel that it's not very possible. No matter how bad the Thousand Buddha Hands is, he shouldn't have killed his teammates, right? However, when I think of your experience just now, I really think so. After all, the people you met just now wanted to kill you. Beard, Knife, and Old Mo all want to kill you. So it's not impossible for something like this to happen. I don't really want to believe this, but it seems that there's no better explanation, so I'm also thinking about this matter." Weil nodded when he heard Qin Zhao's words. That was true. When he thought of his experience just now, it was indeed possible. Beard, Knife, and Old Mo had completely lost their minds. They didn't even know him and wanted to kill him as soon as they saw him. If he hadn't been so lucky, he would probably have ended up like that, right? He would also have died tragically at the hands of his own people, right? However, this matter was really hard to imagine. How sad was it to die at the hands of one's own people? Wild thought for a while and shook his head, saying, "Brother Qin Shao, I really can't imagine how it feels to die at the hands of one's own people. If he really died at the hands of Thousand Buddha Hands, then Thousand Buddha Hands will probably blame himself to death when he wakes up. Such a matter was indeed something that no one dared to think too much about." Qin Shao shook his head. That was indeed the case. If someone died at his hands, then he would definitely blame himself to death. However, the truth was already set in stone, and there was nothing he could do to change it. He could only sigh. He also hoped that things wouldn't be like this. The two of them continued to move forward, and, as expected, they soon discovered another corpse. It was one of the three people who wanted to follow them. The shadow of death became heavier. It seems that many people died here. It's strange that we didn't encounter anyone on the way here. We only found 2 corpses. Qin Shao frowned. The two of them didn't stay for long and left. Oh, not long after, the sound of fighting suddenly came from the distance. Qin Shao immediately looked in that direction. Fighting? Brother Qin Shao, there are people over there. Let's hurry over and take a look. After searching for so long without finding anyone, Wild was naturally excited to hear the sound of fighting. Qin Shao didn't hesitate either and immediately rushed over in that direction. However, the strange thing was that as they rushed over, the sound of fighting quickly stopped. When the two of them rushed over, they found that the people had already disappeared. Only traces of destruction were left. It could be seen that an extremely fierce battle had just taken place here. In the ruins, Qin Shao and Wild found a corpse. When the two of them pulled the corpse out of the ruins and saw the face clearly, the two of them were stunned. It was as if they had been struck by lightning. They were stunned speechless for a while, because this corpse was none other than Xiao Dao. Xiao Dao was dead. How could it be Xiao Dao? When he saw Xiao Dao's corpse, Qin Shao felt as if his head was about to explode. In that instant, his mind went blank. Only pain surged into his heart. Qin Shao hadn't felt this kind of pain in a long time. The first person Qin Shao met in the immortal region was Xiao Dao. Xiao Dao was his savior. Xiao Dao and Xiao Yu saved him and took care of him with great care. Qin Shao had always remembered this kindness in his heart. So Qin Shao had always wanted to protect Xiao Dao. He didn't want anything to happen to Xiao Dao. He had to bring Xiao Dao back alive. He didn't expect Xiao Dao to be able to smoothly pass the selection and become an unnamed disciple of the Fumu Immortal Palace. But at the very least, he wanted Xiao Dao to be able to return alive. So Qin Shao could treat everyone equally, but he was still selfish toward Xiao Dao. When he left alone, he also took Xiao Dao with him. However, he still couldn't resist the power of the flowing space. Xiao Dao was quickly swept away by the flowing space. Qin Shao had always been worried about Xiao Dao's safety, but he didn't expect that when they met again, Xiao Dao was already dead. How could this be? Xiao Dao was dead. How sad would Xiao Yu be? She would cry to death. Xiao Yu only had Xiao Dao as a relative. Xiao Dao could be said to be Xiao Yu's everything. If Xiao Dao died, then how sad would Xiao Yu be? Qin Shao secretly swore in his heart that he must bring Xiao Dao back alive. Now that his vow was in vain, the blow to him was naturally very heavy. This made Qin Shao very uncomfortable. He was really unwilling to accept such a situation. Xiao Dao's death made Qin Shao feel like he had lost a relative. In the immortal realm, it was impossible to cultivate a clone unless one was a celestial venerable. Those below the celestial venerable were all ants. Ants couldn't have a clone. Xiao Dao didn't have a clone. So if he died, he was really dead. Of course, he should be able to be resurrected. But to resurrect someone in the immortal realm, it was probably impossible for an ancient sage. However, Qin Shao didn't know. He didn't ask ancient sage Jing Yang if there was a way to resurrect someone. Even if an ancient sage was capable of doing so, how difficult would it be to invite an ancient sage over? An ancient sage was at the level of his master, Old Man Lu Ha. To Qin Shao, it was too far away. Xiao Dao, Xiao Dao. A man was stunned for a while before he suddenly reacted. His eyes were red as he threw himself at Xiao Dao's corpse. Tears were already welling up in his eyes. He was just short of falling. A man shook Xiao Dao's corpse in incomparable pain. His voice trembled as if his heart and lungs were being torn apart. A man and Xiao Dao had grown up together. The two of them had a good relationship since they were young. They were brothers in life and death. Seeing Xiao Dao die now, a man's feelings could be imagined. Xiao Dao, how did you die? How could you die? What happened to the lofty aspirations we had together? We boasted together that we would pass the selection and become an unnamed disciple of the Fuda Immortal Palace. We would follow Big Brother Qin Shao and bring glory to our ancestors. How could you die? How could you leave me all alone? Xiao Dao, wake up. Stop playing. I beg you, wake up. Let's go together. Our journey has only just begun. There are still many exciting things waiting for us in the future. However, Xiao Dao was already dead. Only an ice-cold corpse was left. He couldn't wake up no matter how hard he tried. He would never wake up. The truth was always so cruel. It was impossible to accept. However, regardless of whether you accepted it or not, it couldn't change the bloody truth. Chapter 1666. Haha, called Qin Shao. What a simple name. My name is quite long, but you can just call me Xiao Dao. This was the first conversation between Qin Shao and a man. This was the first sentence a sunny youth said to Qin Shao. These words were still vivid in Qin Shao's mind. A sunny young man, a kind-hearted young man, a simple young man, a young man with some dreams, had become a cold corpse at this moment. Although he had seen many deaths, this feeling was still very uncomfortable. Especially for a man, she found it hard to accept. In the end, she couldn't help but shed tears. Alas, the world is unpredictable. Strength is too weak. There are many things that cannot be decided. Qin Shao shook his head helplessly. This was something that he couldn't change. Since things had already reached this point, there was nothing he could do. He could only grieve. Qin Shao walked over. He heavily patted a man's shoulder and said, "A man, take it easy. There's no other way. Xiao Dao's path has already come to an end, but your path hasn't. Don't be affected by Xiao Dao. You should pull yourself together and work harder. You should continue on Xiao Dao's path. If you can go far and survive, perhaps that will be the greatest consolation for Xiao Dao. A man wiped away her tears, but she couldn't hide her sadness. After a while, she stood up and said, "I'm sorry, big brother Qin Xiao. I know that I shouldn't be like this. I know that I should be stronger. But when I saw Xiao Dao's cold corpse, I really couldn't hold back my tears." I've made big brother Qin Xiao laugh. Although we were prepared from the beginning, when it really came to this point, it was still very sad. "Okay, big brother Qin Xiao, you don't have to worry about me. I will adjust my emotions. I will finish Xiao Dao's path for him." Qin Xiao nodded. It was for the best that a man could think like this. He could only sigh. Qin Xiao said to a man, "Collect Xiao Dao's corpse." A man nodded and kept Xiao Dao's corpse. Xiao Dao's death was a heavy blow to the two of them, causing their moods to become somewhat heavy. With this heavy feeling, the two of them left. Following that, they discovered a few more corpses. Some of them were familiar, while others were unfamiliar. Clearly, there were other people who had entered this place apart from them. Along the way, the two of them discovered more than a dozen corpses. In addition to Xiao Dao's corpse, they also discovered another person's corpse. The aura of death grew even thicker. But what was even stranger was that there were many corpses, but not a single living person was found. There were a few times when they heard the sound of fighting, but when they chased after it, they found that the person had disappeared. Even if they continued to search, they couldn't find the person. This was really a very strange thing. This situation continued for a long time, and finally, there was a new situation. Beard. Another familiar corpse appeared in front of them. The most frightening thing was not seeing the bearded man's corpse, but the familiar sword marks on the bearded man's corpse. It's the Tai sword technique, old Mo's Tai sword technique. A man was greatly shocked. She looked at Qin Xiao with a dumbfounded expression and said in a daze, "Brother Qin Xiao, could it be that old Mo killed Beard? Could such a cruel thing really happen in our team?" Previously, Qin Xiao and A Man found it hard to accept that a member of the Thousand Buddha Hands team had died under the Great Thousand Buddha Hands, but was still okay. After all, they weren't very familiar with the Thousand Buddha Hands team. That was their team's matter, and after they were shocked, they didn't say anything. But this time was different. This time, the one who died was Beard, and he died under the Tai sword technique. Mo Wangbei killed Beard. Thinking about this, Qin Xiao and A Man found it hard to accept. They would rather not believe it. But the evidence presented before them showed that this was really the case. Qin Xiao was also somewhat hesitant. He really didn't want to believe that Mo Wangbei killed Beard. He was more willing to believe that there was some misunderstanding, some unknown situation. But he couldn't think of a reason. It seemed that it was more direct to directly conclude that Mo Wangbei killed Beard. If old Mo is really being manipulated, then there must be a very powerful and terrifying force inside. Last time, when old Mo was chasing a man, Prince Min appeared again. Prince Min is also being controlled? Qin Xiao shook his head with a headache. He couldn't figure it out. He really couldn't figure it out. No matter how he thought, he couldn't figure it out. He felt that the situation was getting more and more chaotic. "Brother Qin Xiao, do you really believe that Beard was killed by old Mo?" A Man couldn't help but ask. Actually, A Man's feelings were very complicated. She really didn't know whether to believe it or not. Qin Xiao said, "Don't think too much for now. Things that you haven't seen with your own eyes may not be true. The situation here is very strange. We don't know what the specific situation is. We can't explain it clearly. At the very least, even if all these are true, even if the bearded man really died in old Mo's hands, there are still other possibilities. This was not his intention. Even if he still feels guilty, it is not his fault. But I feel that there is something strange about it." There was a sense of strangeness. A Man looked at Qin Xiao with a puzzled face. What was strange about it? The situation seemed a little strange, but what exactly was it referring to? Qin Xiao did feel that something was not right, but he couldn't put his finger on it. "Forget it. Let's continue. Let's put away Beard's body." Qin Xiao shook his head and put away Beard's body. The two of them continued to move forward. The situation here could only be investigated slowly. Anyway, Qin Shao felt that it was not so simple. What they saw might not be true. In their hearts, Qin Shao and Man certainly hoped that what they saw was not true. Someone is here. Chase him. The two of them didn't walk for long. Qin Zhao's expression changed, and he immediately chased in a direction. Man also followed Qin Shao. After chasing for a while, Qin Shao really saw a figure flash in front of him and directly hide behind a boulder. The figure just flashed in front of Qin Shao and disappeared, so Qin Shao didn't see clearly what the figure looked like. Qin Shao continued to chase, but there were too many boulders here, so it was easy for him to dodge. It was difficult to catch up. One person ran, one person chased. The two of them seemed to be playing hide-and-seek in this boulder forest. They chased like this for a long time, but still didn't catch up. You really run fast. Let's see where you can run to. After chasing for a long time without catching up, Qin Shao couldn't help but coldly snort. Then he transmitted his voice to Man. Man, you block that side. When you see it, just directly attack. But don't use force. You just need to attack once to buy some time. Leave the rest to me. Right? Double quotation mark. I understand, brother Qin Shao. Man didn't hesitate and immediately nodded to show that he understood. Then he quickly blocked that side. Qin Shao chased after him. Sure enough, the figure quickly came out from the other side. But as soon as he came out, he was blocked by Man. Man directly attacked. A sharp sword chi with powerful immortal pressure surged out to kill. Seeing Wild make a move, the figure also made a move. A wave of vast power met Wild's sword energy and immortal pressure in an instant. What powerful strength! After a single exchange, Man was clearly defeated. The difference in strength between the two of them wasn't small. Such a situation caused Wild to jump in fright and hastily retreat. His mission was to stall for time, not to engage in a prolonged battle. Facing such an expert, if he continued to fight, he definitely wouldn't gain any advantage. At this moment, Qin Shao also charged over. Before he arrived, his power had already arrived. His sword aura surged over, bringing with it a power that could sweep through the heavens. When Qin Shao arrived in front of him, he took a closer look and saw clearly who the person he was chasing was. Seeing the other party, Qin Shao anxiously shouted, "Prince Min, why are you here?" "Prince Min? It's you." Hearing Qin Shao call Prince Min, Man didn't continue to retreat. Instead, he focused his eyes. It was indeed Prince Min. Actually, he also saw Prince Min just now. It was just that he didn't recognize him and didn't look at him for long. As soon as he arrived, he launched his fastest attack. He didn't care about the other party and attacked according to Qin Zhao's instructions. But he didn't expect it to be Prince Min. Moreover, Prince Min's eyes were clear, and there was nothing wrong with his expression. He was different from Bearded Knife and the others. It was precisely because of this that Qin Shao shouted in such a manner. Prince Min stopped when he heard Qin Shao and a man's voices. His gaze descended onto the two of them, and some joy immediately surged onto his face. "Qin Shao, a man, it's the two of you. If I knew it was you, I wouldn't have run away just now. I thought I was targeted by something bad, so I directly ran away. I'm ashamed. I made a fool of myself in front of you two brothers." Qin Shao and Man walked over. Finally, they met a living person who could talk to them and didn't want to kill them as soon as they met. This feeling was really good. Qin Shao said, "Prince Min, why are you running away? You're not weak. Even if you meet someone, you don't have to run away as soon as you see them, right? At the very least, you should fight for a while first. I'm a little curious. What kind of power can scare you like this?" At the mention of this, Prince Min shook his head with shame and said, "Brother Qin Shao, I'm really ashamed to say this. Even I, Prince Min, have never been in such a sorry state. You all even saw it. I've encountered danger several times. I felt very uncomfortable several times. I even got a little injured once. After several times, I've learned to run away as soon as I see people. I don't want to be entangled with them, so as not to get injured again. So when I saw you just now, I didn't think too much and just wanted to run away. I didn't want to be entangled with you." Qin Shao frowned slightly. Prince Min was at a disadvantage and even got injured. It seemed that Prince Min had met some powerful people before. Prince Min's strength should be ranked in the top of this group, right? What kind of power could make Prince Min like this? Chapter 1667. Prince Min couldn't help but shake his head and sigh at the mention of this painful event. He seemed to be unable to bear recalling it. Prince Min was an extremely prideful person. As a descendant of the royal clan, he possessed the bloodline of an emperor. Even though he wasn't the arrogant type, he was indeed extraordinary to be able to make Prince Min act like this. Actually, I haven't met many people. Only Mo, Wang Bei, Babutasin, Thousand Buddha Hand, Ghost Shadow, and a few others could give me a headache. There are also other life forms in the forest. Prince Min shook his head. Qin Zhao's expression changed slightly, and he asked, "What life forms? Demon beasts?" The Nether River was definitely extremely dangerous, but Qin Zhao hadn't encountered a single demon beast along the way until now. Therefore, Qin Zhao's interest was piqued when she heard Prince Min mention other life forms. Prince Min nodded. "Yes, I've encountered nether demons, river monsters, and red fish demons. They're all demon beasts, so they're rather dangerous. The most dangerous times I've encountered them were when I encountered them. They even injured me once. If it wasn't for the fact that I didn't want to fight, the situation would probably be even worse. All along the way, no matter if they were humans or demon beasts, they all directly attacked me. That's why I didn't see all of you clearly when I saw you just now. I just ran away." Only then did Qin Zhao feel a little relieved. So that was the case. Qin Zhao knew about nether demons. He'd encountered many nether demons in the past, and he'd even killed one. Qin Zhao hadn't seen the river monsters and red fish demons, so he didn't know what they were like. However, since Prince Min was able to speak about them now, it meant that they were extremely dangerous. In other words, the dangers of the forest were far from as simple as he'd imagined. "Prince Min, so you didn't lose your mind like old Mo and the others when we met last time?" a man suddenly asked. Prince Min glanced at a man and said, "Of course I didn't. Otherwise, do you think you'd have been able to leave safely last time? I saw you, so I went up to save you. I fought with old Mo for a while before I stopped. It's just that you don't know. You must have been very scared at that time, so you ran away in fear." Hearing about what had happened last time, Wild's face was filled with embarrassment. Last time, he had truly been put in a difficult position. Now that Prince Min had pointed it out, it was only natural for him to look even more embarrassed. His face was so embarrassed that it was almost suffocating. He said, "I've let Prince Min see a joke. Last time, I was indeed in a very difficult situation, so I only cared about escaping. I didn't think about anything else. So it turns out that Prince Min, you came out on a special occasion the last time. He was here to save me, but I didn't even know. Oh man, will remember this kindness." Prince Min waved his hand and said, "It's not entirely to save you. There are other factors involved. When I saw old Mo, I wanted to stop him and save you by the way. So you don't have to be like this." Although Prince Min said so, a man still remembered it. After all, this was a life-saving grace. It was greater than the heavens. "Prince Min, you fought with old Mo before, so you might know something. What's going on?" asked Qin Zhao. Prince Min's expression suddenly became serious. He said with a straight face, "I've always felt that this matter is very strange. It's very strange. It's too strange. So I've been investigating this matter. Now, I made some progress." "Made some progress?" Qin Zhao's eyes lit up slightly. He had been thinking about this matter all this time, but he couldn't figure it out. So naturally, he also wanted to hear Prince Min's opinion. "Brother Qin Zhao, you should also know something about the situation. Many people have completely lost their minds and become walking corpses. I have a feeling that they are being controlled by a mysterious and powerful force. That is why they have become so unrecognizable, so crazy, and so infuriated. They want to kill everyone." Qin Zhao nodded. Of course, he knew about this situation. He had encountered many such situations over the years. "So I've been thinking about what this mysterious and powerful force is. I'm also in the giant rock forest. If there is such a mysterious and powerful force, why doesn't it come to me? I didn't realize that such a powerful force was about to descend upon me. I've been investigating this matter and thinking about it, but I can't find out the specific situation. The only thing I can be sure of is that there's a force in the dark controlling those people, making them completely lose their minds and become walking corpses. They're incomparably cold. Once, I was almost trapped, but fortunately, I managed to break free, so I wasn't controlled by that force. That force, I don't know whether it exists in a fixed place in the giant rock forest or it flows. These things are too complicated. I've thought about it for so long, but I still can't figure it out. That's all I know. Qin Shao originally thought that Prince Min knew some specific details, but now it seemed that he didn't know much. Without specific information, Qin Shao couldn't make more judgments. Anything else? Qin Shao asked. Prince Min shook his head and said, "There's nothing else. That's all I can sense now. But according to what I know, in this group of people who came in, other than the three of us, everyone else has been trapped. I saw many corpses along the way, and a few people in our group have been sacrificed. You should have encountered many of these situations, right?" Qin Shao nodded and said, "Yes, I've indeed encountered quite a few. It seems that many people have died. However, their deaths are somewhat thought-provoking. What do you think, Prince Min?" Prince Min frowned slightly and said, "Brother Qin Shao, you should be referring to the fact that some of them were killed by our own people, right? To be honest, I didn't quite believe it at first, and I couldn't accept it. But after thinking about it, I felt relieved. Since they've been trapped, they have no consciousness at all. If they don't even have consciousness, how can they differentiate between enemies and allies? Of course, it's better to pounce on them and attack. But I feel that the situation isn't as simple as we think." Qin Shao nodded. Prince Min had the same thoughts as him and felt the same way. It seemed that there was indeed something fishy going on. Anyway, Qin Shao thought so. Now that Prince Min also thought so, Qin Shao was even more suspicious. "Prince Min, what do you think we should do now? Do you have any good countermeasure? Now that the three of us have gathered together, our strength has increased a lot." Faced with Qin Zhao's question, Prince Min pondered for a moment before replying, "I can't think of any good countermeasure either. We can only take it one step at a time and deal with whatever comes our way, right? What other good ideas can there be? The problem now is how to appease those who have been trapped. When they go crazy, they don't care about their lives. But we can't go crazy with them. We should try not to hurt them. After all, they're quite innocent. They've been trapped. They probably don't even know what they're doing." Yes, we're thinking of the same thing again. Qin Shao nodded. This was indeed a problem that he had been thinking about recently. It would be fine if he just gave up every time. Qin Shao shook his head again and said, "Then it seems that there really is no good way. We can only take one step at a time." Qin Shao and Prince Min were both smart people. However, even two smart people like them had no solution to this matter. Therefore, the two of them could only give up on this matter. After resting for a while, the three of them left and continued to move forward. Now that Prince Min had joined them, their team had indeed become very strong. On the way, Qin Shao and Prince Min also talked a lot. Prince Min, on the other hand, was a strange person. He was familiar with almost everything. Perhaps he wasn't familiar with many things, but he could still come out and chat. So now, Prince Min had become the guiding needle. He led Qin Shao and Man on the way. Qin Shao could also relax and leave this important task to Prince Min. The three of them walked for a while. Strangely, it was peaceful and quiet. They couldn't see anyone. They couldn't even see a corpse, let alone the demonic beast that had caused Prince Min to suffer. In this regard, Qin Shao felt that he was a little too lucky. Dang! A loud sound that sounded like the chime of the great Tao suddenly rang out. It came from afar and clearly entered the ears of the three of them. When they heard this sudden sound, the three of them couldn't help but stop. They became alert and focused, carefully listening to the sound in the distance. "What's that sound?" A man looked at Qin Shao and Prince Min with a puzzled expression. Qin Shao frowned and shook his head, indicating that he didn't know what that sound was either. Prince Min also shook his head after hearing this. "I don't know either. I can't tell at all. Also, it only rang once. It didn't ring continuously, so it's even harder to tell. But I feel that something must have happened. Such a big commotion can't be caused by a human. So, I think we should go over there and see what's going on." I feel that something must have happened over there. We can't keep walking aimlessly like this. We have to figure out what's going on. Qin Shao nodded and said, Okay, then let's go over there and take a look. With the three of us working together, we should be able to deal with most of the dangerous situations. Haha, Brother Qin Shao is too modest. We should be able to deal with most of the dangers. Princeman couldn't help but laugh. After making up their minds, the three of them didn't hesitate. They immediately raised their vigilance and rushed over to the other side. Dang! Not long after, another sound rang out. This time, they heard more clearly. Such a sound could definitely spread to every corner of the giant rock forest. The more it was like this, the more they felt that it wasn't simple. Brother Qin Shao, look over there. There's someone. A man suddenly shouted. Qin Shao didn't need a man to say anything. He also saw that there was someone not far away who was walking in the direction of the sound. The two of them didn't recognize this person. He wasn't part of the group that went down to the Netherworld River. Chapter 1668. One after another, Qin Shao and the others saw many people running in the direction of the sound of the bell. The sound of the bell seemed to have a magical power that could attract everyone over. Although Qin Shao and the others had the willpower to resist, they felt that the other side should be able to sense something, so they still decided to go and take a look. Brother Qin Shao, look over there. Is it still Yi Wuguwei? He's fine. That's great. He's expressionless. Yi Wuguwei is also affected. Man suddenly pointed at a figure in front of them. Qin Shao also saw Yi Wuguwei. However, Yi Wuguwei was expressionless and had completely lost his mind. At this moment, Yi Wuguwei was no longer Yi Wuguwei. Therefore, Qin Shao didn't have the intention to take Yi Wuguwei under control. However, man couldn't bear it and shouted, Yi Wuguwei, don't run. Brother Qin Shao and I are here. However, Yi Wuguwei ignored man and continued running in the direction of the sound as if he didn't hear man at all. Man wanted to chase after him, but was stopped by Qin Shao, who said, Forget it. Don't chase after him. Yi Wuguwei is already under control. It's useless to chase after him. Let's hurry over and see the situation. In fact, even if man wanted to chase after him, it would be difficult for him to do so. Qin Shao said not to chase after him, so he could only give up. Not only Yi Wuguwei, but Princeman also found one of his team members, but he was also under control. Seeing more and more people being controlled, Qin Shao and the others became more and more depressed. A bad feeling kept surging in their hearts. The three of them continued to move forward. After walking for more than a year, they finally found the place where the sound came from. They saw a huge rock that looked like a huge peak. The sound of the immortal chime came from the top of this huge rock. Not only was there the sound of the immortal chime, but there were also strands of immortal light and dense immortal chi pouring down, as if it was a piece of immortal music. Just the immortal music, the immortal light, the dense immortal chi, and the supreme immortal power were enough to make people go crazy. It was as if there was a terrifying magic that completely attracted everyone's heart. From afar, Qin Shao and the others were completely attracted. They felt as if their minds were about to be sucked away. This feeling was no less than a person who was about to starve to death, seeing a table full of sumptuous food. Qin Shao, who always had a steady state of mind, couldn't help but be greatly moved at this time. He couldn't wait to go over. Qin Zhao's gaze fell on the top of the huge rock. After carefully sizing it up, he finally saw that the thing surrounded by the immortal aura was a bead the size of an egg. It was sparkling and translucent, emitting immortal light. It was surrounded by dense immortal chi and emitted a powerful immortal aura. The immortal chime came from that pearl. It made people feel as if there was something hidden inside the pearl. What is this? Qin Shao clearly didn't recognize this thing, but his intuition told him that this thing was not simple. It must be some kind of immortal treasure, and its value must be astronomical. If he could get his hands on it, he would be rich. Princeman was also looking at it, frowning deeply as if he was thinking, but he didn't seem to recognize it either. Big brother Qin Shao, look, it's old M.O. There are others over there. Oh man, suddenly shouted excitedly. Qin Shao looked over. Sure enough, he saw Mo Wongbei, Yi Wugui, and the others under the huge rock. They were all staring at the pearl on the top of the huge rock like wolves staring at lambs. Their faces were filled with greed, instinctive greed. Aside from Mo Wongbei and the others, Qin Shao also saw Thousand Buddha Hands, Babutasin, Prince Min's team, and one of the 3 people who wanted to follow them. He had seen one of the corpses earlier, so the other one was probably dead as well. At this time, there were more than 100 people under the huge rock. All of them had lost their minds and were completely under someone's control. Aside from these people, Qin Shao quickly discovered a new situation. The Nether Demon, Red Fish Demon, and River Monster that Prince Min had mentioned were all there. Qin Shao had seen the Nether Demon before. The Red Fish Demon looked like a fish, an extremely ugly and ferocious fish. The River Monster's appearance was also very strange. It looked like both a human and a fish. There were more than 30 of these 3 demon beasts. In terms of numbers, they were not as many as the humans. However, the deterrence of these demon beasts was not weak at all. Qin Shao could not help but raise his guard. They surrounded the huge rock and stared at the pearl on top of the huge rock. However, none of them rushed up to snatch it. It was as if they were waiting for something. They were all biding their time. This scene was a little strange. There were humans and demonic beasts gathered here. They were all attracted by that bead. What exactly was that bead? It's an immortal elixir. Prince Min's expression suddenly changed greatly as he exclaimed in surprise. An immortal elixir? Hearing these 2 words, Qin Shao was also shocked. He looked at Prince Min with surprise and confusion. Just from the literal meaning, an immortal elixir should be an item that could allow one to become an immortal. Prince Min's face was filled with uncontrollable excitement. His eyes shone brightly. He swallowed his saliva and said, "Yes, an immortal elixir. Haha, I've only heard about it from the elders of my clan. An immortal elixir is something that only exists in legends. It is said that an immortal elixir can allow an ordinary person to become an immortal and step into the realm of a celestial venerable. An immortal elixir is a priceless treasure. It is the crystallization of heaven and earth. It is a sacred item of the immortal Tao. It is something that only exists in legends. This is crazy. Isn't the fuming immortal palace too generous? They just placed an immortal elixir here? TSK. It's really hard to imagine. No wonder it can cause waves of immortal music. No wonder it was able to attract everyone here. This is really a rhythm that can make people go crazy. I'm thinking, what is the fuming immortal palace trying to do? Do they really want us to fight to the death? But everyone else is being controlled. What's the point? Qin Shao looked at the glittering immortal elixir and couldn't help but ask, "Prince Min, if we consume this elixir, can we really become an immortal and break through to the realm of a celestial venerable?" Prince Min nodded. "It should be possible. I'm not sure, but that's what the legends say. I can feel that there shouldn't be any problems. This is an immortal elixir, the crystallization of heaven and earth's immortal Tao. It contains a powerful immortal Tao. It is said that even the most stupid person can become an immortal and break through to the realm of a celestial venerable after consuming an immortal elixir. The powerful immortal Tao contained in the elixir can be forced into one's mind to seek the Tao." Qin Shao felt a little more at ease with this method. For example, the Tao integration elixir in the primordial universe could easily allow a 4th-step celestial venerable to complete the Tao integration elixir and enter the realm of Almighty. This was a forceful ascension. However, this kind of ascension had side effects. So Qin Shao asked again, "Will the immortal Tao be greatly affected if one becomes a celestial venerable by consuming an immortal elixir?" Prince Min shook his head. "I'm not too sure about this, but from what I know, it doesn't seem to have much of an effect. Immortal elixirs are immortal treasures formed naturally by heaven and earth. They're the crystallization of the immortal Tao's immortal might and contain a large amount of immortal Tao origin and nomological laws. Consuming an immortal elixir is actually a process of comprehending the immortal Tao. It can allow one to quickly seek immortality and attain the Tao, allowing one's comprehension of the immortal Tao to rise very quickly. In this way, it's equivalent to experiencing a long period of cultivation. However, with the help of this powerful external force, the cultivation time is compressed. It's just an extremely short period of time. Of course, there might still be some influence, but it shouldn't be too great. Moreover, how many people are confident of becoming an immortal? How easy is it to step into the realm of a celestial venerable? Becoming an immortal is the realm that most people pursue their entire lives. Therefore, with such an opportunity, it's enough for people to fight for it. To be honest, if I could get my hands on it, I definitely wouldn't hesitate to swallow this immortal pill. No matter what, he had to become an immortal first. Even if there are some effects, I think I can still cultivate it back. Moreover, if I want to become an immortal now, it will be a long and difficult path. Instead of walking this long and difficult path, it would be better to take a shortcut and make up for the effects of the immortal pill. Perhaps it will make success a little faster and a little closer. Qin Shao nodded. Prince Min's thinking was not wrong. In fact, it made a lot of sense. However, taking Qin Shao as an example, he did not want to rely on such external forces to directly become an immortal. No matter how small the impact was, it would still be there. After all, it was such a huge improvement. If a fourth-step universe grade broke through to immortal ascension, the impact would be negligible. However, for a sovereign of the fourth step, there was no way he could avoid the effects of an entire major level of advancement. Qin Shao shook his head silently. He did not need such an improvement. Even if he obtained the immortal pill, he wouldn't use it. Therefore, Qin Shao did not have much interest in this immortal pill. Looking at Prince Min's excited face, it was obvious that he wanted to snatch the immortal elixir very much. A man was weak, so he wouldn't have such thoughts. Brother Qin Shao, you don't seem to have any thoughts about this immortal pill? This is an opportunity to become an immortal. Don't you want it? Prince Min, who seemed to have seen through Qin Zhao's thoughts, couldn't help but ask. Qin Shao pursed his lips and smiled faintly. I know about the opportunity to become an immortal, but I really don't have any thoughts about it. If I were a fourth-step universe grade, I might have some thoughts about it. However, I'm only a fourth-step ruler now, so I don't have any thoughts. No matter how good the opportunity is, it doesn't suit me. Prince Min was stunned when he heard Qin Zhao's words. After a while, he said, Brother Qin Shao is really bold. You can even disregard such an opportunity. I'm impressed. Haha. I think that it is precisely because you're a fourth-step ruler that you have more thoughts about it. If you were a fourth-step universe grade, you could also become an immortal with your own abilities. You wouldn't feel so strongly about it. If you want to obtain something, it is because it is too far away that you feel so strongly about it. However, Brother Qin Zhao's state of mind is really impressive. I definitely can't do that. Although I know that this will definitely have some repercussions and leave behind some repercussions, I still want to obtain it. Everyone has their own aspirations. There is nothing wrong with your way of thinking, Qin Shao said. Prince Min nodded. This was indeed the case. He could only comfort himself by saying that everyone had their own aspirations. Chapter 1669. As soon as Prince Min spoke, Qin Shao immediately understood what he meant. He said, You want me to help you get this immortal pill, right? Prince Min nodded and said, Yes, Brother Qin Shao. That's exactly what I'm thinking. Of course, I won't let Brother Qin Shao suffer a loss. As long as Brother Qin Shao can help me get this immortal pill, I'll be grateful to Brother Qin Shao regardless of whether you succeed or not. If Brother Qin Shao has any requests, I'll help you. If there's anything, you can ask me directly. As long as it's something I can do, I'll definitely do it. Brother Qin Shao, don't think too much about it. There's no deal between us. However, a debt of gratitude is something that must be paid. Prince Min, I understand what you mean. No problem. I really don't have much interest in immortal pills. Since you want it, I can lend you a hand. Let's not talk about anything else, but I'll accept this debt of gratitude. Qin Shao didn't think too much about it and directly agreed. Hearing Qin Shao agree so readily, a man looked at Qin Shao in surprise. Even if he wasn't interested in immortal pills, they were still immortal pills after all. They were priceless treasures that people would fight to the death for. Even if he didn't use them, he could sell them for a sky-high price. An immortal pill could create a celestial venerate. It was obvious how precious it was. The Exionhua clan, a clan that had existed for thousands of universe epochs, only had one celestial venerate. It was needless to say how significant it would be to have another celestial venerate. How can this be? Although Prince Min knew that Qin Shao would most likely agree, when he heard that Qin Shao didn't need anything and only wanted to accept a debt of gratitude, Prince Min was really shocked. If they really fought, Prince Min felt that he might not be able to win against Qin Shao. Therefore, if Qin Shao really helped him, it would be the same as letting him have it. That would be a huge favor. This was an elixir of immortality. It cannot be measured by its value. Therefore, even if he had to pay a high price, Prince Min was willing to do so. This opportunity was priceless to him, and he was willing to risk his life for it. Qin Shao curled her lips and smiled faintly. It's nothing. It just so happens that I'm not interested. If I'm interested, I might not help you. Although I can snatch it in exchange for a very generous reward, I don't have to do that. Moreover, I may not be able to successfully snatch it. That's what I did when I asked for a generous reward. Now that I'm asking for a favor from you, it's the same. So it's fine. If we work together, we might have a higher chance of success. Prince Min saluted Qin Shao gratefully and said, "All right, brother Qin Shao. Since you said so, I'll be thick-skinned this time. I'll remember this favor. If brother Qin Shao needs anything in the future, just let me know. Even if I have to go through water and tread on fire, I, Prince Min, will not refuse." Qin Shao smiled faintly and didn't care too much. Speaking of which, Qin Shao hadn't known Prince Min for long, and they hadn't spent much time together. As for what kind of person Prince Min was, Qin Shao didn't know. He helped Prince Min because he was not interested, and Prince Min was determined to get the elixir. Therefore, he might as well do him a favor. As for whether he would return the favor or not, Qin Shao really didn't care too much about this. Qin Shao didn't think too much about this matter. Instead, he asked, "Prince Min, why aren't they doing anything?" Prince Min also became serious. After sizing up the situation, he said, "Brother Qin Shao, this situation is really strange. I can't figure it out. However, I feel that a great battle is about to break out. Let's see who will break out first." It's about to break out. Sure enough, as soon as Prince Min finished speaking, a nether demon suddenly moved and charged towards the top of the giant boulder. Once that nether demon moved, the other demonic beasts also moved. All the demonic beasts moved and madly charged towards the top of the giant boulder. When the demonic beasts moved, Mo Wangbei and the others also moved. Each of them madly charged toward the top of the giant boulder. Like a school of carps crossing the river, they rushed up one after another. Those at the back naturally didn't want to do it. If they didn't want to do it, they would madly attack those at the front. Therefore, the situation became incomparably chaotic. Humans and demonic beasts started to fight. There were also humans killing each other, causing the situation to become incomparably chaotic. Such a chaotic scene caused Qin Shao to involuntarily frown slightly. "Big brother Qin Shao, what should we do? Should we just watch from the sidelines? Or should we go and help? Old Mo and the others are in trouble." A man asked with a worried expression. Actually, Qin Shao was also thinking about this question. Should they make a move? Prince Min shook his head and said, "It's best that we don't make a move now. Otherwise, we'll easily become the target of public criticism. No matter those people or demonic beasts, they're all incomparably crazy. As long as we go up, we'll definitely become the target of their attacks. If we really become the target of public criticism, then we'll be in trouble. Therefore, I feel that we should bide our time and wait for them to fight to the death. Then, we'll go over and reap the benefits." Hearing Prince Min's words, Qin Shao couldn't help but frown slightly. How can we bide our time? Could it be that we're just going to watch them die without doing anything? Prince Min, you still have teammates over there. Don't you care about their life and death? There are still many people in our team over there. How can we just watch from the sidelines? A man's temper was rather straightforward. He agreed with Prince Min's words. Prince Min said, "That was then and this is now. The situation can't be confused. They've all lost their minds and are completely controlled. They have no consciousness at all and don't recognize us at all. So if we go over, then they'll definitely only attack us. If they attack us, then what do? Can we really bear to hurt them? If that's the case, then why don't we just watch from the sidelines? We can't change this matter. This isn't something we can control. Therefore, this isn't a matter of watching them die. It's a matter of whether we can move or not. If we can really save them, then I'll naturally do it. In the current situation, I feel that there's no need. But, oh man, was still a little anxious. I can't just watch them kill each other and watch them die one by one. That's too painful. Could it be that we really don't have any way to stop this? We can give up on the elixir. As long as we can save a few people, it's worth it. Prince Min shook his head and said, Save? How are you going to save them? There are so many people and so many beasts over there. There's only the three of us. How are we going to save them? Moreover, those people won't even let us save them. They'll only attack us when they see us. So there's no need to talk about saving them. Brother, oh man, although the situation is rather cruel, we have to understand it clearly. It's not that we're heartless. It's just that the situation in front of us is like this. We have no other way. A man didn't say anything more. However, he was clearly in a very low mood. Yi Wuge was over there, Mo Wang Bei was over there, and there were other teammates over there. They were risking their lives and crazily killing each other. Could he only watch on helplessly? How could a man accept such a situation? A man looked at Qin Shao. Qin Shao said, If you haven't done it, how do you know it's definitely not possible? Definitely not possible? We've been through so much. We've all been brothers in life and death. We've also promised to help each other when we're in trouble. This is the strength and spirit that a team should have. Now that we see them killing each other with all their might, are we just going to stand by and watch and reap the benefits? Prince Min, you can do such a thing, but Qin Shao, can't do it. A man is right. We can give up on the elixir, but we can't not save the people. If we can save a few people, it'll be worth more than an elixir. If we really can't do it, we can also keep them in our internal worlds. We can also tie them up. As long as they don't die for the time being, there will be a solution. They're just being controlled. It's not like there's no way to save them. But now that they're dead, they're really dead. There's no chance at all. Prince Min, if you don't want to do it, then you could just watch. I can't just stand by and watch. Hearing Qin Zhao's words, a man immediately nodded excitedly. Yes, yes, yes. Big brother Qin Shao is right. If we haven't done it, how do we know it's definitely not possible? I also think we should do it. No matter what, we should save a few people first. It's better than watching them die, right? Big brother Qin Shao, I'll go with you to save them. Even if we lose our lives, it's no big deal. Xiao Dao has already lost his life. What reason do I have to not dare to do it? Xiao Dao is dead, Bearded Man is dead, Wind Shadow is dead, and a few others are dead. We can't let another tragedy happen. It's fine if we didn't see it, but since we saw it, we can't just stand by and watch them die. Qin Shao patted A Man's shoulder. He rather admired A Man. A person should be like this. Being loyal and loyal was the most important quality. It was the rarest quality. This quality was what Qin Shao cared about the most when making friends. Originally, Qin Shao didn't have much of a good impression of Prince Min. Now that Prince Min said such words, Qin Shao naturally didn't have a good impression of him. A small matter was enough to see through a person. A man, I originally didn't want you to take risks with me. But since you have this kind of heart, then let's fight together. It's no big deal. People who can't overcome the fear in their hearts can't become strong. Now that you've taken this step, it's very rare. Your temperament is still very good. No wonder you're not affected by the power inside and are not controlled. But it will be very dangerous later. Be careful. It's best not to be too far away from me. In that case, even if you're really in danger, I can still help you. Qin Shao said. A man nodded heavily and said, Yes, big brother Qin Shao, I understand. Don't worry, I won't do anything rash. Seeing that Qin Shao and A Man had made up their minds, Prince Min hesitated for a moment, then secretly clenched his teeth and said, Brother Qin Shao, I'll also go with you to save people. The more people there are, the stronger. I didn't mean anything by what I said just now. Don't think too much. Chapter 1670. Qin Shao and A Man left, leaving only Prince Min standing there with an unsightly expression. However, Qin Shao no longer cared about Prince Min. If he wanted to be unsightly, that was his problem. Once he saw through a person, he would no longer care. Since their paths were different, there was no need to work together. This was how Qin Xiao dealt with matters and made friends. In this chaotic battle, once one entered the chaotic circle, one would draw fire to oneself, attracting the attacks of many forces. Under such circumstances, Qin Xiao didn't dare to be careless. He was on full alert. Qin Xiao was the first to approach Mo Wangbei. Mo Wangbei was fighting a bit crazily, fighting one nether demon and one red fish demon. 1 against 2, it wasn't very intense. Qin Xiao directly charged over, joining the battle against the nether demon and red fish demon. The immortal rope flew out, binding the nether demon, not giving it a chance to enter the void. Individually, these nether demons weren't too strong. At least, they were much weaker than the one Qin Xiao had encountered before. If all of them were so strong, it would be extremely difficult to deal with just one nether demon. After all, there are more than a dozen nether demons here. With the immortal rope binding the nether demon, Qin Xiao used the full power of the startling sword art. Startling sword chi surged towards the red fish demon, releasing rays of sharp light. In an instant, Qin Xiao directly restrained the two demon beasts, freeing Mo Wangbei from his predicament and allowing him to relax. However, the moment Mo Wangbei was freed, he didn't say anything. He directly launched a ferocious attack at Qin Xiao, charging at Qin Xiao like a madman. His ultimate move, the Tai sword art, was fully displayed in his hands. It couldn't be said to have reached perfection, but it was still extremely powerful. Mo Wangbei's strength was already quite strong. Now that he attacked with all his strength, it was indeed a bit scary. The worst thing was that Qin Xiao was currently restraining the two nether demons. At this moment, he felt like he couldn't split himself up. At this time, Mo Wangbei rushed towards him. Qin Xiao was speechless. He couldn't help but shout, "Old Mo, wake up! It's me. Qin Xiao, the one I'm going to kill is you. Don't even think about taking the elixir. It's mine." Mo Wangbei's face was ferocious and cold. He looked at Qin Xiao with killing intent. That look in his eyes was truly terrifying. At this time, he didn't know Qin Xiao at all. He completely treated Qin Xiao as an enemy who killed his father. Facing Mo Wangbei's madness, Qin Xiao had no other choice but to temporarily give up on the two demonic beasts and use the immortal rope technique on Mo Wangbei. Mo Wangbei seemed to have been prepared. He dodged Qin Xiao's immortal rope. When he couldn't dodge, he would forcefully attack. The immortal rope couldn't bind Mo Wangbei at all. At this time, Mo Wangbei had completely fallen into madness. He rushed towards Qin Xiao without caring about anything else. With Mo Wangbei's interference, the other two demonic beasts also flew into a rage out of humiliation and pounced towards Qin Xiao. The three forces charging towards Qin Xiao were naturally a great threat. The most dangerous one was Mo Wangbei. Qin Xiao couldn't bear to really injure Mo Wangbei, so he naturally had some misgivings in his heart. With misgivings, his hands and feet were bound by an invisible force. Waves of powerful forces rushed towards Qin Xiao. Because of Qin Xiao's misgivings, he could only try his best to avoid Mo Wangbei and focus on dealing with the two demonic beasts. But Mo Wangbei didn't show any mercy. The Tai sword art was pushed to the extreme, bringing with it a supreme sword aura. So in this exchange, Qin Xiao was forced back by Mo Wangbei and the two demonic beasts. He felt like he was being completely suppressed. With misgivings, he couldn't display his true strength. On the other side, Amon's situation wasn't good either. He was also being attacked by several people. Moreover, Amon wasn't going to fight with them. He was going to save someone. But in his madness, there was no way to save anyone. These people were too crazy. Qin Xiao had already expected this problem, but he had no other choice. He could only try. Mo Wangbei's madness was giving Qin Xiao a headache, and he could only turn his attention to the others. The others were also killing each other, and it was extremely intense. Amon was doing his best to save Yi Wugue, but Yi Wugue was fighting amongst himself. He had already sunk into madness. Big Brother Qin Shao, there's no way to stop them. As soon as I made a move, they all attacked. What should I do? Amon saw Qin Shao come over and complained. He was also in a sorry state. There were some injuries on his body. Clearly, he had been injured in the fierce battle just now. Don't worry about it. Save as many as you can. Try not to care about those demonic beasts, and don't care about other people. Just save our own people first. Qin Shao shook his head. There was no other choice. This was the only way. A man nodded. That was the only thing they could do. However, it was not an easy task to save them. Big Brother Qin Shao, Yi Wugui's situation isn't good. You should go save him first. Amon suddenly said. Qin Shao also saw that Yi Wugui's situation wasn't good. So Qin Shao didn't hesitate. Just as he was about to go save Yi Wugui, Mo Wangbei suddenly attacked again. Not only Mo Wangbei, but the two demonic beasts also chased after him. Three forces were attacking. Qin Shao had a headache. He originally wanted to save people, but now he was entangled again. There was no way he could continue saving people. Big Brother Qin Shao, leave Yi Wugui to me. Be careful. A man immediately said and rushed towards Yi Wugui's side. In this situation, Qin Shao could only give up on his original plan and focus on dealing with Mo Wangbei and the others. With these three forces combined, if he dared to be the slightest bit careless, he would suffer a great loss. So Qin Shao didn't dare to underestimate them. He had to be alert. On the other side, Prince Min still stood there without moving. His eyes were incomparably deep. It was obvious that he was waiting for the best time to make a move. Now that they were killing each other, it was the best thing for him. It would be best if everyone was dead or seriously injured. Then, he would be able to get the immortal elixir without any effort. Big Brother Qin Shao, Yi Wugui is dead. Amon suddenly cried out in pain. Qin Shao also saw that Yi Wugui had died in the hands of others. He had died in the hands of his own people. The moment he saw Yi Wugui die, Qin Zhao's pain couldn't be described with any words. Huzi died, Fengming died, Xiao Dao died, and a few others also died. Now that Yi Wugui had died in front of him, it was indeed like a knife ruthlessly stabbing into his heart. The most painful thing was that Qin Shao wanted to save him, but he was powerless. He was attacked by Mo Wangbei and the other two forces. He simply couldn't do anything. Moreover, because of the apprehension and worry in his heart, he was at a disadvantage. He was completely suppressed and couldn't break free. It was as if he had fallen into a vicious cycle. This was a feeling of powerlessness. This feeling was too unbearable. It was as if his fate was in the hands of others. However, the terrible situation was still ongoing, and this was only the beginning. People kept dying, but they still came to attack Qin Shao. Yi Wugui died, and soon Amon also died tragically in the hands of others. Big Brother Qin Shao, I'm sorry. Amon is useless. I can't save you. I'll go first. Xiao Dao, Amon is coming to accompany you. These were Amon's last words, her last words before she died. Amon. Qin Zhao's heart was in extreme pain. Xiao Dao's death was already a big blow to him. Now Amon was also dead. One after another, familiar figures, close teammates, all died one by one. Qin Zhao's hot-bloodedness, anger, and madness couldn't withstand the waves of attacks. More and more people died. Seeing his teammates die one by one, Qin Shao felt powerless. Being attacked by more and more forces, Qin Shao also became more and more injured. He couldn't block it. He couldn't block it at all. No matter how strong Qin Shao was, he was only a fourth-step sovereign, unless he revealed his true strength. But once he revealed his true strength, it would be equivalent to being eliminated. But if he didn't reveal his true strength, he couldn't block the waves of ferocious and crazy attacks with just the power of the immortal Tao. Under such attacks, Qin Shao could clearly feel that he was approaching death step by step. But what could he do? Seeing his teammates die one by one made him sad again and again. Under the fierce and crazy battle, more than half of the casualties were soon gone. Blood and corpses were everywhere. It was a tragic scene. Prince Min finally found an opportunity. He attacked aggressively, and soon the immortal pill fell into his hands. Prince Min, who had fused the elixir of immortality, stood on top of the huge rock and let out an incomparably complacent laugh. Ha ha! The elixir of immortality, the elixir of immortality, it's mine now. It's mine. As long as I swallow this immortal pill, I'll immediately become an immortal and enter the heavenly venerate realm. Once I become a heavenly venerate, it'll be a whole new world. Heavenly venerate realm. That's the realm I've always dreamed of. And now, it's finally going to happen. Haha. Kill, kill, kill. You guys can continue fighting. It's best if you all die. That way, there will be even less people competing with this prince. Wait until I pass the selection and become an unnamed disciple of the Fuda Immortal Palace. Then I'll swallow this immortal pill. At that time, my status will definitely rise, and I'll be able to eat well in the Fuda Immortal Palace. Ha ha! Just thinking about it makes me happy. Prince Min's happiness made Qin Shao feel disgusted and angry. He didn't expect Prince Min to be such a person. Originally, he thought that if he could help Prince Min, he would do him a big favor. But now, it seemed that he had misjudged. He didn't want to be associated with such a person. But now, there was nothing he could do to change anything. The immortal pill had fallen into Prince Min's hands. Furthermore, he was currently trapped. He was simply unable to break free from their encirclement. Poof! Finally, Qin Zhao's divine body was greatly shaken. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. The situation was getting worse. Qin Shao knew very well that if this continued, his life would be in danger. What should he do? How could he get out of this situation? Although the immortal pill had been snatched away by Prince Min, these forces didn't care at all. They continued to attack Qin Shao crazily, as if they wanted to kill Qin Shao. They had completely regarded Qin Shao as their prey. Boom! Poof! Another terrifying attack came down. Qin Shao spat out another mouthful of blood. His divine body was greatly damaged. The situation was extremely bad. Chapter 1671. It was not the first time Qin Shao had faced a situation of life and death. So in the face of such a desperate situation, Qin Shao did not panic at all. Instead, he became calmer and calmer. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind. One by one, they surged out and transmitted a message. And from these messages, Qin Shao vaguely sensed something and caught something. Something was wrong. Suddenly, a very strong thought flashed through Qin Zhao's mind. Immediately, Qin Shao caught a very important point. This point was like a starlight in the middle of the night. It immediately broke the shackles of the night and illuminated a lot of the sky. There was light. From the endless darkness, there was a glimmer of light, illuminating the direction. A glimmer of light was enough to break the endless darkness. This was a very magical power. There's something wrong with everyone. From the moment I entered the giant rock forest, there was something very wrong with everyone. The first person I met was Man. At first glance, I vaguely felt that something was not right. At that time, perhaps I didn't think too much. I just intuitively felt that something was not right. Then I met Prince Min. Something was not right. Xiao Dao's death, Hu Qi's death, Yi Wugui's death, old Mo. There's something wrong with every single one of them. Every single one of them is based on what I imagine them to be. I imagined that a man was very dependent on me and was very loyal. A man was like that. I imagined that Prince Min might be selfish and seek personal gain. Prince Min was like that. I imagined that old Mo would fight with me. I resisted to the end. Old Mo wanted to kill me crazily. Perhaps if you don't think about it carefully, all of this was reasonable. It was like this from the beginning, and there was such a development. But now that you think about it carefully, you will find that these situations are not quite right. I know a man quite well. A man is very dependent on me and is very loyal. But a man also has other characters, not just these two. But along the way, a man did not show any other characters. It was only in these 2 days. I don't know Prince Min well, but Prince Min is actually acting completely according to what I imagined. Isn't this very strange? So what's the problem? What exactly is going on here? Qin Shao thought that something was wrong, but she wasn't sure what was wrong. Huzi's death, Xiao Dao's death, Man's death, Yi Wugui's death, and the others' deaths Wait, a light flashed through Qin Zhao's mind. A thought came to his mind, and he suddenly caught the light of dawn. Illusion. What a terrifying illusion. I know, all of this is an illusion. Illusions are born from the heart. Everything is an illusion created by illusions. It's not real at all. From the very beginning, I entered the illusion. Therefore, the beginning that I saw along the way was just an illusion that came from the heart. These illusions were trying to confuse and push me step by step towards a dead end. This giant rock forest should be a terrifying land of illusions. As soon as he entered it, it means that you have fallen into the Tao of this illusion, unknowingly falling into it. If you can't see through this illusion, then you'll be trapped in this terrifying illusion until you die. Even if you don't die, you'll probably be trapped in it forever. Right now, I'm trapped in this illusion. Since everything is an illusion, there's nothing to be afraid of. Illusions are born from the heart. If the heart is afraid, then the illusion will become extremely terrifying. If the heart isn't afraid, then no matter how powerful the illusion is, it'll be like a chicken or pottery dog. With that thought, Qin Zhao's mental strength suddenly became incomparably strong. Her eyes shone with a resolute light. When this light shot out, it was like a ray of light in the middle of the night, instantly illuminating the entire night. When the light illuminated the night, everything became bright. The sword energy, the immortal aura, the people, the demon beasts, and the illusions in front of Qin Zhao all disappeared one by one. Mo Wang Bei disappeared, the nether demon disappeared, the red fish demon disappeared, Prince Min with the immortal pill disappeared, and so did the giant rock. Everything seemed to be returning to reality, and everything was rapidly disappearing. In just a few moments, the scenery in front of Qin Zhao changed completely. The surroundings were still gray and misty. Giant rocks stood there cold and gloomy. Not a single figure could be seen. It was similar to the situation when Qin Zhao first entered the giant rock forest. However, to Qin Zhao now, he could see more clearly and thoroughly. All the illusions had been broken by him, so they were useless to him. After breaking this terrifying illusion, Qin Zhao could see everything clearly and understand what was going on. It's really an illusion. Everything is an illusion. This is really a terrifying illusion. Even with my mental state, I still unknowingly fell into this illusion. It's simply unimaginable. Fortunately, at the last moment of life and death, I sensed that something was wrong. Only then was I able to break this illusion. If I didn't figure it out, I'm afraid I would have died in this terrifying illusion. It seems like the others have also fallen into the illusion. The situation isn't good. This giant rock forest itself isn't that dangerous, and it's not that big. However, the terrifying illusion here is extremely dangerous. It can make it difficult for people to get out alive. The Nether River is indeed the last obstacle created by the Fu-Tu Immortal Palace. It's much more terrifying than the previous tests. Anyway, it's not a big deal to me now. The illusion is broken. In my eyes, everything is very simple. It's just an illusion. As long as your heart is strong enough, you can break this illusion. What I'm afraid of is that you've fallen into this illusion from the beginning. Your heart will become very fragile, and you'll be sinking in the illusion. That's the most terrifying thing. As soon as the illusion was broken, Qin Zhao's wounds were all healed. Collecting his thoughts, Qin Zhao's eyes scanned the surroundings. He almost understood the entire giant rock forest. In fact, this space wasn't big. It was just like a small maze. If it wasn't for the illusion, it would be easy to break out of this space. However, Qin Zhao wasn't in a hurry to get out. If he wanted to get out, it would be easy for him to do so. There should be other people trapped in this terrifying illusion. I'll go and find them. Qin Zhao thought for a while and began to look for other people. Walking quickly in the giant rock forest, Qin Zhao soon found something. However, Qin Zhao didn't find a living person. It was a cold corpse. This time, it wasn't an illusion. It was a real corpse. Fortunately, it wasn't a member of their team. It was one of 3 people who followed them. Qin Zhao only had a slight impression of him. He didn't even know his name. It seems that there are still quite a number of people who have fallen into this land of illusion and died in this land of illusion. Qin Shao shook his head and sighed, but he soon felt relieved. He should have thought of this situation, and it was very normal. The giant rock forest was definitely a very terrifying illusion. Only a few people who entered would be able to leave, unless they didn't enter the giant rock forest. The situation was just as Qin Shao had imagined. As they went down, they found many corpses one after another. He found the corpses of Prince Min's team and Thousand Buddha Hand's team. There were also some other corpses, but Qin Shao didn't recognize them. Walking along the way, he found more than a dozen corpses. This probability was really high. Such a situation made Qin Shao frown slightly. There was a trace of indescribable worry in his heart. According to this situation, Xiao Dao and our man might really be in danger. I'll kill. Suddenly, a somewhat crazy roar sounded. Hearing this roar, Qin Zhao's heart shook. He quickly rushed over. Soon he saw a familiar figure tearing at the void, roaring, angry and crazy. It was as if he had gone crazy. Moreover, he would injure himself. The power would always hit his body. It looked a little scary. Hu Zi. The person in front of him was none other than Hu Zi. Previously, he was the first person to find the corpse in the illusion. However, that was an illusion. The situation in front of him was real. Just now, when he saw Hu Zi's corpse in the illusion, Qin Shao was grieving. Now that he saw Hu Zi was still alive, he naturally felt very different. Qin Shao quickly walked over, and a thunderous roar resounded in the ears of the bearded man like a great bell. This wasn't just a voice. The voice also contained a powerful mental power. This was the mental power that Qin Shao wanted to transmit to Hu Zi. Hu Zi could wake up. The best way to resist illusions was mental power. Mental power was the nemesis of illusions. Hearing Qin Zhao's voice, Hu Zi, who was originally crazy, suddenly trembled and calmed down. There was finally some light in those scarlet red and ice-cold eyes. Gradually, Hu Zi began to regain his consciousness and began to wake up. Hu Zi's eyes slowly lit up and fell on Qin Shao. It took him a while to recognize Qin Shao. However, what made Qin Shao feel strange was that after the beard recognized Qin Shao, he was not excited. Instead, fear surged out of him, and his body could not help, but his body involuntarily moved back a few steps and looked at Qin Shao with a frightened face. It was as if he had seen something terrifying. While retreating, Hu Zi muttered, "Don't kill me, don't kill me, don't kill me." It was obvious that Hu Zi's spirit had suffered a great blow. Otherwise, he wouldn't be like this. Qin Shao couldn't help but frown. He didn't know what terrible thing Hu Zi had encountered. What did he see in the illusion that made him so afraid of him? But he also thought that Hu Zi must have seen him in the illusion and wanted to kill him. Otherwise, he wouldn't be like this. This illusion was really terrible. It could affect people's minds. Even after people understood it, they still couldn't react. Qin Shao guessed Hu Zi's situation. He thought for a moment and said, "Hu Zi, don't be afraid. I'm Qin Shao. I won't hurt you. You just fallen into an illusion. You've been hit by a terrifying illusion. What you saw just now wasn't real. It was an illusion created by the illusion. It's fake. It's real." Chapter 1672. Fake. Hearing Qin Zhao's words, the bearded man looked at Qin Shao with a puzzled expression. He didn't know if he should believe Qin Zhao's words. However, he seemed to have recalled some things in his mind. Now that he was back in reality, he could slowly recall a lot of things. After comparing with reality, he could understand. Qin Shao saw that the bearded man still hadn't recovered. So he said, "The bearded man, think carefully about what you saw just now. Look around and compare carefully. Then you'll know what happened. Falling into an illusion isn't something that you can't understand. Think carefully. We're back in reality now. I just woke you up. You should be able to recall everything quickly." The bearded man looked around and tried hard to recall what happened just now. After thinking about it, he discovered a lot of things. As soon as he opened his mouth, he immediately came back to his senses and understood everything. After he understood, the bearded man suddenly became very excited and immediately rushed over to hug Qin Shao. Last time, Qin Shao saw the bearded man hug Mo Wangbei. So when he saw the bearded man's action this time, Qin Shao immediately made a stop gesture and said, "Stop, stop, stop. If you dare to hug me, I'll kick you away. Don't you feel disgusted?" Cough, cough. The bearded man awkwardly stopped and scratched the back of his head. He smiled at Qin Shao and said, "Well, I was too excited just now. I couldn't hold back for a while. Brother Qin Shao, please forgive me." Cough, cough. I'm really not playing Brokeback Mountain. I'm a pure man. How can I have such a hobby? Isn't that an insult to my big and burly body? Who knows? Qin Shao curled his lips. In fact, he was just joking. He didn't really think that the bearded man had such a hobby. The bearded man was speechless. His face turned red. He really didn't have such a hobby. Qin Shao didn't continue to joke around. She waved her hand and said, "All right, let's not talk about this. Let's continue to look for other people." This was a terrifying land of illusions. Many people should have fallen for it. On my way here, I've already found more than a dozen corpses. Yes, yes, it is indeed terrifying. Too terrifying. Now that I think about it, I still feel a burst of fear. The beard nodded. He didn't dare to imagine what had happened just now. It was so terrifying that he didn't want to experience it a second time in his life. The two of them continued to move forward. Sure enough, they found a lot of corpses one after another. Their team members also found that a few more people had died in this terrifying illusion. The 3 people who had followed them had all died in this terrifying land of illusion. Big brother Qin Shao, look over there. Isn't that Xiao Dao and Aman? Why are they fighting? The bearded man suddenly pointed to the front. Qin Shao also saw that in the open space in front of them, there were 2 people fighting fiercely. They were fighting to the death. As for the people fighting, they didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It was Xiao Dao and Wild. These 2 were extremely good brothers, brothers who were as close as real brothers. Yet they were here. But over there, they were fighting to the death. No matter who died in whose hands, the other side would feel guilty for the rest of their lives. Qin Shao didn't hesitate and immediately rushed to separate the 2 of them. At the same time, he shouted with his mind power and entered the minds of the 2 of them. He used his mind power to help the 2 of them break through the power of the illusion. As soon as the power of the illusion was broken, the 2 of them quickly calmed down. Their eyes slowly regained their clarity. The 2 of them looked at each other again. Their expressions became somewhat strange. Big brother Qin Shao. When the 2 of them saw Qin Shao, they called out in unison. The bearded man walked over and shook his head as he jokingly said, "You 2 were fighting to the death just now. If it weren't for Big Brother Qin Zhao's timely intervention, then one of you would have died." Hearing the bearded man's words, Xiao Dao and Aman couldn't help but be stunned. They were fighting to the death just now? Fighting to the death? It couldn't be, right? However, the 2 of them were quick to react. It really was the case. Just a moment ago, they were fighting fiercely. What was going on? Big brother Qin Shao, what's going on with us? What on earth happened just now? Why do I feel that everything is so strange? I don't know what's going on at all, Xiao Dao asked. Qin Shao gave a simple explanation of the situation. After hearing it, Xiao Dao and Aman finally understood. It turned out that this giant rock forest was a terrifying land of illusion. They had unknowingly entered into this land of illusion. So everything they had seen just now was an illusion. It really was terrifying. In the illusion, they had seen such a terrifying thing, and it had struck their hearts time and time again. Fortunately, it was all an illusion. It was all fake. Ha ha! If that's the case, then everything that happened just now was fake. Great, this is really great. So it was all fake. Everything was fake. Scared me to death. Really scared me to death. Thank goodness, thank goodness. After Aman knew that everything just now was an illusion, he immediately became excited. He even began to dance with joy, an incomparably excited expression on his face. Seeing him so excited, the bearded man couldn't help but tease him. "Aw man, just what terrifying thing did you experience in the illusion just now? Why are you so excited?" Aman shook his head and said, "Bearded man, you don't know how terrifying the illusion I experienced just now was." "AI, forget it. Let's not talk about it. Just thinking about it makes me want to die. Fortunately, everything was fake. Since it's fake, there's no need to mention it. Don't look at me. Didn't you also experience the illusion? Could it be that you experienced it well? Cough, cough. The bearded man immediately shuddered and hurriedly shook his head. Yes, yes, yes. It's all an illusion. There's no need to mention it. All right, let's keep going. The fact that we're still alive is already a blessing in disguise. We have to thank Big Brother Qin Shao. He saved us. Otherwise, we would definitely have died in the illusion. Xiao Dao and Man nodded heavily. That was indeed the case. If it wasn't for Qin Shao, they would definitely have died in the illusion. This was without a doubt. With Xiao Dao and Man's addition, the group now had 4 people. They continued to advance. Following that, they saved even more people and discovered even more corpses. Along the way, they finally encountered a sober person. Brother Qin Shao, it's you guys. There are actually so many people in your group. It seems like Brother Qin Shao has saved quite a few people. I'm sorry. I just walked out of the illusion. The one who spoke was Prince Min. Seeing Prince Min again, Qin Shao felt a little strange. After all, in the illusion just now, Prince Min played a bad role. He was a selfish person who didn't care about friendship. In the illusion, Qin Shao somewhat hated Prince Min. So now that he saw him again, Qin Zhao's mind was still filled with the image of Prince Min's character in the illusion. Although it was in the illusion, Qin Shao began to seriously consider what kind of person Prince Min was. Illusions were born from the heart. There shouldn't be a reason why he imagined Prince Min like that in his heart. Perhaps his consciousness hadn't reacted to it yet, but some things would be known by the heart. It was like a person's intuition and vigilance. In fact, it didn't come from the consciousness, but from the heart. Your heart knew it first, but your consciousness hadn't reacted to it yet. So it would give you a little warning, and you would have intuition and vigilance. Because of this, Qin Shao couldn't help but wonder if there was really something wrong with Prince Min's character. If there was, then he had to be more vigilant in the future. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good if he was tricked by him one day. Now that Prince Min took the initiative to come forward and express his goodwill, Qin Shao quickly collected his thoughts and nodded slightly to Prince Min. He said, "Yes, I also just walked out of the illusion. There's no hurry. I've been searching all the way here and found them. Prince Min, let's split up. You still have people in your group to save. I've seen them, so I'll save them as well. Let's split up. There's strength in numbers." Prince Min nodded and said, "Okay, then let's split up." With that, Prince Min left. Qin Shao and the others continued to search. Fortunately, the giant rock forest wasn't that big, so it didn't take too much time to search. Soon, Qin Shao and the others saved Yu Wugui and met up with Mo Wangbei again. Old Mo walked out of the illusion on his own, so it could be said that the illusion didn't trap him. After circling around the giant rock forest, Qin Shao and the others had already gathered 20 people. A team of 29 people was still able to gather 20 people. This was already very good. Other than the 20 people who were still alive, they also found 7 corpses. In other words, 2 people were still missing. Maybe they didn't enter the giant rock forest. If they didn't find any corpses, then at least the possibility of them being alive is very high. Mo Wangbei said. Qin Shao nodded and said, "Yes, as long as no corpses are found, then they should still be alive. It's also very possible that they didn't enter the giant rock forest. Maybe they got lost somewhere else. At least, the fact that 20 of us are still alive is already very good. In such a difficult situation, being able to live is already a very good thing." Yes, being able to live was indeed a very good thing. Everyone was very emotional about it. The fact that everyone was still alive was due to Qin Zhao's contribution. If it wasn't for Qin Shao saving them one by one, then everyone would have died in the giant rock forest. Big Brother Qin Shao, from now on you are my real big brother. I don't care so much. Whether you agree or not, I will shamelessly call you that from now on. My life, Big Brother Qin Shao has saved it many times. Without Big Brother Qin Shao, I don't know how many times I would have died. Yes, me too. I have also been saved by Big Brother Qin Shao 3 times. In the future, as long as Big Brother Qin Shao needs me, I will definitely follow your lead and be willing to be at your beck and call. With our little strength, we can't be of much use. It's better to call him Big Brother. Everyone also started to talk about it. Qin Shao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, since everyone insisted on calling him Big Brother, then he could only follow their wishes. Okay, we can't stay here for long. Let's quickly leave this place, Qin Shao said. Everyone nodded. This was indeed a frightening place for everyone. Naturally, they didn't want to stay here for long. They all wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. Chapter 1673. After walking out of the giant rock forest, everyone returned to the gloomy Styx River. Their surroundings were gray and hazy. Once they returned to the gloomy Styx River, everyone couldn't help but be on their guard. There were flowing spaces everywhere here. If they weren't careful, they would be sucked into the flowing spaces. Although the flowing spaces themselves weren't dangerous, they didn't know if they would be sucked into them. Where would they be taken? Qin Shao said seriously, although we've left the giant rock forest, it doesn't mean we're safe. It won't be easy for us to cross the river Styx. This place is filled with flowing space, so we might be separated again soon. I'll say the same thing again. Everyone, go your own way and rely on your own luck. I hope that we can all cross the Styx River and meet on the other side. Everyone work hard. Everyone nodded. Everyone was very clear about this problem. They had already been clear about it before. Mo Wangbei came out and said, "We'll just go around the giant rock forest. Then, we'll see what happens to us." After saying that, Mo Wangbei said to Qin Shao, "Brother Qin Shao, we'll take our leave again. We'll meet again on the other side." "Haha, Brother Qin Shao, I'm not worried about you at all. You can reach the other side if you're willing. So, I have to work hard too. Everyone has to work hard to reach the other side. Let's go to the other side. That way, we'll be considered to have achieved a true victory." It was a good idea, but it was obviously impractical. It was simply impossible to pass all of the Netherworld River's tests. No one knew who would be the next to die. Only Qin Shao and Mo Wangbei had some confidence. The others didn't have any confidence at all. Everything depended on luck. Those with less luck could only nurse a grievance. But this situation couldn't be changed. The others couldn't help either. Qin Shao could save them in the giant rock forest, but he couldn't save them every time. Just like before, everyone left separately. They knew that it was useless to follow others, so they might as well be free and go on their own to try their luck and see what it was like. Soon, only Qin Shao, Xiao Dao, and Man were left. Xiao Dao and Man wanted to follow Qin Shao, but it was clearly useless. In front of the flowing space, no matter what method they used, it was useless. Qin Shao was also very helpless. The last time he used the immortal rope to bind Xiao Dao, it was swept away by the flowing space in the end. So, Qin Shao naturally didn't have any good intentions now. "Brother Qin Shao, we're not leaving because we want to follow you. We know that it's useless. We just want to say goodbye to you." "So we're." Qin Shao shook his head and smiled. He gently patted Xiao Dao's shoulder and said, "Well, this time, you can only try your best. Do your best. Although your strength isn't considered strong, it isn't considered weak either. I'll give you a certain amount of pressure. Perhaps you'll be able to break through your limits and stimulate your potential. Whether or not you can transform will be the thing that restricts your success. Perhaps the tempering of life and death will allow you to transform. If you really have the ambition to become an in-name disciple of the Futu Immortal Palace, then you'll have to transform greatly. Given your current situation, you'll have to risk your lives for such a transformation. Do your best. I believe you'll definitely succeed. As long as your hearts are strong enough, you'll definitely be able to create a miracle that belongs to you. You've done very well these years, but you still need to do better. You have the ability to do it. Even better." Qin Zhao's encouragement gave Xiao Dao and Man a lot of strength and confidence. The two of them were filled with strength, the strength to fight. The two of them nodded solemnly, indicating that they understood. "All right, go. See you on the other side." Qin Shao patted the two of them on the shoulder to encourage them. "See you on the other side." Xiao Dao and Man nodded and then left resolutely. After sending off Xiao Dao and Man, only Qin Shao was left. Qin Shao didn't stay in the same place for long and continued to move forward. The underworld river was as quiet and cold as before. Although it seemed calm and there didn't seem to be any danger, it made people unable to relax their vigilance. They always felt that there was something terrifying hiding in the dark. The flowing space would still appear without them noticing and take them to other places. Therefore, after a few times, Qin Shao didn't know where the flowing space had taken them. This journey took another 10 years, but they didn't encounter anything. It was as if they were walking slowly and aimlessly in a barren land. Qin Shao vaguely sensed a trace of spatial fluctuation. Clearly, something was hidden in the void. Qin Shao immediately thought of something that could easily enter the void, the Nether Demon. In the underworld river, perhaps only the Nether Demon could easily enter the void. This was the Nether Demon's innate ability. Therefore, Qin Shao immediately confirmed that a Nether Demon had appeared and was targeting him. It could come out and attack him at any time. Although Qin Shao sensed it, he pretended not to know and ignored it. Instead, he continued to move forward. Sure enough, not long after, the Nether Demon couldn't help but attack. It suddenly charged out from the void and appeared behind Qin Shao like a ghost. A sinister and strange power surged toward Qin Shao. Qin Shao was already prepared, so it was naturally impossible for the Nether Demon to sneak attack him. Therefore, when the Nether Demon attacked, Qin Shao took the initiative and attacked first. He directly slashed at the Nether Demon with a sword. The startling sword art was pushed to the extreme. Sword chi and immortal might bloomed. Unparalleled sharpness. The Nether Demon had thought that he could succeed with a sneak attack, but he hadn't expected Qin Shao to be prepared and attack first. Naturally, he was caught off guard. Sensing the sharpness of Qin Shao's sword, the Nether Demon smelled danger. He naturally didn't dare to continue fighting and wanted to flee. He retreated. However, just as he was about to retreat, an immortal rope directly tied him up, tightly binding him. Bound by the immortal rope, the Nether Demon struggled with all his might, but he didn't succeed. He wanted to struggle again, but Qin Shao didn't give him another chance. His sword stabbed up and directly into the Nether Demon's body. The sharpness of the sword and the power of the immortal Tao exploded from the sword, destroying the Nether Demon's divine body and soul. The Nether Demon couldn't break free, so he became a live target for Qin Shao to slaughter. Under such circumstances, the Nether Demon's situation was naturally very bad. 1 slash, 2 slashes, 3 slashes. Qin Shao attacked again and again. After a dozen rounds, he finally killed the Nether Demon with his sword. This was the second Nether Demon Qin Shao had killed. The one he'd killed in Juetian Ravine earlier was much stronger than this one. Killing that one had indeed taken a lot of effort. In the end, it was with everyone's concerted efforts that they'd finished off the Nether Demon together. But now, this Nether Demon had been taken care of by Qin Shao alone. After killing the Nether Demon, Qin Shao continued forward and didn't pay it much attention. As far as he was concerned, it was only a tiny Nether Demon, so it wasn't a big deal if he killed it. What puzzled Qin Shao was that he encountered quite a few more monster beasts after that. He hadn't encountered any monster beasts before, but now that he did, monster beasts jumped out one after another, as if they'd made their debut. It was as if the Fuda Immortal Palace had arranged this beforehand. At this moment, Qin Shao really had such a feeling. After all, the Juetian Ravine was supposed to be a test set up by the Fuda Immortal Palace. In fact, Qin Shao had already seen through this earlier. Therefore, there was nothing to be curious about in the current situation. Most of them were arranged according to the rules. But no matter what, there was only one path he could take, and that was to deal with this path properly. The Nether Demon, the Red Fish Demon, and the River Monster came out one by one. The Nether Demon's innate divine powers were Void Walk and Illusion Technique. The Red Fish Demon also had innate divine powers called Sky Devouring. When it opened its huge mouth, it was said to be able to swallow everything. As for the River Monster's innate divine powers, it could transform. After transforming, its defense was incomparably strong as the ground shell beast. It had almost no weaknesses, Once it used its innate divine powers, it would be very difficult to be killed by others. The three monster beasts each had their own means. There were quite a number of them, and they often came out to kill. This was a real test of strength. Those who did not have a certain level of strength could only suffer in the face of such a test. Even Qin Xiao did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. If it was a one-on-one battle, Qin Xiao was not afraid of anything at all. What he was afraid of was that several monster beasts would jump out together from time to time. Moreover, Qin Xiao had indeed encountered such a dangerous situation a few times. The most dangerous time was when 5 monster beasts jumped out at the same time. 2 nether demons, 2 red fish demons, and a river monster. The 5 monster beasts attacked at the same time, launching an incomparably fierce attack on Qin Xiao. Its lethality was shocking. At that time, Qin Xiao almost fell. If Qin Xiao met force with force, under the premise that he did not use his true strength, he was obviously no match for them. Fortunately, Qin Xiao's combat experience was too rich, and he had seen a lot of situations. Therefore, at the critical moment, he also thought of a way to solve this problem. In the end, he escaped without any danger, and he was not injured much. Of course, that was the most dangerous time. Under normal circumstances, there would not be such danger. Suddenly, a dazzling light descended, instantly enveloping Qin Xiao and annihilating him, not giving Qin Xiao a chance to react at all. And when this dazzling light fell, Qin Xiao's eyes were completely dazzled. His vision was completely blank, and his divine awareness was completely annihilated. His whole person was completely blind. The sudden change made the nerves of Qin Xiao's whole body suddenly tense. He knew that something bad had happened. But fortunately, except for this dazzling light, no other danger jumped out. After a while, the terrible devouring power slowly subsided. Qin Xiao's eyes gradually recovered, and his divine awareness was no longer suppressed. He slowly saw the surroundings clearly. The situation. Chapter 1674. Where is this place? Qin Xiao frowned slightly. He looked around carefully, trying to figure out where he was. After being swallowed by a dazzling light, he entered this strange place. It was very calm here. It seemed to be a quiet place, and he couldn't sense any trace of danger. This silence made him feel like he had returned home. Not to mention dangerous aura, there wasn't even the slightest bit of bad aura. It didn't feel like he was in the Nether River at all. Walking in it, there was no heaven and earth, no 4 sides, no 8 directions. There was no end, no living things, only boundless emptiness. No matter how he walked, he felt like he was still in the same place. He couldn't get out, and he couldn't find any light. A sealed space? An empty space? Qin Xiao frowned again. He tried to get out of here, but he couldn't. This space was too strange. There was no heaven and earth, no living things, and nothing. It was a complete void. Moreover, this space should be sealed, so no matter how he walked, he couldn't get out. Qin Xiao had never seen a sealed, empty space. This was the first time he saw it, and it was really difficult for him. How can I get out of here? This space is sealed. There is no end, no barrier. If I keep walking, I will only return to the starting point. If I go back and forth, there is no way to leave. This space is empty. There is nothing, not even the law of the immortal Tao. In here, I can't even use the immortal Tao. I can only use some of my physical strength. In such a situation, how can I get out of here? This should be a test, and it trapped me. If you can leave this place, you'll pass this test. Otherwise, you'll be trapped here forever. It's even possible that you'll die. But since it is a test, there must be a chance to get out of this empty space. No matter how difficult the chance is, I must find it. Don't even think about trapping me in an empty space. I, Qin Xiao, won't be trapped easily. No one can. After thinking for a while, Qin Xiao began to think about how to get out of this empty space. Brute force obviously wouldn't work. Obviously, it would be even more unworkable to rely on a stupid method to leave. Speaking of which, it seemed that many paths were impassable. How could he get out of this void space? This matter could not be rushed. There must be a way. It was just a matter of whether or not he could think of it. After thinking about it, Would he be able to catch it? Qin Shao wasn't in a hurry. He also knew that this kind of thing couldn't be rushed. Just like comprehending the immortal Tao, one needed time to slowly comprehend it. Comprehension was not something that could be rushed. One had to take it one step at a time and carefully comprehend it. This void space was not like other people's things. It could not be broken through by brute force. One had to understand it and comprehend it thoroughly. At this moment, Qin Shao was trying to comprehend the void. He immersed himself in it, carefully comprehending everything in this space of nothingness. Comprehension was an extremely difficult thing to do, and it was even more difficult to comprehend under such circumstances. Empty space, empty, immortal Tao. Nothingness is also a kind of Tao, a kind of true essence. If I want to get out of this void, I have to know where the foundation of this void is, where the foundation of this space is. From this void space, I have to comprehend all of this. Then I have to break through this void space and leave this place. It's like a formation. There are formation corners, formation eyes, formation bases, and the core of the formation is the formation eye, which is also the formation heart. Once the formation heart is broken, the entire formation will be useless. Isn't this the same principle in this empty space? In the sky above the 9 heavens. Exalted immortal Yun Ku. It seems that I have misjudged him this time. It seems that the little guy you thought highly of has some potential. Exalted immortal Dark Willow said. Ha ha! Exalted immortal Dark Willow. You only think that he has some potential? Exalted immortal Yun Ku immediately laughed heartily. Exalted immortal Dark Willow raised his brows slightly. He glanced at exalted immortal Yun Ku and said, "What? You think that he has great potential?" When I said that he has some potential, I was also praising him. What? Do you think that this old man's evaluation is too stingy? That kid is already very lucky to be able to receive such praise from this old man. Exalted immortal Yun Ku laughed heartily again. Exalted immortal Dark Willow. Oh, exalted immortal Dark Willow. It seems that you are quite biased. I feel that that kid called Qin Shao has a lot of potential. Passing this time selection is a foregone conclusion, but I'm afraid that no one can estimate how far he can go. I can see a very strong, very confident, and very contagious strength in him. With his strength, I can completely believe that he will be able to go very far in the future. Reality has also proven that my thoughts are possible. You saw his performance in the land of illusion just now. If it wasn't for him, I'm afraid those people would have all died in the land of illusion. He was the first to walk out of the illusion. After walking out, he was still able to save so many people. This is not something that an ordinary person can do. He seems to have a natural leadership and infectious ability. This kid's temperament is incomparably firm. I feel that his future is limitless. Exalted immortal Dark Willow took a sip of wine and did not say anything else. After a while, exalted immortal Dark Willow still seemed a little dissatisfied. He said, "Yin Ku, what do you think happened this time? Why did they suddenly come up with a registered disciple selection? And it's a selection open to the entire Fu 2 mountain range. Something like this has never happened before in the history of our Fu 2 Immortal Palace. If our Fu 2 Immortal Palace wants to recruit disciples, why would we organize such a large-scale selection? That's why I've always felt that this matter was very strange. Moreover, the higher-ups have intentionally instructed us to allow outsiders to participate, especially those who have come from the universe. They must be included. Strange, very strange. Why are the higher-ups so interested in little fellows who have ascended from the universe this time? Why are they making such an exception? Exalted immortal Yun Ku, don't you feel that this matter is a little strange? I just feel that it's a little strange. Exalted immortal Yun Ku nodded and said, yes, it's indeed a little strange. To be honest, I don't quite understand the higher-ups' actions this time. If not for the higher-ups, I'm afraid that Qin Shao, this kid from the universe, would not even be allowed to participate. He's a first step heavenly venerable. It's just that his vitality has been greatly damaged. In terms of the immortal Tao, he's indeed a fourth step sovereign. However, this is somewhat suspicious of cheating. This does not conform to the fairness and impartiality of our food to immortal palace. If others were to make a fuss, I'm afraid it would be difficult to give a good explanation. That's why I don't quite understand the higher-ups' actions. Even if cultivators who come from the universe are usually very talented and have great potential, our food to immortal palace does not lack such geniuses. It's just that this matter is puzzling. Exalted immortal Black Willow shook his head. He did not understand either. He did not understand at all. Exalted immortal Yun Ku shook his head and said, "Forget it, forget it. The higher-ups naturally have their reasons for doing this. We don't need to guess too much. We just need to carry out their orders." Exalted immortal Black Willow, let's pay attention to the competition. Don't forget that we still have a bet. Ha! Exalted immortal Black Willow, how long do you think that kid Qin Xiao will take to walk out of the void spaces trial? Exalted immortal Black Willow smiled bitterly and shook his head. Look at how smug you are. You must think that I'll lose this bet without a doubt. Although the current situation is in your favor, don't be happy too early. This is not the final moment yet. What the final outcome will be is still unknown. The void space is not simple. Qin Zhao's luck is not bad. He managed to enter the void space so quickly. If he can walk out of the void space within 1,000 years, he'll be considered lucky. 1,000 years? Exalted immortal Yun Ku narrowed his eyes and smiled. Seeing exalted immortal Yun Ku's expression, exalted immortal Black Willow raised his eyebrows and looked at Yun Ku. Was this disdain? 1,000 years is too long. I think it won't take more than 100 years, exalted immortal Yun Ku said confidently. Less than 100 years? Exalted immortal Black Willow could not help but chuckle when he heard exalted immortal Yun Ku's words. He said, "Yun Ku, oh Yun Ku, aren't you a little too confident in that kid? Do you really think so highly of him? The void space is not an ordinary trial. 100 years is too short. How short is 100 years to walk out of the void space? It's already very impressive if he can walk out in 1,000 years. How could a mere 100 years do it?" Exalted immortal Yun Ku smiled mysteriously in the face of exalted immortal Black Willow's doubts. He said, "Exalted immortal Black Willow, if you don't think so, then I don't think so. I think 100 years is enough. That's my trust in Qin Xiao." Ha! If exalted immortal Black Willow insists on saying 1,000 years, then we disagree. Exalted immortal Black Willow, why don't we add another round? Let's bet on the time in the void space. I say 100 years, and you say 1,000 years. If it exceeds 100 years, then it's my loss. As for the wager, it's still the same as what we discussed earlier. Exalted immortal Black Willow glared at exalted immortal Yun Ku and said, "You're really confident. From your tone, it seems like you're determined to win. Aren't you afraid of biting your tongue with your big words?" Ha! There are always times when people are super confident. Right now, I'm super confident. So, if exalted immortal Black Willow is not convinced, then we can take a gamble. After all, we have nothing better to do. Hee, exalted immortal Black Willow, that treasure of yours. I've always been thinking about it. I could take advantage of this opportunity to win some more, exalted immortal Yun Ku said with a bright smile. Exalted immortal Black Willow rolled his eyes at exalted immortal Yun Ku. After giving him a disdainful look, he said, "Fine, fine, fine. Since you, Yun Ku, aren't afraid of death and want to play, then I'll risk my life to play with you. I want to see where your confidence comes from. I don't believe that you can win. If you lose, don't feel bad." Chapter 1675. What was emptiness? Everything born from the heart was emptiness. Everything born from nothing was emptiness. When the words emptiness were put together, there was emptiness and emptiness. It seemed like an inseparable whole, but contained many Daos. Walking in the emptiness was actually walking in the emptiness of all things born from the heart. Here, all things were emptiness. It was the beginning of all things and emptiness. The emptiness born from the heart overlapped with the emptiness, forming this terrifying space of emptiness. To break through this emptiness, one's mind had to be strong and pure, without any illusions, without any thoughts, and without entering any emptiness. One's mind had to be as firm as a rock, unbreakable and unbreakable. Other than the mind, one had to understand all things in the immortal Tao. Only then could one break through this space of emptiness. Breaking through emptiness with one's mind. Breaking through emptiness with the immortal Tao. These were two big steps to take. Cultivation and comprehension were the most difficult things. At this moment, Qin Shao was completely immersed in it, comprehending everything. He was unaware of the passing of time. Year after year, in the blink of an eye, 100 years had passed. Above the clouds, exalted immortal Dark Willow was drinking wine with a leisurely look on his face. He laughed and said, "Exalted immortal Dark Willow, looks like you're going to lose. That strong premonition of yours won't help you get what you want. 100 years is still too short. Even if this kid walked out from the universe, even if he came out from the universe, his cultivation realm is not bad. However, other cultivation paths are fundamentally different from the immortal Tao. On the path of the immortal Tao, he has to start from the beginning. Even if there are some similarities, it won't be of much help. More than that, he has to cultivate and comprehend from the beginning. If it's 1,000 years, it's still possible. 100 years is completely impossible. If he can really walk out of that space of emptiness in 100 years, he'll be a peerless genius. I'm afraid he'll be worthy of our Fumu Immortal Palace's nurturing. With his talent from the universe, it shouldn't be a problem for him to pass this selection and become an in-name disciple of our Fumu Immortal Palace. If you want more, it will be more difficult." Exalted Immortal Yin Ku still had a faint smile on his face, as if he didn't realize that he was about to lose. He smiled faintly and said, "Exalted Immortal Dark Willow, the 100-year time limit is not up yet. Although this is the last year, there is still some time, right? If it's not on time, it doesn't count. I lost, right?" Exalted Immortal Dark Willow shook his head and said, "Exalted Immortal Yin Ku, you really refuse to admit defeat. There is not even a year left. It will pass in the blink of an eye. Do you really think that kid can create a miracle in such a short time?" Ha ha ha. Heavenly Immortal Cloud Top laughed heartily and said, "Miracles always need people to create them. Just like you and me, we have created many miracles in the past, right? Before we create a miracle, can you know that you will create a miracle? Miracles always need people to create them. I didn't know why, but my intuition told me that Qin Shao wasn't ordinary. He was someone who could create miracles. Therefore, I have an inexplicable confidence in him. Haha, but it doesn't matter. Winning or losing doesn't mean anything to me. I just want to have some fun with you. With our friendship, even if I lose something to you, it's not a big deal." Exalted Immortal Dark Willow nodded. If that was the case, then it was indeed not a big deal. With their friendship of life and death, winning or losing wouldn't affect their relationship. It was quite interesting to have some fun. Otherwise, it would be quite boring to stay here and drink wine all the time. It was a tough job, so he naturally wanted to have some fun. However, Exalted Immortal Dark Willow, I don't understand. Why did the higher-ups create so many trials in the first round of elimination? Just this Nether River alone was enough to eliminate most of the people. It seems that the higher-ups are very strict with this selection. Damn it, even though it's only a selection of in-name disciples. Just this void space alone is probably a test of one's luck. Once they enter this void space, I don't think many of these little fellows will be able to walk out. Fortunately, not everyone has to enter this void space. If they don't enter this void space, that's fine. It's fine. Once they enter, they probably won't be able to walk out. After hearing Exalted Immortal Yin Ku's words, Exalted Immortal Dark Willow glanced at him and said, "Didn't I tell you before? In this batch, only 3 people will be able to pass the selection. It's just that you think too highly of them. You think that there will be at least 10 people or at least 5 people. Even now, I still think that there will be at most 3 people." They had also placed a bet on this earlier. Exalted Immortal Yin Ku smiled indifferently and said, "It's not over yet. You might not be right, Exalted Immortal Dark Willow. Haha, for now, I still firmly believe that there will be at least 5 people. Ideally, there will be at least 10 people. Those who pass the test of Juetian Ravine. I estimate that there will be at least 100 people. From the looks of it, they should be entering the final selection. Most of them have already been eliminated. It's about time. Difficult. Exalted Immortal Dark Willow shook his head. Exalted Immortal Yun Ku frowned slightly. Yes, it was indeed difficult. Extremely difficult. The test of the Underworld River had only just begun. There were still many frightening tests waiting for those little fellows. It was indeed difficult to pass. Time was still passing. The 100-year time limit was rapidly approaching. Soon, the 100-year time limit would be up. Yin Ku, you've lost. Exalted Immortal Dark Willow put down his wine cup and looked at Exalted Immortal Yin Ku with a smile. Exalted Immortal Yin Ku gave a carefree laugh and said, "Haha, looks like I'm really going to lose this time." Wait, Exalted Immortal Dark Willow, look, something's happening. Something's happening? Exalted Immortal Dark Willow raised his eyebrows slightly and looked down. Indeed, he sensed that something was happening. Qin Xiao, who had been meditating without any commotion, had a change at that moment. And this change, under his eyesight, naturally allowed him to see a lot of things. This was going to be a great enlightenment. Good fellow. In the void, Qin Xiao, who had been meditating quietly for 100 years, finally understood many things. He had comprehended the immortal Tao of nothingness. Everything suddenly became clear in his heart. The dark clouds were swept away, and everything became clear. Tao was the most indescribable thing. It was the foundation of heaven and earth, the source of all things, the core of all things. The immortal Tao was ethereal. It was very, very difficult to comprehend even a sliver of it. To comprehend Tao, one had to enter Tao. To break through the void, one had to enter the heart. The void was like an illusion. It was born from the heart and controlled by the heart. It was a thick fog. Only by breaking through all of this could one be freed from the fog and return to a clear state of mind. Then, one would be able to clearly see the Qiankuan land. Everything could be seen clearly. It was like breaking through the fog in the water. Everything returned to reality. The power of the heart was indeed miraculous. It could break through all nothingness, all illusions, and everything born from the heart. Many things could be born from the heart. The power of Tao was a force that could improve one's realm, strength, essence, and destiny. It was the power of cultivation, the power that all cultivators pursued. So this is how everything is. In the void, the heart is confused, the mind is in chaos, the Tao is trapped, and the immortal is locked. It's really not easy to break through the void. The Tao is easy to cultivate, but the heart is difficult to train. The heart is difficult, and the immortal is difficult to find. Qin Zhao's eyes became incomparably clear. They bloomed with a ray of light that broke through everything. He took another step forward. It was as if the universe had been turned around. He walked out of the void. I'm finally out. It took me 100 years to come out of the void. It didn't take me too much time. Qin Xiao pursed his lips. Although his heart hadn't improved much during the 100 years he was trapped in the void, he had comprehended a lot of the immortal Tao. To cultivate the immortal Tao, one needed to constantly comprehend and accumulate the immortal Tao. Only after accumulating for a long time could one transform from quantitative change to qualitative change, and then to sublimation. This was a slow and long process of cultivation. However, thinking about it carefully, Qin Xiao couldn't help but frown slightly. He looked back and saw that the void had disappeared. The void is quite scary. Although it's not dangerous, once you're trapped in it, it's very difficult to get out. It's even possible that you'll be trapped in the void until you die. There are only 3,000 years left until the 10,000-year deadline. If you're trapped in the void, you'll be eliminated. But, speaking of which, it might not be a bad thing if we're really trapped in the void. Even if you're eliminated because you exceed the time limit, you might still be able to keep your life. For many people, this could be considered a blessing. Of course, for ambitious people, it's a cage. So it's hard to say. Qin Xiao shook his head. He was more worried about Xiao Dao and Aman. He didn't know if they would be trapped in the void. Once they were trapped, It was unlikely that they'd be able to get out. This wasn't to say that Qin Shao didn't believe in Xiao Dao and Aman. It was just that he knew their strength and potential. Moreover, the first round of the elimination test had a time limit. Within such a time limit, it was too difficult to get out of the void. This test doesn't seem very reasonable. Did the Futu Immortal Palace create this void space to test one's luck, or was it to test one's talent in this aspect? If it's the latter, I don't think anyone will be able to pass. If it's the former, then it's somewhat understandable. Luck is also a part of one's talent and strength. It's possible to test one's luck purely. Luck is indeed very important to cultivation. However, if it's a test of luck, then it might be too unfair to some people. But there's no such thing as fairness in this world. Forget it, forget it. I won't think about it anymore. I could take a look and see if I can help Xiao Dao and Aman. It'd be best if they can get out on their own. If they can't, I can help them. Everyone had their own selfish motives, and Qin Shao was no exception. Moreover, there were many things in the world that couldn't be explained clearly. Above the clouds, exalted immortal Yun Ku smiled and said, "Exalted immortal Wu Lu, thank you for letting me win. Haha, I didn't expect this little guy to live up to my expectations. He actually managed to break through at the last moment. What a miracle." Chapter 1676. In a vast expanse, a figure walked aimlessly, like a headless fly. He couldn't tell the direction and was trapped in a strange circle, unable to get out. What the hell is this place? I've been walking for hundreds of years. Why can't I get out? It's over. I won't be trapped here forever, will I? Walking in this vast expanse was a handsome young man. At this moment, his face was blank, as if he was about to fall into despair. There was a sense of helplessness and paleness on his face. This was a sign of despair. This person was none other than Xiao Dao. After coming out of the giant rock forest and separating from Qin Shao and the others, Xiao Dao walked alone in the Nether River. After several dangerous encounters, he entered this space of nothingness. He had been trapped in this space of nothingness for 300 years. For 300 years, Xiao Dao had been trying hard to get out, but he couldn't. Being trapped in this space of nothingness was like being trapped in a small cage. It was too oppressive, and he couldn't get out of it. Xiao Dao had tried all kinds of methods, but he couldn't get out. It seems that my talent and strength are too limited. I can't understand a mystery here, so I can't get out of here. For 300 years, I haven't even touched a little bit. Even after 3,000 or 30,000 years, I'm afraid I won't gain much. It's so difficult. It's too difficult. I already knew that I couldn't pass the selection of Futu Immortal Palace's nominal disciple, but I still had some fantasies. The path of cultivation is too difficult. I work hard, but some things can't be changed by hard work alone. Talent, potential, luck, perseverance, mind. Many factors have to be combined. None of them can be missing. But I can't do that. I'm still far from it. It's far from enough just to have the heart and hard work. It's not enough. Brother Qin Shao, it's not that I'm discouraged. It's not that I want to give up. It's just that I really can't get out of here. I really can't understand this space of nothingness. This election is destined to have nothing to do with me. Perhaps the goal I'm pursuing in this life is still a little too high. How difficult was it to become an immortal? Throughout the 1,000 eras of the Xianhua clan, there has only been one Dao seeking celestial ascension. The lifelong pursuit of countless clansmen is nothing more than illusion. Xiao Dao sighed and couldn't help but shake his head. He was indeed a little discouraged. This heavy blow was too great for him, so great that he couldn't bear it. Forget it, just give up. There's really no other way. Sigh. Perhaps it's not necessarily a bad thing to be trapped here. Once the time limit of 10,000 years is reached, they will be eliminated. Perhaps there is still a way to survive. To be able to survive in this election is already a very difficult thing to do. As long as I'm alive, I should be content. No matter what, it's good to be alive. Sister is still waiting for me in the clan. Even if I can't return to the clan with glory, it doesn't matter. After all, no one had high hopes for me. For such a thing, I only came to participate and broaden my horizons. As he thought of this, Xiao Dao's heart was completely relaxed. He simply sat down, and emptied his mind. He didn't need to think about those troublesome things anymore. When he was tired, he wanted to close his eyes and rest. Xiao Dao, are you really going to give up? Do you really not have any dreams or ambitions in your heart? Do you know what it means for you to give up? If you give up now, you'll only be an ant for the rest of your life. Do you really not want to become an immortal? So what if it's difficult? So what if you can't comprehend it completely? So what if you're trapped in this void space? As long as you don't give up, as long as your mind is strong enough, you'll definitely gain something. Only by not giving up can you have a chance of success. If you give up now, it means that your cultivation path has come to an end. Xiao Dao, pull yourself together. You have to believe in yourself. Even if you die, you can't have the thought of giving up. If you can't even make up your mind, you won't be able to go far on the path of cultivation. The path of cultivation is slow. The most important thing isn't talent, potential, or luck. It's your heart. The strength of your heart can change everything. If you lose your confidence, you'll lose everything. Suddenly, a thunderous voice exploded in Xiao Dao's mind. This voice was like a blow to the head, waking Xiao Dao up in an instant. Big brother Qin Xiao. Xiao Dao scrambled to his feet and looked around, but where was Qin Zhao's figure? An auditory hallucination? But even if it was an auditory hallucination, the words in his mind still woke Xiao Dao up. Even now, Xiao Dao was still recalling those words in his mind. These words seemed to have some kind of magical power. His eyes, which had dimmed down, regained a bit of determination at this time. That's right. Big brother Qin Xiao is right. The heart is the most important. If I give up just because it's difficult, then I won't just be giving up this opportunity. I'll be giving up my cultivation path, my immortal path, and my entire life. If I give up now, then I won't be able to achieve much on my path of cultivation. I'll be mediocre for the rest of my life. I won't be able to achieve much in the end. Is this really the life I want? Perhaps that was what I thought in the past. Perhaps I didn't even dream of becoming an immortal in the past. I only thought that cultivating to the fourth-step universe grade was my life goal. I didn't have too many dreams or ambitions. But now I'm different. My dream is to become an immortal. My ambition is to pass the Fumu Immortal Palace's disciple selection. I want to make a great leap. I want to carve out a new world for myself. I want to walk a path that I didn't even dare to imagine before. Being mediocre is also a lifetime. Struggling is also a lifetime. Why shouldn't I give it a shot? Even if I don't do it for myself, I have to do it for my sister, for my dead parents, and for the Xinhua clan. Therefore, no matter how difficult or impossible it is, I can't give up on my own accord. Even if I have to risk my life, I have to keep going. Only by doing so can my heart be even more resolute. Only then can I continue walking on my path of life. The heart is the most unfathomable power. With the power of his mind, Xiao Dao once again became stronger and more confident. Xiao Dao swept away his previous dispirited state and continued to comprehend. This time, his conviction was even stronger. He was no longer like before, where he had given up when he couldn't comprehend anything. This time, he had come with a strong conviction. With such a strong belief, it was the foundation of success. In another void, a figure stepped into it. The person who had entered scanned the void and was delighted when he saw a familiar figure. I've finally found one. The person who had entered was none other than Qin Xiao. All these years, Qin Xiao had been searching for the void in order to save others. Qin Xiao was well aware of the dangers of the void. Once someone was trapped in it, there were very few people who could walk out. People like Xiao Dao, Man, Hu Zai, and the others basically had no chance of walking out unless they had some sort of epiphany and underwent a great transformation. However, such a situation was still extremely unlikely. Qin Xiao had searched for a full 300 years before he finally found Man. At this time, Man was muddle-headed and listless as he walked through the void. He had a dejected look on his face. I'm going to be trapped in here. I can't get out at all. What the hell is this place? Sigh, forget it. I knew it would be like this. Man's eyelids twitched. Suddenly, he seemed to see a familiar figure. He raised his head and really did see a familiar figure. Big brother Qin Xiao. But after a moment of pleasant surprise, Man immediately laughed self-deprecatingly. I must be hallucinating. How could Big Brother Qin Shao appear here? It seems like I've really been dealt a heavy blow. Sigh. I don't know how Big Brother Qin Shao and Xiao Dao are doing. Are they also like me? How am I trapped in this damn place? Wanting to pass the Fu Su Immortal Palace's disciple selection really is a very, very difficult matter. In the past, I still had some fantasies. Now it seems that those fantasies are a bit laughable. I should have some self-awareness. Looking at my situation in all aspects, I'm far from meeting the requirements. Sigh. Why is it that you're far from meeting the requirements in all aspects? At this time, a voice suddenly rang out. This sudden voice gave On Man a big fright. His eyes widened as they fell on Qin Shao. He stared blankly at Qin Shao. After a long while, On Man suddenly reacted. Big Brother Qin Shao, is it really you? What else? Did you think it was a hallucination? Qin Shao walked over and said somewhat helplessly. When he saw a man look at him and then look away, he guessed a man's thoughts. A man scratched his head in embarrassment and looked at Qin Shao. Yes, Big Brother Qin Shao, I really thought it was a hallucination. I really didn't expect that Big Brother Qin Shao would actually enter here. It's too unexpected. Right, Big Brother Qin Shao, what kind of damn place is this? Why is it so strange? No matter how I walk, I can't get out. It's too scary. Qin Shao said, this is a void space, a void land. There's no sky, no earth, no four sides, no 8 directions, no myriad things, and no heavenly Tao. So if you can't comprehend the Tao here, you can't get out of here. Illusions are born from the heart. All illusions originate from your heart. What you're trapped in now is actually an illusory land in your heart. But this illusory land is bound by the heavenly Tao, so it's naturally difficult for you to get out. A man was confused. After thinking for a while, he shook his head to express that he didn't understand. He didn't understand at all. The theories sounded simple, but to understand and understand, it was indeed a very difficult thing. If the Tao was so easy to understand, then it would be very easy to comprehend. In fact, it was not so. Therefore, comprehending the Tao was an extremely difficult thing. Chapter 1677. Qin Shao had come to find Wild with the intention of taking him away. But Qin Shao still said, Wild, are you sure you want to give up? Wild didn't seem to react for a moment. He stared blankly at Qin Shao, a puzzled expression on his face. Big Brother Qin Shao, if I don't give up, am I going to be trapped in this void forever? I've already been trapped here for 400 years. I've tried all kinds of methods, but none of them worked. Yes, it's useless. I can't walk out of this void space. So I think I should just give up and go out with Big Brother Qin Shao. Qin Shao sternly said, Wild, I definitely came here to take you away, but there's a situation you have to think about clearly. This void space is also a test. Not only does it test your talent and comprehension ability, but it also tests your heart. And most importantly, your heart. If you give up now, it's the same as giving up your heart and giving up your path of cultivation. The path of cultivation is difficult, but as long as your heart is strong enough and you walk down it step by step, there will always be a day when you reap the rewards. You'll use countless sweat and tears in exchange for a certain amount of rewards. You'll reap the rewards. So the biggest problem is whether your heart is strong enough to support you. That's the question you should consider, and it's also a very important question. You understand what I mean, right? But the path is for you to walk down, and I won't force you. Everyone has the right to choose their own path of life. You're free to choose how you want to walk. Different choices will lead to different lives. As long as you think about it clearly, then it's fine. It's not that you have to become an expert to live your life. Being ordinary doesn't necessarily mean that it can't be a kind of life. In this world, experts are few and far between. Countless people's lives are ordinary. Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Wild immediately fell silent. He naturally understood the logic behind those words, but he also had to think about how he should choose. That's right. Everyone should have the right to choose their own path of survival. The path of cultivation was too difficult and too slow. After all, only a very small number of people could go far. Most people would still perish in the end. After a moment of silence, a man shook his head and sighed. Big Brother Qin Shao, I know you're saying this for my own good, and I hope that I won't regret it in the future. But I know my limits, and I know that I won't be able to go far on this path. I knew that if I tried harder, I might be able to reap some rewards. I know that if my will is stronger, I might be able to go further. It's easy for me to say this, but I know I can't do it. No matter how hard I try, I'm afraid nothing good will come out of it. Therefore, Brother Qin Shao, I choose to give up. Just take this trip as an opportunity to gain some experience. I won't dream about becoming an immortal. Becoming a fourth-step universe grade in my lifetime will be my life. That's my biggest goal. Others have big goals, but I have small goals. It's pretty good. I'm very clear about the path I want to take. There are some things that can't be forced. Qin Shao nodded. Since a man could recognize his own path, he would let him be. That was indeed the case. There were some things that couldn't be forced. If he forced too much, he would only get what he wanted. If he didn't have this mindset, forcing him to make a better choice would only harm him. Therefore, Qin Shao didn't say anything else. Instead, he brought a man out of the void. After leaving the void, he smelled the aura of the outside world. It should have been a gloomy aura, but it seems so beautiful to a man now. We're finally out. I really thought that I would be trapped in that void until I died. For the past 400 years, it had been extremely difficult for him. Now that I'm back in the underworld river, I feel very close to it. A man sighed emotionally. Let's go. Don't be emotional. We still have to find the others, Qin Shao said. A man put away his thoughts and left with Qin Shao. Wanting to find a void space was very difficult. Qin Shao had searched for a full 300 years before finally finding wilds. However, in the process of continuing to search, Qin Shao discovered a problem. It seemed that the flowing void didn't exist. He had led a man all the way for 200 years, but they hadn't encountered a flowing void once. Their journey had been very smooth. At first, a man was worried that he would be swept away by the flowing void. However, the journey had been peaceful for 200 years, which really surprised the two of them. Of course, this was a good surprise. 200 years later, Qin Shao finally found another empty space. Coincidentally, she found the bearded man. The beard had been trapped in the void for 600 years, but he hadn't given up. In terms of mental strength, he was much stronger than a man. However, the beard was also on the verge of collapse. Qin Shao's appearance gave him a ray of light. After saving the beard, the team expanded to 3 people. Qin Shao continued to search. Above the clouds. This brat, he's really something. Is he trying to break the rules? Exalted Immortal Dark Willow seemed a bit angry. Exalted Immortal Yin Ku poured him a cup of wine. Brother Dark Willow, please calm down. The rules didn't say that helping others is forbidden. Qin Shao is a very loyal person. He should know that there aren't many people who can leave the void. That's why he wanted to save them. His intentions are actually quite good. As for whether or not he broke the rules, there's no need for us to be so calculative. This is only the elimination round. When the Real selection comes, no one can receive outside help. They have to rely on their own strength. Without strength, they won't be able to pass the selection. That's why it doesn't matter if it's a bit unexpected. Just treat it as him saving a few people. It's no big deal. In any case, he'll be eliminated anyway. Exalted Immortal Dark Willow glared at Exalted Immortal Yunku. Of course you hope so. If that's the case, I'll lose this bet. Haha, Brother Dark Willow, look at what you're saying. It's just a win or loss. Why care so much? We're just having fun. Exalted Immortal Yun Ku laughed heartily. Exalted Immortal Dark Willow glared at him, but didn't say anything. Soon, 1,000 years passed. There were only 2,000 years left until the end of the 10,000 years. Qin Shao only managed to save on Man, the beard, and Yiwu Gui. He didn't find anyone else. He didn't see anyone else along the way. It wasn't just the others. He didn't even meet any demon beasts. Speaking of which, it was quite a peaceful journey. Finally, on the 12th year, he met Mo Wangbei. However, he didn't meet Mo Wangbei in the void. Instead, he met him in the Netherworld River. Old Mo, you've also come out of the void. Haha, I'm in trouble. Seeing Mo Wangbei, the beard was so excited that he almost hugged him. However, Mo Wangbei clearly had experience and wouldn't let the beard hug him. He dodged to the side. Qin Shao, the beard, Yi Wugui, oh man, you're all together. Seeing everyone, Mo Wangbei was overjoyed. The beard nodded. That's right, old Mo. We were all trapped in the void. It was Big Brother Qin Shao who came to save us. Otherwise, we'd definitely still be trapped in the void. Mo Wangbei wasn't surprised by this situation. In fact, he had already guessed that this was the case. Now, the bearded man's words had confirmed his guess, and it was indeed the case. Mo Wangbei said, I'm ashamed to say this, Brother Qin Shao. I just came out of the void. I've been trapped for 1,200 years. Brother Qin Shao, how long have you been trapped? Since you were able to save them, you should have come out in a few hundred years, right? Yes, I've also been trapped for 100 years. Qin Shao nodded. What? Everyone was stunned. In truth, man and the others didn't know how long it had taken Qin Shao to come out of the void. Only now did they know that it had only been 100 years. Man and the others originally didn't have much of an idea. However, Mo Wangbei had taken 1,200 years to come out of the void. That clearly showed the huge gap. Therefore, Mo Wangbei looked at Qin Shao in astonishment. His face was filled with admiration as he said, Oh my God, 100 years. You only used 100 years to come out of the void. That's really inconceivable. Mo Wangbei was full of admiration. He had walked out by himself, so he naturally knew how difficult it had been. He had thought that using 1,200 years to come out of the void was already very fast. But he hadn't expected that Qin Shao had only used 100 years. It was only a 1/12 of his time. This kind of gap wasn't even on the same level. However, Mo Wangbei had always been convinced by Qin Shao. So after a moment of shock, he quickly felt at ease. For something like this to happen to Qin Shao, it was actually very normal. If it had happened to someone else, it would have been very hard to accept. Brother Qin Shao, I've just come out of the void, so I don't know much about the situation outside. I see that you've brought Huzi and the others with you. It seems that there isn't much of a flowing space here. Mo Wangbei said. Qin Shao nodded. Yes, that's right. We've been walking for 1,100 years, but we haven't found any flowing space. If my guess isn't wrong, the flowing space has already disappeared. This means that we've already passed through the region with the flowing space. Now that we've come out of the void, we should have passed through another region. Based on this situation, if we continue walking, we'll reach the other side. But right now, we only have a few people in our group. It's too little. We still have to look for them. If we can save them, that would be the best. If we really can't, then we'll continue moving forward later. Right now, there's still 2,600 years before the 10,000-year deadline. We don't have much time left. How about this? We'll search for another 600 years. After 600 years, no matter what the situation is, we'll continue moving forward and go to the next region. What do you think? Mo Wangbei nodded without thinking. Yes, Brother Qin Shao. As long as you've decided, I'll listen to you. I also feel that we shouldn't leave the others behind. If we can save them, then it's naturally better to save them. Since there's no flowing space, then we can gather together and move together again. Everyone nodded, agreeing with Qin Zhao's idea. Chapter 1678. In the following 600 years, Qin Shao and the others searched for other spaces. With Mo Wangbei's help, it should have been much easier to find other spaces. However, in the following time, they didn't find any other spaces. Although they didn't find any other spaces, they did meet a few others. Prince Min, Thousand Buddha Hands, Gue Ying, and Babutisan. These four were publicly recognized as the strongest. As for the others, didn't meet them. They might have been trapped in other spaces, or they might have encountered some accident. They might not even be in this area. As for the others, Qin Shao and the others didn't care. They only cared about their group. However, there were only 5 of them. There were still 24 people they hadn't found. 600 years was almost up. Time passed very quickly. It was like sand on one's fingertips. It would quietly disappear without anyone noticing. Big Brother Qin Shao, 600 years have passed. Shouldn't we leave this place? If we continue to search, I'm afraid we won't be able to cross the Nether River, the bearded man suddenly said. Qin Shao hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, "Since the time is up, we can't stay here any longer. Let's leave first." Qin Xiao was still somewhat unwilling. After all, they hadn't found Xiao Dao. In fact, Qin Xiao wanted to find Xiao Dao the most. It would be perfect if he could save Xiao Dao as well. However, there was no other way. They had agreed on 600 years, and now the time was up. For the sake of the big picture, they had to leave this place. If they continued to delay, it wouldn't be good for anyone. A man looked at Qin Xiao. He wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't say it. A man also knew that there was no other way. He couldn't let his personal feelings affect everyone's future. As for Xiao Dao, he could only pray for his own fortune. There was no other way. Love. The group of 5 continued forward. There was no space to move, so they didn't have to worry about being separated again. "Look, what's that over there?" The bearded man suddenly shouted excitedly. Even without his shout, everyone could see that there was a huge hole in the ground. The hole was deep, and they couldn't see what was inside. However, it gave people the feeling that there should be something in this cave. Moreover, this hole also blocked their path, so they couldn't go around it. Therefore, if they wanted to continue moving forward, they had to enter the huge underground cave. Qin Xiao and the others quickly arrived at the entrance of the cave. Inside the cave, a huge underground palace appeared in front of Qin Xiao and the others. "It's an underground palace? It looks very ancient. Is this underground palace a test, or is there an opportunity?" The bearded man looked around the underground palace and asked curiously. Qin Xiao said, "It must be a test. This underground palace is blocking our way. We can only enter the underground palace. There is no other way." There was a test, but there was also the possibility of an opportunity. However, the possibility of this was not high. After all, this time we were mainly here to take the exam. It was tested. This underground palace must have been built by the Fuda Immortal Palace. Judging from the ancient aura emanating from this underground palace, it's definitely not simple. Haha, no matter if it's a dragon's pool or a tiger's den. We have to go now? I have a very strong feeling that as long as we pass through this underground palace, we can reach the other side. Then, we will pass the test of the Juetian stream. Therefore, victory is right in front of us. We should be bold and brave. The bearded man suddenly said with lofty sentiments, which made everyone look at him in a new light. "Ha ha ha, don't look at me like that. Can't I be bold and domineering for once? Anyway, there is no other way. We can only go through this underground palace. Besides, with Big Brother Qin Xiao and Old Imo, I don't have to worry about anything. Even if the sky falls down, they will still have to carry it," the bearded man said again. Qin Xiao and the others were speechless for a while. That was a good idea. Qin Xiao waved his hand and said to the others, "Okay, let's go into the underground palace. I also feel that this underground palace should be the last test of the Netherworld River. If we can pass this test, we should be considered to have passed smoothly. The final test is definitely not going to be that simple. So, everyone be alert. Don't be careless. Along the way, there are only 5 of us left. I don't know if there are others who survived. It's not easy to survive until now. So, we have to be careful and strive to be the last one to laugh." Everyone nodded solemnly. Their expressions became incomparably serious. Although the bearded man was laughing just now, he also became serious now. This was a matter of life and death. Naturally, he didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless. The underground palace was huge and very complicated. There were passages, underground rooms, open spaces, and strange sceneries. It was eerie, cold, and cheerless. The atmosphere was strange, and it was dark. Walking in it was as if he was exploring a land of death. The aura inside was indeed not very good. Qin Xiao and the others didn't dare to speed up. Instead, they walked slowly in the underground palace. "Big Brother Qin Xiao, look over there. There's a big hanging coffin on the rock wall." The bearded man always liked to shout. Whenever he found something, he would always be the first to shout. In fact, he didn't need to shout. Everyone saw it, but they just didn't say anything. Qin Xiao also saw it. On a rock wall not far ahead, there was a 15-foot-long ice-blue crystal coffin hanging there. It was surrounded by colorful stones. It It was very dazzling and beautiful. The ice-blue crystal coffin was not transparent, but it vaguely felt that something was lying inside. There was a corpse? Generally speaking, the corpse of a celestial venerable couldn't be left behind. Even if it was left behind, it would be quickly eroded by time. Only the corpses of celestial venerables and those of higher realms could be preserved and not be eroded by time. They could live forever. After the death of an immortal of such a realm, it was generally so grand that they needed to be buried in a coffin. Could there be a corpse of a celestial venerable? The bearded man was the first to speak again. He looked very interested. The corpse of a celestial venerable was a precious treasure. Maybe they could even get some valuable treasures from it. Besides, a celestial venerable was enough to make people feel awe. Therefore, the bearded man immediately urged, "Shall we go and take a look?" Since everyone was interested, Qin Shao naturally didn't stop them. Instead, he nodded. Moreover, he really wanted to go and see what was lying in the sky-blue crystal coffin. Soon, everyone approached the sky-blue-purple crystal coffin. The crystal coffin was suspended on a huge rock. The bearded man looked a little impatient. He wanted to rush over, but he was stopped by Qin Shao. "Don't rush, Beard. Be careful." Yes. Caution is the parent of safety." Hearing Qin Zhao's words, the bearded man immediately nodded. This was the underground palace. They really couldn't be too careless. He was indeed a little anxious just now. After calming down, the bearded man immediately realized what was going on. Qin Shao looked at the crystal coffin carefully. From the hidden traces, Qin Shao came to a conclusion. There's indeed a person lying inside. However, judging from the figure, it's very likely to be a woman. There's a woman? Hearing Qin Zhao's words, the bearded man and the others suddenly became a little excited. Qin Shao rolled his eyes at them. The female corpse is also so excited. For the time being, I haven't detected anything dangerous. There shouldn't be any danger. Let's go. Old Mo and I will walk in front. You guys follow us closely. If there's any danger, I will ask you to step back. Listen to my instructions. Do you understand? Qin Shao said seriously. When Qin Shao became serious, everyone was afraid. The five of them slowly approached the crystal coffin. As they approached, the bearded man and the other two people's excited faces became a little nervous. Fortunately, there was no danger along the way. The five of them arrived in front of the crystal coffin smoothly. From the outside, they still couldn't see the situation inside clearly. The bearded man looked at Qin Shao eagerly. Obviously, he wanted to open the coffin as soon as possible. Qin Shao joked with the bearded man. "Do you like to see female corpses so much? Why do I feel that your taste is a little strange? Why do you want to see a female corpse that has been dead for God knows how many years? If you want to see it, you can open the coffin by yourself." The bearded man was embarrassed by Qin Zhao's words. He scratched his head and said, "Brother Qin Shao, I'm just curious. People say that curiosity kills people. Today, I've seen it with my own eyes." "Brother Qin Shao, do you really want me to open the coffin?" Qin Shao nodded and said, "Yes. If you want to open the coffin, of course, I'll leave it to you. However, if you're eaten by the female ghost, you can't blame me." Ha, Brother Qin Shao, you must be joking. My relationship with the female ghost has always been very good, so you don't have to worry about me being eaten. The bearded man's face was very good. After saying this, he began to move the coffin lid. The bearded man went forward and pushed it hard. He was surprised to find that the lid didn't move. The bearded man's strength was very strong. He pushed hard, but the lid didn't move. This was really strange. The bearded man, can you do it? Aren't you anxious to see the female corpse? Hurry up and open it. A man joked. The bearded man pushed twice, but it only moved a little. He couldn't open the coffin lid. After clenching his teeth and trying a few times, the bearded man finally lost his temper. He could only ask a mini Wugue for help. "You two stop laughing. This coffin lid is very heavy. I can't move it by myself. You two, quickly come and help me. Maybe this female corpse is very beautiful. Don't fight with me over it." Although a man and Yi Wugui weren't that interested, since the bearded man asked, a man naturally didn't refuse. They immediately came over. Qin Shao kept staring at the crystal coffin. Seeing that the bearded man couldn't open the coffin even after using all his strength, Qin Shao was somewhat surprised. This crystal coffin isn't big, but it's so heavy. The bearded man's full strength is also extraordinary, but he can't open the coffin. This is really strange. It's strange. What kind of power is buried in this crystal coffin? Why would such a crystal coffin appear here? Is this the work of the Fu Jiu Immortal Palace? But this time, what is the test? I don't understand. For the time being, Qin Shao really didn't understand the mystery of this coffin. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.